It's over. The game is over. The immense darkness, in the form of a ball, let out energy streams in different directions. Seha Appa is very tired. He rolls his eyes and remembers the past. 10 years ago, this world became a playground, and people turned into players, killing monsters and trying to survive. The tasks were given by the game masters, the so-called GMs. Naturally, it wasn't the players who enjoyed the game. People were like puppets. They were pulled by strings. The one who really enjoyed the show was a distant being high in the sky. The players called him deity. There were also deities watching the game. Some made the players they liked their avatars. They then personally participated in the game. The heroes were varied, for example, sorceresses in dresses and knights in armor. After many years, the result of this entertainment was the inevitable extinction of mankind all over the world. Appa is lying on the ground. He calls the game horrible. The hard-won finale, the annihilation of humanity. Is there a more lame game? Appa wanted, at least at the end, to teach his opponents a lesson. There was only one way to get salvation, to get out of this world, through this hole. However, according to the rules of the game, a deity avatar can't go through it. Seha Appa was an avatar. His deity must be watching and mocking, or even casting pitying glances. No, someone like him is more likely to criticize Seha, who's exhausted by this game. He's reached the bad end of the lonely world. In front of Seha Appa, a screen appears with the game summary. He reads and comments that indeed there is no other way to call the end of the game. Seha Appa continues to lie there, not satisfied with the outcome of this game. Scars are visible on his face, his hair covering his eyes, tired of this world. Seha picks up his sword. He comments on the name Lonely World. It is sonorous and so fitting for him, the last human survivor. Seha is not happy with this outcome. He realizes that this is how it ended. These words mean that his role is over. Seha pierces the screen. Seha holds a sword above him. Seha comments that instead of being alone in this desolate world, it's better to... Seha Appa closes his eyes and remains silent. He doesn't know what's in store for him in the future, but right now, he definitely doesn't like it all. It appears that he has decided to go to the other world. Seha Appa holds a sharp dagger above his chest and intends to stab himself with it. Suddenly, a screen reappears in front of Appa. He has stopped and changed his mind about sending himself to the other world. Appa is surprised, waiting for the words on the screen. A notification pops up on the screen that the DLC shop opens after clearing all single modes. Appa wonders what this means. Appa sits down and reads the new notification. It says that with points, he can purchase items that will help him in the DLC. He doesn't understand anything. A new notice appears. Appa can purchase a second set, start the game from the beginning. Various benefits will be offered, for 1 million. Appa doesn't understand why this feature has appeared and whether the deities are aware of it. Soon he assumes that if they knew, they wouldn't just leave it alone. He begins to analyze and speculate. Appa thinks that maybe it's the Joker that appears after the game has been played. Or maybe he's lost his mind. Immediately, Appa starts to smile, remembering that there is nothing strange about it, since it is a game. If it's not a hallucination, you can be sure of one thing. Seha Appa pleased with this outcome of events. Appa holds out his hand about to agree to the new terms. Appa is confident that he can make this batch. Appa clicks on the screen, realizing that he needs 1 million to acquire. In 10 years, he has collected 1,700,000 points. Good thing he didn't spend it. Seha Appa in anticipation. Appa hopes it's true and he can start over, can change everything, including that lame ending. The changing of the world of the game has begun. Streams of energy flow through Appa's body. He closes his eyes, tilts his head back, and spreads his chest. Appa regains consciousness. Appa informs him that he needs to come to the other end in round 2 and wishes him a pleasant game. The first round is over. Appa opens his eyes. His pupils are constricted and his mouth is open. Sweat drips down his cheek. Appa is excited. Did Appa actually get to start round 2? Appa takes a seat on the bench, looking around and realizes that, indeed, everything is back. Seha Appa is surprised that round 2 has started. Appa sits outside a large white building. Not far away from himself, Appa notices, walking by, a couple of people. The guy and girl look at each other. Seha Appa considers the world. Appa has been here before and he should have no trouble starting the game over again without making his previous mistakes. Appa raises his hand and pokes his finger in the air. Appa doesn't see the screen in front of him, assuming the status window hasn't updated yet. Appa once again lies down on the bench and puts his hands behind his head. He is pleased with the second round, commenting that he hasn't seen this peacefulness in a long time. Just then, a girl walks up. She has very long hair that wriggles in the air. She notices Appa and asks what he is doing here. Seha opens his eyes and is surprised to see Han Jisoo approaching him. Appa remembers that she was his close friend in university. Han Jisoo is startled by Appa's reaction. Jisoo touches her face and excitedly asks, "Does she have something on her face since he is looking at her like that?" Appa says there is nothing. Appa remembers that Jisoo is younger than him. They were very friendly. Han Jisoo is well-mannered and took care of Appa to the last. Jisoo asks if it's true. Appa again has been playing games all night. Jisoo says that at this rate, Appa's grades may suffer this trimester. Appa says there's nothing wrong with that. Appa smiles because the semester won't even start anyway. Appa asks what date it is today. At first, Jisoo doesn't understand why Appa is smiling and asking for the date. Jisoo looks at him with surprise and says that today is August 17th. Appa puts his head down. Appa realizes what he really means. It all turned out to be true. Han Jisoo looks at the guy, not understanding his reaction. Appa raises his head and looks straight in front of him. His satisfied face is replaced by a serious one, because Appa knows what's about to happen. The game has started from the beginning. Appa goes back to that very first day. Appa remembers the huge green hand destroying the asphalt, rising up. A new fall has begun. Jisoo calls out to a guy named Appa and asks why he's frozen, maybe still not fully awake because of the night's games. Appa raises his head looking at Han Jisoo, confirming these words. Appa replies that, let's say, playing a dangerous game, day and night. Appa puts his head down on the bench, closing his eyes, exhales, and is surprised to find that indeed he is back. Appa prepares to go through it all over again. Han Jisoo crosses her arms on her stomach, not content with Appa's indifference. Jisoo asks if Appa remembers that classes start next week. Appa replies that he remembers everything. Suddenly, Jisoo lifts his head and looks on with a smile, thanking Jisoo for everything. Appa is grateful to Jisoo, not only for taking care of him. Jisoo is surprised at the unexpected recognition and already is about to say something. Jisoo hears someone's footsteps. Jisoo raises her head and her body starts shaking. Jisoo asks the guy that they should go somewhere else. Appa too starts looking at the same place Jisoo is looking at. Appa asks why all of a sudden Jisoo wants to go somewhere else. It turns out that Lee Jung-hyun was on his way to see them. He's always hanging around Jisoo and calls Appa a lost gambler. Looks at Lee John, wondering if there's a dude like that in the game. Lee Young-hyo continues to stare at his phone screen and starts smiling at something. Appa looks at him, marveling that Lee Young has become like this, already on the first level. After a bit of thought, Appa realizes that he doesn't remember that at all. Assumes that he didn't make it past the first level. Tells the girl that she shouldn't transfer just because of that. Jisoo asks why. Jisoo opens his mouth and is surprised by Appa's decision. Jisoo reminds him that, earlier, Appa didn't want to face Lee John. Appa crosses his arms over his chest. Appa clarifies if it's true that Appa said that. Appa clarifies that right now, Lee John doesn't evoke emotions. In Appa's memory, it was 10 years ago. Jisoo informs that he doesn't like it because Lee John has a strange look. Jisoo turns back and asks Appa to go somewhere else. Jisoo assumes that Lee John will start telling them something. A little while later, Jisoo asks Appa what it is. And Appa realizes that those are the words that started it all. That day, 10 years ago. The guy remembers that day, 10 years ago. At that moment, he and Jisoo were chatting about nothing, and Jisoo was saying the same thing she is saying now. Jisoo looks away in surprise, eyes wide open. Jisoo asks Appa that there must be a movie being made. Appa notices where Han Jisoo is looking. His eyes are wide open and his pupils are constricted. Appa is shocked, even afraid. They were on the second floor of the university restaurant. Jisoo was looking at what was happening down below on the road. Green hands were coming out of the asphalt. It was impossible to believe that this was happening in real life. Green goblins, one by one, crawled out of the asphalt. The road was crumbling and more monsters were coming out, intent on attacking people. The other students of the university, who were also out for lunch, noticed the monsters. They assumed that they were little people in costumes, or just children. A few other students also assumed that someone started making a movie, right on the university grounds. They watch with admiration and surprise. Appa turns around to look where Jisoo is looking. A few students are standing close to the monsters, thinking they are actors. But the goblins are already running at them. Jisoo calls Appa over to look at the acting. The costumes looked so believable that every student was curious to watch closer. Appa continues to sit on the bench. He replies to Jisoo that they need to wait for a while. Jisoo doesn't understand what Appa means. Remembers that 10 years ago he followed Jisoo to see the monsters. Now he asked Jisoo to wait a little longer. A whole crowd of students gathered to get a better look at the goblins. The girl took out her phone to take a movie as a souvenir. At that moment, Jisoo notices something strange. Her eyes fill with horror. Jisoo doesn't realize what's going on. One of the students, at the top of his voice, warns everyone that the monster has split the man in two. He is so shocked that drool comes out of his mouth. The kid sees the goblin in front of him and can't hold back his tears. He realizes he has nowhere to go. The goblin approaches the man, dagger in hand. The goblin opens its mouth, taking pleasure in sponging people. Its mouth reveals many teeth and 4 long, sharp fangs at its sides. The monsters are getting bigger and bigger. They keep popping out of the asphalt. On their heads, a variety of hairstyles and hair of different lengths and colors. Jisoo saw the goblins start attacking people. She was very frightened and began to ask what they were, except, these are real monsters. People started to run away from the monsters, but it was the most unfortunate choice they made. The goblins continue to ravage anyone who wants to run away from them. Mostly goblins attack the weak and infirm, so turn your back on them was tantamount to a request to send to the other world. Some goblins had axes in their hands. They smiled as they caught up with the helpless humans. They bared their yellow teeth with sharp fangs. Goblins enjoyed hunting humans. They smile every time they catch a human and split his body into pieces. Jisoo sees what's going on downstairs and grabs the guy's hand. The behavior of the goblins to Seha Oppa was very strange. Han Jisoo is very scared. Han Jisoo looks back at Seha Oppa and urges him to run away as soon as possible. Jisoo notices a goblin jumping onto the veranda of the restaurant. Seha Oppa is tense but has been through this before and knows what to do. Seha considers the monster and remembers that before, 10 years ago, it was too weak and cowardly. The goblin looms over the students. The goblin, in anticipation of sending the young men to the other side of the world, he swings his sword, eager to see the humans be split in two. Jisoo is angry, gritting his teeth. Jisoo intends to fight back against the monster. Everything repeats itself, just like it did back then. Seha Oppa remembers that such was the case in the first level. Jisoo covered him with herself, and Oppa stood like a stiff-necked man. Seha Oppa actually, at that moment, looked at what was happening with incredible fear and couldn't even help Han Jisoo. Seha Oppa recalls that time passed slowly. Oppa continued to stand and watch what was happening. The display notifies that the second level is about to begin. Synchronization begins. Seha Oppa presses the screen, waiting for the synchronization to begin. Seha Oppa clenches his fist, realizing that he is a lone player who has seen the end of this world. Therefore, gains anger and the drive to win. Seha Oppa decides that this time will be different. Seha Oppa runs at the enemy in order to protect Jisoo. The goblin didn't expect Oppa to decide to attack first. The monster is covered in sweat as he looks at Seha Oppa. Goblin doesn't have time to deal damage to Seha Oppa. Seha Oppa gets ahead of the monster and performs a punch to the muzzle. The goblin's sword falls to the side. Seha Oppa instantly picks up the monster's sword and runs off to the side. The goblin, still recovering from such a blow, Seha Oppa sends the goblin to the other side. He smiles, believing that this time he will do the right thing. For destroying the goblin, Seha Oppa receives 300 points, which are added to the already existing points of the first stage. There were 700,000 points left in the first stage. Oppa looks at the notification with a surprised look, because it's now possible to purchase items from the shop. Oppa analyzes the information on the display. Player Kim Sahan, number of points, 700,300. Beginning of the third level, role-playing. Several eyes with purple energy streams fly over the city. One of them instantly lands in the ground near the university. In the distance, a few guys try to escape from the goblin. Jisoo and Oppa hear a phrase coming from somewhere in the sky. You are invited to the game of gods. Jisoo raises his head and looks up. A voice is heard again. Now, you're a player and will have to complete the main task. The two guys also look up into the sky, trying to figure out where the voice is coming from and what the words mean. The goblins continue to riot. They have dealt with everyone nearby and intend to move on. The voice continues. If they fail, punishment will follow. Details people can find out in the brief. The student doesn't realize where the voice is coming from. Oppa realizes that this is a game of the gods. If, out of the blue, raise points or use weapons that are too good, the gods will notice it immediately. As it turns out, these flying eyes are the gods' watchers. They observe what is going on in order to prevent any problems or innovations. Seha Oppa notices the watcher, realizing that he needs to be careful. Seha Oppa knows he should be thankful that things have started again. The watcher is the eyes of the gods and the game master. It can be different for each user depending on their level, but for the most part, it looks like this. Seha Appa realizes that if the watcher suspects something, it could affect the difficulty level of the quests. The gods won't just leave it at that. Seha Appa grabs the goblin by the neck, but realizes that should be careful. Appa shouldn't stick his neck out too much. Seha Appa looks around for an observer and wonders if his showdown with the goblin looks like it's hard for Appa to handle. While Seha Appa is dealing with the goblin, Jisoo calls Appa by name, wanting to discuss something. Jisoo assumes that such monsters can't just appear in the real world. Plus that strange alert in her head and that voice. Jisoo says that reality isn't what she's used to seeing. Seha Appa says that the alerts can't be seen in reality. Jisoo exhales in relief at Seha Appa's words. She stares into the distance and tries to accept reality as it is now. Seha Appa is surprised that Jisoo is very calm. But really, Jisoo is just trying to control her emotions. Jisoo turns around and says that Seha Appa is calmer than Jisoo herself. Jisoo asks how Seha Appa was able to handle that monster. Each player is rewarded based on their personal achievements. The voice advises to actively participate in completing the quest. Appa sees that the difficulty level is E. Appa says it's easy and informs G that they'll talk later. We need to get moving before the monsters come. Jisoo is not happy that all the questions of interest will talk later. Jisoo doesn't understand why Seha Appa is so calm. At this time, the goblins were becoming more and more numerous. They continued to get out from under the asphalt, making scary sounds. Seha grabs Jisoo's hand and starts running away, yelling at Jisoo to keep up. Jisoo turns back and sees several goblins catching up to them. Seha Appa and Han Jisoo have gotten ahead of the students who didn't even know the game had started. One guy turns back after hearing footsteps. Jisoo stops to catch his breath. Jisoo asks Seha Appa about the people who were left behind. Seha looks around the immediate area. Jisoo reports that there aren't many casualties. Appa says that the goblins have the strength of a grown man. Seha Appa says that once people start gathering in a crowd, things will calm down a bit, but only until the hobgoblins show up. Seha Appa looks off into the distance and says that around that time, in front of Appa and Jisoo, an inscription appears in the sky. It signifies that there is a safe zone in the game that keeps people away from the goblins. In the first stage, 10 years ago, Seha Appa fumbled around and stumbled into the safe zone, which gave him a break from escaping. While Jisoo and Seha Appa try to catch their breath while in the safe zone, two goblins look at them on the other side of the zone and shout furiously. The goblin tries to break the green fence, but his efforts are unsuccessful. After some time, the goblins realize that the zone cannot be destroyed. They leave with disappointment on their faces. Once Jisoo is satisfied that they can't get through the fence, she sits down, leaning against the wall of the building, happy to have survived. Seha Appa looks at Jisoo, informing her that they should rest for a while before moving on. Jisoo is glad that they can rest and hugs her legs. Seha Appa looks at Jisoo's condition after surviving the danger. At this time, somewhere not far away from the safe zone, Lee John runs away with all his legs. From the speed and excitement, sweat runs down his face. Lee John and another student turn back to make sure the goblins can't catch up with them. While Lee John and the girl are trying to escape from the goblins, there is some action happening to their right. White sparks are spreading out in different directions. Lee Jin stopped. He saw Han Jisoo dealing with those goblins that were almost catching up with Lee John and the university student. 3 hours before, Jisoo is trying to find information on his phone. The phone glitches. Seha Appa turns around and sees that they are being watched. Among the foliage, a red eye was hovering in the air. Seha Appa assumes that the gods are watching the players, just for interest. It turns out that the gods chose a player they liked and made him their avatar. The gods watched the chosen player go through tasks. They simply enjoyed the game. In addition to the gods, there were game masters. They monitored the server and gave quests. The watcher that was watching Seha Appa and Jisoo was the property of the Korean game master Akardos. Seha Appa lay down on the ground and waited for the watcher to fly away. Jisoo was recounting the calamity until she saw Seha lie down on the ground. The observer sees that no action is taking place. Half an hour later, he flies away as it becomes uninteresting. Seha Appa rises up and says that Akartos can't become a better game master because he's impatient. But that's to Seha Appa's advantage. Seha Appa plugs in the display with a tap of his hand. Appa wants to check out the DLC merchandise stall. Seha Appa plugs in the display, waiting for information, and looks at it with a puzzled and worried face. Seha Appa remembers that Jisoo is next to him. Seha Appa assumes that since Jisoo didn't react to the backlight, it means she can't see it. Personal information is revealed in front of Appa. The community that the gods use, there's a feed of entries, strategy tips. In addition to that, the display gives out chat information. The gods received a notification that an anonymous person had entered the chat room. Next, they started discussing the players. Appa is happy that he has the opportunity to get the information he needs. Appa decides that he should join the chat next time. After Seha Appa checked the chat room, a huge yellow screen opened in front of him. Seha Appa's eyes glistened from the crazy quality of the screen. Seha Appa was looking at the resources that could be purchased from the shop. Some of them are still closed. Seha Appa doesn't realize if all of them can be opened or just some of them. There is no explanation on the screen. Seha Appa gets his hands on a cube after he clicked on multiplayer. Inside the cube, it says that it is necessary to continue the game with the company. Seha acquires this resource. He is happy that he has 700,000 in his account, and buying something from the shop is no problem. Not far away from Seha and Jisoo, a guy appears. He urges the rest of the disciples to unite, and it would obviously be the best solution for everyone. A small crowd is gathered. Some of them were able to find their weapons that the goblins were leaving behind. They listen to the young companion. The lad raises his sword upwards, letting the people know that they can defeat such enemies. The lad shows his confidence in victory and encourages the other disciples that together they will destroy every enemy. The apprentice holds a weapon in his hand and waits for one of the goblins to pounce on him from above. With a deft movement of his hand, one of the apprentices deals damage to the goblin's face. While the goblin was flying at the guy, the other one had already started biting into his leg, from which the apprentice was distracted by the pain and missed the goblin from above. The student takes double damage. One girl couldn't resist the monsters as there were several of them. The girl decides to run away from them. The goblins are happy that their entertainment is gaining momentum. They smile and make strange noises. The boy confidently pounces on the goblin from the back and makes a blow to the head. In the end, out of the entire company of outcasts, there are 3 guys left. A lot of goblins start to surround them from all sides. The guy tries to control his emotions, but you can see the fear and worry for his life in his face. The guy says to hold on a little longer. Seha Appa looks off into the distance. Appa is deep in his thoughts, contemplating his next plan of action. Jisoo walks up to Seha Appa and asks how long to sit here. Appa is startled by her silent appearance and replies that it's time to move out. Jisoo smiles back, informing her that she wants to eat. Seha Appa is surprised that Jisoo is thinking about food under such dysfunctional life circumstances. Seha Appa ponders the fact that Jisoo doesn't ask any questions, but realizes that it's for the best. Appa thinks that Jisoo has adapted quickly. Seha Appa hands the knife to Jisoo, informing him that he needs to take it before heading out. Jisoo wonders if it's really a goblin knife. Jisoo worries and says that then Appa will be left without a weapon. Seha Appa says he will get more since Jisoo is more defenseless than he is. Jisoo thanks Appa and tries not to be surprised by this behavior, because Seha Appa has always been a little strange. Seha Appa hands Jisoo a VIP brooch. It accelerates the healing of wounds. It increases points by 20%. Jisoo asks if the brooch is really a game item. Jisoo asks where Appa got the item. While Appa is changing clothes, explains to Jisoo that that goblin had the brooch. Appa is surprised that Jisoo knows what game items are. Seha Appa thinks about the fact that for that little thing, they had to give up 10,000 points, and along with his brooch, 20,000 points. Jisoo notices that the brooch can be made invisible, and Seha Appa analyzes that it didn't cost much, but if you think about the effect, it was economical. Reality has become a game, but there's an end to it too. If judged from this side, healing wounds for 20,000 points, worth it. Finally, Seha Appa and Han Jisoo are coming out of the safe zone. Seha Appa says they need to get out of here. Appa asks Jisoo to remember to focus on defense. One of the deities reports that the humans are very funny. On his property, they beg to be saved and then went to the other world one by one. Another responds that his men are shooting, making a serious fuss. Deity says that shooters are super. The gods turn to Akartos. Akartos replies that there's this guy who's a hopeful, and he's right in Akartos' precinct. Akartos watches the screen as Seha Appa deals with one goblin with complete indifference on his face. Seha Appa and Jisoo back on the veranda of the university looking around. Jisoo looks at Seha Appa, waiting for a sign to signify the beginning of the plan. Seha Appa peeks out from under the shrubbery, nodding to Jisoo. Han Jisoo jumps off the veranda and swiftly heads in the opposite direction from the university. A few goblins were nearby. They can sense some odors. Han Jisoo continues to run. In his hand is the sword that Appa handed to Seha. It turns out that Appa was drawing a plan in the sand that Jisoo acted upon. Appa explains, if there are so many goblins, then there is someone who controls them. Appa says that once they find the boss and deal with him, the mission will be much easier. Jisoo doesn't want Appa to do it alone. Seha Appa turns back around and says that Jisoo's help wouldn't hurt. Jisoo remembers Appa's plan and tries exactly to carry it out. Behind Jisoo, a crowd of goblins have gathered and are trying to catch Jisoo. Seha Appa has attached an elixir to Jisoo. The smell of temptation attracts the weak monsters in the neighborhood. Appa decides it needs to be sprayed for bait. The goblins can't resist the elixir's scent and swiftly move after him. Next, Jisoo will be required to use the elixir of invisibility. It lasts for 5 minutes and will make Jisoo invisible. Jisoo approaches the desired location, having gathered countless goblins behind him. Jisoo was able to gather the goblins in one place. Jisoo stopped to drink the elixir of invisibility. Jisoo didn't have time to drink the elixir before she noticed Lee John running away from the goblins. Lee John screams, hoping someone will help him. Jisoo decides to help Lee John. Jisoo realizes that people need to be helped. When Jisoo asked why catching the ringleader, Seha Oppa explained that the more people left alive, the bigger the reward would be. Jisoo rescues Lee John and notices that the body has become light. While Jisoo examines her hands behind her, Lee John sits down and asks how she did. Jisoo doesn't like how Lee John responds. Jisoo reminds Lee John to start by thanking her for saving him. Lee John looks at Jisoo cautiously. Sweat drips down Lee John's face heavily. Lee John is afraid of Jisoo because he sees some change in her. When Jisoo turns to look at Lee John, her eyes change color and her pupil disappears. Jisoo's face identified something monstrous. At this moment, Jisoo feels some kind of change. It became hard to breathe. Inside the body, it was as if the blood was boiling. Jisoo can't calm down. Jisoo is trembling from the unknown sensations inside her. But she realizes that she can't delay and must use the invisibility elixir. Jisoo throws the elixir on the ground near him. The bottle shatters and the liquid begins to spill out. The elixir fills the space around Jisoo. Jisoo's eyes light up with a bright red color, and the pupil has become small and oblong. The beginning of the 3rd level. Seha Appa heads towards the boss, whose shadow can be seen behind him. Seha Appa himself, worried about Jisoo, an incredibly sized hidden boss, stands in front of Seha Appa. He has a huge sword in his hand and a helmet on his head. Seha Appa covers himself from the sun and greets the boss. Appa says they haven't seen each other in a long time, about 10 years. The hidden boss opens his mouth. From there, purple vapors come out. He looks at Appa, wanting to kill him as soon as possible. The goblin swiftly swings his sword to cut Appa in two. The goblin smiles, enjoying the battle. Seha Appa manages to dodge the blow. Appa says it was unexpected and informs him that now it's his turn. Seha Appa uses the point distribution. He uses agility for 20 points. His legs begin to swell, showing elastic muscles. Seha is jumping very high and is about to defeat the goblin with his agility and quickness. The boss doesn't see where Appa has disappeared to. When the hidden boss doesn't find Seha Appa under his sword, he starts looking around. The goblin stands in bewilderment. At this time, Seha Appa lands on the goblin's head with the intention of doing damage. Seha Appa swings his fist. Appa swiftly deals damage to the boss's eye and deprives him of sight in one eye. While the boss is in incredible pain, Seha Appa leaps away and plans his next move. Appa picks up the stone, remembering that because of that goblin sword, there were many casualties in the first stage. This time, Appa is confident that things will be different. Seha Appa swings and adds 10 points to his strength. The muscles in his arms begin to grow instantly. Seha Appa deftly reproduces a powerful arm jerk and throws a stone straight at the goblin. The boss could not have expected such a blow, as he was still holding his eye and screaming in pain, and his hand gets damaged by the stone and starts to hurt badly. Seha Appa is happy that he is succeeding in making his plan a reality. Appa takes the goblin's sword, thinking that this will be enough. Seha Appa swiftly advances on the boss with the goal of finally defeating him. Seha Appa bids farewell to the boss. Appa grasps the hilt of the sword with both hands and intends to use it against the boss. The boss crouches down and puts his head down. The boss doesn't realize that it needs to defend itself. Seha Appa uses agility and catches up with the boss from above. Seha Appa sends boss to the back. Appa lands on the ground and stares at the boss. A reward notification comes in for destroying the hidden boss. Seha Appa receives a hobgoblin belt as well as 500 points. The hobgoblin belt adds 10 points to strength. The limitations of the main quest do not affect these points. For Appa, this constitutes a pretty good item. The gods will soon find out that Seha Appa destroyed the boss. and need to get out of here before the Watcher arrives. Appa is looking for Jisoo. Seha Appa walks along the fence where Jisoo was. Appa thinks the goblins should have been here by now. Appa is worried. The elixir's time of action, only 5 minutes. Maybe Jisoo didn't manage to get out. Or Appa finished the battle too quickly. Ziha Appa had envisioned a different reaction from the goblins. The goblins ran past Ziha Appa as if no one was here. A frightened expression can be seen on the goblins' faces. They try their best to run away from the place where Jisoo was. When Seha Appa looked at the faces, he noticed the fear. Appa doesn't understand the reason for it. Seha Appa is worried about Jisoo and speeds up to find her as soon as possible. Appa hopes that Jisoo is okay. While Appa was running, many mixed different incomprehensible odors become perceptible, but clearly smells the odor of blood. Appa thinks he left her alone for nothing. Appa stopped where Jisoo was. On Appa's face, there is a look of bewilderment at what he sees. Jisoo is standing with her back to Appa. Next to Jisoo lies countless goblin bodies. Jisoo senses that Appa has arrived. One of the fleeing werewolves looks back with fear on its face. While Jisoo was dealing with one goblin, another one decided to pounce on Jisoo. From behind, the goblin jumps, hoping it can make the attack. Jisoo turns around and looks at the goblin, with eyes similar to his eyes. The whites have turned black, and the pupil glows bright red and white. The goblin heads towards Jisoo, not paying attention to how much power and energy comes from Jisoo. Jisoo uses a sharp sword and swiftly points it, straight at the goblin. Jisoo grits his teeth, trying to use his strength to the best of his ability. Jisoo continues to rid the world of goblins. At the sight of another goblin, Jisoo heads in its direction. Jisoo holds his sword and red streams of energy begin to emanate from his hand, which contributes to the successful conclusion of the battle in favor of humanity. The last goblin smiles at Jisoo even as he receives a blow to the head. Finished with the goblins, Jisoo releases the sword from his hands. The sword falls to the ground. Jisoo crouches down on his knees and turns back around. There are red lightning bolts coming out of his eyes. Jisoo is surprised that Appa came so quickly. Seha Appa asks Jisoo what happened here. Jisoo laughs. Seha Appa looks around. Appa realizes that goblins aren't the strongest monsters. But Jisoo took down such a large number by herself. Jisoo explains to Appa that when it was necessary to lure the monsters, Jisoo accidentally ran into Lee John. Seha clarifies if he understood that it was Lee Jong-hyun. Jisoo clarifies that there was someone else there. He looked normal at first, then he fell down. Jisoo assumes that Lee Jong-hyun passed out because he was scared of the goblins. Seha Appa says Lee John was scared of Jisoo, causing him to faint. Appa decides to check Jisoo's status window. Appa will send a request to check the data and Jisoo will just have to accept it. Appa explains to say loudly, "Status window." Jisoo sees a display in front of her. Seha Appa is analyzing the new skills. Jisoo has quite high experience points. Seha Appa doesn't see anything out of the ordinary. While studying the information on the display, unexpectedly for Appa, a star that can send to the other world appears. It's a rare rank, passive. The same star was possessed by a warrior from another world. Appa remembered him as the strongest warrior. His name was Halma. With this skill, he could terrify the enemy. Now, Appa understood why the goblins had run away from Jisoo. However, if the possessors of such a skill failed to deal with this power, they would lose their minds and could even lose their identity. But Appa doesn't see these traits in Jisoo and decides that she should be watched. Jisoo notices her peculiarity on display and asks Appa what it means. Appa doesn't know whether to give details or not. Seha Appa decides that only the essentials should be told. In a nutshell, Appa explains that this skill makes Jisoo stronger at the sight of blood. Jisoo looks at Appa with surprise. Jisoo replies that it's a disgusting skill. Jisoo decides to put it to the test. Jisoo gazes at the blood that was left on the sword, and her eyes start to light up red. Appa explains that if you use this skill often, it can become dangerous for Jisoo. Jisoo should be careful. Seha Appa analyzes that since Jisoo doesn't have a single scratch on her, this skill, along with the brooch, helped a lot. The power of recovery is amazing. Seha Appa moves closer to Jisoo and informs her that he wants to make a contract with her. Appa asks her opinion on the matter. Jisoo sits on the road and looks at Appa, bewildered. Jisoo doesn't understand what this is about and wonders what kind of contract Appa is offering. Appa sees her reaction and clarifies that there's nothing so strange here. Appa offers to be on his team. Jisoo says she once participated in a team hunt. Appa says it's a standard pattern in role-playing games. Jisoo agrees. Seha Appa is pleased with her responsiveness and is going to purchase the kit she needs to do this. Jisoo says she got a notification and clarifies what needs to be done. Appa replies that she just needs to confirm. On Appa's display, a notification appears about a team member, asking if he wants to share skills. Appa gives approval. The display rejects the request, as Appa has no skills. Appa realizes that he will have to share skills to be on the team. Appa figures out what skill to get so that it will be useful for Jisoo, but puts that item off for later. Since Jisoo's skill, he doesn't need it yet. Appa notices the observers above him. He is pleased that they didn't see Jisoo massacre the hobgoblins. Not far away from Jisoo and Appa, the girl with bangs and Lee John were coming to their senses after passing out for an indefinite period of time. Lee John finally came to his senses. Seeing Jisoo, Lee John yells out a name and points his finger at Jisoo. Jisoo looks at Lee John with a displeased face. Mentally, Jisoo is pleased with this reaction from Lee John. Appa walks up to Lee John. Lee John tries to remember Appa and calls Appa a loser. Appa doesn't focus and asks what Lee John is doing here. Lee John asks what Appa's business is. After saying that, the sharp tip of a sword is put to his chin. The sword is put up by Jisoo. Jisoo looks at Lee John with an angry face and demands that he answer the question properly. Jisoo laughs at Lee John. Lee John asks for the thing to be put away. Appa suggests that Jisoo's true character is now showing. Appa reports that people have started to gather in groups, asking how Lee John ended up here. Lee John clarifies that he came for reconnaissance. Appa clarifies what kind of scouting. And if it's true that this girl is also a scout, Lee Young says that if something happens to one, the other reports. Appa realizes that there is someone who gave that instruction. Appa doesn't think Lee John volunteered for the job. Lee John laughs and says that he wouldn't have volunteered for such a case. Lee Jong explains that he was just unlucky when he drew the lot. Seha Appa realizes that there's a man who can control panicked people, so he has a head on his shoulders and the makings of a leader. Seha Appa realizes that the right thing to do is to get out rather than confront the goblins. Appa asks to be taken to the leader. Lee John wonders why this is necessary. Appa replies that Lee Young's business is to show him the way. Lee John thinks that Seha Appa is crazy. Lee John exalts himself over Appa and says that he is pouncing. Lee John asks who Appa is to tell him what to do. At that moment, a goblin appears near Lee John's head and swings his arm to disarm Lee John. And at just the right moment, the goblin's hand is grabbed by Seha Appa. Appa splits the hand in two, causing the goblin to start screaming loudly and letting tears from his eyes. Seha Appa drops the goblin to the ground and intends to do damage with his fist. Appa's eyes become fierce. The pupil turns white and narrows from the negative emotions on the goblin. Lee John looks on fearfully at what is happening, and green slurry gets on his face. After Appa has sent another goblin to the other world, Appa wipes the hand he hit and explains about the peculiarities of goblins. Lee John is shocked by what he sees, and Appa explains that goblins primarily attack those who look the weakest. Appa asks if Lee John wants to be left alone or if he'll still take him to the leader. Lee Young replies that he will show the way. Seha Appa doesn't trust Lee John. Appa asks where they are going, and if it's right, Lee Jung is showing the way. Lee John replies that they took shelter in the gymnasium. Finally, they come to the executive. The company looks up. The doors are sealed. They have to climb up a ladder from the roof. Healthy people check the pulse of the injured, hoping there are more survivors. Seha Appa explains to Jisoo that most of these people are victims of the first attack. Appa assumes that the leader is calm, since he can gain people's trust and also has some kind of awareness, and there aren't many of those. No sooner have they reached the leader than Appa replies that it is the headman of the group. The headman sends Lee John out to scout. Lee John turns around and looks at Appa, bewildered. Lee John asks how Appa knows this. A guy in a purple suit shows up in front of the men. There are a lot of observers flying around him. Headman Yoon Hyun Kyung, handsome and smart, showed all the qualities of a leader, and the gods couldn't help but be interested in him. Seha Appa suggests that Yoon Hyun Kyung has gotten a rare avatar. Although in his past life, Yoon Hyun was attacked by a hobgoblin and sent to the other world, apparently Yoon Hyun doesn't know that if you don't get out of the university, you can die. So Yoon Hyun hasn't become an avatar yet. Seha Appa analyzes that there are a lot of observers around Yoon Hyun, and there must have been a request for an avatar. Seha Appa assumes that Yoon Hyun is questioning whether or not he can trust these gods, and whether or not it would be beneficial for him to become an avatar. At that moment, Yoon Hyun notices that Lee Jong Hyun has returned and wants to talk. Yoon Hyun rushes over to Lee Jong Hyun asking if he's okay. Before he can say anything, Yoon Hyun sees Han Jisoo. Yoon Hyun is happy to see that Jisoo is okay too. Appa says to leave the formalities for later, but first, they need to get out of this place. Yoon Hyun asks why Oppa thinks it's necessary to get out of this place. Oppa explains that the leader of the monsters is gone. Yoon Hyun doesn't understand what he's talking about. Oppa clarifies that there was a notification. Without a leader, the hobgoblins don't know where to go. Oppa says to seize the moment and get off campus. The mission was not survival or shelter, but escape. Several observers continue to hover in the air and watch Yoon Hyun Kyung's actions. Oppa explains that this situation is not like reality. It's like someone is locked in a game and having fun watching them. Yoon Hyun is worried and asks what Oppa knows. Seha Oppa replies that he doesn't know anything, but only assumes and observes. Oppa puts on the emphasis that whoever is watching them is not their friend. Oppa is sure that Yoon Hyun's knowledge of the game and the system is at a beginner's level. Oppa realizes that the victims are getting fewer and fewer, the gods are getting bored, and there's no telling what other task they'll come up with. The more favorable the situation for the players, the less interest it arouses in the gods. And in this crazy game, the most important thing is their reaction. Oppa assumes that the gods have already learned of the hobgoblins' destruction. Therefore, they need something new. Yoon Hyun asks Oppa if he really understood that the most important thing in completing the mission is to escape from here. Oppa confirms his words. Yoon Hyun was just thinking that he had to take action because there was no connection to the outside world. There is internet, but it's impossible to send a distress signal. Oppa is surprised that Yoon Hyun realizes the situation so quickly, but he couldn't do anything at the first stage and went to the other side. Something's not right here. Oppa recalls that 10 years ago, there was no way to fight back against the goblins or go outside the gym. Oppa heard that Yoon Hyun defended himself against the monsters and received the final damage. To Oppa, Yoon Hyun doesn't look cowardly and indecisive. Unexpectedly to Oppa, behind him a man appears. The stranger says that the best thing to do is to wait for help. He says they can't expose themselves to the danger that awaits them outside. Turning to Yoon Hyun, he asks if he agrees with Oppa. Oppa brings up that bat Park Dong-gwan. Seha Oppa wonders what Park Dong is doing here. Seha Oppa knew Park Dong-gwan very well. Park Dong had set Oppa up several times in his past life. Yoon Hyun replies to Park Dong that they can stay here if they have a connection with the police or rescuers, and asks what to do if no one comes. Park Dong isn't happy and asks if they're really proposing to take the risk of endangering people's lives. Yoon Hyun isn't sure about anything. Trying to justify himself, Yoon Hyun can't find the right words. Oppa can't understand how Park Dong could study with him at the same university. Oppa draws unfavorable conclusions about Park Dong's adequacy. At that moment, Park Dong turns to Oppa and says hello. Park Dong-gwan introduces himself by his first name, explaining that he is the deputy headman. Seha Oppa replies to Park Dong on the same ostensibly friendly note that it's a pleasure to meet him. Park Dong tells Oppa that his speech was ridiculous and shouldn't have been offered to Yoon Hyun. Oppa asks why Park Dong thinks it's ridiculous. Park Dong replies that half of the people present are injured. Park Dong asks how Seha Oppa is going to run away with them. Park Dong says that Oppa and Ji-soo just got really lucky since they were able to disarm a couple monsters, and now they thought they weren't afraid of anything. Park Dong-gwan explains to Seha Oppa that outside, there are a lot of horrible monsters. Park Dong thinks it's impossible to get out of here with the wounded without a weapon. Waiting for help is the best solution for all of them. Oppa is angry. Oppa thinks that's what any normal person would think, but Oppa knows what kind of person Park Dong-gwan is. Park Dong has been infiltrating and splintering different groups of people. He's a psycho who, with Schadenfreude, watched the enslavement of humans by goblins and escaped. Park Dong-gwan doesn't care about the torment of people as long as it's for personal gain. Seha Oppa has studied Park Dong-gwan so much in his past life that he is certain Park Dong is a monster in the form of a human. Seha Oppa looks at Park Dong-gwan and is surprised that it's about all of us. Park Dong-gwan looks at Oppa with a snide smile on his face. Oppa is sure that this time, Gwan won't succeed. Ji-soo intervenes in the conversation and clarifies if it's true Park Dong thinks they just got lucky. Ji-soo asks if Park Dong saw the battle with the goblins. Park Dong-gwan looks at Ji-soo with surprise and asks if it's true that Ji-soo called them goblins. Ji-soo explains that they are the monsters that are outside. When you kill them, an inscription appears above their heads. Finally, Park Dong-gwan tenses up a bit. Park Dong asks if it's true that Ji-soo also killed the monsters. Ji-soo looks at Park Dong-gwan with disdain and replies that she can take him outside and show him how it happens in real life. Ji-soo says that sitting around waiting for rescuers while being afraid of goblins is stupid. There's no way to communicate, and there's no telling when help will arrive. Park Dong doesn't know how to refute the information and comes up with nothing but transferring the fear to the people who will have to accept it and go. Seha Appa is tired of debating with him and suggests that Park Dong stay here. Park Dong starts to get nervous, and Appa realizes that if this is the Park Dong he knows, then to stay here, Park Dong can't. Appa explains that he didn't think he could talk everyone here into staying. Appa is not concerned about the desire of anyone to stay here. Appa assumes that Park Dong's goal is to neutralize all these people and get a reward for their lives. Park Dong has the exact opposite method. Unlike Appa, Appa tries to save as many people as possible to get the reward. Appa knows that if Park Dong stays here, he'll get the reward and won't be suspected. So he asks if he'll stay here alone. Yoon Hyun says he'll go with Seha Appa. Park Dong looks at Yoon Hyun with a displeased look on his face. Lowering his head, Park Dong replies that there's nothing left to do but follow Yoon Hyun Kyung. Appa is sure that Park Dong is pretending not to know anything, however, definitely aware of this game's reward system. Seha Appa looks at Park Dong with a sidelong glance. Appa sees that Park Dong is thinking rather quickly. Seha Appa knows that Park Dong-gwan has already become an avatar of the gods. A gray-haired man looks out the window and asks Yoon Hyun if it's really going to be okay. After all, there are still a lot of monsters out there. Yoon Hyun tells him that the guys from the scouts have reported the death of the leader, so the rest of them are not able to think properly about what to do. The professor sternly tells Yoon Hyun Kyung that if he does anything amateurish, he may not get good grades next semester. Seha Appa hears the professor's warning and doesn't understand how he can even think about grades in such a life situation. In the distance, there are people who have decided to stay in the gym waiting for help. But there's a large group of people who have decided to take such a big step. Yoon Hyun says that everyone is ready and they need to be careful. Jisoo asks Seha Appa if they can go out. Seha says that if nothing special happens, they can get out of here quickly. Jisoo clarifies what nothing special means. Seha says that goblins who lose their leader don't attack groups of people, and he means Park Dong-gwan. Seha Appa says he doesn't like Park Dong, but to ruin, not yet, it's not the time because there are too many people here, especially he can be used later. The people huddle together worried that the goblins will decide to attack. Someone assumes that since there are a lot of people, it might not be a big deal. Yoon Hyun turns around and reminds them that goblins don't touch groups of people. Therefore, no one should worry about it. Seha analyzes Yoon Hyun's behavior. Seha sees that he's doing as told, doing pretty well, and it seems like he can be trusted with these people. Yoon Hyun says there's still a little bit left. Guy notices the grommet and starts yelling about it to the others. The guy says it's the first time he's been so excited about the gate. The company relaxes a bit, happy that they were able to survive. Appa gets a notification that the difficulty of the quest is increasing. A guard appears. At this point, the whole place starts to shake. People start to panic, assuming that an earthquake has started. The guy lifts his head up and sees something terrible. His eyes are open to the max and his pupils are constricted. The guy asks what it is. A huge minotaur, which is the size of a minotaur, larger than humans by a factor of 5, is announced in front of the company. Seha Appa says that the gods have gone mad because such a monster appears after at least 15 missions have been completed. Appa thinks that hobgoblins or similar monsters can be defeated by humans, but not a guardian. Seha Appa knows that in the single-player game, 100% loss events are often arranged. The guardian is sent to send everyone to the other side. Appa thinks that Akartos has decided to take the easy way out. Of course, the Guardian will have experience point limits since this is the first mission. Seha Appa can check the monster's rank. Appa finds out that the Minotaur is a rank C monster, but its stats can't exceed level F. People don't understand what to do and ask the people around them about it. Park Dong-gwan says to run away. For saying that, Park Dong gets a slap from Jisoo. He wasn't expecting it and lets out some sound of his displeasure. Jisoo tries to calm down Park Dong-gwan and says that he's crazy because he needs to be quieter. Jisoo explains to everyone that it's impossible to run because the Minotaur has the behavior of a bull. If people run, the Minotaur will immediately follow them. Seha Appa realizes that Park Dong is trying to get people to run. One guy can't resist and starts running away. The Minotaur immediately turns his attention to the fugitives. Appa is thinking that they need to get around this monster somehow. The Minotaur starts roaring so loudly that it makes people uncomfortable. One girl tried to run away, but she fails, as her legs have become stone. Her body trembles with unbelievable fear. Seha Appa analyzes the Minotaur and the people's behavior. Appa suggests that the roar causes an effect of wild terror and numbness. Seha realizes that this is even better and safer than rushing away. But another guy decides to run away. The guy turns back around, wildly terrified, looking at the Minotaur, who has already turned his attention to the fugitive. The Minotaur can't let the guy escape and delivers a crushing blow with his fist on the pavement. The guy falls on his back. People see how the Minotaur behaves. They are trembling with fear, not realizing how to escape the monster. Seha looks at what is happening with complete indifference. The guy's misbehavior provokes the Minotaur's obvious action. Another frightened man decides to take the wrong path. He thinks he can escape from such a serious opponent. Turns out it was a professor. The professor could not control his emotions and made a grave mistake. The Minotaur instantly commits damage to the professor's face. The professor realizes that the Minotaur will not leave him alone. The frightened people watch the picture of the Minotaur tearing the professor into small pieces with a slight movement. Jisoo lowers her head and closes her eyes. Jisoo is excited and assumes that this end of life will be everyone's. The Minotaur raises its head up and once again lets out a terrifying roar, showing its superiority and power to the helpless humans. Yoon Hyun says that the Minotaur is a little over 5 meters tall and realizes that a Minotaur doesn't need a weapon to tear a human to pieces. Yoon Hyun is worried because he can't figure out how to escape from the Minotaur and whether or not he can escape. Yoon Hyun and Seha Appa examine the Minotaur and try to think of a plan to escape. On Appa's face, you can't see any excitement. Finally, Appa has thought of actions that can help it survive. Appa tells Yoon Hyun that he needs someone to distract him, and Appa will be the bait. Yoon Hyun looks at Appa like he's desperate and clarifies that he doesn't have to become the bait. Seha Appa intends to carry out his plan and replies that there's no one else, and no one wants to die at the hands of a Minotaur. Yoon Hyun notices that even in this situation, there's no haste evident in Appa's facial expression. Obviously, Appa is thinking of an effective way. Yoon Hyun thought that he himself was thinking reasonably, but Seha Appa is far superior to Yoon Hyun himself. Jisoo continues to hold Park Dong, not noticing how Park Dong tries to move his hands away. Jisoo notices Appa's movements and starts to get worried. Seha Appa doesn't turn back, but just waves his hand at Jisoo, showing that he shouldn't get in the way. Jisoo isn't even surprised by this behavior, realizing that Appa most likely already has some kind of plan. At this time, Jisoo takes his hand away from Park Dong's face and he makes a poor guy grimace, showing how hurt he was. Jisoo looks at Park Dong's acting and gets angry, realizing that no one has ever annoyed her as much as Park Dong-gwan. When Seha Appa was walking towards the Minotaur, something caught his attention. A red cloth was lying on the road near Seha Appa. Appa decides to use it. Park Dong is unhappy about not being able to get the reward and remembers that the Minotaur is dangerous and needs to get farther away, so he decides to take his time. Jisoo looks after Appa and can't help but worry, but hopes that Appa's intelligence will get him through this task. Yoon Hyun is very worried and warns that he doesn't know how much time they can gain, but there's no other choice. Yoon Hyun thanks Appa for her dedication. Seha Appa brings Yoon Hyun to his senses, informing him that when he gives a sign, they need to take men and run. Using his extra skills, Seha Appa deftly jumps onto the roof of the stall and immediately jumps back up. Appa continues jumping from one place to another to get to the Minotaur's level and draw its attention to himself. Seha Appa starts waving the red cloth, provoking the Minotaur to attack. Everything goes according to Appa's plan. Seha Appa notices the Minotaur rapidly advancing. Appa yells to the people that they need to run right now. Yoon Hyun commands the people and shows his hand where they need to run to. Yoon Hyun yells for them to run for the exit and don't stop. The people are hoping that this plan will work. They are worried and try to run with all their might so that this horror, just to be left behind. One guy gets sick, but his buddy supports him and keeps him from falling. Yoon Hyun shouts after them not to look back, but to keep running as fast as they can. Seha Appa gains the skill team shout. Yoon Hyun turns back around looking for Appa. At this time, Seha Appa successfully baits the Minotaur. Jumping from the high ground to the ground, the Minotaur has a hard time catching Appa. Seha Appa lands and turns towards the Minotaur. His facial expression identifies contentment with what is happening. The Minotaur is struggling to land any damage to Seha Appa. Appa tries to anticipate the Minotaur's actions. When the Minotaur swings and strikes, Appa instantly jumps aside to remain unharmed. Yoon Hyun glares at Appa and wonders how Appa manages to dodge the Minotaur so deftly. While the Minotaur is using all his efforts to crush Seha Appa, Appa is already landing behind him. Yoon Hyun is called out by someone. Yoon Hyun looks back and sees a guy calling him to the headman, reminding him that watching the battle is not the time at all. Yoon Hyun comes to his senses and realizes that now is indeed not the time to gawk. Yoon Hyun joins the rest of the fugitives. When the people reach the gate, everyone needed to catch their breath. Yoon Hyun is completely covered in sweat, happy that he managed to survive. Yoon Hyun gets up and looks around at the people. Worried about the others, he asks if everyone is okay, alive and well. When Yoon Hyun is satisfied that everyone is safe, he decides it's time to help Sehan get out of there alive. Yoon-hyun sees a blue shell in front of him and assumes it's a blockage that's preventing him from getting to the previous level. While Seha Oppa continues to distract the Minotaur, Yoon-hyun decides that at least with words he can warn Appa that it's time for him to get out of there. Seha Oppa hears Yoon-hyun's words and turns around to make sure everyone has managed to get out of the gate. The Minotaur seizes the opportunity and successfully makes a fist thrust, knocking Seha Oppa back. Yoon-hyun sees Seha Oppa getting hit by the Minotaur. Yoon-hyun yells out Appa's name, hoping he doesn't pass out. Seha Oppa didn't expect to get caught by the Minotaur. Appa takes the worst of the damage. No one knows if Appa will survive. Appa flies away from the Minotaur's fist and goes straight into the wall with his back. In such a situation, there's no way to prevent the blow. There is a collision with the wall and Seha clenches his teeth, trying to endure the pain. The Minotaur comes closer and intends to make a crushing elbow strike right at Appa, who is not even off the wall yet. The blow was so strong that only sparks were visible from the battlefield. The surviving humans stand behind the fence and watch the Minotaur deal with Appa. On the faces of the people, sorrow and regret could be seen. The Minotaur stops in front of the broken wall, and Yoon-hyun apologizes to Seha and says that he sacrificed his life for a reason. Yoon-hyun feels guilty, even in front of Jisoo. As he apologizes, Yoon-hyun is covered in shivers and sweat, and Jisoo stares silently at what's happening behind the wall. Jisoo doesn't have any emotions. Jisoo looks through the fence and doesn't even realize what happened. When Seha heard the words of gratitude from Yoon-hyun, Appa felt a little disgusted because Appa himself thinks he's a mean person. However, now Seha Appa thinks that it's not that bad. Appa is like being reborn again. The Minotaur thinks he has finally dealt with Seha Oppa and begins to leave. Seha emerges from the clouds of smoke with a rethinking of his life. Appa considers that he used to be weak, warming up his back from the blow. Appa knows that there were any number of players far more capable than Appa. Appa continues to warm up. Appa wanted to live, and for that, had to become heartless and mean. When you are the only survivor in the end, you are left with nothing. Appa realized this and went back to choose something else. Seha Appa is glad there are no watchers here. Now Appa offers the steer a taste of the real thing, and the fall was a bit painful. The Minotaur turns around hearing Appa's voice. The Minotaur stands still, not expecting that after such damage, Appa would survive. Seha Appa looks at the Minotaur with a wry smile and asks if the Minotaur is surprised by Appa's return. It turns out that Appa had used points, and his physical strength level had risen to 94. Analyzing the skills of the Minotaur, Appa made sure that all the indicators stopped at 100, and normally there was no way a player could defeat such a monster guardian. Seha Appa remembered that in his past life, he had avoided encounters with such monsters, and if he did, he used all means possible. Previously, Appa didn't care about other people's sacrifices, as the goal was simply to survive. This time, Seha Appa decides that he doesn't want to do the same. Seha Appa's eyes light up with purple rays. Appa prepares for battle, wanting to finish the level so that the Minotaur will not return to the surviving humans. Without a moment's hesitation, the Minotaur begins to run at Seha Appa. Using his maximum skills, the monster intends to ruin Appa, disregarding how strong Appa is. The Minotaur is unable to overpower Seha Appa. Appa is so strong that he is able to grab the Minotaur by the horns, preventing the strongest damage on Appa himself. Appa used the points and the strength increases to 83. The strength scores have reached the limit. No more points can be used for this indicator. Appa realizes that this is the balance. Appa tells the Minotaur that he must now sense the existence of a wall that he cannot overcome. The hobgoblin's belt is connected. Appa rips out some of the horns and demands that the Minotaur calm down. Appa is sure he's stronger than the Minotaur. The Minotaur is down. The lack of horns causes the Minotaur to fall on its back. Previously, Appa couldn't have defeated the Minotaur. A lone player, heartless and profit-seeking, eccentric and mediocre, a foolish criminal. For someone like Appa used to be, that's impossible. Now, however, Appa knows that he is not lacking in anything. After dealing with the Minotaur, Appa loudly proclaims that he is a second-round player who will try to become a hero. Appa is surprised at being baited to help others escape. The game still rewards and upgrades the task completion grade to white gold for the boss and the monster stranger. Appa knows this is the highest reward, but still a bit of a pity. Appa wants a reward, at least, in the form of a weapon or a good skill, but not a small item or points. While Seha Appa was speculating what the reward would be, Appa felt something behind him. Seha Appa turns around and is surprised. Han Jisoo looks at Appa with a smile on his face. Appa asks what Jisoo is doing here since Appa thought Jisoo left with the others. After thinking for a bit, Appa assumes that Jisoo was just worried about him. Jisoo replies that she knew Appa would be okay. The last time they organized a team, Jisoo was able to see the condition of each member. Jisoo says that Appa's condition was fine, even when he got from the Minotaur. So Jisoo thought Appa was just faking it. Appa confirms the words. Jisoo asks what passing grade he got for the Minotaur. Jisoo got gold, which is a high level of passing because the platinum barrier is very high. Appa's achievement turns out to be a sacrifice. He destroyed a monster guard and a hidden boss. Appa is surprised, for he is unharmed, which doesn't sound like a victim. Examining the display, Appa says that the reward was a good one. A shape-shifting orichalc, plus 2 skills that can increase, with high difficulty to master. These are extra plushies for hunting. This is likely the first time in the world that someone has completed the main quest, and even destroyed a guardian. The ascending type has high potential in the second part of the game, but it's a bit of a shame that it's not a mass Chansalsong skill. Jisoo turns to Seha Appa and asks if he checked the reward and saw the message about the second task. Seha reads that the next task will be to go to the Roman world and destroy the boss monster. The time limit is 14 days. Oppa asks why Jisoo didn't leave with the others, towards the Roman tower. Jisoo explains that she doesn't like that there are a lot of people there, and also, annoying that Park Dong-guan. Appa asks in surprise why Jisoo is annoyed with Park Dong. Without hesitation, Jisoo replies that it stinks. Appa is surprised at how Jisoo is able to quickly recognize what kind of person he is, and concludes that it's an amazing ability. Appa realizes that if Jisoo had not left the world so quickly in her previous life, she would have become a famous player. Appa can't tell if she would have been a heroine or a villain. Jisoo approaches Seha Appa and asks if they should go to the Roman tower right away. Appa replies that he doesn't want to rush because they have 2 weeks to go to the Roman tower. Appa wonders that while Jisoo was waiting for Appa, it was impossible not to notice her. So why is there not a single observer nearby? Appa asks if Jisoo has become an avatar of the gods. Jisoo says she hasn't. Appa is surprised and says that if someone had applied, Jisoo would have been told about the avatar benefits by now. Appa looks at his display and realizes why there are 0 submissions. After all, Appa pretended to be killed by a minotaur. Jisoo tells his point of view on the matter. Jisoo doesn't want to get involved with someone he doesn't know. Besides, the word avatar makes me feel bad. Jisoo thinks of herself as a puppet being controlled by strings. Appa is surprised by this response and tells Jisoo that her character has changed a bit. Appa reasons that Jisoo's reasoning is too cold-blooded, but it can't be said that it's the influence of the Jeonseulsung mask, as Jisoo shows no signs of insanity. Seha Appa remembers that even that monster Hyulma couldn't completely get rid of the signs of insanity after the Jeonseulsung mask. Jisoo thinks about it and replies that now it doesn't make sense to her. Seha Appa listens to Jisoo and is amazed at her thoughts. Appa thinks for a while and then decides to find out how many avatar submissions Jisoo received. Jisoo recalls that it was somewhere around 12 in total. Seha Appa is shocked at that number, but realizes that Jisoo is indeed worth it. Appa realizes that since this is the case and Jisoo has become a member of his team, then it is his responsibility to help Jisoo to become as good as any avatar. The first skill Jisoo needs to train is how to survive, for someone who has fallen under the influence of the Jeonseulsung mask. Appa imagines how hard it was for Hyulma. Insanity filled his mind, and only after training did he feel better. Appa knows that the survival method is called the Hyolchan Suragan technique. This is a skill that Appa was unable to master in his past life, because Appa did not have a star that sends him to the other world. Seha Appa recalls that after the battle with Hyulma, he was able to learn martial arts, but without the skill of the star sending to the other world, it was impossible to master Hyolchan Suragan. Most of these skills could increase, so they were difficult to obtain and master. Because of this, in his previous life, Seha Appa didn't really strive to obtain them. However, now, Seha Appa looks at Jisoo and can't believe that she has advanced so much. After all, it's too fast. Just a few hours before, somewhere on the outskirts of the city, a colony of goblins heading somewhere. Time for the decisive battle. All actions are accelerated for a certain amount of time. The duration is 5 seconds, waiting time until next use 1 hour. The goblin didn't even get close to Seha Appa before it instantly received damage on its face. Appa went out hunting to practice his new skills. First of all, Appa decides to use the skill, timing of the decisive battle. Seha Appa analyzes his capabilities. Vitality, attack power, this skill increases everything. In addition, this skill can grow, so the stats will also gradually increase. Seha Appa was absorbed in his study, and before he knew it, behind him, one of the goblins decided to pounce, sword in hand. Jisoo was nearby and warned of the danger just in time. Seha Appa instantly turns back and stops the goblin, grabbing the point of the sword with his hand. Appa looks at the goblin with an angry face and the certainty that the goblin will never defeat Appa. Appa doesn't hesitate and immediately does the strongest damage to the goblin's chin. Sehan's power has become so high that the goblin flies several meters away with a single blow. Appa checks how his hand instantly heals from the cut from the goblin's sword. This is the work of the regeneration skill. Unlike the time skill, the decisive battle skill, the regeneration skill is passive, which means it can be used at any time. Regeneration is 50% faster at recovering from injuries. Jisoo approaches Appa and asks if he is all right. Seha Appa confirms her words and asks if she can see the scores. Jisoo replies that all notifications successfully come through. Now the VP brooch speeds up the healing of wounds. The number of skills gained increases by 20%. Jisoo tells that due to the action of the brooch, was able to accumulate a lot. Appa is pleased with her accumulation. Looking around, Appa says that since they've sorted it out, they should share their skills with Jisoo. Jisoo, surprised, asks what Appa means. Appa finds a place to do it. Appa and Jisoo walk into the nearest cafe. Sitting down at a table, Appa asks Jisoo to open the status window. Jisoo opens the window and waits for the status. The skill shearing with the team member begins. Skill to be sheared, regeneration. The skill to be obtained is Chansalsan. Time of the decisive battle. Not a bad skill, but for Jisoo, now the most effective skill will be the skill, regeneration. If the connection with the team member is not particularly strong, the ability of the skill being transferred drops to 30%. Appa realized that when the effectiveness decreases, the punishment of madness also disappears. The stronger the bond, the higher the efficiency. Jisoo says it's nice to have new abilities, but a little unsettling due to the lack of attack. Seha Appa replies that the survival ability is also a great way to attack. Appa clarifies that others need to dodge. And Jisoo can avoid doing that since you can regenerate your strength right away. Plus, regeneration doesn't just heal wounds, but also increases stamina. Therefore, Jisoo is very difficult to defeat. There's a reason why regeneration is considered a high-rank skill. Right now, the skill just speeds up the regeneration process, but as the level increases, it will become more and more effective. Jisoo listened carefully to the explanation, amazed at how useful this skill actually was. Seha Appa says that in this task they have a lot of time, so he'd like to learn the new skill before proceeding. Jisoo doesn't understand why that's necessary. Appa knows that to battle the avatars of the gods, it won't be enough. Seha Appa says there's another skill she can share. Jisoo wants to clarify that data transfer. Appa says that this skill can't be shared, just given away. Jisoo is surprised at Appa's generosity and asks if really he's been like this before. Appa is like he's ready to give everything to Jisoo. Jisoo reminds him that Appa always didn't care about others and didn't care about anyone else. Seha Appa hesitates, not knowing what to say. Jisoo sits across from him and stares intently at Appa, waiting for an answer. Seha Appa begins to feel shy of Jisoo and tries not to go into detail about the behavioral changes. Appa explains that this skill will suit Jisoo, and the name fits. Appa says that if Jisoo doesn't want such a skill, he won't give it. Jisoo replies that that's not the case at all. Jisoo clarifies that she does, in fact, want the skill, and asks what it is. Appa decides to give her the Hyalchan Suragan. Jisoo once again starts practicing the star sending to the other world. Appa thinks Jisoo is doing a great job, and then, at this point, when she wouldn't care for it, Appa plugs in community access. Seha Appa makes his way into the community and notices that there's more activity here than last time. Looking around, Appa searches for interesting information. Judging from the number of complaints, Park Dong is a bit subdued because of Yoon Hyun Kyung. Appa recalls that Park Dong-gwan didn't manage to get an award like he did in the first round, back in the distant 10 years ago. Appa sees that the rest, in this chat, is all idle chatter. Appa decides to get active and starts a dialogue with one of the gods, who tells him how his player is robbing banks. Appa asks why this is necessary, since money is no longer meaningful. The deity replies that he left it as is. Appa asks him to show him. The user Clown namely that deity with the stupid player, invites Appa into his watcher. In this chat, Appa was automatically signed as Anonymous 48. Appa is shocked that such features are also available in this community. Appa explains that the appearance of anonymous users is hidden. Appa comments that this is a concern. A girl appears in front of Appa with a clown hat on her head. She stands in front of a screen that shows the wreckage of buildings. The girl's eyes are covered by a mask. A tear-like drop is visible under her eye. She has seen Anonymous 48 and is happy to see him coming. Sehan's face is covered by a mask. On his forehead is a mark with a number on it. Deity points to the screen, to where the avatar discussed in the chat room is visible. Somewhere in the ruins sits a man. Tilting his head down, you can tell that the person is upset about something. There is no one around, just the rubble of buildings. Turns out it was a girl. She's not robbing a bank, she's just frustrated about something. At the same time, an unknown man approaches the girl. He stops because he notices a distraught girl hiding in the ruins. The girl tries to cover her mouth with both hands, not wanting the guy to pay attention to her and hear her breathing. The guy says he can hear her swallowing saliva. Getting down on one knee, the guy looks into the girl's face and smiles at her, letting her know he means no harm. He's wearing an officer's shirt with some sort of badge on his chest. The guy explains to the girl that it is very dangerous to be in such a place. As soon as the girl hears the guy's voice, she immediately pulls back, hiding herself with her hand. Suddenly, she utters the sound that the hobgoblins made. There was no way the officer could expect the girl to make such a sound, because it meant that she was half goblin. The friendly expression on the officer's face is instantly replaced by fear. Seha Appa is happy to have found her. He doesn't understand how she ended up here. Appa knows that it will help destroy the monster from the Roman tower. It's about the key card. Jisoo turns to Appa, reminding her that the tower is on the other side. Appa explains that he wants to stop by a place before they go to the Roman tower. Appa explains that in order to complete the second mission, there is definitely something else they need to do. Appa says that in this place there are almost no watchers because there are few players here who have lived to this level. Jisoo also lifts his head up, looking around. Han Jisoo is a little excited at the sight of this street and says that the street looks terrible. Looking around, Jisoo asks if it's really just monsters. Appa replies that some of it is from the goblins, and the rest is the work of the humans themselves. Appa explains that monsters do not need to touch such objects of civilization. For example, like this ATM with money. Appa realizes that he's used to seeing such things on the streets of the city, but for Jisoo, this must be a big shock. Jisoo sits down in front of the goblin who has long since been sent to the other side of the world, and says that the laws are no longer valid here, and there's no police or military around. And that's called showing human weakness. As Appa walks on, he says it's not all destroyed yet. To the left, you can see a huge TV with the news, live. Appa explains that the guys running the system will never abandon those in power. Still, the government is already broken. While Jisoo was reading the news on her phone, the goblin snuck in so stealthily that it almost managed to do damage. Seha Appa noticed the goblin in time and warns Jisoo to react to the goblin behind her. Jisoo then instantly reacts by disarming the goblin. Jisoo examines the sword, squeamish that it is very dirty. Seha Appa is amazed that Jisoo acts so naturally. Appa asks in surprise if it's true, only interested in that right now. Jisoo says the blade is dull, and it would be good to change weapons. Appa says that even with this knife, Jisoo neutralized the monster with one blow. Jisoo replies that it's because the humanoid creatures have extra damage. Appa confirms Jisoo's words and reminds him that while Appa only has 30 extra damage, Jisoo has all 100%. Appa thinks Jisoo is very strong, even though she's only past the first stage. Appa says to find someone and then go looking for weapons. And upon reaching the right place, Appa replies that they are here. Jisoo asks if Appa wants to withdraw the money. Appa replies that they are of no use. Seha Appa explains that inside that bank, there is a person inside that bank that is needed to complete the second stage of the Roman Tower mission. Appa looks at the building, confident that everything will work out and the task will be completed quickly and successfully. Seha Appa notices some sort of showdown going on inside and manages to stop Jisoo from showing herself to them. Several robbers, masked, are standing there, intent on disarming the officer with a knife. Behind stands an innocent girl. When the officer warns the girl that she needs to run away from here while he apprehends the robbers, the frightened girl asks what will happen to the officer. How will he handle everyone, being alone? The officer intends to overpower the robbers, unarmed, and replies to the girl that she shouldn't worry. everything will be fine. The officer demands that the girl run away from here as soon as possible. The averted officer instantly catches up with the robbers to disarm them and protect himself. The robbers didn't expect anyone to be in the building, and one of them says they weren't warned about it. But the robbers aren't about to back down. One masked man decides to attack the officer with a sharp knife to overpower him and send him to the next world. The officer is not as simple as he might seem. His muscular arms enable him with a single movement to throw the knife aside. The robber can do nothing and his arm relaxes, taking the officer's strong blow. A fierce fight ensues as the officer jumps up and hits the robber right in the face with his knee. The officer knows some techniques and confidently uses them to the robber's detriment. The masked man is thrown backwards. The second accomplice sees his colleague failing and also enters the fray with the prepared, trained officer. Without waiting for the second robber to attack, the officer immediately fights back with a fist to the stomach. The masked man is so weak that he can neither dodge nor do any damage to the officer. The robbers are shocked by the officer's strength. Realizing that overpowering the officer will not work, one accomplice decides to explain himself. Holding his stomach and trying to endure the pain, the robber says that he is a player. The officer reminds him that everyone has run away. The officer, wearing a cap, smiles as he looks at the defeated robber and informs him that no one is in the neighborhood and therefore he doesn't care about the robbers. The officer says that everything ended well, but those weaklings shouldn't have gotten in there and tried to overpower the officer. The robbers died, unable to fight the officer. Jisoo says the officer is very good and asks if Seha Oppa was looking for him. Oppa confirms her assumptions. Jisoo replies that the robbers are also players, but he defeated them and wonders if the officer has some special item. Seha Oppa looks at the officer and says it's possible that he has the item, but there's probably another reason. Oppa suggests that the officer is an avatar of God. The officer turns around and notices Oppa's face peering out. He has a questioning look on his face, as seeing someone else in this bank is surprising to him. The officer asks Oppa if they are here on bank business. The officer warns that it is very dangerous to be here and urges them to go somewhere safer. Officer explains that there are a lot of robbers coming into the bank. Oppa explains that he is not here for a banking matter and asks how the bank can operate normally in this situation. The officer immediately asks the question, did they really come here to hide? Oppa denies, and then the officer asks what happened. Seha Oppa didn't beat around the bush and directly says he came to get him. Oppa tells the officer's name. The officer's name is Lee Min-ah. Lee Min-ah is very flustered, not understanding what Oppa needs from him and how he knows his name. Lee Min-ah remains silent and tries to think of a way to make the unknown people leave him alone. Unable to come up with anything convincing, Lee Min-ah waves his hand away and informs him that Oppa has mistaken his name. Lee Min-ah blushes, sweat starts running down his face, and a smile appears on his face. Lee Min-ah replies that this is the first time he's heard that name since his name is Kyung-chul. Jisoo grabs the officer's hand. Lee Min-ah doesn't realize what Jisoo is doing and just keeps quiet. Feeling for a pulse, Jisoo reports that Lee Min has a rapid pulse, as if caught off guard. And judging from the dilated pupils, it feels like Lee Ming was very surprised to hear his name. Being surprised by a name you've heard for the first time is strange. Lee Ming is silent because Jisoo's words were completely true. Jisoo smiles and says that's what she thought. Jisoo turns to Oppa, asking if it's true that Oppa knew everything beforehand. Oppa tries not to tell his secrets and just says yes. Oppa is shocked by Jisoo's behavior and calls her shrewd. Lee Min blushes and asks who they are and what they want. Seha Oppa replies that they are the ones who know Lee Min's true identity. Lee Min asks what this is all about. Oppa points his finger, reporting that Lee Min's intonation has changed. Lee Min twists his head around and closes his eyes. Lee Min is worried and can't hide her emotions. Above Lee Ming, there is a watcher hovering in the air with a pink eye. Oppa sees that Lee Ming is not faking it well and notices that there is a clown watcher flying around. Examining the observer, Oppa wonders if in fact it originally looked like that. Apparently, it's some sort of special edition. Oppa thinks the observer is strange. Oppa assumes that this observer is designed to observe special interesting cases, which is why he's so strange. Oppa assumes that he himself likes this situation. Lee Min rubs the hand that Jisoo has been holding for so long and wonders why Jisoo is so strong. Turning to Oppa, Lee Min asks how he knows about him. Oppa exhales and asks if Lee Min would tell Lee Min about his source of information if he were in Oppa's shoes. Lee Ming understands what he's talking about. Appa asks if Li Min doesn't even try to hide his true identity. Oppa asks Li Min to show his skills already. Li Min lifts his cap and laughs at Appa's straightforwardness, asking where he came from. Li Min starts to tell his story, recalling what happened just recently. Li Min replies that indeed she used all the techniques to not die. When Li Ming was dealing with the officer who just wanted to help her, near Li Ming's hand, energy waves developed. Li Ming's skill is very strong and gives some unusual abilities. Li Ming approaches the officer, hitting the badge that is attached to the officer's cap. Li Ming says that the clothes and even the items, everything was thought out, and it was indeed a perfect plan. Li Ming was successfully able to reincarnate herself as an officer. Only her eyes could reveal her identity, for they remained the same. Li Ming fixes her cap and intends to go further towards her goal. While Li Ming was recounting a small piece of past events, her image changed to that of a true child. Li Ming lowered her eyes, crossing her arms over her chest. Behind Li Ming, an image of a man that is completely made up of energy streams can be seen. Jisoo looks at Li Ming with a shocked expression on her face. Jisoo even opens her mouth out of surprise. Seha Appa looks at Li Min with casual interest, and Li Min questions why she was searched for and what Appa wants. Looking at Appa and Jisoo, Li Min identifies his displeasure that Appa dared to distract. Li Min explains that things are not waiting and there are too many things to do, which makes it impossible to waste time on someone you don't understand. Oppa points at Li Ming and says that engaging in robbery is very low. Li Ming gets a little uncomfortable. In order to communicate with Appa, Li Min has to lift her head up. Li Min denies Appa's words, with some uncertainty in his voice. Jisoo looks at Seha Appa and asks what's going on. Jisoo assumes it's a reincarnation skill or something. Appa says that Jisoo guessed it. Li Min can reincarnate into other people or beings. Jisoo hesitates and keeps looking at Li Ming. Appa looks at Jisoo and worries that Jisoo might ask how Appa knows this. While Appa was thinking of an answer, it was already clear that Jisoo wasn't going to ask any unnecessary questions. Jisoo thought for a while and decided to find out what Appa meant when he said that Li Min was robbing the bank. It seemed to Jisoo that Li Min, on the contrary, was helping other people. Li Min confirms what Jisoo said by saying that she helps the weak. Li Min decides to explain herself by saying that people will believe a policeman rather than a schoolgirl. Li Min emphasizes that she reincarnated just for that. Seha Appa knows enough by now to instantly recognize all the actions of the cunning Li Min. Appa smiles and says that it was Li Ming herself who brought the robbers here. Appa asks what kind of nonsense Li Min is trying to peddle. Li Min pretends like she doesn't understand what Appa is saying. Seha Appa explains that the people running away from the monsters hid in the bank, so it was impossible to clean it out. That's why Li Min lured the robbers here. Appa asks what's not true. Li Min tries to deny Seha Appa's words. Li Min is flustered, but still holding on to her lie, and asks why they had to be beaten then. Seha Appa immediately answers that Li Min was going to take the money for herself, with the assumption that if the bandits show up here a couple times, the others will think the bank is dangerous and won't come. Appa smiles looking at Li Ming and asks if, isn't he right? The chat room that Seha Appa accidentally accessed gives Seha Appa the opportunity to go through the trials of the game, with additional information that makes it easier to get through the game. Li Min realizes that there's no point in lying anymore. Appa knows everything. Remembering Park Dong-guan, Seha Appa realizes that there are only two people who can incite people: Li Min and Park Dong-guan. Appa has seen these techniques so many times in his past life that he immediately recognizes one in Li Min. Li Min is resigned to the fact that Appa knows all about her shenanigans, and so she asks if Appa has decided to turn her into the police. Appa replies that no, because neither the police nor the prisons work well now anyway. Especially someone like Li Min would run away. Seha Appa replies that Li Min will have to stay with them for a while. Jisoo looks at Appa indignant. Li Min asks how long for, and Appa replies that it's necessary until Appa and Jisoo pass the second task. Li Min looks at Appa with a snide smile. Surprised that Appa is still on the second assignment, Li Min says that Appa is playing it cool, while Li Min herself is already on the third assignment. Li Ming happily asks Appa what game he started with and which monster was the first, to which he hears the answer that there is no need to know. Appa asks him to decide as soon as possible whether or not he will continue with us. Li Ming's interest instantly fades away. Li Min turns away and grudgingly asks what's the point of going after Appa. Seha Appa says that if Li Min goes with them, that Appa will share the points. Li Min smirks as he calls Appa and Jisoo, ragamuffins who haven't even completed the second task yet. Li Min asks how many points can there even be with that. Appa doesn't realize that Li Min has been acting like this from the beginning, but then she remembers what happened in her previous life, so this time, it's less like that. Seha Appa realizes that if Li Min continues to treat her like this, nothing good will come of it. Appa decides to raise his credibility in Li Min's eyes, so he does a flick right on the forehead of the defiant Li Ming. Li Ming didn't expect such behavior from Appa and is even more displeased. At the same moment, from Appa's slap, Li Ming flies off and falls backwards. Li Ming had no idea that Appa's punch would be so strong. Li Ming's eyes widened, and her face was full of surprise and bewilderment. Li Ming stands up and with a dazed face tries to understand what Appa hit with. Li Ming is frightened and almost crying. It can be said that Li Min has realized that she needs to control her behavior with Appa. Appa suggests that Li Ming should behave politely. Appa feels that his strength has increased by 10 points. Seha Appa analyzes this and assumes that Li Min was hurt because the scores exceeded the F rank. Li Min disagrees with the suggestion to behave politely and intends to perform a fist punch right in Appa's face. Li Min asks who he is to tell her how to behave. Is Appa really thinking that Li Ming will stand still and receive? Appa stands still. But as Li Ming approaches Appa, Jisoo's hand momentarily holds up Li Ming's fist. Li Ming doesn't understand what this is and why Jisoo is interfering. Li Min demands that Jisoo release his hand. Li Ming tries to release her hand, but nothing succeeds. Her body starts to shake from the tension, surprised that Jisoo is very strong. Li Ming turns to Jisoo and asks if she really thinks Li Ming won't be able to get free. Finally, Li Ming calms down a bit and shuts up. Formidably but childishly, Li Min looks at Jisoo while a strange yellow light begins to appear above his head. Jisoo doesn't let go of her hand, but pays attention to the bright light coming from Li Min. Not realizing what it is, Jisoo continues to scrutinize the strange radiation. At this moment, Li Ming makes a sound that goblins usually utter. Kia-ak is uttered from Li Min's mouth. She is very angry at Jisoo. Li Min continues to squirm and informs her that her arm is about to break. Li Min continues to yell that her weak arm is about to break. Jisoo is analyzing Li Min. Yellow streams of energy gather around. Finally, Jisoo realizes that because of the pain, Li Ming can't focus and reincarnate. Jisoo is shocked at the ability, but Jisoo doesn't show it and starts smiling. Jisoo reminds him that it would be nice to be polite to each other, like Sehan Appa said, and emphasizes that they're human beings, not animals. Jisoo waits for confirmation of his words. Li Min realizes that dealing with Jisoo's strength won't be possible. She replies that she understands and will not behave like that again. Jisoo once again asks to let go of her hand as she is in a lot of pain. Seha Appa is pleased that Li Min has calmed down. Smiling, Appa asks one more time if she will go with them. Li Min decides it would be beneficial to go with them, and the group heads to the Roman Tower. Li Min asks if Appa and Jisoo are avatars. Appa denies what Li Min says and says that being addressed as you makes Appa uncomfortable. Li Min is worried because she was sure that only avatars could be avatars with such power. Li Min decides to ask why Appa and Jisoo are so strong. Appa replies that you don't have to be an avatar to become stronger than a normal player. Well, although it's much better to get strength that way, and emphasizes that weapons play a big part. Appa turns around, holding a green brooch. Answering Li Ming's question, Appa says that good stats aren't everything. After all, quality gear is needed. Jisoo looks around. There is chaos and no people around. Jisoo asks if they can find a decent weapon, as this area is very unsettling. Seha Appa says that of course they can, and points out a building that has a safe zone inside. Li Min looks around and asks how Appa knew there was a safe zone, to which Appa replies that you just have to look at the store and you can guess right away. Jisoo looks at the mayhem and tells him that there are signs of looters everywhere, but no signs of monsters. Things aren't broken, and there are no lifeless people. Besides, monsters wouldn't steal groceries. Li Min says sarcastically that Jisoo is perceptive, and asks Appa what kind of weapons they're going to buy. Seha Appa rolls her eyes because Li Min asks too many questions. Appa says there's one way. Seha Appa opens the point store and a huge purple-colored display opens up in front of the group of people. Jisoo and Li Min stare at the display with wonder and delight. Li Min comments on the display, reporting that it is very cool. Appa shows no emotion and asks why Li Min is surprised. After all, she is an avatar. Didn't she know such a thing? Li Min is a little flustered and replies that she didn't even know about such possibilities, explaining that she can't ask what she doesn't know. Appa says that the deity might have told her herself. Weapons are an item of necessity. After thinking a bit, Appa says that it's not surprising that Li Ming didn't know. The clown is known for his sadistic tendencies. Clown couldn't send his avatar to take the easy way out. Appa is not happy that the deities are allowing themselves to bully the player like this. Saha Appa says he found out by accident himself. He emphasizes that Li Min is still in the beginning stages, so she shouldn't be upset. Li Min pouts and replies that it's a shame, and Appa himself is the most obnoxious. Jisoo looks at the display and tells the guys important information. Jisoo says that there will be no more chances to purchase weapons before they start the second mission. Therefore, the essentials should be purchased. Li Min looks at the display with huge eyes and a shocked face. Appa looks at the store's merchandise and says that there are mostly standard weapons here. And the tricky part of the game is the unusual items, not even potions. If you buy a potion from the beginning, the chance of surviving increases dramatically. Appa says that if you go a little further, there will be a player who makes his own weapons, but at the moment, there is no other way to get weapons. Appa thinks about it and decides to be grateful for the equipment. Seha Appa starts collecting equipment and turns back to say that the first thing to do is to buy the most normal of what is here. Appa buys a resource and hands it to Jisoo. Han Jisoo asks Appa what it is. Seha Appa explains that it's a shield. The shield protects the heart, so it needs to be wrapped around the body. Appa looks at Jisoo and smilingly reminds him that he spent points to upgrade his experience, so he can get the points for the shield back later. A blush appears on Jisoo's cheeks. Jisoo thanks Appa and informs him that he will definitely return the points. Seha Appa continues to look at the assortment shown on the purple display and asks what kind of weapon Jisoo wants. Appa suggests getting a sword. Jisoo reasons and replies to Appa that there are only a sword, a spear, an obscure weapon, and a bow, a total of 4 kinds. After a little thought, Jisoo decides to take the mace. Appa is surprised by this choice. Jisoo explains that with the skill of Hyunchul Surigan, it doesn't matter too much which weapon to use. Appa says that for beginners, it's more convenient to swing rather than slash and chop. Li Ming looks at the display and catalog excitedly. Appa asks why that reaction. Li Min asks if he'll buy something for her too. Seha Appa laughs and asks why he would buy guns for Li Min. What is his interest? Appa reminds him that when he offered the points while they were in the bank, Li Min turned them down. Li Ming rounds her back and tenses her shoulders, telling Appa that he's not a good man. Li Min is acting like a typical child and doesn't know how to properly communicate with Appa. Appa explains to Li Ming that the cheapest weapon is worth 200 points and emphasizes that instead of robbing banks, it's better to collect points. Li Ming is shocked at the cost and asks if Appa really has that many points. The goblins are not slumbering. One of them stares fiercely into the distance. Baring his fangs, the goblin intends to launch an attack. Seha Appa went out hunting to practice a new weapon. Appa took a huge golden sword and stood in a stance to defeat the goblin. When Appa did the damage to the goblin, there was a look of bewilderment on his face. Examining the sword, Appa cannot believe that this weapon pierced the goblin through and through along with the concrete wall. 20 minutes before, Appa acquired the weapon and decided to try out the platinum level reward. Appa thinks now would be a good time to use it. Ori Hulk is a versatile item that can be used in metal or liquid form. The Orichal coating can be applied to desired equipment. Appa starts rubbing the sword. It's metal and liquid at the same time. There's also a go-back function. Seha Appa is amazed at how effective orichalcum is. While rubbing, the orichalcum begins to spill in different directions. Later, Appa's display tells him that the application of the orichalcum to the short sword is complete. Appa examines the sword, marveling at how sharp it has become. But the durability doesn't seem to have been affected by the orichalcum. Appa is pleased, commenting that this action is beyond his expectations. Appa feels that the sword is bound to be useful. After practicing the sword on the goblin, the boys continued on their way. While Appa was looking around the area, Jisoo looks in the distance in surprise and encourages Appa to look too. Jisoo suggests that they have come to a Roman tower. Jisoo says the tower looks better than expected. Li Min says that's normal. The world has just started to change and she seems to have already adapted to everything. Appa takes the opportunity to ask Li Min how she's going to survive if she doesn't adapt well. After all, Li Min doesn't even have any points. Li Min demands that Appa stop showing off and bragging about his points. The company continues on their way, but Li Min gets ahead of Appa and says that it's funny. but she's really curious about the mission they're on. Appa replies that they need to catch the boss. Li Min is surprised that there are assignments like that too. Appa looks at Li Ming and asks what assignment Li Ming had when she was on the second level. Li Ming lowers her head and shyly says they just had survival. Appa says then it makes sense why the level ended so quickly. Appa knows that in order to survive, people have to either get sent to the other world or get sent themselves. And this must happen until the number of players reaches a set number. Appa remembers the goblins and realizes that compared to Li Ming's level, the escape under Appa was a very peaceful level. Although if it wasn't for Appa, all the players would have died at the hands of a guard or hobgoblins. Appa listens and hears something. Seha Appa tells Jisoo and Li Min to stop and hide behind the rocks. Looking ahead, it became visible to see two guys walking near the entrance of the building. Their faces and upper torso are slightly illuminated. Appa takes a closer look and tries to figure out why the guys might be standing here. Jisoo asks Appa what these guys are doing. Appa assumes they are guarding the borders. Li Min stares into the distance and analyzes their actions as well. Jisoo is surprised by Appa's assumption and says that there don't seem to be any monsters here that they're guarding against. Appa clarifies that they're not there because of monsters, but because of people, strangers like their company. If this level involves competition among players, like survival, then it's understandable why they're standing there. Appa turns to Li Min and waves his finger, informing him that by outsiders, Appa means himself and Jisoo, and emphasizes that Li Ming is not part of that lineup, expecting Li Ming to realize what he's getting at. Li Min turns back around and looks at Appa, bewildered. Li Min asks if Appa is suggesting that he change his appearance and go to them to pry out information. Appa smiles and asks why not. It would be the quickest and most efficient way. But in his mind, Appa realizes that he has to deal with the situation himself. Appa and Jisoo stand over little Li Ming and smile slyly, expecting her to agree to do the task. Li Min says they are two villains but agrees to go to those guys. Jisoo and Appa continue to hide behind the rocks and watch Li Min accomplish her mission. Li Min, in very quick spurts, makes his way from rock to rock with the goal of getting much closer to those two guys. Li Ming looks out and analyzes the guards' behavior. Li Ming realizes that the guards don't move very fast, so there shouldn't be a problem. Li Ming waits for the moment when one guy can't see the other guy. The guys walk in different directions and sternly survey the immediate area. Finally, one of the guards stops near the rock behind which Li Ming is hiding. While the guard was turning around to go back, Li Ming takes advantage of this moment and deftly performs a kick on the guard's back. Appa is surprised by little Li Ming's dexterity and continues to watch the further actions with fascination. Jisoo even opened her mouth in surprise. Li Ming punched with such force that the guard immediately lost consciousness. Li Ming pulls the guard away by his armpits, hiding him behind a rock. At this time, the other guard can't see or hear anything. Li Ming drags the guard through, hiding the body behind a rock. Li Ming sighs heavily and wonders why the guard is so heavy. The guard lies unconscious from such a savory blow from Li Ming. As soon as Li Ming hid the guard, she immediately began to transform. An energetic stream of light begins to illuminate everything around Li Ming. Finally, the guard turns around and notices that his colleague is nowhere to be found. The guy starts to get angry and wonders where the other guy went. He asks why he's slacking off, and if he doesn't get out from behind the rock now, he'll have to report upstairs. Li Ming's reincarnation is successful. Li Ming and the guard's guys comes out from behind the rock and asks the first one what's wrong with him, since he's starting to panic. Li Ming says he just had to go to the bathroom for a minute. The first guard informs him that this isn't the first time this has happened. The first one tells the second one not to mess around and calls him to come inside the building because the guard shift is coming up. Li Min, as the guard, agrees and heads inside. Appa doesn't understand why Li Min is acting so strange, and Li Ming gets worried and asks the first guard to wait. The guys go through the stairs. One of them says that they finally made it to the top floor. The other suggests that it would be nice if they could catch the boss at once. As the guards entered the top floor, a sleeping dragon of incredible size appeared in front of them. One of the guards looks at the dragon with incredible fear, not knowing what to expect from it, and wonders if this is the boss of the second level. When the dragon lifted his head slightly to yawn, everyone who was standing there flinched in fright. The guys stand tense with readiness, either to run or attack. Finally, the dragon opens its eyes and examines the men. The huge eye is illuminated with yellow light, and the pupil becomes very narrow and oblong. One of the boys doesn't understand how they are going to catch this dragon. After all, they can't handle it themselves, and they need to hide first. One guy decides to run away and runs first. It was not possible to do that, Some energy force started to lift the guy's body upwards towards the dragon. The rest of the people started to run away as well. The dragon lifts up and watches as a dozen guys try to run away from him. The one who was closest to the dragon does not have time to hide. He screams in fear, and behind him the dragon has already opened its mouth to catch the guy with its teeth. While the dragon's taking his easy prey, the other guys try to get away from the monster as fast as they can. The guys run to the elevator with the assumption that the boss can't get out of here, so they need to get out as soon as possible to be rescued. But at that moment, a multitude of brightly colored energy streams explode around the guys. They don't realize what's going on and how they can escape the monster. The guys are holding their heads and panicking a lot. They don't know what to do, because it turns out that the monster has blocked the way. One of the guys shouts to the others to pull themselves together, as it won't work anyway. He stands with a sword in his hands with the intention of fighting. Before the guy can speak, the dragon has already come so close that he is about to grab the desperate guy. All that's left of the guy is the sword. The others stand in great terror and look up, while the dragon is dealing with the desperate guy. The boss of this level is on the top floor. Naturally, he is huge, but the problem is the dungeon conditions. The starting point is the entrance to the boss monster room. That is, the same people who were in the first level can enter there. There is only one boss monster, and there are 2 teams to catch it. As a result, out of the 2 teams, only one will be able to complete the task. Li Ming reincarnates back, saying that there will be a penalty for not completing the task and that it is definitely not acceptable to give in. Appa says that's understandable, and so the one who came later is crouched downstairs. The guys look out and see people standing around, waiting for their turn. At that moment, Seha Appa starts looking out because he notices something or someone. Lee Jong-hyun was in the same line downstairs, and when he saw Seha Appa, he flinched. He immediately starts asking what Appa is doing here and how he's not dead yet. Seha Appa says that he was the one who wanted to ask Lee John about it. Appa got in line behind Lee John. Appa says that Lee John's experience points don't seem to add up. How did he manage to survive? Lee Young is flustered and replies that he was just lucky, and Seha notices that Lee Young has been acting a lot more polite. Jisoo turns to Appa and says that Lee John saw Appa fight a minotaur, so he should be polite. Appa replies that it's very glorious since Lee John survived and asks to take him to the headman. Lee John asks if it's really to Yoon Hyung again. Appa confirms it and smiles. The guy who is standing behind Lee Jun looks surprised at Lee Jun, who turns around in his direction. Lee John continues to stare at the guy until the guy is startled by the realization that he has to go with them too. Appa smiles, surprised that Lee John has found a sidekick who obeys him unquestioningly. The boy walks behind everyone, and in front of Appa is Lee John, and says that their base is now here. There are many observers flying above the people. There are people standing on all sides. The people around them notice Appa and start discussing that he was the one who fought the Minotaur back then. Seha Appa becomes uncomfortable, trying to hide his face to avoid hearing these words. He puts his palm to his forehead. Appa realizes that there are too many people in this base, so there are enough observers here as well. The deities are looking at what's going on, waiting for some interesting actions from the players. Li Ming looks around and wonders if all these people were there last round too. Li Ming is ahead of Appa again and asks what he did at the last level. Why are the people around him looking at him like that? Appa is shy and replies that he didn't do anything like that. The people around him continue to whisper. Seha Appa blushes, wiping his head with his hand, decides to answer Li Min. Appa says that while people were scattering, he dealt with one monster. Li Ming accordingly wonders what kind of monster was there. Appa replies that it was a Minotaur guardian. Li Ming is shocked by Appa's words. After thinking for a while, Li Ming tenses up and says, such a monster has already appeared on the first level and supposedly Appa dealt with it alone. Appa confirms these words. Li Min doesn't believe it and starts laughing loudly. Li Min asks how someone like Appa could do that. Appa tolerates such an unpleasant reaction and just keeps quiet. It finally reaches Li Ming that Appa didn't cheat and stands in front of Appa with a shocked face, her eyes widened and her mouth open, out of surprise. Li Min interjects, is it really all true and how could this happen? Appa rubs the back of her head and says that it just happened. Li Min is very emotional and urges Appa to elaborate. At this time, Yoon Hyun promptly runs away, shouting Appa's name. Yoon Hyun waves his hand and happily states that Appa survived and that's really great. Yoon Hyun asks if Appa is hurt. Without waiting for an answer, Yoon Hyun clasps Appa in a tight hug. Appa has no choice but to endure such a sensual moment for Yoon Hyun. Li Min is surprised by this behavior and turns to Jisoo, asking who this is. Jisoo stands and silently watches as Appa's body trembles from being squeezed so tightly by Yoon-hyun's muscular arms. Yoon-hyun tells how it was just like that, and now they're here because they came later. Yoon-hyun exhales heavily because it was a hard journey to get here. Appa wipes his forehead, sweat dripping down his face because Yoon-hyun's story makes him shiver. Appa realizes that this story is the same as what Lee Min-ah told him. Appa says to deal with the boss first, then those who are upstairs now, and beat the forces of those who have occupied the territory. Yoon-hyun says it can't be done by their own forces. If they can't handle the boss, then how can they? Appa refutes Yoon-hyun's words, saying that it is possible. Seha Appa is serious and says that they need to lure out those who want to take all the laurels for themselves from the top. At this time, on the other side of the tower, a man is walking down the street equipped with an implement. In his right hand was a sharp sword, and in his left, a hook and something like a hoe. From the feet of the guy, on the ground, there are strange, twisted traces of black color. Inside the tower, there's one boss monster, and two teams that are after him. The team that fails to complete the task will receive a punishment. The punishment for failing to complete the mission, of course, is being sent to the other side of the world. These rules are made up by the game master, named Akartos. Akartos' eyes light up with a poisonous yellow color. Appa decides to ask, just in case it's true, whether Yoon-hyun means that they know about the monster boss. Yoon-hyun confirms what he said. Appa asks if it's true. They're the ones who said the monster is at the top of the tower. Yoon-hyun confirms it. Appa replies that if that's the case, then we should give in to them and let them catch it first. Yoon-hyun is shocked by Appa's decision. Yoon-hyun doesn't understand the reasoning behind this plan, because their competitors will win. Yoon-hyun approaches Appa and asks if Appa is really joking. Appa says he's serious, explaining that if that monster is on the roof, let that team catch it first. If they can catch it, of course. Yoon-hyun continues to be puzzled and asks what will happen to the mission. If the team doesn't defeat the boss, then everyone will be finished. Appa crosses his arms and calmly replies to Yoon-hyun that he will say those words when the true boss appears. Yoon-hyun remembers what happened to those guys when the monster blocked the path. He says that if Appa had seen the video, he would have thought the same thing. According to Yoon-hyun, the monster is too strong for a normal monster. Yoon-hyun explains that he realized this when he saw the video of the other team fighting him. But more importantly, he received an alert about the boss stage when he first entered the Roman tower. This means that there is a boss monster in the area. It turns out that after that, on no other floor, Yoon-hyun saw a monster stronger than the one on the roof. Appa asks if he checked the subway too. Yoon-hyun doesn't understand what he's talking about, and Appa clarifies that he means the basement of the Roman tower. Yoon-hyun thought about it, and drops of sweat began to drip down his face. For some reason, he was worried and trying to remember if he had been in the basement or not. Appa didn't wait for an answer, so he could say one thing. Appa raises his finger up to show the importance of the information. Seha Appa says that the boss monster has one difference from a normal monster. Yoon-hyun interjects, not understanding what he's talking about. Seha Appa says that a boss monster gathers himself an army to guard him. That's the difference between a regular monster and a boss monster. The boss monster looks many times larger than his army. The monster army guards the boss without question. At this time, a very excited guy walks into the tent and turns to Hyun-nim as he thought it was worth coming out and watching. Hyun-nim turns back around and asks what's wrong. Hyun-nim smiles and clarifies, "Is it really those guys who came again?" The guy who turned to Hyun-nim confirms what his boss said, clarifying that it's the new guys who came this time. Hyun-nim clarifies which newcomers. The newcomers were the ones who were rescued from the gym, along with Appa, Jisoo, and Lee Min. They went outside and are heading somewhere. Appa finds out that Park Dong is going with them, and asks if it's really Park Dong-gwan's decision to trust. Park Dong replies that it's unlikely they'll be able to catch the boss monster, and there's something about leaving the monsters to the other team and going subway. Appa looks at Park Dong and whispers that Park Dong is not a good person, but his pot is cooking. Park Dong doesn't understand what Appa is saying and interjects. Appa doesn't answer him, but only thinks that it would be nice if his pot cooked in moderation. Yoon-hyun is worried and decides to talk to Appa about his doubts. Yoon-hyun says that even though he agreed to go together, there's no way they'll be able to make it. After all, most of the opponents are former criminals, and there are women and children among their team. Jisoo looks at Yoon-hyun with displeasure, But Lee Min gets worried and a little scared, asking if they are really criminals. During the first game in Korea, there were a lot of different guilds. Among them, one that was particularly different was the one that was organized by criminals right after the peaceful changes began. It was a guild that at the mere mention of it inspired fear. It was a guild that by its mere mention inspired fear. For the sake of their own profit, no shame, tortured people and were willing to do absolutely anything. The guild called itself Sin. The leader who created the guild was Kim Ju-won. Appa stops and looks up. His face identifies discontent and a little tension. Kim Ju-won leaned over, holding onto the fence. There were chains wrapped around his arms and many cuts on his face. Kim Ju turns to the company, asking what they have to say. Asking if they are here to wave their fists, he suggests they try it. Kim Ju informs him that he's ready to keep the company at any time and starts laughing loudly. Yoon Hyun doesn't care for the laughter. Yoon Hyun explains that their team is here to give their opinions. Kim Ju says that he thought it was too late for him to ask for unification. Yoon Hyun clarifies that they didn't even think about it. Kim Ju asks what the big deal is then. Yoon Hyun replies that they came to say that they're giving in to their team, the boss monster that's on the roof. Kim Ju starts laughing out loud and asks if they're such weaklings to give in and clarifies that it's not called giving in, it's called running away. Kim Ju says let's say that's true, but their team isn't going to escape. Yoon Hyun replies that their team is the same as Kim Ju's team. They won't win if the battle starts. Yoon Hyun says they'll find another way out. Yoon Hyun explains that it's better for Kim Ju's team to go after this boss. And when the time limit is up, a new boss monster will appear. And there, they'll start hunting him down. Appa listens intently to Yoon Hyun and is amazed that he's pouring it on pretty well. With that expression on his face lying so nonchalantly, Kim Ju jumps off and heads towards Yoon Hyun, clarifying if everything he's saying is true. Yoon Hyun responds with a rhetorical question. What other recourse could they have? Kim Ju holds the sword in front of his face, and in his eye, the pupil changes color to red. Kim Ju identifies the rage and warns that if his team has something else in mind, everyone will be finished. Around Ju-won, black streams of energy begin to fly. Ju-won holds a gun in his hands and glares fiercely at Appa's team, showing his powerful energy. Those who were nearby struggled to stay on their feet from such a strong flow of energy. The streams of energy spread all around the immediate perimeter, and people had to hide their faces with their hands. The currents are so strong that hair starts to develop in the air. Yoon Hyun also tries to protect himself from the currents, but leaves his eye open to continue to communicate with Ju-won. Yoon Hyun assures that all his words are pure truth and gives his word as a sign that he can be trusted. Seha Appa, meanwhile, looks at Ju-won's behavior and sees incredible anger and aggression. After a bit of speculation, Appa realizes that this Ju-won is the avatar of one of the higher gods, the avatar of Gades. Ju-won replies that that's it, just fine, and turns to his assistants, asking what they think about it. The expression on Ju-won's face doesn't change at all. He's very serious and determined to do whatever it takes to get through this difficult level. One guy asks if it's all the same. If their team gives in, they'll go to the other world for not completing the task. The other guy smiles too and confirms the first guy's words, informing them that if they're up to something, they'll personally ruin them, and that's that. Ju-won agrees with the aides and replies that that's what they'll do. Pointing his finger at Appa's team, Ju-won asks if their team realizes that Ju-won can't blindly trust and take their word for it. Yoon Hyun confirms and lowers his head. Yoon Hyun decides to stay here while Ju-won's team fights the boss. Park Dong intervenes and says that since Yoon Hyun is the team leader, the team can't do it without him. Park Dong-gwan argues that instead of Yoon Hyun, it's better for him to stay. Yoon Hyun turns back around and is surprised at Park Dong's rejection. Appa looks at Park Dong-gwan too with surprise. Yoon Hyun thinks it over and agrees with Park Dong's decision, letting him know that if he changes his mind, he'll let him know and they'll switch. Ju-won intervenes with a question about whether they've decided that there will only be one left. Ju-won asks not to be made fun of and everyone here should stay. Team Appa is surprised at such a demand from Ju-won. Ju-won's eye looks at someone who doesn't inspire confidence at all and starts talking about how everyone should stay. Especially, Ju-won points to Ji-soo. Ji-soo stands there with a disgruntled face, not understanding why Ju-won is emphasizing her presence. At this time, Appa walks over to Ji-soo and stands next to her. Appa shows Ju-won that he won't give a single opportunity to offend Ji-soo in any way. In Appa's hand, A sharp sword can be seen, and on her torso, additional resources are hooked on her belt. Seha Oppa looks at Ju Wan with indifference and fearlessness. Previous experience gives confidence. Ju Wan regards Oppa with a surprised face, not realizing who he is. Oppa covers Jisu's face and continues to look at Ju Wan. Seha Oppa reasons, assuming that Jisoo might have just not liked Ju Wan. Even if Ju Wan doesn't know about Jungsal Sung, he must have sensed something. Ju Wan swiftly heading towards Oppa, and Yoon Hyun stands puzzled asking what these two are up to. Ju Wan says that Oppa isn't bad and looks capable. Oppa looks at Ju Wan and replies that he is. Ju Wan's two aides hear Oppa communicating and intend to stand up for him, voicing their thoughts about Oppa having a cocky conversation with their Hyung. Ju Wan hears the assistant's reaction and extends his arm out to the side, letting him know not to interfere. Ju Wan once again emits streams of energy and lights up his eyes with a red color to show his power. Ju Wan rubs his chin and continues to look at Oppa, saying that Oppa is not that easy. Oppa looks more angry and confirms the words. Seha Oppa says that's why if Ju Wan doesn't want to fight, it's better to compromise. At that moment, red energy streams pushes Ju Wan backwards so that Ju Wan somehow stands on his feet. Ju Wan looks at Jisoo, over whom the currents have begun to develop, depicting color. Ju Wan looks at the streams and assumes it is the shape of a cannibal flower. Jisoo emits many energy streams that cover everything around her. The assistants approach the boss, calling her Hyung. They say that these guys are too much. The second assistant also intervenes and suggests slapping Oppa's team for talking so boldly. Ju Wan gets annoyed and grits his teeth, not realizing what Jisoo is all about. Ju Wan ignores the assistants and looks at Jisoo, bewildered. At that moment, Oppa puts his palm on Jisoo's shoulder and asks her to stop. Jisoo stops, and a white pattern of colors remains behind her back. Jisoo looks at Oppa and smiles and apologizes. She explains that she got a little overexcited. Oppa says that for a Chansal song skill, it was a relatively moderate level of anger. Oppa realizes that whatever this Kim Ju Wan is, it's not worth it to apply the skill to him. Oppa looks at Ju Wan spitefully and asks what Ju Wan has decided. Kim Ju Wan is covered in sweat. A look of extreme consternation is identified on his face. Ju Wan accepts Oppa's warning. Kim Ju Wan says that Park Dong can stay here alone. Park Dong smiles and heads towards a potential rival. Yoon Hyun looks at what's happening, bewildered, and Oppa is happy that everything is going according to plan. Oppa confirms Ju Wan's words, informing him that this is what they will do. When Oppa turns away, Ju Wan, barely on his feet after what he's seen, the aides support to keep Ju Wan from falling over. Yoon Hyun turns back around with a shocked face. Ju Wan comes to his senses and lifts his head, looking at the opposing team. Ju Wan wonders who they are and how dare they, Ju Wan gets angry and decides that he will definitely go through with the mission and send everyone to the other side. When the team return to the base, Yoon Hyun breathes out a sigh of relief. Sweat drips down Yoon Hyun's face from excitement and comments that he didn't know if everything would work out or not. Thankfully, everything turned out okay. Though Yoon Hyun is a little worried about Dongguan, he's all alone after all. Oppa thinks that Park Dongguan is not something to worry about. Oppa replies to Yoon Hyun that Park Dongguan wanted to stay. So what is there to worry about? And Seha Oppa suggests that they start preparing. Around the building there was a safe zone and everyone who entered it was notified about it. Someone tells people to buy themselves the items that will be useful, but at each person's personal discretion. People are shocked by this news and are happy that there's such an opportunity. Yoon Hyun looks up with a surprised face and reports that he never imagined that such a thing existed. Each person uses the display and picks up their favorite weapon. While Oppa was choosing his resources, Yoon Hyun looks around and decides to clarify Oppa's opinion. Yoon Hyun clarifies if the deities will limit themselves to just one boss monster. Oppa looks at Yoon Hyun and replies that there's no such thing. Yoon Hyun confirms Oppa's opinion, saying that he thinks the same thing. Oppa clarifies that there's no need to worry anyway. Yoon Hyun is a little relieved, but clarifies why Oppa feels that way. Oppa clarifies that the sentence, after they catch the boss monster, doesn't make sense. Kim Ju Wan sits on the table and reflects on what was going on outside. Seha Oppa is standing near the fence talking to someone on the phone. Agreeing with the words of whoever is talking to him, Oppa asks that then, you need to try your best for him there. Jisoo overhears the conversation and approaches from the other side of the fence. Jisoo is curious and asks who Oppa was talking to. Seha Oppa turns around and replies that he just needed to talk to someone. Oppa is startled Jisoo approaches again out of the blue. Jisoo sees Appa's new resources and asks what they are. Seha Appa says he will use it in battle. Jisoo replies that the spear makes sense, but the rings, what are they for? The bracelet itself has a hole that the crystal hooks up to. Appa explains that these are training bracelets. With the color of the crystal, you can adjust the weight of the bracelets, and the levels are distributed from red to purple. Jisoo wonders if Appa is really going to train with these. Appa replies that it's not him who's going to use them, but someone who will need them. Jisoo doesn't know what he's talking about, and Appa is already changing the subject, asking if she's finished practicing. Jisoo says that standard defense in this mace will be enough. Appa says that's good, and then it's time for them to go to the headman's office. Jisoo peeks out from behind the fence and asks if Appa knows how to use a spear too. Jisoo doesn't realize when he first learned it. Seha Appa replies that he does know how to use it a little. Appa realizes that he can't say that he learned it in his past life. Seha Appa tries to change the subject as soon as possible and says that he is curious about what the teacher is doing now. Jisoo and Appa go to Yoon-hyun's house. Jisoo decides to ask Appa what kind of weapon she knows how to use best. Appa replies that there is no such thing, so he can't name something specific. He doesn't understand why Jisoo is asking so many questions. Appa explains that there is no such special weapon. All weapons to Seha Appa are so-so. But Appa thinks back to a past life, realizing that to survive or win a battle, abilities aren't the most important thing. At least that was the case for Appa, because the strongest and the best among humans who defeated everyone, and the only one who could stay alive after seeing the end of the human race, is Appa. Appa hopes that this time too, he will be able to get the title of the strongest. Yoon-hyun runs up to Seha Appa and notices that Appa has already bought his own equipment. Yoon-hyun says that thanks to Appa, he got a great reward for his first mission, and the high number of points allowed him to buy some good stuff. Appa notices the observer and assumes that Yoon-hyun has also become an avatar, since he didn't want to get involved with the deities in the beginning. Appa judges the character and assumes it's not an evil god, although that too will only be revealed in time. Appa asks if everyone else has finished their training. Yoon-hyun confirms and says he's here to tell them it's time to go. Seha Appa says that he and Jisoo may have to go separately. Yoon-hyun wonders why separately, and Appa says there are some things to do. Appa gives the spear. Yoon-hyun asks why Appa is giving his spear away. Appa says that when they find the boss monster, they need to stick the spear in the middle of the room. If you stick it in the floor, it will probably go in deep. The blade has to face upward. Appa says that if the monster can't be killed, it will give you this as well. Appa says it will have to be turned on not far from the spear and give a sign. Yoon-hyun gets a little worried and asks how the spear and the boss monster are related to each other. Yoon-hyun texts a message to Park Dong-gwan that everything is ready and they can go down to the subway. Park Dong doesn't understand why it took several days to prepare. During this time, Park Dong has already challenged the boss 3 times, but to no avail. Park Dong thinks back to Seha Appa, realizing that he was right. Park Dong thinks that there is definitely something about Appa, and Park Dong's god advised him to be careful. At that moment, Park Dong-gwan decides it's time to act now. Park Dong looks out of the window of the locked door and turns to the guard as he has some information about the assignment. The guard wonders what it's about, and Park Dong says that it will be up to his senior to tell him. Park Dong whispers that he doesn't intend to harm, but rather, maybe even help him pass the assignment. The guard listens to Park Dong-gwan and starts to believe him. Park Dong continues and says that Sehan Appa is really annoying him. Park Dong's face identifies the truth and true thought. Park Dong says that Ju-won is strong enough, and if he has to choose, Park Dong-gwan leans toward his eldest. The guard believes Park Dong-gwan and agrees to let him out and take him to Ju-won, but warns that if his information is trifling, Park Dong-gwan should be prepared for any outcome of his future life. Park Dong-gwan smiles slyly and agrees to such terms. The rat runs towards Yoon-hyun and he swiftly strikes at it with his huge weapon. In his other hand, Yoon-hyun has a flashlight. While the team members are trying to deal with the rats, Yoon-hyun approaches Appa and says that he should be commended for his advice, because without flashlights, they would have been in trouble. Appa turns to Yoon-hyun and confirms his words because monsters that live in darkness usually don't like light. At this time, behind Appa, countless eyes became visible. It turned out that those eyes were rat eyes. Seha Oppa begins to struggle and in a split second completely disposes of several dozen rats. Oppa looks forward and comments that the rats don't seem to be dwindling, but only growing in numbers. Yoonhyun crosses his arms over his chest and lowers his head. Yoonhyun says that Oppa kills them so easily as if he's catching rats. Seha Oppa continues to disarm the rats and asks what Yoonhyun is talking about since they are rats. Yoonhyun replies that that's not what he meant. Oppa turns back around and asks Yoonhyun how far they've traveled. Yoonhyun counts the floors and says they've gone about half. There are only 6 basement floors in total, and there's only a 3rd floor here. At that moment, there's some kind of message on Oppa's phone. From what Seha Oppa wonders, Lee Min, who's on Oppa's record as a bank ripper, texted that they're on their way down. Seha Oppa starts to smile because everything is going according to plan. At this point, somewhere on the upper floors, Ju Wan is very angry. Leaning against the wall in which a lot of destruction has appeared in the form of a circle, Ju Wan is trying to take in what's going on. Streams of energy explode around Ju Wan. A frightened Ju Wan says that there's some nonsense going on and realizes that a normal person can't catch this dragon with their powers. The dragon's ability was the basilisk. It's a look that turns everything into stone. Ju Wan doesn't understand how such a thing can be on the 2nd mission and why just a snake has such abilities. While Ju Wan was trying to analyze what was happening on the roof, the guard who was assigned to watch over Park Dong-gwan came to Ju Wan's room. Turning to his boss, the guard informs him that Park Dong has something to say. A crowd of guards surrounds Park Dong-gwan, who tells them that his team is fighting on the basement floors. That monster on the roof is the strongest in this building. But not the real boss. The real one is in the basement of the building, and that's for sure. One of the guards is very angry and realizes why Oppa's team so easily gave up attacking the monster on the roof. Ju Wan realizes that it was a psychological trap. It was obvious that they couldn't defeat the dragon because it wasn't there for that. The indignation on Ju Wan's face clears up. Angry at his opponents, Ju Wan decides that he's not going to let this go. After all, those puppies from Oppa's team let themselves go to waste. Park Dong-gwan walks behind Ju Wan, excited that there's going to be a battle now. And Park Dong will stay, in the end, with whoever wins. Park Dong-gwan decides that he can get rid of the punishment with a skill he got from deity. The guard smiles as he looks at Dong-gwan. Park Dong asks why he's smiling, and the guard says he's grateful to Park Dong-gwan for helping him out, because without him, they would have just gone straight to the dragon. Park Dong says he's happy to help. Finally, Ju Wan's team, along with Park Dong-gwan, descend into the basement. Ju Wan welcomes Dong-gwan into the team and asks him, calling him a rookie, if they went down that way. Park Dong-gwan confirms it. Park Dong-gwan looks around and sees that there's no one there. On Dong-gwan's face, there is great surprise and tension, because what he expected did not happen. Ju Wan calls out to his men, demanding that they sweep the area. Ju Wan thinks there's no way there's no one left here. The guard approaches the boss to share his opinion. Ju Wan hears a suggestion that Oppa's team might have left here, thinking that Ju Wan would follow in their footsteps. Moreover, to the lowest point, because the faster they complete the mission, the faster they can escape. The other 2 guards agree with the first and say that they need to catch up with them as soon as possible and crush them. They suggest that they simply kill everyone on Oppa's team. Ju Wan analyzes what's happening and replies that he can't rule out that possibility. Ju Wan suggests that the guard's opinion for Park Dong-gwan is really truly true. Ju Wan informs the wards that they should head back downstairs. The guards moving after the boss and anticipating victory, not only over Oppa's team, but also over the main boss. Once down below, the guards can't see the road well and start to get worried. They realize they should have brought flashlights. Ju Wan demands that everyone keep their eyes peeled. Finally, one of the guards notices something and asks the others what it is. The guard turns to Ju Wan, reporting that they see Appa and Ji-soo standing in front of them on the other side of the sewer water. Ju Wan looks off into the distance and sees the outlines of the bodies of their potential rivals, and answers that it's definitely Siha Appa and Ji-soo standing there. Siha Appa looks very confident compared to Ji-soo, who is a little scared and has her arms crossed on her chest. Appa turns to Ju Wan and says that their team came later than expected. Apologizing, Appa says they can't go downstairs. Appa warns that Ju Wan's team should go back upstairs. Ju Wan and the assistants are startled but pretend not to be. A guard says that Appa is bold and should be put down, and a second guard says that Appa is bold like he's living a second life. Seha Appa points his finger at Park Dong-guan and says he assumed he'd see him on Ju-won's team. But still, for Appa, Park Dong-guan turned out to be too boring and predictable. Park Dong-guan starts to get nervous. Telling Appa that he's completely crazy, Park Dong tries to scare him by telling him that he can't live if he performs so much. Appa laughs and asks if the information is accurate. Park Dong turns around and asks if she agrees with Appa's statement about his imminent death. At this time, a yellow energy begins to wiggle around Lee Min with the image of a guard. Park Dong starts to get even more nervous, not realizing what's going on. Lee Min goes to Appa and says that once again he's making her work. Turning to Appa, Lee Min asks if Appa knows what she had to endure, because those uncles stink. Ju-won's team is shocked that Lee Min is on Appa's side. Park Dong-guan gets worried, causing sweat to appear on his face. Mentally, the puzzle comes together because initially for Park Dong-guan, it was surprising that things were coming too easily. Appa replies to Park Dong-guan that he has already made a plan to quickly deal with Ju-won, the guards, and of course Park Dong-guan. Seha Appa looks at his opponents with a casual look and emphasizes that the monster at the top of the tower was part of their plan. Lee Min asks Appa what to do now. Appa replies that they need to fight. What a question. Lee Min clarifies that if something doesn't go according to plan, she will merge. Seha Appa replies that Lee Min can do as she pleases. Looking at her phone, Appa says that time is running out. Jisoo stands forward and tells Appa to get out of here. Appa stands puzzled and asks what that means. Jisoo replies that the opponents, after all, only need to be held back so they can't get down. There's no need for everyone to stay here. Seha Appa looks at Ju-won's team and starts to worry about Jisoo. Will everything be okay? After some thought, Appa decides to agree with Jisoo and go to prepare the next stage of their mission. Seha Appa grabs Lee Min, informing her that they will go upstairs. Lee Min makes a hobgoblin-like sound again and resents what Seha Appa says. Before leaving, Appa turns back around and addresses Jisoo, asking him not to kill this. Jisoo doesn't realize who he's talking about and interjects who Appa means. Appa points at Park Dong-guan and calls him a rat. Park Dong-guan hears Appa and gets a little tense. Jisoo is saddened by this decision and replies that it's a shame since she wanted to deal with him the most. Jisoo promises that she will try not to hurt him. Appa turns away and asks Jisoo to cover up. But at that moment, some action starts to happen towards Seha Appa. Ju-won throws a sharp hook to the side where Seha Appa was. Ju-won confidently catches up to Appa to choke him with his chains. But Appa instantly dodges and Ju-won doesn't realize how this can be. Ju-won looks on, puzzled, not understanding how this happened since he was not seen moving. Ju-won starts to assume that Appa is an avatar. Before he could say anything, Ju-won and his friends were instantly high above the ground. Wrapped in chains, the guys swiftly begin to fall downwards. Seha Appa only needed to use the fist of his left hand while in his right hand was Lee Min. Seha Appa's power, as fast as possible, enslaved the overconfident opponent. While Seha Appa was dealing with Ju-won, Lee Min felt all of Appa's body movements on herself. Lee Ming's head was dizzy and her eyes were blurry. One of the guards didn't get caught in the spread. Turning back, he decides as soon as possible to escape from here and yells that there can't be such a thing. To everyone, from Ju-won's team, it's amazing that Appa is truly more powerful than their boss. Finally, no one else stops Appa from leaving. Seha Appa tells Jisoo again that they need to be covered and informs them that if it gets too dangerous, Jisoo can start doing the legwork. Jisoo stands with his gun in hand and looks confidently at his opponents. Seha Appa turns around and analyzes Jisoo. He seems to think that something has changed, but time is short, and Appa decides to trust Jisoo. Seha Appa warns Jisoo that he and Lee Min have already left. Jisoo replies that it's a good thing. At this moment, Jisoo's eyes become incredibly bright, and a snide smile appears on her face. Jisoo, in anticipation of the battle. As Ju-won regains consciousness, the guard and Park Dong-guan try to help by asking if Ju-won is okay. His eyes have turned bright red. Ju-won's rage is at an all-time high. Ju-won demands everyone to go get Appa as soon as possible. The guys try to run at full speed to fulfill Ju-won's instruction to stand in the water and wipe the spot where Appa hit. Ju-won keeps yelling after the guards to catch Appa as fast as possible. One of the guards looks into the distance and notices something horrible as a drop of sweat begins to trickle down his face. Ju-won also looks into the distance and no longer screams in an angry tone. The guard asks what it was. Out of fear in front of someone, the guard falls to the floor, hitting his knees. The person standing in front of him is incredibly frightening. In the dim light, the image of Jisoo can be seen. Jisoo is holding a weapon in her hands, and around her flies a stream of energy, radiating with anger at her opponents. Jisoo is serious. Jisoo addresses everyone and says that of everyone here, there is no way out. Ju-won looks at Jisoo and sees a look like she's not looking at people, but some bugs. In Ju-won's eyes, fear becomes apparent. Ju-won, for the first time, felt his weakness in front of someone. Jisoo's face turned red, but the expression on his face is completely calm, without tension or worry. Jisoo hears a question from Ju-won about who she is. Ju-won is not going to give up without a fight and commands the subjects to catch Jisoo. They run with knives, hoping they will overpower her. Jisoo holds a mace attached to a rope and waits for the guards to get closer. Unfurling the mace, Jisoo has an unrivaled look. Turning his head towards the closest guard, his face didn't change in any way. The only thing that is really unpleasant for Jisoo in this situation is that a lot of blood might get on his clothes. The selfless guy decides to attack Jisoo. Swinging his stick, the guy yells angrily that he's going to kill Jisoo. The other guy only has time to swing before something very fast and scary appears in front of his face. It was Jisoo, who instantly split apart the first challenger for her life. The guy stopped, fearfully looking at his colleague's body. One by one, the guards walked to their certain death. Jisoo was angry, but didn't strain to deal with each one. In a moment, a red circle appeared on Jisoo's chest, which gathered power from each person caught in the act. Black streams gathered together, making Jisoo all the stronger. While Jisoo was being perfected, a few foolish people gathered behind, hoping to cause even the slightest harm to Jisoo. Jisoo uses the gathered strength and injects in the mace to defeat each opponent as soon as possible. All of this happens in the moment, very quickly, that no opponent has time to do damage from Jisoo's back. Finally, when the perfection was successful, Jisoo continued the showdown with the desperate people. Another guard decides to make an attack. He puts a knuckle on his hand and intends to do some damage to Jisoo. The guard swiftly looms over Jisoo with incredible anger and fear. Jisoo dodges the blow and glares at his opponent, showing his confidence. Jisoo's eyes, once again burning a bright red color. Neither opponent has delivered any real threat to Jisoo. The last thing the guard saw in his life was a mace that was swiftly coming towards his face. Jisoo deftly uses the weapon to make sure that no guard could get any closer. After increasing the skill, the weapon became red in color. Somewhere in the distance, Ju-won is standing there watching Jisoo, moving confidently, and doesn't understand how she got such abilities. Ju-won's eye started twitching. Frightened watching Jisoo, he doesn't realize what kind of power she has inside her. Ju-won realizes that there are 30 people in his team, and she is alone. But she is stronger than all of them put together, and not even the slightest bit tired. Jisoo continues to fight her opponents, which gives her a winning time for Appa's cases. Jisoo's eyes continue to shine, and her strength is growing. Ju-won begins to get so angry that he already intends to personally enter the fray. Ju-won begins to ponder the fact that Jisoo is not easy. This shouldn't get in the way of dealing with her. Ju-won thinks that in terms of speed, mass, strength, superior. Jisoo continues to overpower each guard, waiting for there to be none left. Jisoo is still not tired. You can see it in her relaxed face. Jisoo once again swings her mace. Ju-won stands in front of Jisoo and shows his indifference in front of the mace flying towards him. The two guys look at Ju-won with bewilderment and fear for his life. At that moment, Ju-won grabs the guy on his right and pulls him towards him. The guy realizes he's being used as a defense against the mace and starts screaming loudly in fear. Ju-won sets the guy up in front of him, expecting his head to keep him from getting hit. The guy is very scared, realizing that he has only seconds to live. Ju-won is sure that Jisoo will never be able to overpower him, since truly Ju-won is the avatar of Gides himself. After saying that, Ju-won summoned the huge skeleton that was standing behind him. It was the skill Perdition Sentence. If the skill hits its target, it would be finished within 1 minute. However, the skill has no effect on creatures with a higher level. Ju-won intends to defeat Jisoo with this skill. A multitude of black and red energy streams float surrounding Ju-won. On Ju-won's hook, a red orb appears. It glows as brightly as Jisoo's eyes. The battle expects to be brutal. Both players are incredibly strong. Jisoo continues to fight with Ju-won's guards. Ju-won sees this and calls a creep who doesn't even know where he's climbing. Ju-won is sure that Jisoo is going to the other side of the world very soon. Ju-won shouts that he is the avatar of the supreme deity of Geds. Jisoo turns her attention to Ju-won, and her eyes start to glow even more. But Jisoo shows no emotion and swings her weapon, ignoring the skeleton that Ju-won summoned. While Ju-won was swinging to do the strongest damage to Jisoo, something happened. Ju-won is shocked that it happened this, and he doesn't realize how in general this could have happened to him. Jisoo holds the weapon in his hand and looks at Ju-won still with the same nonchalant face. Finally, Jisoo turns around and starts to walk away, waving his long hair. Ju-won's last words were that he couldn't believe that he was really just like everyone else. Ju-won's head flies in the opposite direction of the mace that Jisoo skillfully threw. Meanwhile, Appa and Lee Min are running away. Lee Min is worried about Jisoo and asks Appa a question. Lee Min says Appa left Lee Min alone and asks if Appa is sure Jisoo can handle herself. Appa isn't sure and says she probably can handle it. Lee Min doesn't get it, doesn't know what he's talking about, and clarifies with Appa what probably means. Seha Appa looks at his hand and replies to a curious Lee Min that his answer means that the opponent is not so strong. It seemed to Lee Min that Ju-won is strong enough. Appa says he's not impressed with him. Now, it's just the beginning of the game. Ju-won is most likely a recent avatar. Of the skills, he only has a sentence, but it will take a long time to apply. Appa assures that Ju-won's head will fly off his shoulders much faster than he can apply the skill. Lee Min accepts Appa's opinion and changes the subject. Lee Min asks what Appa is really up to, and whether or not Appa will actually go to the roof. Appa looks confident in his words and confirms Lee Min's assumptions. Apparently, memories from his past life are giving Appa an advantage, and the plan to go on this mission is well thought out. Lee Min and Appa step up, and Lee Min says that he realizes Appa is strong, but it seems like overkill. Appa replies that that's why he took Lee Min with him. Lee Min is shocked by the answer and says she can't do anything but change her appearance. They stop. Appa says that her ability will be enough. Looking up somewhere, Lee Min identifies bewilderment and excitement. Appa, on the other hand, is as calm and even pleased with what is happening as always. They stop in front of a tall door and Appa asks if Lee Min did what he asked. Lee Min confirms and says that Appa can't imagine the shame she felt. Lee Min asks Appa to remember to give her a reward for it. Appa smiles as she replies that there will be a reward. Appa will buy an item for at least 2,000 points. There will also be a bonus depending on the reward for passing the second level. Li Ming is happy and says that 2,000 is a lot, and if Appa is lying, then Li Ming will ruin him. Appa tells Li Ming to hurry up and change her appearance. Li Ming didn't expect that already and clarifies if that's what Appa was talking about or not. Appa confirms her words, reminding her that the reincarnation is to be a ferret. Li Min says she doesn't know how it's even supposed to help, but Li Min is only doing it because of Appa's request. Seha Appa says that Li Min will find out soon enough. Li Min turns into a snow-white ferret and wraps her fluffy tail around Seha Appa's neck. Appa asks if Li Min is ready. Li Min makes ferret sounds. Finally, Appa and Li Min enter the dragon's room. Appa sees a lot of guys petrified the moment they were already approaching the exit. For Appa, this is an unplanned situation and wonders what happened here. Appa impetuously hides behind the fence and examines people's faces. Seha Appa knows that the petrification is due to the use of the basilisk. Li Ming makes sounds in confirmation of Seha Appa's words. Appa turns to Li Min, demanding to find out where the dragon is. Li Min lifts up on his hind legs and opens his mouth at the unexpected and dangerous task. Appa says it won't be a big deal. You just need to move fast and that's it. Appa says that if Li Ming is scared, he can give her a ride and says she can tell her that. Li Min has nothing to do but just go and do her difficult task. Appa stands with her hands in her pockets, waiting for Li Min to arrive. Seha Appa looks out and sees Li Min, who is making sounds typical of ferrets. Appa is surprised and asks if really Li Min was able to find the dragon so quickly. Appa notices the dragon as well. Appa thought so. It's not worth the hassle of looking for that monster. This dragon is the guardian of this level. The dragon can talk and calls Appa a fool. The dragon comes closer and says his name is Orga, and if Appa backs off, Orga won't touch him. Appa looks at Orga and asks what this is all about, because Appa would have come to leave right away. Unlike the Minotaur in the first level, this monster has a name. Now monsters don't just appear, this level has a monster with a name that players can't destroy. Seha Appa knows that Orga is the real guardian, but the most annoying thing is his skill. Orga's skill is the stare that turns to stone. Orga opens his eyes and turns everything to stone with his gaze, At this time, his eyes begin to glow, and everything that is hit by this light turns to stone. For this reason alone, he is very hard to defeat. But Appa knows how to defeat Orga without becoming stone. Appa turns to Li Ming, who still looks like a ferret. Patting Li Ming on the cheek, Appa asks if she remembers what they talked about and says that this moment has come. Li Ming realizes what they're talking about and quickly moves her head in different directions, showing denial and making lots of sounds. Appa assumes what Li Ming wants to say and replies that you can't since it has to be done. Appa laughs at Li Ming and asks if Li Ming really wants Appa to flip her off after all. Appa stands and agrees that he'll have to help Li Ming a little. Li Ming shakes her paw and squeaks, urging Appa to let go. Seha Appa tosses Li Ming far enough away and high enough, far enough for Orga to see her. Right in front of Orga's eye, Li Ming flies by and maximizes the dragon's interest with her appetizing appearance. Orga watches where Li Ming falls to go hunting and refreshing himself. Appa sees that Orga isn't paying attention to anything but Li Ming. Seha Appa yells that now is the time to attack. Appa looms over Orga with some knowledge of his skill. It turns out that this skill has a rollback. The moment Orga can't use the skill, you need to poke his eyes out as fast as possible. At that moment, Appa throws a sharp blade right into Orga's eye. After all, Orga opened them to catch up with Li Ming, so he couldn't use petrification. Orga notices the blade too late, so he takes the damage, taking the blade with his eye. Orga raises his head because the pain of the blade prevents him from fighting Appa. Seha Appa hides behind a fence to protect himself from Orga's fall. Orga falls to the ground and Appa realizes he hit right on target. It turns out that Appa's plan backfired and Orga only pretended to take damage. Orga rises up again and turns to Appa, informing him that he realized that Appa was aiming straight for the eye. Seha Appa realized his mistake, as a regular knife won't help here. Orga says that since that's the case, there's only one thing to do. So Orga sets his eye on Li Ming to turn her to stone first. Orga expects to petrify Li Ming, reincarnated as a ferret, and is surprised that it didn't work. Orga doesn't understand how this is possible since he hit right on target. Looking closely, Orga notices that it is a ferret. As it turns out, according to legend, one of the basilisk's enemies is the ferret. It's its weak spot. Orga turns to Appa again and laughs. Orga asks if Appa thought that recognizing his weak spot, he would use it to attack and it would work. Orga tells Appa that it won't work. Orga says the ferret won't be able to resist. At that moment, Orga notices the ferret, rapidly heading somewhere. Orga doesn't realize what's happening and just stands there in a stupor, trying to follow Li Ming's actions. Li Ming, in the form of a ferret, swiftly climbs up Orga's tail to do everything that was pre-planned before. Orga notices the ferret and reproduces something like its shadow, sending the doppelganger towards the white opponent. Li Ming, in the form of a ferret, manages to duck and Orga's energy shadow flies past. As Li Ming falls into Orga's view, Orga begins to use a stare that turns to stone. Orga's eyes begin to glow a fiery color, and Li Ming tries to run as fast as he can. Orga sees that his ability has no effect on Li Ming, and realizes that he is no ordinary ferret. Orga starts laughing and says that the ferret looks believable. Orga tells Appa that he doesn't know what's on his mind, but thinks Appa realizes it doesn't make sense. Orga is about to use his stone-turning skill again, but Appa asks Li Ming to bite Orga as soon as possible. Li Ming deftly jumps up and manages to do damage to Orga's eye. Orga begins to scream loudly as dark purple blood comes out of his eye. Li Ming promptly falls down and screams as he fears crashing to the ground. Seha Appa swiftly runs up to catch Li Ming. They bounce away from the spot where Orga falls. Appa steps back to safety and turns around to look at Orga. Li Ming is surprised and happy to have managed to, at least, hurt Orga in some way. Appa says that it was good, and now you don't have to fear his gaze. Orga has recovered very quickly from the damage and can look with that eye again. Turning back towards Appa, Orga states in surprise that, after all, that was an unusual ferret. Orga makes a momentary movement to the side, but Appa manages to move away. Seha Appa smiles and confirms Orga's words, asking where a ferret could come from in the city. Appa stops and notices something that surprises him and Li Ming. Orga tries to do damage and does every action very quickly. Appa is also agile and again manages to escape Orga's damage. Orga crashes to the ground, hoping that catching Appa, he has succeeded. Orga lifts himself up and stares at Appa furiously. Appa realizes that Orga is so huge that any attack he makes is immediately visible. However, if Orga were to hurt Appa even a little, Appa would be able to say goodbye to his life immediately. Seha Appa tries to escape from Orga. Appa is very fast, but the realization of Orga's size makes him realize that he can't relax for a moment. But Orga promptly blocks Appa's path, letting him know that there is no way to get away. Appa begins to worry as Orga is only getting closer to Appa. It seems that Appa needed to stall for time. For at that moment, Appa feels the sounds of the phone and sees a message there. Appa is glad that everything is going according to plan. Lee Min sits on Appa's neck and tries to stay there. Appa turns to Lee Min and asks if she remembers what Appa said about a certain sign. Lee Min blushes a little but replies to Appa something ferret-like. Appa gives the command to scatter. Lee Min and Appa run in different directions, as this is part of their plan. Orga once again tries to do damage on Seha Oppa, but once again it fails. Appa leans in just in time and the furious Orga rushes on without taking Seha Oppa with him. Orga turns around and glares at Appa, claiming some tricks again, preventing him from overpowering in peace. The wound that Li Ming left behind was across the eye and didn't prevent the petrification skill from being used. Oppa crouches down on one knee to rest a bit while Orga is away from him. Seha Oppa says that without tricks there is no way to send Orga to the other side. Orga once again looms over Appa and begins to explain that he's amused to watch the effort. Orga says that Appa can use all the moves he wants, but there's no way he can win. Orga looms over Appa and does a ground kick right next to him. Orga warns that even if you take away the skill, there's still nothing to counter Orga. Seha Appa tries to move away from the flying debris after Orga's punch. Appa tells Orga that it will be much harder to bounce back that way. Orga flies close to Appa again, explaining that Orga's stats are rank D, while Appa's are only rank F. Appa stands still and raises his head, looking at Orga and marveling at his size. Appa begins to get angry. Sweat drips down his face because stalling further is getting harder. Finally, Appa decides to act before it's too late. Appa says that Orga is talking too much and he's sick of it. Seha Appa raises his hand and snaps his finger. Around Appa, small crystals manifest. Sehan's face identifies confidence and seriousness to finish off Orga. Orga asks what Appa is up to. And at this time, on the high ground between Appa and Orga, a huge-sized rooster appears. The rooster starts crowing so loudly. Orga opens his mouth to try to endure the unpleasant sounds, and a shiver runs down Orga's scales. Oppa has gotten to know the Guardian well enough to use all sorts of methods to overpower the insatiable Orga. As Orga wriggles in discomfort, Appa decides not to hesitate and swiftly advances towards Orga. Oppa swings his blade to overpower Orga. Responding to Orga's speculation, Appa asks if this is the level difference that was mentioned a few minutes ago. Appa doesn't wait for Orga's answer and begins executing multiple wounds across Orga's torso. It happens so fast that Orga doesn't have time to react and defend himself against Appa in any way. It turns out that Orga's scales are so strong that they don't feel the blade's blows. Orga starts laughing at Appa and asks how much longer Appa can last by continuing to fight. Orga doesn't know how Appa managed to recognize his weaknesses. Appa keeps running to do damage at another location, and Orga keeps explaining that Appa is not strong enough to pierce such tough scales. Orga continues to make surprise attacks, but Appa manages to bounce back. It manages to do so harder each time, though. Orga's power is so strong that it seems as if Orga never tires, and Appa's every dodge is no problem for him. Seha Appa continues to elude Orga. From the expression on his face, you can't tell he's tired. Obviously, the calm face makes it clear that everything planned is going his way, and pretty soon, Orga will get tired and Appa will start the next item. Orga is tired of catching up with Appa. Purple liquid continues to flow from the wound that Li Ming caused. Orga asks if Appa will just keep running like this. Orga assures that soon Appa will run out of strength and die. Appa tries to cut through the skin, and to do so, he has to get as close to Orga as possible. After doing another damage, Appa instantly runs back and analyzes Orga's behavior. Seha Appa notices that Orga has clearly started to move much slower than he did at the beginning. Seha Appa crouches down on his knee, rests his head on his arm, and tries to rest a bit. Appa tells Orga to stop showing off already. In his thoughts, Appa realizes it's time to deal with him already. Orga is looming. He feels like Appa has prepared himself well. However, the difference between them is still the same. Orga looks at Appa and asks what he's going to do next. If he's just going to run away, he can't do anything good. Appa hears someone start knocking. Appa smiles and mentally rejoices that it's finally here. Seha Appa gets into a conversation with Orga. Appa explains that just like Orga said, Appa definitely can't send to the other side of the world. Orga stops and laughs, asking if, really, Appa is just now realizing that. But Orga argues that now, it's too late. Orga is angry and decides to deal with Appa as soon as possible. not realizing that Appa's plan is successfully coming to fruition. Seha Appa stands up and looks at Orga. Appa explains that he knew from the beginning that he couldn't defeat Orga. Therefore, he puzzled over how if he could defeat him. In fact, Appa is used to facing opponents he cannot defeat. Appa's opponents who are superior to Appa in every way. What does it take for Appa to defeat them? Choice of deity or high scores, useful skills or a unique ability. All of this is important and useful, of course. Definitely, in the first round, all of this was clearly lacking. However, despite the lack of a strongman title and praise for Appa's brilliance, Appa was the last man standing. Appa knows that experience and patience. With these two qualities, anything is possible. Orga asks what Appa is carrying and looms over with his mouth open, informing him that the end is about to come. Seha Appa smiles, realizing that Orga's threat is in vain, for it is not Appa who will be the end, but Orga himself. At that moment, when Orga is getting as close as he can and is about to catch Appa, there is an explosion. The Roman tower explodes on several floors. The whole building is about to collapse from the impact. The glass of the windows flying in different directions. The roof of the building falls with huge stones onto the floor where Appa and Orga are standing. Orga asks what he's done. Appa says it was a bomb. Someone, over the course of a week, had been planting it. It was Li Min, a sticky bomb that detonates remotely and has no effect on monsters or players. Orga calls Appa a fool, asking if he thinks he can be killed by a bomb, or just throw him down. Orga says it doesn't make sense. Appa says he knows both that, and that he can't destroy the monster with the objects of this world. Appa says he didn't prepare this for Orga, and the effort wasn't pointless. Orga is so thick-skinned, though, that he can't even realize that. Orga doesn't understand at all what Appa means and asks about it. Orga is silent for a while because after all this time, he noticed the bracelets on his paws. Orga asks what it is and how it got on him. Appa holds the crystal in his hand and asks Orga if it is a family trait to not notice anything around you when you are angry. Appa explains that these things are called exercise bracelets. The bracelets change color and get all heavy. Orga can't stay on his feet and starts to fall, asking Appa what's going on. Orga calls Seha Appa the ugly man, because he realizes that Appa has succeeded in outsmarting him. Seha Appa climbs up on Orga and puts his foot near his eye, showing his superiority over Orga. Appa shows the crystal to Orga and says that his level difference means nothing. Finally, the bracelets start pulling so hard that the floor breaks off and Orga falls down. Orga yells that even if he falls, it's still not the same, he won't die, no matter how much Appa doesn't want him to. Orga continues to break the floors beneath him and yells to Appa that from the impact the bracelet will split, that's all. Orga warns that the very moment he gets free of it, he will catch and deal with Appa, once and for all. As Orga flew through all the floors and approached the dungeon, he noticed that there was a golden spear in the floor, pointing upwards, right below Orga. Orga stops threatening Appa and asks what the golden spear is standing in the floor. Orga drops his head down and asks where the spear came from. After all, this is only the second level. Among the weapons that could be obtained so far, there was none that could pierce such hard scales. Finally, Orga lands on the spear. While enduring the painful sensations, Orga says that one spear will do nothing to him, and there is really nothing to worry about. But after the unpleasant sensations, Orga wonders what's the matter. In the dungeon where Yoon-hyun had placed the spear, there was some action going on. In front of the team, a huge monster was hovering in the air. The guys were trying to stay as far away as possible, but the monster didn't attack the men, not yet. Yoon-hyun's team was armed with a variety of weapons. Yoon-hyun gets worried because he sees that this monster can't penetrate anything. The team doesn't know what to do since they can't do it alone. Very close to the golden spear, there is a caretaker hovering in the air. He has several tails and eyes distributed all over his body, and in the middle of his head is a huge head. From the smiling mouth, sharp teeth can be seen. One of the guys approaches Yoon-hyun, asking what they should do, because if they continue like this. Yoon-hyun silently looks at the caretaker and ponders on what to do, not knowing what is happening already, very close to their location. At that moment, the roof of the dungeon collapses and huge blocks of stones fly in different directions, and even not far from the team. The guys look up, puzzled as to what's going on, fear identifying on their faces. Yoon-hyun tries to analyze what's going on, wondering what's wrong and what so huge flies to their floor. Orga breaks the top floor with his weight and stumbles over a sharp golden spear which lights up Orga's torso and sizzles. Orga screams, realizing that his unexpected end of life has come. The team looks up and sees, from the very top of the tower, Everything is broken. The guys have not yet realized that it has fallen, but are just in shock at what they have seen. With his head down, Yoon-hyun looks at Orga, who not only fell on the golden spear, but also on the caretaker they were trying so hard to break. One of the guys turns to Yoon-hyun to ask if both monsters are really gone. The caretaker is pinned down by the Orga so that he immediately stops moving, which means he's done for good. Yoon-hyun looks at the display and sweats from the information. Since the mission was completed, it means the caretaker was a boss mob. Yoon-hyun received a silver level and doesn't realize what the merits are for. Yoon-hyun wonders how this even works. Yoon-hyun reports that everyone is alive and is surprised that Appa, not a single scratch on him. Yoon-hyun turns to Seha Appa to find out more details. Appa looks at Orga and tells Yoon-hyun to look at how cool the drop was. Yoon-hyun is thrown into more shock hearing that they dropped Orga. Yoon-hyun examines Appa and can't imagine how they managed to drop the monster and remain without a scratch. Yoon-hyun continues to wonder about Appa's behavior. The main issue is that he wants to understand who Appa is, really. Yoon-hyun looks at Orga and tells Appa that it's all because of him, because they couldn't have done it without him. Yoon-hyun compares Appa to Ju-won and thinks that both guys are of a different caliber. At that moment, Yoon-hyun starts to feel angry with himself. Gathering his fingers in a fist, Yoon-hyun tells himself that he can't go on like this. Realizing that he needs to become even stronger so he can survive without the help of others. Seha Appa decides to climb down and deftly jumps down from such a height. Appa sees that Yoon-hyun is flustered and explains that Yoon-hyun did as Appa said, and that's why everything went the way it did. Yoon-hyun looks at Appa and continues to be amazed. Seha Appa stooped down to pick up the golden spear. Yoon-hyun leans down a bit and turns to Appa and asks what Appa is going to do now. Appa says that while there's time before the third task starts, he's thinking of just wandering around a bit. Seha Appa deftly walks up to Yoon-hyun's floor. Yoon-hyun once again gets shocked by Appa's words and asks if Appa said he wants to wander around, and asks where. Appa says there's no plan, he'll go wherever his feet take him. Appa has his phone in his hand and says if anything happens, they can easily call, but Appa can only help if he's not busy. Lee Min is still in his ferret body, nestled on Appa's neck. The look on Yoon-hyun's face makes it look like he doesn't want to part with such a powerful warrior. Yoon-hyun replies to Appa that indeed it's time for them to part, but if Appa needs anything, he can just text. Yoon-hyun says goodbye that they'll see each other again. Seha Appa confirms those words. Appa analyzes Yoon-hyun's behavior and suggests that the feeling of not having enough abilities scares Yoon-hyun, because next, he'll have to survive on his own. But Seha Appa is confident that Yoon-hyun can handle it, especially with the Avatar's abilities. Appa remembers that he forgot to ask what deity Yoon-hyun chose, and decides that if they see each other again, he should ask about it. Seha Appa came into a store-like room. He looked at the items around him. Jisoo was sitting nearby, cleaning her mace after the last battle. Jisoo notices Appa and is excited to see him, informing him that Appa has arrived, much later than expected. Appa notices Jisoo's chainmail, asking if the previous one is worn out. Jisoo replies that she pulled out one of several that Appa bought. Appa says that since she's cleaning her mace like nothing happened, it means those guys were mistreated. Lee Min reincarnates into her true image and asks Jisoo where Park Dong-gwan went. Jisoo looks at the door on her left and says she locked him in there just in case, especially since Park Dong was making too much noise. Park Dong was sitting in a small room, leaning his face on his arm. Hearing Appa's voice, raised his head. Appa walks to the door and asks how Park Dong-gwan is doing, and how he's doing. Appa walks in and abruptly puts on Dong-gwan, the bracelet. Park Dong grinds his teeth and demands to take the thing off, asking what it is. Appa holds up the crystal in his hand and replies that it's nothing special, just an interesting bracelet. Appa says it would be more correct to say, an interesting choker. After hooking the green crystal on the desired place of the bracelet, Appa lets go of Park Dong-gwan and says that it looks great on him. The crystal begins to glow brightly, signifying its effectiveness. At the same moment, Park Dong-gwan's head is swiftly pulled down from the reinforcement of the training bracelet level. Park Dong-gwan's face is hit hard against the floor, ensuring that his skin is stained red. Seha Appa leans lower and asks a rhetorical question. Appa wonders if the player can handle the weight of a 200-kilogram bracelet. Park Dong-gwan tries to get up, but gets nothing but screams from the pressure of his head hitting the floor. Seha Appa controls the power supply, holding a second crystal. With a little pressure from his fingers, the crystal changes color from green to red. Apparently, this kind of pressure will be very painful for Park Dong-gwan's neck. Park Dong-gwan screams even harder, trying to break the bracelet with his hands. Calling Appa all sorts of names, Dong-gwan demands the bracelet be removed as soon as possible. Appa asks if Dong-gwan thinks Appa would have hung him up if he could take it off easily. Dong-gwan tries to pull himself up. His overall health is starting to suffer as the pressure is building strong. Dong-gwan looks at Appa with a pitiful face and asks why Appa is making fun of him like this. Seha Appa asks how dare he ask. Appa looks away and reminds Park Dong-gwan that back during the first mission, he gathered people at the gym to ruin everyone there. And this time, he was probably going to betray Appa and Yoon Hyung's entire team. Park Dong-gwan stopped talking and listened intently to Appa to find something to latch on to press for pity, and to free himself from the merciless training bracelet. Appa recalls that moment and says that Lee Min-ah was there, reincarnated as one of Ju-won's aides, who was put under Dong-gwan's protection and saw and heard everything. Dong-gwan confirms, but emphasizes that it didn't work out. Appa crosses his arms on his chest and replies that Dong-gwan didn't succeed because Appa prevented it. He explains that if it wasn't for Appa, Dong-gwan would have succeeded. As Park Dong tries to hold on to the bracelet, Appa asks if he knows what karma is. Appa says the one around his neck is a physical arrest. This one's psychological. Appa shows the absolute contract and says that once Dong-gwan signs it, he will never be able to break it again. Park Dong reads it. The party promises to be a selfless, trustworthy, and honest person. If the contract is broken, the choker begins to press on the neck, after which the party loses his head and perdition comes. Dong-gwan claims that Appa is crazy. Appa goes low and says that within reason, can turn a blind eye to minor contract violations. Park Dong-gwan gets angrier and asks if Appa has decided to make him a six, an errand boy. At that moment, Ji-soo appears behind Appa. Her face is covered in black energy, and she is holding a mace, which is also equipped with the strongest skill that Ji-soo has. Park Dong-gwan was frightened so much that his entire body covered in sweat. Park Dong-gwan instantly grabs the contract and says that it's okay, it's not that, and he just needs a pen. Park Dong-gwan is worried and emotionally asks how to sign the contract without a pen. Park Dong-gwan signs the contract and asks if that's it. Appa confirms and reminds Park Dong-gwan not to forget that Seha Appa will now always know where he is and what he's doing. Appa has something else to say. Seha Appa decides to mess around a bit and leaves the room, waving to Park Dong-gwan with a smile on his face. Appa says that they say goodbye until they see each other, and Dong-gwan should be a goody-goody. Park Dong-gwan comes to his senses and wants to rub his neck after being in so much pain. Seha Appa mentally analyzes Dong-gwan and realizes that he's so obedient, but his face is all twisted up. He realizes that there's nothing else he can do, so he either changes or goes to the other side. Appa approaches Ji-soo and remembers that her scores have gone up too. At this time, Ji-soo analyzes the information on her display and sees that her level has risen to gold. Ji-soo senses that Appa has come out and turns sharply in his direction, asking where he will go now. Appa says it's time to visit somewhere and asks what Ji-soo will do. Ji-soo replies that she should look into a place too. Appa says they are a team, and now they always know who is where. Ji-soo says she has mastered the system perfectly and will get back to Appa as soon as she finishes her business. Appa remembers about Lee Min and asks her to come over for the promised reward. Lee Min eagerly awaits her reward. A blush appears on his cheeks. Lee Min warns that if there is nothing special in there, Appa will be in trouble. He should realize that. Appa pulls something out of the display and asks Lee Min not to faint. Appa hands over a secret ring that makes a person invisible for an hour, to be used twice a day. Lee Min screams with joy and asks if this rank B resource now belongs to her and asks her to never take it away. Ji-soo looks at Lee Min with disdain. Appa notices and asks what's wrong. Ji-soo says everything is fine, but Appa says next time there will be something worthwhile and he'll give it to her. Ji-soo says it's not worth it because that's not why she was watching. Seha Appa looks at the screen and says since they're done settling the score, it's time for everyone to go about their business. Because we shouldn't just stand here. A few observers look at the people leaving. Ji-soo is curious again and asks where Seha Appa is going. Appa is surprised by her question and says that there's nothing wrong there. But he doesn't want to go into details. Responding in simple words, Appa says she wants to harvest the crops. Seha Appa smiles. You can feel his confidence in himself and in his future actions. Apparently, Appa enjoys going through the second round without forgetting what happened to him in the first round. Seha Appa has come to the right place. As he looks up, he notices that too many observers have appeared. Seha Appa wanted to harvest the crop without being seen, but realizes that there is nothing to be done. Appa remembers something else. Seha Appa stops and makes a displeased look on his face, asking Li Min why he's following him. Li Min is surprised at such a question and responds by asking if it's impossible to follow him. Appa says that her watcher is dripping with nerves. Seha Appa admits that they've already seen it. It makes him nervous, but one observer more, one less, there is no difference. Appa rubs his neck and rolls his eyes, asking Li Min again why she's pacing. Li Ming smiles at Appa. Li Ming thought Appa has some pretty good skills, and decides to ask if walking with Appa, maybe Li Ming too, will get something interesting. Appa recognizes the typical Li Min, because it's better to speak directly than to plot something sneakily. Li Ming doesn't wait for Appa to answer, and explains that she's not just following. Li Ming is sure that if she needs anything, she can always help. Appa replies that it's natural. Li Ming doesn't understand if Appa has once again figured out her plans in advance. As Appa and Li Min approach some basement, two men demanded to stop, asking who they were. Without waiting for an answer, the man pulled out a knife, informing them that this dungeon was theirs and they should get out of here amicably. Appa says they understand and asks him to let go of the knife. Appa turns around to leave and tells Li Ming to leave. But Li Ming doesn't give a pass and asks if Appa would dare to leave just like that without harvesting. Appa smirks, saying that he can't just leave, explaining that once he recognizes the place, the only thing left to do is to go inside. Li Min asks how to do that and offers to provoke. Appa says he shouldn't, and he should go in with his head held up proudly. Li Min asks how Appa is going to get in. Appa says if there's no way, then we should make one up. Appa opens the display to find there something appropriate. The deity with the name Righteous Life looks at the display and says he's annoyed because it's all mixed up. Righteous Life wonders who he is that is interfering with his avatar. Clown laughs and says it's like a balm to his soul. Righteous Life asks if really it's the clown's avatar. Does the clown know anything? Clown says he doesn't know anything, to which Righteous Life gets even angrier. Appa checks the chat rooms and notices Righteous Life getting really mad at Appa because Park Dongguan can't do anything. After checking the chat, Appa notices several deities chatting about the dungeon that those two masked men were guarding. Seha Appa muses aloud, letting them know that about here. Li Min is annoyed, not understanding what the conversation is about. Li Min asks what's around here and why Appa doesn't explain anything to her. Appa stoops down and shows her palm that the dungeon is about here. Appa asks if I really have to report everything. Li Ming is serious and says the entrance is on the other side. Appa says he can make the entrance here. Appa puts his palm to the ground, and a lot of electrical currents start to diverge from his hand. Appa plugs in the finder. If you put your hand on it, it starts searching within a 50-meter radius. Li Ming hides his eyes with his hand because everything is sparkling. Appa rejoices. This is the skill given for the basilisk, and it's at the white gold level. Appa says it's not here. Li Ming asks what it's about. Appa doesn't answer the question, but just tells him to walk a little further to the side. Li Ming asks again what Appa means. Appa pretends like he doesn't hear and says it's here. Li Min asks again what's here and reports that she's sick of asking. Appa says that the depth is like 20 meters deep. Finally, Seha Appa explains that this is where the boss's room is. Li Min asks which boss we're talking about, and if this is really the dungeon that the two men were guarding. Appa confirms Li Min's words and continues to analyze. Li Min gives into his emotions and asks if this is really it. Li Ming recalls Appa's words that it's 20 meters deep. How to get there? Is Appa really going to dig the ground or start crashing the place like a Roman tower? Li Ming turns his head and explains, the Roman tower is the territory of the mission, so it worked out. But the dungeon is protected by special magic. It can't be destroyed or enter it, physically. Appa asks if deity didn't tell him. Appa picks up the dungeon destroyer's earth drill. An earth drill that can change the topographical structure of a dungeon. You have to pick up the drill depending on the difficulty level of the dungeon. Appa asks, can take this. Li Ming stands in a stupor with her eyes open. Li Ming didn't know that such things existed, from which she can't look away. Li Min crouches down beside her to ask Seha Appa when she can get to the boss's room using such a huge drill. Appa thinks about it for a bit and suggests that it's probably about 2 hours. Li Min examines the drill and decides to clarify if, really, an earth drill is supposed to look like this. Appa asks, doesn't Li Ming know that's what it's supposed to be in the game? Li Ming says, then he cannot worry about it, and he can drill further. When the drilling was over, Li Ming and Appa swiftly descended into the dungeon, making a bit of noise with their fall from such a height. Li Min screamed in pain, but Appa silently endured such a fall. Seha Appa jumped up to shake himself off and commented that here they are at the right place. Li Min is sitting on the ground and holding her head, which she landed very painfully. The display reports that Appa has found himself in the deepest part of the dungeon. Towards Appa and Li Ming came countless mantises, red and green in color. The red-colored mantis were larger than the green-colored ones. Li Ming rises to his feet and fearfully asks Seha Appa, is it really the true boss mantis in front of him? Appa looks around the room and hesitantly replies that it looks like it. The mantises begin to surround Appa and Li Min. Appa is holding a sword in his hand, standing with his back to Li Ming. Li Ming is scared and says she hates insects. Li Min doesn't have any weapons in her hands to have any defense against such big monsters. Seha Appa turns to Li Min and asks if she can handle the little green mantises on her own. Li Min replies that she can handle them. And Seha Appa says that he'll take care of the boss then, and Li Min will have to cover the back. Li Min approves of this plan and thinks about how she can defeat the nasty mantises. Seha Appa swiftly heads towards the red mantis using a steel spear covered in orichalcum. Appa looks forward with confidence and pleasure. Behind him, Li Min. The green mantis tries to deal damage to Appa, preventing him from getting through to the boss mob. Appa deftly leaned back so that the paw could not hurt. But in the same instant, Seha Appa instantly raises his spear upwards. The sharp weapon effortlessly rips the head of the green mantis into 2 pieces. The other congeners have noticed what Appa has done and see it as a potential danger. Incredibly fast, the mantises move around the room to, as quickly as possible, neutralize Seha Appa. Seha Appa uses his agility and unmistakably misses every blow from the mantises that decided to attack immediately. Seha Appa swings his spear and intends to kill every green one to get to the red boss mob sooner. As the battle begins, Seha Appa analyzes the monsters and realizes that defeating them is not as difficult as it may have seemed at the beginning. The important point to win is to be as careful as possible with the quick strikes of the mantises. In front of Seha Appa, another green-colored mantis appears. It is considered small compared to the red one, but it is still much taller than Appa. Appa realized that he should just press the weak point of these insect monsters and be done with it. One by one, Appa tears the mantises apart with his golden spear covered in orichalcum. Seha Appa tries to subdue the monsters to finally get to the boss, but there are so many green mantises that more time has to be spent. Li Min was able to transform her hand into a mantis-like paw. While the mantises were farther away, Li Ming turned back around to check on Appa. Surprised, Li Ming reports that Appa is doing quite well and asks if this monster isn't a rank E. Finally, the boss mob, the red mantis, decides to enter the fray. A sharp paw, 5 times bigger and thicker than the green mantis. Boss mob spectacularly stands up to the green mantis and slams his paw on the ground, showing his intentions to fight. Seha Appa, at the sight of the huge boss, steps a foot back and examines its large-scale carcass. The mantis is angry, its eyes burning red, and its desire to overpower its opponent grows stronger. Seha Appa stands still until the boss attacks and realizes that it's time for their boss to come on stage. Appa thinks that mantises are easy to disarm, especially after what happened a few days ago. Looking at how the mantis move, Seha Appa realizes that the bigger the size, the slower they move, and the stupider they become. Such parameters, only to Appa's advantage, from which he does not intend to fight for a long time and waste a lot of time. Finally, Seha Appa swings the golden spear, aiming clearly at the target, and waits for the boss to come a little closer. Appa smirks at the boss's slowness and anticipates his easy victory and the long-awaited harvest. Appa throws his spear and marvels at the fact that mantises don't even realize when they're being attacked. With an easy way, Appa ruins the boss and looks around as its lifeless body begins to fall to the ground. Lastly, the mantis utters some sounds. The display notifies that Appa is the first to be able to clear the dungeon. Appa receives a reward of 1,000 points. And the achievement, if not first, then none. Appa resents that the name of the achievement sounds extremely unpleasant. Appa goes to the boss to see what skills the mantis used. This simple battle should be of some use besides the achievement and reward. Seha Appa pulls out a crystal from the boss's carcass. A crystal of rank F and the skill Sharp Strike. Rank E Seha Appa is not surprised at all and says that there is nothing special here, but it was basically expected from such a simple boss mob. Li Min walks up to Appa and looks at the screen, incredulous, and asks if really that's it. Appa says it's not all, since that's what they gave for the boss. And the bounty for the sweep is over there and points backwards. Appa and Li Ming walk a little farther and find the treasure site. The reward is a chest of coins and gems, some spears, and a sword. Li Ming is shocked by such a gift and asks if she can have it all back. 4 days later, somewhere near the dungeon, a team of unknown guys has gathered. They are angry as they are preparing for a serious battle. In the hands of each of them, there are weapons. The guys are not only angry, but also a little scared, but they try not to show it. The team approaches the door. One of the guys is excited that they are finally here and will probably be the first to arrive, addressing his boss. Another replies that their team is the best. A third confirms and says it's time to say goodbye to these monsters. The guys stand in front of the boss, who encourages to go forward, as their team is the first to clear this dungeon. The team raises their swords up and confidently agrees with the words of their boss. Their incentive can't be taken away until the moment they go inside. The boss is worried. Mentally realizes that the team has tried so hard and finally made it here. The boss thinks that if they clear the dungeon, their team will be rewarded handsomely. The boss realizes that this is exactly what his deity promised. The team boss goes inside anticipating the bounty, but stops at the entrance. One of the guys calls Hyun over to him, informing him that the monster boss is nowhere to be seen. There's some kind of hole in the ceiling. There's no one in the room. This dungeon is empty. Hyun, the boss of the team, walks into the depths and is covered in sweat. His face identifies incredible resentment and pain for having plans ruined. The boss looks around and doesn't understand what happened here, and says, "This can't be happening." The boss walks further and sees that the reward for the sweep is completely missing. The boss stands motionless and tries to come to his senses, but he can't believe that his team was beaten by someone who entered from the ceiling. Finally, Appa opened the chat room, logging in under the nickname Anonymous48. A deity with the name Freaky Friday, very angry. Slamming his hands on the table, Freaky Friday tries to figure out whose avatar is so brazen. Clown sits next to him and can't contain his laughter. The clown's laughter doesn't please Freaky Friday at all, causing suspicion to fall on the avatar, Lee Min-ah. Standing in front of the clown, Freaky Friday asks if it's really her doing. The clown starts laughing even louder, but without answering anything meaningful. Freaky Friday demands a quick answer and says that the clown is really pissing her off with his laughter. Seha Appa coming in just in time. After watching the deities having fun for a while, Appa decides that now is a good time to try and take the bait. Anonymous48 enters the dialogue, explaining that he's found a normal dungeon. Freaky Friday, so pissed off at the clown that he manages to grab his shirt to shake out the truth. Upon hearing Anonymous48's words, Freaky Friday immediately becomes curious about geolocation, warning that he better not be fooled. Anonymous48 explains that the dungeon is near Kyo Station. The clown says that Anonymous is the third person in the chat, which means the information is reliable. The deity with the name Righteous Life clarifies if it's the god from the fortune teller group that came and asked where he's from. Anonymous48 reminds him that you can't ask about sources. Righteous Living doubts that it is a soothsayer. Getting as close as possible, Righteous Life whispers his question in his ear, asking if he is from Greece. The clown again reminds him that this is against the rules. Righteous Life steps back and asks why everyone's getting so worked up. He says they're just getting in the way of finding out information. Freaky Friday asks what's all the fuss about. It's been a week already. Everybody better go to Kyoto Station. Anonymous22 decides to go there, and Freaky Friday says he'll eat everyone. Anonymous22 says he's being strong. Appa walks out of the chat room. Exhaling, Appa relaxes and realizes that the bait must be working, because the avatars will now move towards Kyo Station. Lee Min asks Appa where to go next, and reading the notice, informs Appa that her godfather is telling Li Min to head towards Kyo Station. Appa says she won't go there and mentally remembers that in her past life, there were no normal items there. Li Min asks if it's true. Appa won't go, but it's better to keep going. If you keep clearing dungeons like this, you'll become rich. Appa replies that he has to complete the main task. Li Ming asks if he has to do it now. Appa replies that if a fourth task suddenly appears, things will only get confusing, and explains that they can't miss the reward for the third task. Li Ming asks if Appa really decided to go straight to the third assignment. Appa looks into the distance. It's already nightfall. Seha Appa denies Li Min's speculation, explaining that first, he needs to acquire a very important skill. Li Min casts her eyes down and asks if she asks what important skill we're talking about. Appa won't tell her anyway. Seha Appa once again changes the subject and pretends to wonder at the stars, offering a look to Li Min as well. Li Min thought so. Li Min also lifts her head up and comments on what she sees. Even though the world is falling apart, the sky is still as beautiful as ever, and asks Appa, "Isn't it funny?" Appa confirms Li Min's words and says a constellation is needed. Li Min asks what Appa said. Appa says he didn't say anything. And Li Min gets annoyed, asking what's with the habit of stopping half a word. Appa and Li Ming come to the dungeon. Li Min asks if Appa will dig the ground. Appa says it's too deep and it's impossible to locate the boss room. It's not pleasant, but it can't be helped, Appa says. Appa tells Li Ming that before they go in, they should wrap themselves up. Li Ming looks at some scarf and asks what the beggarly look is. Appa says it will protect Li Ming from melee attacks, but not the beggar look. Li Min continues to rage about the scarf, reporting that it smells bad. Appa asks to be quiet. Li Min says this place doesn't look like a dungeon. Appa says if it's not a dungeon but a station, how come this place is so strange? Li Min looks into the darkness where they should be heading and tells Appa that they should have brought flashlights, and asks if it's too dark. Li Min is a little worried because he doesn't know what to expect in this strange place. Seha Appa too has wrapped himself in a scarf for protection in close combat. As they continue on their way, Appa replies to a curious Li Min that there is a reason why he didn't take the flashlights. Appa asks Li Ming to just keep walking. As they continue on their way, Li Ming looks around and shares her assumption that it seems like they are just walking in circles. Li Min starts to get angry and emotionally asks why Appa didn't say this earlier. Seha Appa laughs a little at Li Min and looking into his eyes says that Li Min was quick to guess. Appa uses sarcasm because Li Min is very naive and completely inexperienced in this kind of thing. Appa throws the tip of his scarf right over Li Ming's face. Again, he asks her to be as quiet as possible. Seha Appa gets into a stance and tells Li Min that he's approaching. Li Min is wary and gets into a stand as well and asks Appa who is approaching and why. While Li Ming tried to get a good look at the something in the darkness, the enemy had already fired an arrow directly at Li Ming, but the scarf successfully reflected the arrow, slightly hitting her face. Li Ming tries to dodge the scarf and wondered what it was. A protective cloth, up to 5 times capable of blocking attacks at close range. Once used, the item self-destructs. Li Ming rejoices at this defense, and Appa warns to be careful, as there are 4 times left. Appa looks at the chat and sees that several avatars have already died. Happy to have come to the right place, Appa has to listen to Li Min's fantasies about turning into something small. Appa says get into pretty much everything. Appa says to be alert and keep your eyes open. If anything, give a sign. Li Min realizes what sign we're talking about and confirms Appa's plan, promising to follow it. Seha Appa takes the green balloon in his hands. At this moment, Appa's scarf flips up and the display shows a notification that the number of attack reflections, there are 4 left. Appa realizes that this is normal, and for the time being, it is safe to use the scarf. Appa draws on the opponent's arrow, a special thread to look at the opponent's face. Chase thread. If you tie the thread to an item, it will lead to the location of its owner. You can only use the thread once. Seha Appa angrily gets into a stance to throw an arrow as hard as possible. Turning to the thread, Appa says to go after the opponent. The thread instantly flies off into the distance to give away the dungeon opponent. Seha Appa's pupils instantly constricts because the location of that shooter has become visible. Appa tries to catch up with the enemy as fast as possible. Seha Appa manages to run to the enemy's location. The hooded something hides its face by crouching on the ground, as it could not expect to be seen in such an unusual way with the chase thread. The night shooter, a monster that uses dark places where there is no light, is able to move very fast. Night Arrow smiles evilly and wastes no time and deftly sends another arrow straight at Appa. Seha Appa tries to dodge, but the arrow hits the protective cloth. The arrow is thrown away from Appa, and the display explains, there are 3 melee attacks left before the protective fabric is automatically destroyed. Seha Appa can no longer see the arrow, but decides to head after it. Appa realizes that he must not lose sight of the gunner, or else he will not be able to get out of the dungeon alive. The night archer swings again and sends another arrow straight at Seha Appa. The archer is so fast that only 2 hands and a bow that is being drawn can be seen. Seha Appa sees that he is only 2 steps away from the night guardian. Another arrow ricochets off the defense string, and a notification alerts that the number of reflections has been reduced to 1. The Night Stalker stops to send the next arrow and shatter Seha Appa's protective arrow. From the face, once again revealing large teeth and a caustic smile, Night Arrowman anticipates the imminent crushing of Seha Appa. Seha Appa has no intention of giving up, defending herself with a thread. Night Arrow hits her, and the thread shatters into small pieces in different directions. Night Arrow notices that Appa is not protected by anything and stops. Seha Appa swiftly advancing towards him. Apparently Appa's plan is so ingenious that the ruined thread only came to fruition. The Night Archer smiles full mouth and begins to draw his arrow, anticipating that the battle is coming to an end and Appa will be defeated. Seha Appa stops nearby and smiles as he looks at the monster. Seha Appa turns to the gunman asking why he is laughing. At that moment, a brown bat swiftly looms towards the opponents. The animal opens its mouth, from where small, sharp fangs peek out. Seha Appa deftly dodges the arrow flying at him and smiles as the battle comes to its logical conclusion. Often during the game, you may come across small animals in the dungeon. Li Ming holds the green orb that Appa gave him and begins to reincarnate into his true image. The night shooter doesn't realize what has happened yet. Normally, the setting is so set that the little beasts can't be touched by anyone, neither players nor monsters. But Li Ming has completely reincarnated and continues to fall right on top of the night shooter, holding the orb in front of her. In Li Ming's hand, a flash. It shines a bright light within a radius of 10 meters. If a monster or player within range stares at it for 2 seconds, they can be blinded for 10 seconds. Another name for the object. Bats could probably only exist in this dungeon because of this chip, so if one were to transform into something to avoid being attacked, it would only be a bat. Appa knew this and gave the right instruction to Li Ming. Seha Appa swiftly plunges the knife into the gunman, while the latter is blinded by the flash. Appa analyzes the inaction and realizes that the shooter didn't even know Appa was attacking. That's the difference in strategy, Appa says one last time. Li Ming squats down next to the lifeless body of the monster and asks Appa if there's a reward room like there was with the mantis. Appa seems to think there is nothing in this dungeon except for the items that the night shooter dropped. Appa reaches out to check the monster's resources and proceeds to explain that there are no other monsters in the raid dungeon other than the boss. Most of the time, the rewards aren't given separately, but they do give awesome plushies. Not of the highest level, so that the stats are directly eye-catching, but you can't underestimate its specialness. Although these items are weaker than those used by the boss himself. However, the appearance of a mobile means of transportation is a clear good fortune. Appa took his coat of darkness, gloves of darkness, and shadow running. Fastening the gloves, Appa tells Li Ming that he can keep the rest. Also, a skill like precision hitting isn't easy to get, though it's one of the most needed skills. Li Ming looks at what Appa took and says that he likes that coat too, but it can't be helped. Li Ming realizes that she needs to be thankful for what's left as well. Appa opens the display and is satisfied that everything went well. It seems to be fine with the preparation as well. By the indicators, a large amount of skill. Appa is sure that there is no player stronger in the world right now, however. It is not enough. Appa wants to deal with someone else and therefore prepares thoroughly, but what he has now is not enough. Although now, with the completion of the main task will not be a problem. After all, the main goal is to complete all the tasks. Appa is glad that there is a set of the first level. When completing the third task, there is an opportunity to buy a set of the first level. Appa realizes in any case it will help deal with the raven from the third task. At this time, Jisoo is in some apartment building. Walking through the stairwell, wonders if really there's no one here. Behind her, on the stairs, is the lifeless carcass of the monster that Jisoo had easily dealt with. Jisoo lowers her eyes and looks at the doorknob, which is cracked. Jisoo comments that this was to be expected. Jisoo is serious and even a little upset. Finally, Jisoo enters the apartment and starts calling out for mom and dad. There was a light breeze blowing in the room, and in the distance were dried traces of the black slime that remains after monsters die. Seeing something unpleasant, Jisoo frowns and becomes angry. Jisoo enters the apartment with the intention of doing something about it. Turns out, there were a lot of monsters flying around the apartment. Their heads were orange in color, with the rest of their bodies resembling crows. The monster hovering above Jisoo's head opens its mouth, revealing large teeth. Jisoo says that these monsters are getting annoying. Without thinking, Jisoo instantly swings his mace and strikes the monster hard. The monster starts screaming in pain, opening its huge mouth, inside of which everything is lit up with a bright red color. Jisoo gets into a stance, holding the mace in his hand so that he can immediately deal damage to the monster that comes closest. The monsters let out piercing screams and swiftly charge towards Jisoo. Jisoo decides to bid farewell to his opponents as soon as possible, so he uses his speed and agility to defeat a large number of monsters with a few blows. Red beams develop in the air, rapidly killing the monsters. While Jisoo was dealing with the monsters, something unpleasant began to come from somewhere in the room. Jisoo stopped in fright, not realizing what was going on. Taking the opportunity, one of the monsters decides to bite Jisoo while she is distracted by something unknown. Jisoo doesn't notice this and fails to react in time to the approaching monster. The monster bites Jisoo with such force that veins began to bulge on his head. Streams of energy as well as black liquid began to emanate from the wound. Jisoo begins to scream loudly in pain. Blushing with pain and anger at the monster, Jisoo pulls himself together and grabs the monster's head with his hand, which was firmly clutched onto his shoulder. Jisoo clutches the monster's head and immediately throws it aside. The lifeless bodies of the monsters are scattered all over the room. Jisoo is very interested in what is in the room and decides to head there, not knowing what is waiting for her behind the door. At this time, the wound on her shoulder begins to heal rapidly. Multiple streams of violet and red-colored energy are effectively dealing with the wound. Jisoo doesn't feel any pain and continues to move towards the room. Once inside, Jisoo looks around the room. There are monster bodies scattered everywhere. It's noticeable that they were defended against and even thrown chairs. A little farther away from the table, a human body can be seen on the floor. Jisoo walks closer to the body and covers her nose from the horrible piercing odor that emanates throughout the apartment. Jisoo examines the person to see who it is. Jisoo realizes that it's Dad's body. A stream of tears begins to flow from her eyes. Not understanding how soon, Jisoo turns to the lifeless body and says that Daddy couldn't have passed away like this. As Jisoo sits by her dad's body and can't calm down from the intense pain in her heart, the phone on the table starts ringing. Jisoo moves closer and looks at the screen. Not seeing a number, Jisoo hopes it's her mom calling. Jisoo picks up the phone with trembling hands, hoping that she's about to hear her mom's voice. Jisoo slowly raises the phone to her ear and says if it's mom. Jisoo's eyes light up red. Jisoo is incredibly angry and upset. Hearing her mom's voice confirming her assumptions, Jisoo opens her mouth in surprise and joy, but her face identifies intense anger for Dad. At this time, Seha Appa and Lee Min are walking somewhere. There is not a soul on the streets. Everywhere is quiet and only a light wind accompanies Appa. Appa is wearing a coat of darkness, and Lee Min is surprisingly silent. Lee Ming-ah stops abruptly because he sees a person in the distance. It was as surprising as possible, and Lee Ming becomes very curious to know who it is and why it is standing here. In front of the archway between the two streets stands a woman in a strict suit. At the sight of Se-han and Lee Min, the woman begins to greet kindly, calling Seha Appa a dear customer. The woman clarifies that Appa and Lee Min have arrived at the Roman Tower. The woman starts smiling to show her friendliness and encourage the visitors to come inside. Turning to Appa, Lee Ming asks if they are doing business here. Without waiting for an answer, he asks why they would do business here. He answers his question with the assumption that this is the only place that monsters avoid. Li Ming and Appa decide to come closer, but Li Ming continues to be angry and asks how this is even possible. Appa is patient with Li Min's schoolgirl questions and asks to look around so that everything is immediately clear. Li Min looks around and points her finger in the direction, asking what it is and why it's so strange. Seha Appa laughs and responds by asking if everything that is still happening in the world can be called not weird. Li Min agrees with Appa. Li Min keeps his eyes on the woman and addresses her and calls her auntie. He asks her what's the point of standing around if monsters aren't scary now. Appa is shocked by Li Min's reaction and asks her to stop looking at the woman like that, reminding her that she is a human being. The woman responds appropriately and says that at the moment one can enter the Roman Tower for free. The woman is gracious and asks for approval to help pass through. Appa agrees and intends to walk behind the woman. Li Min gets startled and grabs Appa by the arm. Li Min asks for Appa to stop. Appa looks at Li Min, bewildered, asking what happened again. Li Min clarifies if Appa is about to enter this creepy and strange place. See how Appa decides to calm Li Min down and asks how then Li Min is going to accomplish the task, if not by going in here. Li Min calms down and agrees with Appa, realizing that he has to go there anyway. Appa says then we have to go right now. The woman indicates with her palm for Appa to go through that archway. The woman warns and asks him to be careful as the entrance and exit are in different places from each other. The woman escorts Appa out and wishes him a pleasant time. Appa analyzes the area, noticing that it is very clean. And the employees are not players, but ordinary people. Appa knows that this is because of the strange tendencies of the dude who dominates the place. As Appa and Li Ming walk on, a whole city opens up in front of Appa and Li Ming, with lots of people doing their own thing, and there's even a Ferris wheel in the distance. Li Ming asks if it's true that they're not players. Appa says they're just ordinary people who survived. This world is a game where the server is run by a game master, but he is by no means the tallest being here. Also, there is someone higher than the game master who meddles with the rules, runs the game and manages it, the system. This turns out to be an amusement park. In the distance, you can see the game rooms. People stroll around as if nothing has changed in the world. And somewhere off to the side, a woman is standing there handing out balloons. The smile on her face is still there, but it looks intimidating. Li Ming looks around, examining the park workers with interest, but some horror. Li Ming thinks for a while and decides to say that this life is better than perdition. Wanting to add something, Li Min starts to speak but falls silent. Seha Appa explains that he means that they are unable to go to the other world, so they are forced to live like this. Li Min doesn't understand, but Appa continues. The amusement park is not just about the rides. Appa didn't go into details. A new task appears on the display, and Appa, with interest, checks the notification with details. Appa's relaxed face changes to shocked. Appa rereads the assignment and can't believe what he will have to do. Li Min also got the assignment before she can finish reading the details. She starts to get excited and comments that the assignment is very easy. Appa tenses up and rereads the assignment again. Hearing Li Ming, Appa says that something is wrong here. Li Min, as usual, didn't understand anything and starts asking Appa what's wrong with the assignment. Seeing Sehan's reaction to the task, Li Min gets worried, asking what's wrong with Appa's face and assumes that Appa is sweating. From Appa's face, there is indeed sweat dripping off. Appa gets worried and replies to Li Ming that it's okay, it's just a little different than the assignment he was expecting. Li Ming interjects, and Appa mentally gets angry, knowing that this isn't the assignment it was in his past life. While Appa is sorting out the assignment, Li Ming happily looks around the area and asks what's so hard. Just ride the rides. Appa realizes that Li Ming has been given an assignment from his past life to ride and get 5 stamps. Appa reflects on the fact that not only did the level increase, but the assignment came from a completely different life. Seha Appa realizes that only game masters or the system can do such a thing. If it's the game master's intervention, he would have to show up in front of Appa. So the second option is the system's intervention. Seha Appa can only speculate what the changes are and who is making them. Appa is worried and realizes that it must be obvious, because in this life, Appa dared to send 2 guards to the other side. However, Appa had no idea that the changes would begin so quickly. As Appa went into his thoughts, Li Ming was uneasy. Questioning Appa, she wanted to understand what was wrong with this assignment since Appa was so glum. Li Ming is nervous and asks if this assignment is really so difficult. Appa denies the speculation. Li Ming doesn't calm down and says that you can't tell from his face that the assignment is easy. Appa closes his eyes and asks Li Min to give him time to gather his thoughts. Appa realizes that since there are changes, one should look for the upside. One must think of the good things. Appa realizes that the future is changing. Appa goes further and tells Li Min that the task is similar to the game Roller Coaster Time, where you have to run the park. Appa reminds her that in such a game, the manager can do whatever he wants, and emphasizes that since the manager can do everything, any and even the craziest things are possible. For example, breaking the ring to make the carriages go off the rails, or making the wheel roll on the ground. Oppa explains to Li Ming that such managers don't need sales or revenue. They're just interested in watching people suffer. Li Ming, all covered in sweat from excitement, and can't believe that this is the real truth. Obviously, no matter what the attractions are, no one wants to be in a desperate situation high above the ground. Appa is serious and confirms his words, explaining that it is one of those rides that one would have to go through for the sake of the seals. Mentally, Appa guesses that this is all at the hands of Karas, the constellation of the Raven. Li Min tries to understand and asks Appa who came up with all this in the first place, the guards or the game masters. Seha Appa replies that he doesn't know himself. Li Min doesn't believe Appa doesn't know. Appa gets angry and asks how he knows everything. Probably some nutcase. Li Min thinks about it and replies that there's no arguing about it. Only a psycho would be capable of such bullying. Appa looked around and said, "In the territory of the mission, there are not players but ordinary people working. Only a psycho would have such an idea." Appa explains that he doesn't know for sure, but it's also possible. Seha Appa thinks about the fact that there's no point in telling Li Min about the Karas. It would look strange that Appa knows about him. After all, among the players, there aren't those who know about constellations yet. Appa recalls that in his past life, there were tons of strong monsters, and the Guardians were the strongest of them all. But the constellations, that was a whole other level. They weren't just strong monsters. They were something completely different. Appa knows that this place was dominated by the Karas of the Raven constellation. He was lower than the other constellations, but possessed a kind of divinity. Seha Appa analyzes this world and thinks it's too early for constellations to manifest, but apparently this guy was an exception. He lowered the level of divinity so that he could exist in this world. That's how a low-rank constellation came into existence. Karas took advantage of this for his own purposes and is now here. It looks like Karas is going to have some fun while there are no one who can harm him. Though Appa knows that in his previous life, he amused himself in the same way and then disappeared. Although he is a constellation with a low level of divinity, but how much damage he has done to humanity is not comparable, even to the highest-ranked constellation. Li Ming still doesn't understand what Appa is so worried about. Li Ming asked if she understood what Appa was trying to say. There's a strong dude here. After thinking for a while, Li Ming decides that she just needs to be careful, that's all. Appa smiles at this positive attitude and asks Li Ming to keep on keeping on, but not to let herself relax. Li Ming agrees to this suggestion and promises to stay alert. While Li Ming is looking around, she notices that the layout is a bit different from the Roman world she was in before, so she decides to report it to Appa. Sehan says that whoever is in charge of this place has changed everything to his liking. Li Min is surprised. In the way of Appa and Li Min, a guy stands up addressing them. The guy asks, "What about this place?" The guy works as an operator at the attraction and is trying to entice new visitors. Li Ming tensed up, assuming what was in store for her. The two operators are smiling anxiously with sweat dripping down their faces. One of the operators says that this place is going to be very exciting and states that Appa and Li Ming should definitely give it a try. Appa analyzes the operator's demeanor and notices that the voice, tired from constant fear. There is a collar with a dark stone around his neck. Li Ming is worried, but realizes that it is her duty to perform the task. Li Ming asks the operator what exactly to try. The operator starts to explain the point and starts stammering. The operator points to the house and says they need to go inside. Li Ming asks if this is really a haunted house. Li Min doesn't like it, showing his displeasure by snorting. Appa asks if really Li Ming doesn't like that kind of thing. Li Ming blushed very red. Turning to Appa excitedly, Li Ming explains that she just tries to avoid such places, but not because it's scary. Appa pretends he didn't say anything and asks if anyone said anything. At that moment, unexpectedly, the collar of the cameraman lights up red. The operator starts yelling, asking to wait because there is still time. The operator holds the collar with both hands, trying to stop some process. Appa stands still, and Li Min wants to approach the operator, but is afraid and just asks what's going on. The operator keeps pulling the bracelet and asking him to wait. The second cameraman is very excited, but doesn't get any closer either, and is worried about his colleague. The collar around his neck continues to burn red. It is getting brighter and brighter, and is obviously causing great fear or even pain to the poor operator. The operator continues to scream. Li Ming stands in front of the cameraman and frightenedly continues to stare, not understanding how to help him. Li Min's eyes are wide open, pity towards the guy on edge. Seha Appa just stands still. The expression on his face doesn't change in any way. Appa realizes that no one is able to help the cameraman. After a while, Appa receives a notification about the mission, and the number of people he has to save has decreased by 1. It turns out that the collar exploded. Li Ming has seen the whole process and can't understand why this happened. Li Ming stands in horror. The workers who were nearby put their heads down sympathetically. They feel sorry for the man, but they are in the same circumstances as the one whose lifeless body is left lying in front of the haunted house. Appa suggests that the operators have a limited amount of time to call for visitors, and explains that players too have a time limit for completing the task. Appa initially assumes that this is the point of the collars. Appa reads the mission statement. It says that people are in a dangerous situation. Among them, there is an unknown destroyer and monsters that are hunting for lives. It is necessary to solve all the problems and get out of this place. Appa realizes that the task has turned out to be even worse. Li Ming can't calm down. Only on the contrary, she begins to shake from the horror she has seen. Not taking her eyes off the lifeless body of the cameraman, Li Min asks why he was treated so horribly. Seha Appa puts her palm on Li Min-ah's shoulder and says not to think about it since it's not her fault. Appa explains that from the beginning it was planned that way. That's the problem with the whole assignment. Appa recalls that in her previous life, only a handful of survivors were able to escape. It turns out that Sehan himself learned about this place from a couple of players. But there were more people back then. Appa looks around and realizes that, in any case, the right person is in this amusement park. After a little thought, Appa realizes that first, he needs to collect all the seals. Turning to the second cameraman, Appa asks if the cameraman can tell him more about this place. The cameraman is shocked by Appa's interest and asks if he really wants to go inside, warning that he is unlikely to like the place. Seha Appa looks at the cameraman with a desperate face and explains that he can't refuse the task or else there will be doom. The cameraman lowers his eyes, in a low voice, informing him that even if he can't refuse, there will be one end. The operator tells that the other players who came here, all of them, did not last long, and either went to the other world or hid. The cameraman tries to control his emotions and starts talking about the haunted house. A little while later, the operator says that the task is quite simple. All you have to do is go all the way to the end. Appa looks at the house with an indifferent face and tells the cameraman that it's very good since it's easy. Li Min is worried but keeps quiet and tries not to panic. Opening the door of the house, the cameraman warns that usually, the simpler it is, the scarier it is. Appa tries to reassure Li Min and says, "You just have to be careful, and everything will work out somehow." The cameraman confirms the words and wishes him a good time. Appa and Li Ming slowly walk down the hallway. At that moment, the door to the house slams loudly and Li Ming fearfully raises his head at Appa. Lowering her red face down, Li Ming hears a question from Appa. Isn't she too scared? After all, they just entered. Li Ming holds on tightly to Appa's hand and starts to look around the room. Li Min says it's very dark, so she grabs her hand, since she doesn't want them to lose each other. Appa says to be careful and follow him. After walking a bit ahead in front of Appa and Li Ming, a cliff became visible, which connects to the other side, a long wooden bridge. Appa and Li Ming examine the bridge, trying to see if it is safe. At that moment, Appa hears some sounds and tries to hide to see what it is and where it is coming from. Seha Appa is very angry because he realizes that the mission is going to bring more and more unpleasant surprises. While they were looking around, a huge ball of thorns comes rushing towards them. Appa notices it in time and manages to save Li Ming by lowering his head down. Appa himself steps back a bit and tells Li Ming to be careful. Appa yells for Li Ming to pull herself together and run. Appa is very tense, realizing that this ordeal is unpredictable, and they need to be on guard or they won't survive. One by one, the balloons descend over the bridge and start swinging in different directions. Li Ming screams and tries to run as fast as she can. Appa runs away too and says it's very dangerous. One hit and they won't live. Appa wants to ask Li Ming to be quiet, but notices that a monster is already running behind them, with its mouth wide open to bite off Li Ming's head. Appa warns that there's a monster behind them. Li Ming speeds up and asks how to be quieter here. Appa pulls out a sharp implement that glows brightly purple. Appa decides to protect himself and Li Ming from the approaching monster. The monster gets the weapon, right on the open mouth. Closing its eyes, the monster tries to bite down, but the purple energy streams instantly amplify the damage, and the monster begins to die. The monster cannot sustain such a blow and simply falls off the bridge. Appa claims that the monster is neutralized and continues to run off this bridge, holding a sharp weapon in his hand. Appa comments to the monster that it doesn't take long to shit your pants at the sight of such a hideous face. Appa continues to run away and addresses Li Min-ah, calling her by name. As soon as the bridge ends, Li Min-ah feels the ground beneath her feet and gets down on all fours, trying to catch her breath and recover from the horror she saw. Appa asks why she's crying, but seeing that Li Ming can't be helped, she just shuts up. Without thinking long, a crying Li Min decides to jump on Appa's back to maximize her safety and let her emotions come out before the end. Appa didn't expect such an action, but tries to be sympathetic to Li Min, telling her to just hold on tight. No sooner had Appa surveyed the area than several more monsters appeared in front of him. A huge skeleton, and even taller, a brown monster, stopped in front of Appa to show itself in all its glory and scare Appa and Li Ming more. Appa doesn't wait for any action from the monsters and decides to neutralize the tallest one immediately. Jumping up to the level of his head, Appa does damage with his weapon and splits his body in two. Li Ming just screams in fear. After dealing with the brown man, Appa immediately proceeds to the skeleton. Appa leans on the implement like a pole and throws his leg so high that it hovers at the level of the skeleton's head. The skeleton is slow and just stares at Appa, not realizing what is happening. Appa catches up to the skeleton's head with his foot. The skeleton's head is thrown back and the monster starts making loud noises, undergoing extreme pain from the damage. Li Ming continues to hang from behind Appa like a backpack. The skeleton falls defeated, simply disintegrating into pieces. Appa promptly runs away from the place, realizing that it's important to get out of the house as soon as possible. Li Min continues to cry in fear, causing her to cling tightly to Appa's hair. Appa says that Li Ming can easily handle monsters too, so there's no need to be afraid of them. And it's about time to unhook. Li Min yells that he doesn't want to do that. Appa continues on his way. Li Min hides behind Appa's shoulder, not wanting to see these monsters. The two zombies are rapidly advancing on Appa. Appa sees the monsters and intends, just as easily and casually, to deal with them too. Li Min can't hold back the tears. Grabbing on even tighter, Appa finds it hard and uncomfortable to hold Li Min. Li Min is screaming loudly in fear and is not about to start fighting on par with Appa. Appa begins to sweat from the pressure that Li Min is creating. Appa is very strong not only physically but also psychologically. So, Li Min's behavior makes him laugh, because obviously the level is not so difficult that Li Min behaves like a child. Shihan instantly dealt with the two monsters and immediately moved on, waiting for Li Ming to come to her senses and no longer be a burden, but a helper using her perfect skills. While Appa was on his way, he began to look around the rooms and the sudden appearance of the monsters. Appa realizes that the attacks are built on the pattern of the room of fear. From all sides, as if out of nowhere, traps appear and monsters attack. Appa promptly continues on his way to finish the ride as quickly as possible. At that moment, another monster appears in front of Appa. Each monster is unique. This one was like a plant, with branches. Appa attacks the monster and realizes there is a difference from the scare room. These monsters are really trying to send to the other world. Appa deals damage and the monster splits in two, losing its torso from such a blow. Li Ming looks at the monster and starts snorting from the sight of it. Appa crouches down to catch her breath quite a bit. Li Ming starts to look straight ahead, and her crying is instantly replaced by loud laughter. Li Min's hysterics are obvious, but Appa decides to ask if Li Min's cuckoo has gone crazy from the horror that is happening. Appa looks at Li Min, who has already calmed down and just starts shaking with fear, closing her eyes. Appa thinks back to himself from his past life, realizing that he was no better back then. Fighting and protecting someone at the same time, not easy. Appa asks Li Min how she feels, but Li Min remains silent. Appa keeps running and finds a silver lining in what's going on. Appa thinks he's training to fight and defend, because in his past life, Appa definitely didn't do anything like that. Finally, Appa comes out of the haunted house. The cameraman says that Appa is doing a great job, but with surprise and even shock in his eyes, he explains that Appa is the first person to be able to get out of that house in just 15 minutes. Appa stands still and happily accepts the cameraman's praise, replying that it wasn't that hard. Li Min just falls to the ground and tries to catch his breath from the horror that's going on inside. Li Min is bleeding sweat but finally comes to his senses. Li Ming smiles and decides to brag to the cameraman that it wasn't hard for her to handle such a task either. Appa looks at Li Min and starts laughing, recalling that first there were tears, then snot, and at the end, all together. Appa isn't tired at all, because past experience makes it possible now to go through the ordeal easier than the first time. The cameraman says it's nice to see that Appa is fine. Seha Appa comes closer and asks if he can ask a personal question. The operator doesn't know what they want to know and says it's okay to ask, and if he can, he'll answer. Appa points to the collar around the operator's neck. The operator asks if he understood correctly that Appa is interested in the collar. Appa confirms the operator's assumption and asks where such shackles can be purchased. The operator tenses up and starts to worry. Sweat begins to run down his face. Pointing his finger at the shackles, the operator decides to ask again if Appa is interested in where to purchase this. Seha Appa finds out the information he needs and purchases one for himself. Thinking back to what the operator said, Appa realized that the collar can be detonated remotely or by setting certain conditions. Appa wipes the collar with orichalcum. Li Min immediately comes closer and notices Appa's actions. Li Ming wonders if the collar will be stronger if the coating is added. Appa looks at Li Min, puzzled, and asks why she thought that. Appa asks if, really, Li Ming is a humanitarian. Li Min emotionally replies that it doesn't matter if she's a humanitarian or an exact science. Seha Appa plugs in his collar, causing him to start glowing yellow. Appa throws it on the road to test its performance. The collar resoundingly falls to the ground, bouncing farther and farther away. The collar has stopped glowing. Li Ming stands nearby, not realizing what is about to happen. Turning to Appa, Li Ming asks what's on his mind. Appa sits up in anticipation and tells Li Ming that he's about to see everything. Appa stares intently at the collar and starts counting to 3. At the end of the countdown, the collar jumps up and becomes visible, just the slightest tinge of fire. Li Min is flustered because she doesn't understand what happened and asks Appa how to understand such a jump, and why it didn't explode. Appa says the collar exploded. The collar falls to the ground and again, ringing from contact with the stone tiles of this park. Li Min doesn't believe Appa and asks how the collar can be blown up if it remained intact. Appa confirms Li Min's words and explains that with an internal explosion, it is impossible to break the orichalcum coating. Li Ming is surprised at such physiological states of orichalcum. Appa breaks the collar, and Li Ming notices that inside, there was indeed an explosion, and everything broke to pieces. Li Ming begins to think hard and decides to clarify the next steps. Appa confirms that indeed, he wants to share this knowledge with others to help them. Seha Appa takes a seat on the bench and lowers his head. His face is flushed and his eyes are wet with tears. Li Min is surprised by this behavior and asks Appa since when it became so sentimental. It's easy for someone who has ever turned his back on others to do it a second time, a third time, and so on ad infinitum. That's why Appa decided to never pass people by. In a past life, Appa failed as that man, although he was one of those who were helped. Appa clutches the collar in his hand and says he just wants to, and that's it. Li Min gets disgusted to the point of nausea. Li Min offers to go back to that operator. After all, Appa is going to help people, to which Appa says no. Appa says, even if the people don't have collars, it's still too dangerous here, and explains that it might be better to listen to the system. Li Min thinks about it, assuming that Appa is just too lazy to go everywhere with Li Min. Sehan decides that the seals and missing information should be collected first. He asks if Li Min rides roller coasters. Li Min replies that it's a breeze. He says he's an amusement park pro, but he doesn't like the ghost house. Appa says then the second attraction where the seal must be taken would be the roller coaster. Li Min throws his hands up in the air and sprints towards the ride, replying to Appa that it's a great idea. A few rides later, Li Ming almost falls off his feet. Leaning against the wall, a tired Li Min tells Appa that she doesn't want to do it anymore. 4 seals are visible on her arm, confirming that she has passed the rides. Appa is calm as always and asks Li Min that now, the previous words don't mean anything. Li Min says it's about a regular amusement park, and this is different, and how could this even be called an amusement park? Appa starts to smile and opens his hand with the same seals as Li Ming's. He confirms Li Min's words, emphasizing that without Li Min's help, Appa would have been able to go to the other side 4 times. First, Appa and Li Ming got on a roller coaster that was not safe. There were flying things with human faces, but that wasn't all. On the next ride, they had to ride a trolley car. When the carriage reached the very top, out of nowhere, the mouth of a huge monster appeared. Li Ming screamed in fear and closed her eyes, while Appa was just serious. As the carriage approached the monster's mouth, Appa had to take matters into his own hands and unknown to him, overpower the monster and get out of the ride safe and sound. Appa recalls that the next ride was the free fall. Appa already knew that there were no brakes installed, but Li Ming couldn't imagine the horror that awaited in the next few seconds, after their seats were lifted high into the sky. Li Ming didn't know what to do in such a situation, and so mentally said goodbye to her life and Appa. Li Ming closed her eyes and screamed loudly, wishing that time would turn back and they wouldn't get on this ride. Appa knew that their seats would be thrown straight to the ground so that the level would not be passed, and Li Ming and Appa could go to the other world. After a few manipulations, Appa and Li Ming successfully landed on the bushes. Li Ming was happy that everything had turned out all right. Li Ming came to her senses much faster after the last ride, compared to her emotions after the haunted house. Li Ming smiles and reminds Appa that there's one attraction left, which she needs to complete as soon as possible and get out of here. Appa looks around and replies to Li Ming that there is no way to ride the next one. Li Ming is surprised by Appa's decision and immediately asks why it won't work. Appa explains that the park's opening hours are over. At that moment, the park lights turn on and a tune is heard from everywhere. Li Ming is surprised and asks if Appa can hear it. Appa says it must be some kind of evening event. Appa says to hide. Appa and Li Ming hide behind the bushes. Li Ming continues to enjoy the tunes and looks at the moon. Li Ming asks if there's going to be some kind of parade tonight. Appa silently looks at Li Ming. In the center of the park, strange clowns come out looking more like monsters. They start dancing merrily to a tune. Not far from the clowns there was a pole on which was tied a girl, who apparently did something illegal. The goblin is enjoying the music and starts juggling someone's eyes. From the goblin's mouth, clearly visible were sharp fangs that could tear a person's skin with a light touch. Several monsters stand near the goblin. They are indifferent to the music. Behind, on a long pole, a girl is tied around the pole and a dark cloth is placed over her head. Appa locks eyes with Li Ming, who immediately starts to get indignant about wanting to see it too. Appa says that children should not be shown such things. Appa sees the parade in full swing and monsters cheering as they merrily deal with the players. In the distance, another pole can be seen with a man suspended. Li Ming tries to remove Appa's hand and says that he's not a child for a long time, which means he should open his eyes. Li Ming restlessly demands to let them see what's there. Appa says there's that zombie in there, similar to the one in the haunted house. Li Ming abruptly gets up and starts to walk away, twisting his arms, suggesting that he should sneak away without waiting for morning. Appa explains that it's dangerous to hit the road now, and informs him that at the parade, there are lifeless bodies of players lying around for a reason. Li Ming turns back around and swiftly returns to his seat. White with fear, Li Ming asks if it's all true, and asks why he closed his eyes. Li Ming comes to her senses a bit and explains that she thought there was something vulgar in there, and Appa decided to watch it alone. Appa gets a little flustered. A moment later, Appa starts laughing. Appa doesn't warn Li Ming and goes deep into the bushes. Li Ming doesn't understand Appa's intention and asks where Se-han was going to go out. Very dangerous. Appa says they can't be found. And so, Li Ming follows Appa as quietly as possible. Throughout the amusement park, monsters were walking around. Some were holding in their hands poles with people tied up. These were players who had inadvertently fallen into the hands of the monsters. And in front of every building and attraction, there were workers. Because of the large number of monsters, there was almost no place for players to wait out the night. Monsters were everywhere, and only a few managed to hide without being seen. Seha Appa looks around the park and remembers what it was like to go through the amusement park 10 years ago on the first round. After thinking for a bit, Appa remembers that in a past life, there was a survivor who told him that there was a very large safari park. If that survivor's words were to be believed, those in the big safari were players who were stuck between the first and third quest. Normally, such a thing is impossible, but Karas made it possible. Most likely because the god's game was interested. Constellations certainly had a share of divinity, however, no matter how high a level they possessed. Constellations were not gods, so they could not participate in the game. It is quite possible that Karas made a deal with the game master. Appa suggests that a second possibility for Karas's interference could be that Karas found some kind of loophole within the system. Appa doesn't know for sure, and so decides it's the perfect time to find out the details of how Karis was able to pull everything off. Lee Min is shocked by Appa's idea and comments that it's very cool. As they approach the gate, Lee Min tells Appa that they have apparently come to a big safari. Appa was right, there are too many people here. Two guys are standing at the fence with guns. Lee Min approaches first, shyly asking the guys if they can come in. Behind Lee Min, Seha Appa stands behind her and looks at the guys, identifying her confidence and desire to achieve her goals despite the armed guy. At the moment when Lee Min raised her hand to finger her face in embarrassment, her blouse slides down, and the 4 seals that are placed after passing the attraction are clearly visible. One of the guys notices the seals. Looking at his hand in surprise, he wants to point this out to the other guy and says that he should look at his hand because there are already 4 seals. The guys realize that these are no ordinary players and should be let through. They open the gate and ask Li Ming and Appa to go inside. Everyone goes inside, the gate slams shut. The guy walks Appa to the center of their dorm and decides to get acquainted. His name is Hyun Seok. He's one of the players. Hyun is a little excited, letting Lee Min and Appa know that they are cool, since even their leader only has 3 seals. Appa, without further comment, confirms Hyun Seok's words. And Lee Min raises her fist, loudly communicating that they are capable guys. Lee Min is very happy and proud to go on such rides. Appa sees that Lee Min doesn't have an ounce of modesty. Hyun Seok stops at the center of the safari, informing that Lee Min and Appa can stay here. Hyun Seok warns that there's no need to worry, as he'll tell the leader about the newcomers right away. Seha Appa thanks him for his hospitality. As Hyun Seok leaves, Appa begins to take a quick look around the area and the people who are here. On one side, a bonfire was visible, with 2 guys sitting around it and one standing nearby. The heads of the men were down. The realization that they were in a desperate situation, far away from their family and surrounded by monsters, was unsettling. On the other hand, there was an injured guy who was wrapped in bandages to let things heal. As Hyun Seok said, everyone who is here are players and regular people. There were about 200 surviving people nestled in the large safari. Somewhere in the distance there were players who were diligently examining the displays, looking for information on how to continue on their quest path. Appa sees that not all the survivors are here, some are left outside the safari, but the right person must be here. At that moment, Appa gets the idea that the right person is not far away. He just has to look hard enough. Appa is almost certain that he can't be here. Finally, somewhere far away in the bushes, Appa notices a big guy in a suit with a sword in his hands, sitting next to the boy. Appa is sure that the right man must surely be connected to this place. The boy has his head down. He is upset. Appa remembers that there is a supreme deity, Hephaestus, who is the 11th god of Olympus. Hephaestus has a single avatar. The avatar is that poor boy in a suit and glasses who sits somewhere in the bushes and drops his head frustratedly into his lap. From the outside, you might think that such a boy should not be an avatar, but it's not that simple here. Hephaestus observes the avatar from afar. The avatar's name is Song Shi-woo. In Appa's past life, Song Shi-woo was one of the most famous players. The gear he created was always selling for crazy prices at auctions. There wasn't a single player who didn't want to get his hands on at least one of the items he created. In fact, players had only survived so long in the game thanks to the equipment from Song Shi-woo. And even if humanity had died back then, looking at the current one, Appa sees that this is not the same Song Shi-woo that Appa knew firsthand. Appa remembers that Shi-woo used to shine like the sun and never gave up hope even in the most desperate situations. And now, he was not clear what was happening to him. Shi-han looks at Shi-woo's face and sees that now, his face is as if he has already lived his life and does not want to go anywhere else. Lee Min also pays attention to Shi-woo and comments that it seems that if you're around him, you can get depressed. Appa keeps his gaze on Shi-woo too and confirms Li Ming's words, informing him that it's contagious. Appa sees the guy next to Shi-woo and assumes it's the older brother. Appa remembers that 10 years ago, the older brother went to the other world at the end of the 3rd mission. The guys have their heads down and seem unenthusiastic, deciding to sit here for the rest of their lives. Appa and Lee Min walk towards the guys. Appa smiles and asks if it's okay to sit next to them. Lee Min silently walks with Appa, not understanding why Appa needs Song Shi-woo. The older brother lifts his head and sees unfamiliar faces. He asks if he understood correctly that they are new. Appa confirms his words and says he's looking for a place to rest, but he hasn't found anything suitable. The older brother invites them to sit down next to him and explains that the others are shunning them, so there is no one here, and says that socializing with people is very nice. Oppa examines the eyes and is shocked to find that the brother is blind. Appa didn't know that. Song Shi-woo continues to sit with his head down. Without introducing himself to the new arrivals, Shi-woo turns to his brother, asking what's nice here, since after all, they are two. Suddenly Shi-woo starts giggling without finishing the thought, saying that nothing is important. Appa takes a seat next to him and says that maybe it's fate, asking for his brother's name. The brother's name is Seong-chan-woo. Se-ha Appa and Lee Min-ah giving their names. Seong-woo doesn't change his pose and has no intention of meeting new people. Appa turns around and looks at Lee Min, who is crouched down and sits quietly, not engaging in conversation unnecessarily. Examining Lee Min, Appa wonders if it's just him and Ji-soo that Lee Min is acting so swaggering, and he's glad he doesn't call hey. Sung-chan-woo reaches out to Appa and addresses him, calling him Mr. Se-han and Miss Min-ah, asking them to do their best to pass this assignment. Chan-woo says that he wants to become friends, and Appa shares such a wish and informs him. Se-ha Appa mentally realizes that what they really want is to become friends. But something tells Appa that there is something wrong here. Appa looks at the Song brothers. Shi-woo lifts his eyes and considers Appa as well. Appa realizes that Chang-woo looks like a gambler, and the sword is ordinary. After thinking for a while, Appa is surprised that Chang-woo has a sword. Appa points his finger at the sword and asks if Jang-woo has a sword. Jang-woo confirms Appa's assumptions, saying that he can't tell from his looks, but he knows a little about swordsmanship. Since he's been without sight, though, the sword has become a substitute for a staff. Song Shi-woo turns to Chang-woo and asks him to stop talking about it. After all, if they talk about it, they'll have to remember what happened. Shi-woo turns to Chang-woo and confirms his words, wanting to end the unpleasant conversation. Chang-woo gets upset again and lies down on the grass, turning away from everyone. Chang-woo warns that he'd better go to bed, as it's getting late. Shi-woo turns towards Appa and apologizes for his brother, informing him that Chan-woo lately has gotten a little sensitive. Se-ha Appa is sympathetic, informing that it's okay since he was the first one to start the conversation. Looking back, Appa looks at the group of people who want to warm themselves by the fire. Appa analyzes everyone's actions and thinks that if, from the beginning, things turned out this way, then it's no wonder they act cautious around strangers. Shi-woo thanks Appa for understanding. And putting his head down, Shi-woo says that he ran away from him not too long ago. Appa doesn't understand who he's talking about and asks to find out more. Appa can't believe his assumptions that Karis is the cause. Shi-woo clarifies that he's referring to the guardian who dominates the place. Turns out Song Shi-woo is referring to Chil-wung. It's a giant monster with an incomprehensible and scary physique. Appa's eyes narrowed. Remembering who Chil-wung is, Appa can't believe that the guardian could be in Kara's territory. Appa recalls that inside Seoul, the only guardian was Basilisk, who Appa dealt with not too long ago. Appa doesn't understand how Shi-woo can talk about the other guardian who is not far from this place. Appa doesn't understand anything. Appa starts to analyze and speculate that because another guardian appeared, the mission might have changed, and Song Shi-woo too. Appa starts to worry about whether they suddenly found out that Appa has started the second round. This world is a game where the server is run by a game master, but he is by no means the tallest being here. There's also someone higher than the game master who interferes with the rules, runs the game and controls it. The system. It must be that it's all about the system. After all, the gatekeeper is the hidden monster that the system determines. Appa knew that this would happen if he behaved too conspicuously, but now it's very stressful. After all, the outcome of the game is changing. Appa has no choice but to continue the game. Appa lies down on the ground and decides to gather information from tomorrow. Appa emphasizes on being as careful as possible. Li Ming reminisces about how Li Ming has become a little different. While Li Ming sleeps sweetly, Appa can't figure out if she's really so brave or if she's really not sweating the small stuff. Appa can't sleep, but no one knows about it. So while Appa was thinking about Li Ming's behavior, Appa notices something strange. Lifting his head, Appa looks into the distance and doesn't realize what's going on. Appa lifts up and notices that Song Chan-woo is heading somewhere. Appa wonders where Jang-woo might be going at nighttime while everyone is sleeping. Two guys are standing guard. At the sight of Jang-woo, they ask what's up and where he's going. Jiang Wu says he has to go to the bathroom. Appa watches carefully and listens to the conversation. The guys look at Jiang Wu with disgruntled faces and ask where Jiang Wu is going like that, meaning blind. One of the guys informs him that they won't be escorting him over the fence. Sung Chan Wu assures the guys that he knows the neighborhood roughly and is quite capable of going alone. Appa realizes that he should follow Sung Chan Wu, but has to figure out how to do it. The guys on guard duty agree to let him out of the fence, warning him that if Jiang Wu doesn't come back, no one will go looking for him at this late hour. Chan Wu turns around, saying that he understands and that he'll be fine on his own. Appa notices the general observers following Jiang Wu, and Appa doesn't understand why he would keep surveillance on someone who said he went to the bathroom. Appa tries to analyze the possible courses of action and realizes that something wrong is going on here. Appa decides to enter the community. Walking in under the nickname Anonymous 48, Appa approaches Clown and greets him. Clown sits in a chair and at first doesn't realize who is addressing. Turning back around, Clown notices that Anonymous 48 has walked in. The Clown smiles, informing him that Anonymous 48 has been frequenting the chat room lately. Anonymous 48 laughs and confirms. The Clown says he was loved, realizing that there is possession of some kind of information. Turns out Freaky Friday went to the recommended dungeon and was pleased. Anonymous clarifies if this is the one he intercepted the dungeon from. Anonymous says it's everyone's business and asks to see the reviewer together. The Clown tenses up and asks why Anonymous isn't looking through his own. Anonymous explains that there's a player who's giving him a hard time, and the general observer has a good view. Also, without a personal avatar, the observer is not given. Anonymous 48 explains that one player keeps refusing to become my avatar, so I have to keep an eye out. The Clown is surprised that the player refuses and comments that apparently Anonymous is not such a famous god. Anonymous 48 clarifies that he is talking about the player who constantly goes along with Clown's avatar, and comments that apparently the player has no intention of becoming anyone's avatar at all. Appa and Li Ming are seen on display. Clown says that this is the same player that a lot of people have had their eye on lately, but he turns everyone down. Clown says that if Min Ah hadn't been there, she would have made a request too. The more you watch him, the more interesting it gets. Anonymous 48 pretends to be surprised at such a positive opinion of himself. Turning the subject, Anonymous 48 once again asks permission to borrow Clown's reviewer. Clown approves, explaining that Min Ah is sleeping, and asks to share cool information if any comes up. Clown marvels that it's so easy to keep track of avatars just by pointing at a player, commenting that Appa is looking at the display. Appa points his finger at the display and says that he wants to look at him, but the one who just came out. Anonymous 48 informs Clown that something is wrong with that blind player and has become very curious about where he is going. Clown invites in his columnist, Anonymous 48. The observer flies around looking for Chan Wu and finally finds him. Chan Wu walks somewhere in the forest and stops. It is dark everywhere, and only small crickets light up the area. Anonymous 48 watches Jiang Wu closely and doesn't understand why he would go into the forest. Realizing that the assumptions about Jiang Wu's secrecy are confirmed, Anonymous continues his surveillance to see what Jiang Wu is up to. Jiang Wu walks a little further and stops in a small field. At this moment, a large white bird arrives and begins to hover over Chan Wu to hear the flapping of its wings and start a conversation. Chan Wu's dream senses the presence of the white bird and intends to say something. The white bird lands on the tip of a long fir tree. The body of the bird is illuminated by the bright white moon. Sung Chan Wu sits down on his knee, showing his submission. Lowering his head down, he says he has come to report something. Appa, in the guise of the deity Anonymous 48, is surprised to see who Chan Wu is starting to have a conversation with. Appa looks puzzled and doesn't understand how this is possible. The bird, meanwhile, asks if there was anything unusual today. Jiang Wu says there was nothing unusual and remembers that there were 2 new players. Bird asks which new players he's referring to. Appa listens carefully to the bird's voice and realizes that he doesn't sound like Karas. After a bit of thought, Appa assumes it's the guardian Chilwung. The guard says to observe them. If the players start doing anything, they should report immediately. The guard emphasizes that Mr. Karas needs more men. Jiang Wu agrees with the guard and says he understands. At that moment, the guard vanishes, leaving behind a bright flame of light. Jiang Wu continues to sit on his knee with his head down. Appa recalls that in the first game, he saw many people whose thoughts were different from their behavior, therefore knows what it's all about when seeing the way Jiang Wu behaves. Appa immediately noticed that Jiang Wu's behavior was fake. The clown also observed what was going on, commenting on it, by the unusual turn of events. The clown asks if Anonymous 48 had any idea about this, and who would have thought Jiang Wu was a spy. Anonymous replies that it's classified information. The clown replies that it all looks like mysticism and tells Anonymous to do as he knows how. Anonymous 48 continues to stare at the display and doesn't understand why Jiang Wu did what he did to the other players and sided with Karas. In his past life, Song Shiwu's brother Jiang Wu was a very kind person and even sacrificed himself to save Song Shiwu's life. The next morning, Appa, as planned, went to elicit information from the survivors hidden in the safari. One by one, the guys nodded their heads, explaining that they really didn't know anything related to the other players. Appa was tired. Even gathering information isn't easy, but if you put it all together, basically everything matches up with the past life, with what it was 10 years ago. All except that Cholwung is a starfish, quite a rare type among monsters. The Cholwung is a bit slow, but it has solid armor and great strength. The more metal it eats, the greater its defense and attack becomes. With his current skills, Appa realizes that he won't even be able to wound him. As Appa continues to analyze what he saw the night before, he realizes that Song Chan Wu obeys the bird that Karas obeys. But Appa knows that even this opponent is now out of his league. At this moment, Appa notices Li Min Ah, who has come closer and is looking at Appa smiling. Seha Appa turns around and asks what's wrong since Li Min came and is standing there for so long. Li Min lowers her head a little and shyly starts talking. Li Ming says he doesn't know what Appa is up to, but after all, he wasn't going to hunt down the guards. Appa says he doesn't even know. Li Min Ah assumes Appa's plans. He asks what he's up to, since they've already had enough of him last time. Li Min A emotionally presses Appa, asking why he's going to go after the guard again. Appa looks away, with an angry face. Without emphasizing Li Ming's displeasure, Appa replies that the Guardian so far is painfully powerful. But Li Min is not appeased and replies that Appa says so, as if it would be underpowered later. Appa knows that no matter what they do now, Song Shiwu won't get better. When time passes, things will resolve themselves, but for now, should be left alone. Chang Wu, sitting next to Shiwu, doesn't know how to cheer him up. Appa takes off his coat and tells Li Min that there is a matter and needs to go outside the safari, but it won't be long before Appa returns. Li Min is surprised and asks where Appa is going again. Appa says he has to meet someone. Appa says there's a little business for Li Min. Li Min sighs heavily and says Appa wants to harness again. Appa explains that they need to keep an eye on the Sung brothers. Li Min asks why it's necessary, and Appa says he'll tell him later. Appa asks to stay close to them until he gets back, and warns that if she notices anything strange, she should report it as soon as possible. Li Min says that in principle, there's nothing difficult about this task, and she can handle it. Li Min stays where she is and says goodbye to Appa, confirming that she will do his assignment. Appa puts on his coat and decides to get a taste of what Cholwung is all about. The map of the park was clearly showing where Appa and Li Ming are and where the rides are. Somewhere on the outskirts stands a large castle. Obviously, there are monsters there. In some huge castle, there were a few goblins wandering around. In the distance, there were shadows of lifeless human bodies and some tools lying on the floor, and the goblins were looking around, searching for prey. In the same castle, there is someone lying on the floor, twirling something in his hand. He explains out loud words such as human terror and awe. Both, he says, are excellent methods of raising the price. As it turns out, this one was Karas. Karas lifts himself up and realizes that in part, he settled here for the sake of interest, but it was the right choice. Karas, laughing loudly, notices someone coming. A huge mammoth-like monster appears in front of Karas' throne. It turned out to be Cholwung. Cholwung stands and stares at Karas in silence. Karas takes a seat on the throne to listen to Cholwung. Leaning his face on his arm, Karas begins to smile and says that the fun is in full swing. But Cholwung informs him that it has to do with the third task. Karas smiles and asks whether or not the strongest player so far seems to have 3 seals now, and says he really enjoyed watching those shaking with fear people who couldn't even get 2 seals. But Cholwung looks at Karas and decides to break the news that there's been a change, and that was the case until yesterday. Cholwung's Karas stops smiling and tenses up a bit upon hearing such a message. Asking what happened, Chol Wong replies that there was a player who was able to get 4 seals. Oh, and not just one player, but 2. Karas looks at the information on the display and doesn't understand where just such a 1 came from. Seeing that Sehan doesn't even have a deity, Karas wonders, it was possible to pass such a test without having the support of. Karas opens the display and looks at how Appa and Li Min went through the roller coaster, water ride, free fall, and even the haunted house. Karas is surprised after all. There was a high level from the beginning, which was then, in addition, upgraded. Karas realizes that if it continues like this, the players might get the 5th seal today. But if they interfere with the main quest, they could get into trouble. Although this way might make things easier. At this point, Karas becomes worried that Appa and Li Ming will decide to come here themselves. After some thought, Karas decides to dismiss the idea because he thinks it would be impossible for anyone to do so. Karas commands Chol Wong to leave these 2 alone, explaining that it might even be better for the 2 to accomplish the task. Chol Wong doesn't understand why he would do that, since lately, fewer and fewer players are taking rides. After thinking for a bit, Chol Wong starts to realize something and shares his speculation that players are no longer motivated due to the high difficulty level, and new ones are less likely to come. Karas pokes his index finger on his head, indicating that Chol Wong hasn't gotten to the main point. What happens if they can complete the task and get out of the park, and asks if Chol Wong thinks that the other players will get some kind of incentive. Karas, analyzing Chol Wong's behavior, realizes that for a dumb creature, he's got a pretty good pot brewing. Chol Wong says that this is an amazing plan, and then wishes for a pleasant viewing. Chol Wong says it's time to leave. Karas asks if it's already time for patrolling. Chol Wong confirms Karas's speculation. Karas says Chol Wong proved to be correct, and he remembers the past. When Karas first saw Chol Wong, he thought he was dumb. Chol Wong says that at that moment, Karas had not yet grasped the whole situation, but Karas says they rarely add guards either. Karas says it was funny to see Chol Wong lying at his feet pleading, and informs that no one knows the reason for the addition, neither Karas nor Akartos. Chol Wong remains silent as he doesn't know what to answer. Karas continues to sit on his throne and sends Chol Wong to continue his work. Chol Wong obediently leaves, for it is time to patrol. Chol Wong thinks it would be nice to meet more bugs. Appa stops in the field and holding his gun in his hand looks around. Appa analyzes the terrain. Appa has found some information and now knows that usually Chol Wong comes around with a sentinel along this road. Appa realizes that if this is true, he should be here by now. At this moment, Sehan lurks because footsteps are heard. Appa is ready to fight, and so there is not a bit of fear on his face. Appa turns toward the footsteps and sees Chol Wong high in front of him. Appa says that he waited for Chol Wong to arrive. There is no way Chol Wong could have expected Appa to appear, from which he stopped and watched. Appa came alone and stands in front of Chol Wong, about to start a battle to assess the abilities of the huge Chol Wong. Chol Wong's size is so imposing that it became clear why Chol Wong calls people bugs. Chol Wong doesn't hesitate to tell Appa that it's not at all interesting to send crazy people like Appa to the other world. Appa analyzes Chol Wong's behavior and speech and realizes that there is no doubt that Chol Wong is working for Karas. Such conclusions are correct, because Chol Wong and Karas think in much the same way. Chol Wong takes the stone in his hands and begins to squeeze it so that fine dust falls directly on Appa. Appa remembers this trick and realizes that Chol Wong wants to see Appa start running away in terror. Appa prepares to attack and pulls out a sharp blade reinforced with orichalcum. Chol Wong tries to do damage to Appa and commits to a strike with his huge fist. Before Chol Wong decides to make another strike at Appa, Appa jumps back in time to defend himself from the blow. Appa instantly makes his way by leaps, all the way up to Chol Wong's skin to commit several wounds. Appa uses the obvious method of skin destruction to realize how similar they are to the basilisk. Appa performs a tremendous blow to Chol Wong's skin. A fiery mark is left on the skin, but there is no cut. Appa recoils and sees that the skin is very tough that even an orichalcum can't handle. Appa tenses up and thinks of a further plan to disarm the Chol Wong guardian. Appa jumps to the ground and gets very angry, not realizing if and while on patrol, Chol Wong continues to devour metal. Appa actually had no idea that Chol Wong would turn out to be such a serious opponent. Chol Wong asks what Appa is dodging. Chol Wong looks at Appa's actions and analyzes as well. Chol Wong is a guardian, so he immediately guesses that Appa is not fighting at full strength. Chol Wong recalls previous battles and is surprised, as he didn't think there were such players. Appa purposefully continues to perform strikes on Chol Wong. His actions every time have a deep meaning that the guards don't even realize. This time is no exception. Appa's face identifies calmness. Cholwong is not going to fight Appa. Karas's plotting makes it impossible to straighten Appa out. Finally, Cholwong turns to Appa, informing him that fighting a fearless player is not interesting and offers to talk. Cholwong decides to see if Appa has any strength left to talk for a while. Sehan hears the tempting offer and decides to lower himself to the ground, but he remains on guard against a guard who can't be trusted. Sehan is shut out by Cholwong, and looking on with an angry face, replies that Cholwong talks too much. Oppa remembers that Basilisk was talkative too, and asks is it really that kind of guardian? Appa calls for an attack. Cholwong stands in front of Appa and starts to get angry. Realizing that he will have to disarm the player, Cholwong tells Oppa that he doesn't know where such a one came from, but there won't be a wet spot left. Seha Oppa continues to stand there waiting for the attack from Cholwong. To bring out the emotion, Appa says that now is the time to see if it will work or not. The fist, which is twice the size of Appa himself, rushes forward. Appa waits until the fist is as close as possible, thereby showing Cholwong that he is not afraid of an opponent like Cholwong at all. As soon as Cholwong's fist comes as close as possible to Appa, Appa immediately jumps on the limb and as quickly as possible heads for the soft and vulnerable places to destroy Cholwong. Cholwong watches Appa's actions without fear of being harmed. Appa realizes that with Cholwong's size, we'll have to do a lot of cracking. Oppa does the damage, and Cholwong doesn't react in any way. Appa tisks, wondering if, with this, normal punching power can't be achieved. Judging from the fact that the coated weapon didn't mess up, Cholwong's body is no harder than an orichalcum. While Cholwong tries to reach Appa with his claws, Appa instantly jumps from his back to the tree as he continues to analyze what is happening. Appa begins to realize that he doesn't have enough strength to overpower Cholwong. Cholwong looks back and notices Appa standing in the tree. Without thinking long, Cholwong decides to make another fist strike, hoping that Cholwong's speed exceeds the speed and agility of the nimble Seha Appa. While Cholwong is trying to reproduce at least one blow to Appa, Appa, by simple manipulation, jumped from the tree to Cholwong, and from Cholwong directly to the ground. Appa examines Cholwong and decides to find the weakest spots. Appa finds the most suitable spot and does the damage. But even here, Cholwong doesn't get hurt and continues to just stand there and stare at Appa. Using his huge foot, Cholwong wishes to crush Appa, but again it fails, as Appa successfully jumps back. Sehan decides to throw his sword at a vulnerable and very soft spot on Cholwong's body. Appa swings and throws the sword, using maximum force to hit the target and cause even the slightest pain. Sehan wanted to hit Cholwong's eye, but the huge sword seemed like a small needle that ricocheted off the thick skin around his eye and successfully catapulted to the ground. Appa snatches the sword and continues the battle. Seha Appa doesn't understand how it's possible that Cholwong has no weaknesses. Appa analyzes, realizing that in terms of speed, is ahead of the game. And for the sake of this battle, Appa tried to raise all his stats to the maximum. Right now, all stats are at E in a counter-stoppage state. Appa's stats are higher than any other player, and despite this, Appa can't, not even scratch Cholwong. Cholwong does a paw lock and is looking to strike. Cholwong performs a kick to where Appa was. His power is so great that after each blow hits the ground, a whole explosion is created, raising dust and grass aloft. Appa continues to slip away from Cholwong's damage. Appa is getting tired and angry that he can't overpower Cholwong, not at all. Appa looks at this huge carcass of Cholwong. Appa realizes that he knew it was not a good idea to go after Cholwong with that level, but still it's clear why people's veins start to shake at the mention of it. Appa is standing in the distance and ponders that if Cholwong is so powerful, it's possible that Karas's abilities are even greater. Appa was hoping to kill Cholwong right here and decides that all that's left is to use the first round set. Cholwong has lost Appa. Looking around the immediate area, Cholwong turns to Appa, asking where Seha Appa has gone. Cholwong says that Appa is running away from him like a pathetic little rat. Appa continues to sit in the bushes and turns to Cholwong, asking what he's babbling about. Appa emphasizes to Cholwong that Cholwong is too slow for a normal battle. Cholwong tries to figure out from his voice where Appa went. Cholwong gets even angrier and grabs some kind of implement that was part of the park's attraction and swings it to hit Appa. Cholwong, a furious guardian, threatens that he'll ruin Appa as soon as he finds it. Cholwong looks around, searching for Appa. Still holding his axe in his hands, he shouts at the top of his voice for Appa to come out of hiding. Appa, meanwhile, runs away, mentally apologizing to Chol Wung because Appa has nothing to do here now. Appa runs away, analyzing everything that's going on. Now, with these skills and items, it's impossible to kill Chol Wung. In order to disarm Chol Wung, a powerful punch of strong attack is needed. Appa remembers Song Shu-woo and realizes that there is only one way to deal with Chol Wung. Li Min diligently performs the task that Appa came up with. Shi-woo's posture didn't change, and Chang-woo decided to lighten things up and decided to chat with Li Min. Turning to Miss Min-ah, Jang-woo asks if Se-han and Li Min are really brother and sister. Li Min is surprised by such a question that she even lifts herself off the ground. Li Min affirmatively denies Chang-woo's assumptions and says that even the last names are different. How could one think they are related? Chang-woo explains that they are too friendly. Li Min says that on the contrary, if they were related, they'd be like cat and dog. Li Min says that on the contrary, he can't believe that Jang-woo and Shu-woo are brothers because they look so friendly. Chan-woo claims that they are brothers and calls Appa unusual. Chang-woo clarifies that Appa got 4 seals, which is not easy at all. Li Min doesn't want to stay in the shadows and shows the blind man Chang-woo his 4 seals. Chang-woo laughs at Li Min's braggadocio and calls him a smart-ass. Li Min closes her eyes in self-love and affirmatively confirms Chang-woo's words that Li Min is a smarty-pants. Behind, Appa discreetly appears and asks Li Min what "you betcha" means. Li Min almost jumps up and down in fright. Turning back, covered in sweat, Li Min yells that Appa really scared her. Appa is surprised at Li Min's displeasure and asks why be so scared. Li Min replies that you should give a warning when you approach like that. Appa clarifies that he wasn't trying to hide, much less scare. Chan-woo turns his head towards Appa's voice and laughs at how scared Li Min was. Chan-woo tells Appa, calling Mr. what he and Li Min were just talking about. Appa looks at Chan-woo, wary and very surprised. Appa assumes that Chang-woo, too, is trying to get information out for Karas. Li Min looks at Appa and intervenes in the conversation, informing him that Chan-woo was curious about how he and Appa met. Appa tells Jang-woo about meeting Li Min. Appa explains that he caught Li Min robbing a bank and that's how they met. Li Min isn't happy, saying that Appa says she's some kind of criminal. Appa says she is. Chan-woo laughs and says that they are indeed very friendly. Appa turns to Jang-woo and says that they should talk about something. Jang-woo tenses up a bit and asks if he's sure he's the one being addressed. Se-ha-oppa explains that there's something he needs to say, but this isn't the right place. Pointing his finger in the direction of the room, Appa suggests that the conversation be held away from the people. As Appa leads Chan-woo somewhere deep into the forest, Chan-woo worriedly asks where Appa is leading. In a moment, Appa stops and says that this is the place. Chan-woo also stops and, bewildered, asks what Appa wants to say. Oppa addresses Jang-woo by name. With excitement and the realization that there's actually something to hide, Jang-woo becomes so worried that his whole face blushes. Jang-woo tries not to show it and responds to the name, waiting for Appa's words. Appa stands with his back to Jang-woo and turns his head slightly toward Jang-woo. Looking disdainful, Appa asks if it's possible that Jang-woo is accidentally leaking information about this place to Chul Wung. Hearing this suspicion from Appa, Chang-woo immediately draws his sword and points it towards Appa's neck. Appa looks at Chan-woo, a little wary, but this behavior of Chan-woo was expected by Appa. Chan-woo continues to hold the sword at Appa's neck and asks how Appa could know that. Thinking back to last night, Chan-woo was sure that he was communicating with the guard without any unnecessary witnesses, but was very wrong. Appa doesn't show an ounce of excitement and allows Chan-woo to hold his sword so close. Appa is serious and explains to Chan-woo that there is a way to do this, and goes on to say that he wanted to ask one more thing, but will have to save it for later. Chan-woo, worried, but not about to give up halfway, and asks Appa what he means. Appa raises his hand and places it on his head, spinning his head around to stretch a bit. Appa, with a slight movement of 2 fingers, moves away from his neck, Chan-woo's sword. Turning around and looking at the flustered Chan-woo, Appa begins to smile evilly. Se-han suggests that Chan-woo try to attack, using all of his strength. Appa explains that he wants to see what Song Chan-woo is capable of. Without waiting for Appa to do anything, Chan-woo starts to run up to Appa and try to do damage to Appa's neck. Appa is not the first time to find himself in such a situation, so he calmly moves back without making any strong efforts. Chan-woo's sword flies past Appa's head. Chang-woo behaves very fast and experienced if you take into account that his eyes are damaged. Chanwoo bends down and decides to take a punch from the bottom up, wanting to hit Appa right in the heart. Appa moves much faster and dodges again. Chanwoo continues to attack. Appa analyzes Chanwoo's moves and realizes that the moves are very good. Appa thought that the blind Jang Woo was no longer able to do anything at all. Jang Woo realizes that his main goal is to destroy Appa. While Appa was pondering, Chanwoo immediately jumps on Appa, intending to split his entire body in two. Appa is left with only a shadow. Appa deftly jumps a few meters backwards and is surprised at the speed for someone who can't even see anything. Appa notices something and is even more surprised. Appa examines Chanwoo and guesses the use of the spiritual eye. Changwoo stops and extends the tip of his sword towards Zihan. Changwoo starts a dialogue about Appa, talking so boldly and now only trying to dodge the blows. Seong Chanwoo intercepts the sword from hand to hand and stands and says that if Appa won't say anything, the only thing left for Chanwoo to do is to just send Appa to the other side. Appa watches Chanwoo's every move carefully. Appa's eyes narrow. Appa sees Chanwoo start to use a familiar stance. Chanwoo once again pulls the sword out of its scabbard. The sword is illuminated with a bright green light. Chanwoo is serious and decides to use his abilities and techniques to the best of his ability to finally do damage to Appa, who knows too much. Appa stands waiting for Chanwoo's actions. Appa has come too far that every battle is not just to survive, but to analyze the abilities and battle techniques of each opponent. Chanwoo commits to a strike. Appa catches the sword right in front of his neck. His face identifies a concrete calmness. Appa analyzes the sword technique. Chanwoo senses what has happened. Chanwoo can't believe that Appa caught the sword, and not just caught it, but using only 2 fingers. Appa analyzed and realized that dexterity, about 60 to 70, strength about 50. Appa shows no emotion, but realizes that such stats are pretty high, considering that Chanwoo is not an avatar. Appa realizes that it's all about strength and agility, not sword technique. Jangwoo swings again. Appa stands still and won't back down, showing his superiority over Jangwoo. Changwoo decides not just to swing, but to make a dozen swings at once, so that Appa will not have time to catch at least 1 damage from the sharp sword. Appa doesn't bother dodging each one. Chanwoo can't believe how fast Appa is. Changwoo is very angry. Deciding to make another dash towards Appa, assures that this time, Appa won't be able to dodge. Appa gets bored just dodging. Appa decides to reach forward and dodge the strikes with just his arm. Appa dodges every move Chanwoo makes with his arm. Chanwoo starts to sweat from using all his strength and speed. Appa smiles. This kind of battle can be considered a small workout. Chanwoo is really tired. After making the last punch, Chanwoo realizes that dealing with Appa is not that easy. Appa continues to stand still and watch Changwoo's efforts. Finally, Chanwoo decides to stop and let go of the sharp sword. Hunched over, he tries to catch his breath. Changwoo can't believe that Appa is so strong and without a fight can squeeze the juices out of his opponent. Appa raises his hand up. The hands are wearing gloves of darkness. Appa explains to Changwoo that he has some pretty good items. Appa decides to confess honestly about how Changwoo's abilities really managed to surprise. Changwoo takes a breath and finally calms down. After thinking for a bit, Changwoo says that compared to Appa's skills, Changwoo's skills are nothing. Changwoo actually accepts his defeat. Appa doesn't stray from the topic of interest and asks Changwoo again why, with such strength, he decides to spy for Chulwung. What Appa means is that one can try harder and get through a mission with what one has, rather than betraying humanity. Changwoo is silent, showing his reluctance to share personal information and problems. Appa isn't about to calm down and decides to ask in a different way. Is it really such a big step that Jangwoo has decided to take for Song Shu-woo's sake? Appa looks at Jangwoo with a serious face and decides to find out some information, no matter what it takes. Appa shares his assumptions, waiting for a positive answer about what Chulwung promised to keep Shu-woo alive in return for his help. Changwoo feels guilty in front of innocent people, and after a while, he decides to tell them what happened. Changwoo explains that when he first encountered Chulwung, he had to fight alone. Changwoo recalls that unpleasant day. He says that it wasn't even a battle. Changwoo tried to hide Shu-woo behind him, but he saw that for Chulwung, this situation was tantamount to playing with toys. As a result, going after Chulwung alone was an unwise decision on Changwoo's part. In this merciless battle, Chang Wu lost his temper, and Shi Wu had since fallen into apathy. After what had happened, Chang Wu realized that he was unable to deal with Chol Wang. There was nothing else to do but agree to Chol Wang's proposal. And at that moment, feeling the power of Chol Wang, Chang Wu was in a hopeless situation. But as an older brother, Chang Wu wanted to save Shi Wu by all means, even if it meant going to hell. Appa shows no emotion, no sympathy or aggression, just a cool head and a desire to get as much information as it takes to destroy Karas. Seha Appa asks how long Chan Wu has had to supply Chol Wang with information. Chan Wu adjusts his hat and replies to Appa that it's been from the time they were on safari until now. It's mostly information about what's going on among the people. Chan Wu is quiet for a bit and decides to find out what Appa will do with him. Chan Wu is worried about his future, and without waiting for Appa's answer, he asks if he will tell everyone else. Appa looks at Chan Wu with an angry face, but he replies that he's not going to do anything right now. Jiang Wu relaxes a little. A look of surprise and a bit of joy appears on his face. Chan Wu doesn't believe Appa's kindness and decides to ask if it's true. Appa explains that it doesn't interfere in any way, and on the contrary, Appa thinks he can take advantage of the situation. Appa says that Chol Wang is gathering information but not doing anything, which means that Chol Wang likes the players to feel fear. Appa assumes that Chol Wang said to keep an eye on the others so they can't escape. Appa asks when the next challenge is. Chan Wu, worried, clarifies if, indeed, Appa is going to fight Chol Wang. Chang Wu, of course, knows that Appa is a strong player, but Chol Wang, a whole other level. There's no plan or ideas on how to hurt Chol Wang. Chan Wu is afraid that Appa's doom will come. Appa steps aside and says he knows this since he's already met Chol Wang not too long ago. Jiang Wu is excited and clarifies if indeed this really happened. Chang Wu clarifies that Chol Wang is completely different from the other monsters he's encountered so far. Chang Wu states that Chol Wang's body is unrealistically strong. Appa turns back and explains to Chang Wu that just because it's impossible to kill Chol Wang at once doesn't mean that it's impossible to kill Chol Wang. Chang Wu doesn't understand how this is possible and asks Appa for more details. Appa replies that Chang Wu just needs to continue to follow Chol Wang's instructions. Only, to top it all off, it will be necessary to leak information to Appa too. Jiang Wu is very nervous because he's now in the crosshairs of both the monster and the player. Jiang Wu wants to ask about the safety of himself and his brother. Appa doesn't wait for the question and says he'll give details when they get back. Finally, Appa makes a condition that Chan Wu should tell his brother Shi Wu about everything. Chan Wu couldn't have expected such a demand and asks if Shi Wu needs to know the details and why Appa needs to know them. Appa leaves, informing Chang Wu that Shi Wu is considered a major figure in this difficult case. Chang Wu can't imagine how Shi Wu's brother could be involved in this assignment, but realizes that there's nothing left to do but follow Seihan's orders. Chang Wu immediately begins a serious conversation with Shi Wu. Shi Wu reacts emotionally to the story and the issue of Chol Wang. Shi Wu, puzzled, asks Chang Wu why he didn't tell him earlier, what he had to endure and what he had to agree to. Chang Wu didn't expect such a reaction from Sha Wu and sincerely begins to apologize for not sharing the unpleasant circumstances of life. Chang Wu tries to explain that the intentions were good as he didn't want Shi Wu to worry even more. Shi Wu continues to show his emotions and asks the question, if something were to happen to Chang Wu, did Chang Wu really think he would be happy? Obviously, as a brother, Shi Wu would do his best to keep his brother out of trouble. Chang Wu realizes his guilt towards Shi Wu. With his head down, Chang Wu apologizes again. Li Min and Appa are watching the conversation. Li Min asks if that's why Appa asked him to follow the two of them. Appa confirms Li Min's assumptions, explaining that he originally had a premonition of something bad. Li Min wants to consider it a good intuition. Li Min asks what to do with Jiang Wu. Appa replies that it's necessary to send Jiang Wu to the other side. Li Min doesn't understand who he's talking about, or if it's true that it's the Chol Wang monster. Appa confirms Li Min's assumptions. Li Ming slowly walks away, informing her that her guesses are true and she should go on with the mission. Appa apologizes and informs her that Li Min should stay here for now. Chol Wang is probably not only looking for Appa now, but also for Li Min. Li Min, very worried about both Chang Wu and Appa, and of course his own safety. Turning back to Appa, tears begin to pour from Li Ming's eyes. Li Min doesn't say anything back to Appa, but only wonders what Appa was doing outside the safari border. Shi Wu finally calms down and stops being angry at Jiang Wu's brother. Shi Wu clarifies once again if Appa and Jiang Wu are really going to deal with Chul Wang once and for all. Shi Wu is very excited as feels strongly for the unseeing Jiang Wu. Li Min and Appa go back to the brothers' house. Appa asks Shi Wu if everything is clear. Appa says that right now, the situation is not good. It wouldn't be surprising if Chul Wang came here and started killing or kidnapping people. According to Jiang Wu, there's about a week to go. Shi Wu, perplexed about how to deal with Chul Wang, and decides to ask Appa. Is Appa so strong and desperate that he decides to engage in a fight with the strongest guardian, Chul Wang? Shi Wu cheered up a bit, realizing that there was something to help the players. Zi Han, very serious. Answering Shi Wu's question, Appa mentions that Shi Wu probably knows that there's just no other way to get out of here. Shi Wu agrees, but states that it's overkill, even for those who were able to obtain the 4 seals. Appa agrees with Shi Wu's assertion, reporting that for Appa alone, it is indeed overkill. Appa squats down and looks up at Shi Wu, reporting that he needs Shi Wu's help. Shi Wu doesn't believe it and clarifies if he's really able to help. Appa confirms, repeating that it is Shi Wu who is able to help. After a moment of silence, Appa asks if Shi Wu would like to try to make a weapon that would be so strong that it could easily overpower Chul Wang's skin and strength. Shi Wu had no idea that he could be really useful in such a serious task. With excitement, sweat begins to run down Shi Wu's face. Shi Wu's hands clench into a fist because Shi Wu firmly believes that he wants to try to create a weapon. Appa purchases a basic production kit from the shop to make equipment. Appa invites Shi Wu to go to the wall and see if he has everything he needs to make a weapon. Shi Wu comes closer and examines the materials. Shi Wu's eyes instantly widen, and his mouth opens in surprise. Shi Wu stands there as if in a stupor, unable to understand how Appa was able to get so many food materials. Li Ming stands as well in a shocked state. Li Min asks where it all came from. Appa says it was a reward for a previous assignment. Appa is a little sly, as it was actually all purchased with points at the DLC shop. Appa approaches Shi Wu and clarifies if this is enough to do anything or if more is needed. Shi Wu continues to look at the materials with a smile on his face and replies to Appa that it will definitely be enough. Shi Wu is obviously revitalized by the shift in his life. Shi Wu's eyes once again widen and light up at the sight of his favorite workplace. Apparently, Shi Wu enjoys the pleasures of gunsmithing. Shi Wu says that he can't even wait to make something quickly. Li Ming approaches Shi Wu and whispers in a wary voice, asking if it seems strange that such items have appeared in such a place. Li Ming clarifies why Shi Wu so quickly and easily agrees to some work, accepting items from an unknown person. Shi Wu continues to check the information on the display and replies to Li Ming that it's fine, because Shi Wu himself is happy that he can create something. Mentally, Shi Wu doesn't understand what kind of nonsense Li Min is saying. Li Min walks up to Appa and complains about how to understand that the last time Li Min was needed, Shi Wu is now needed. Li Min asks if everything was planned from the beginning. Appa pretends like he doesn't understand what Li Min is getting at. Li Min says that she knew what kind of person Appa was, but she didn't think she would act like that with a little kid. Appa is surprised by such a claim and asks how Shi Wu can be a juvenile when the age difference with Li Min is only 3 years. Li Ming is shocked. Opening her mouth and dilating her pupils, Li Ming can't believe her ears. Li Ming clarified how there could be a difference of 3 years. Shi Wu was nearby and heard Li Ming's surprised exclamation. Shi Wu rubs the back of his head and laughs at Li Ming's reaction. Shi Wu reports that he is in his 3rd year of high school. Li Min says that Shi Wu looks younger as elementary school students. Appa asks Li Min to stop the topic of age. Li Min blushes and asks what's wrong. Appa asks Li Min to try to set up a dome here. Li Ming doesn't understand at all what this is about and asks what kind of dome Appa has in mind. Appa explains that he means a protective dome so that others can't get in. Appa asks what Li Min is pretending like he doesn't know what he's talking about. Appa states the fact that Li Ming knows how to make a dome. Li Min is embarrassed because Shi Wu is right next to her. Li Ming doesn't say a word and promptly runs away. Appa looks after her, surprised at this reaction. Appa thinks that Li Min's main characteristic is to make people nervous. For Li Ming, this is the 3rd mission. She definitely got the dome setting skill. Appa followed Li Ming, who had already started her work. At times, Li Ming, it seems like Appa knows too much, not leaving an opportunity to pretend that it is beyond Li Ming's ability. Li Ming had successfully completed the task. The line that Li Ming drew began to brightly light up. Yellow streams of energy playfully rose upwards, creating an invisible dome. A division of space took place. Li Ming haughtily placed her hands on her belt and asked Appa's opinion, informing him that without Li Ming's knowledge, no one would even be able to understand what was happening inside this space. Appa didn't really believe in Li Ming's ability, but only wanted to test how possible it was to create something like this. Smiling, Appa is surprised that Li Ming is able to divide space. Appa analyzes Li Ming's behavior and skills and realizes that supporting a high-class deity is a whole other level. That's why, in the first round, no one could find Li Ming when they had to run away and hide. Appa opens the display and begins to look at the implements, while reminding himself that if you want to become an avatar, you have to choose a high-level god. Appa takes the necessary items and gives them to Shi Wu, telling him that they can be melted down and made into weapons. Shi Wu picks up the metal gear and examines it with interest. Shi Wu wonders how Appa got so much stuff. Appa doesn't want to go into details and replies that if you wander around the dungeons, you can find anything. Shi Wu puts down the metal resources and asks what to make, a spear or a sword or a blunt weapon. Appa stands nearby and waves his hand away, informing him that none of these are all suitable for fighting Chol Wung. Appa hands Shi Wu some sort of roll and informs him that Shi Wu should familiarize himself with these sketches. Shi Wu unwraps the roll-up and is amazed at the drawing. Shi Wu asks if Appa himself could have drawn it like that. Shi Wu can't believe it's possible and asks again what it is. Appa says it's a weapon that can kill Chol Wung. At this time, Chol Wung walks around the couple attraction and crushes everything in his way. Chol Wung thought that with such abilities, Appa and Li Ming would walk around and collect seals. But judging from the lack of data, Appa wasn't in Safari either. While Chol Wung was trying to figure out where Appa could have gone, a monster, similar to a teddy bear and without one eye, is rapidly advancing towards Chol Wung. The monster calls Chol Wung master and wants to give important information. Chol Wung doesn't even turn toward the monster, who is 10 times smaller than Chol Wung himself, but asks what's wrong. Does Mr. Karas call out to him? The monster tries to catch its breath and confirms Chol Wung's assumptions. Chol Wung is excited that there will be fun soon and replies to the monster that he should go right now. The monster gets worried and clarifies that it takes time to prepare the other monsters. Chol Wung says that doesn't matter. Chol Wung instantly wraps his long trunk around the monster. The monster, similar to a teddy bear, can only do so much as squeak from the pressure. Chol Wung says that his alone will be enough. At this time, not far from the amusement park, Li Min, in company with Hyun Seok, are standing on a stone cliff. The guy asks Li Min if he is really coming. Li Min says she doesn't know, but Appa said so the only thing to do is wait. Somewhere down on the ground, the guys are picking up the bags and one is telling the others to all go as fast as they can and to look around to make sure there's no chase. Also, there might be other monsters and they need to be ready. Li Ming thinks about the fact that, at first, people ignored the advice to evacuate, but the attitude immediately changed when Li Ming showed the seals confirming the rides. Li Min wonders what would have happened if there were no seals. Hyun Seok looks frightened and notices that the ground begins to shake. Not knowing if it's a sign, Hyun Seok asks Li Min what it means. Li Min also notices the ground shaking and looks away warily. Li Min instantly transforms into an eagle and tells Hyun Seok that he'll go and check out what's going on there. Hyun Seok didn't expect to see such abilities, and out of surprise pivots back, contemplating the magical transformation. Li Min has completely reincarnated into an eagle, so no one would guess it's a player. Li Ming flies swiftly at the sound of a violent rumble and sees the monster, but doesn't know who it is, but assumes that Chol Wung is already approaching. Li Ming flies over the Chol Wung and is amazed at its size. Li Ming didn't expect Chol Wung to be this big and begins to wonder how in the world one could catch such a huge and strong monster. Li Ming flew onward and watched the evacuation take place. A few dozen from Li Ming, there are countless ordinary people and players passing by below, who are worried and very afraid of Chol Wung, and the rest of the monsters approaching. Finally, Li Min lands on the ground and changes his eagle image to his true one. Li Min informs Hyun Seok that Chol Wung is very close. Hyun Seok anticipates this and decides to go and warn the others to hurry up. Li Min is scared out of her mind. Hyun Seok heads towards the survivors. Li Min begins to think of Chol Wung, much faster than expected. Giving in to panic, Li Min contemplates running away from here, leaving everyone to sort things out without her involvement. But Li Min begins to remember what she went through with Appa. Li Min realizes that Appa has helped so many times before. Li Min feels attached to Appa but tries to deceive herself by claiming that she is not attached at all. Li Min is torn between fear and humanity. Holding her hair, Li Min closes her eyes and is angry at herself because she doesn't know what to do or what is the right and beneficial decision for the future. Li Min continues to be nervous, and a thought comes into his mind that Cholwong could be lured away to buy some time to save the people. At this time, a guy appears behind Li Min and replies that the trap won't be needed. Li Min is alarmed as she couldn't expect someone to come up to the top of her. At the sight of Chang Wu, Li Min is surprised and doesn't understand why he came here. Li Min clarifies, does Chang Wu really want to fight a powerful monster like Cholwong? Chang Wu says he can't run away so brazenly, and clarifies to Li Min that his strength is certainly not enough to fight Cholwong, but he can definitely just stall for time. Without waiting for a response from Li Min, Sung Chan Wu promptly heads towards Cholwong. Li Min stands still and can't believe that Chang Wu decides to sacrifice himself while the others have to use all their strength to escape. Li Min wonders when Appa will come because this whole thing is quite nerve-wracking. Chang Wu runs past the people and demands that everyone run, as Cholwong is approaching, and demands that the common people be evacuated. Chang Wu uses all his strength to get closer to Cholwong. Chang Wu realizes all this time has been watching the people, has been the eyes and ears of Cholwong, so now must be responsible and answer for his actions, by any means necessary to buy time. Finally, Chang Wu stopped in front of Cholwong. Without giving any sign, Chang Wu crouched down on his knee as before. Lowering his head, Chang Wu says that he expected to see Cholwong. Cholwong tilts his head and examines Chang Wu, believing that it's still the same loyalist. Cholwong calls Chang Wu diligent, but he's already wondering what Chang Wu wants and why he came early. Chang Wu keeps his head down, showing respect for his boss, and gives important information. Chang Wu says that they need to hurry. It's the only way to catch the fugitives. Chang Wu informs Cholwong that he can take a shortcut. Cholwong thinks for a moment and replies that he doesn't want to follow Chang Wu. Chang Wu couldn't have expected a negative answer from Cholwong, which makes his face blush and worry that the diversion plan won't work. Chang Wu asks what Cholwong said. Cholwong repeats that he doesn't want to follow Chang Wu, and explains that he won't listen to Chang Wu because his true intention is to buy time for the wretched humans to escape and hide. Chang Wu continues to sit across from Cholwong. Cholwong explains that Chang Wu is not the kind of person who would come here like a faithful dog to help his boss. Chang Wu is silent, but Cholwong asks if that's not true. Chang Wu realizes that Cholwong is smarter than he thought. Blushing a little, Chang Wu gets angry, trying to come up with a new plan. Chang Wu realizes that there's no way he can let Cholwong go. While Chang Wu was thinking of a further plan, Cholwong stopped and looked at Chang Wu in surprise. Sung Chan Wu rejectedly gets into a stance and extends his hand with the point of his knife, pointing at Cholwong. Chang Wu realizes that the only way to distract Cholwong is to come out to fight him. Cholwong says it's been a while since they fought. Cholwong looms over Chang Wu, informing him that he really hopes that Chang Wu's abilities have grown since they were rivals and entered the fight. Chang Wu stands in place with his sword outstretched and awaits Cholwong's actions. Cholwong continues to stand still, showing his readiness for battle and his confidence that no player, especially Chang Wu, will be able to cut through Cholwong's thick skin. Chang Wu swiftly heads towards Cholwong. Chang Wu uses his skills and jumps up so high that he tries to do damage, right on Cholwong's trunk. From the wound, sparks fly off. Chang Wu realizes that the force isn't enough to hurt Cholwong, but it's a great distraction from finding Appa. Chang Wu lands a shoulder strike. Cholwong immediately tries to catch Chang Wu with his paw. Cholwong asks what good is speed, since he should have used a better weapon. Chang Wu notices that even at this speed, it doesn't even get a scratch. Cholwong swings his fist to do the damage. Gathering his hand into a fist, Cholwong swiftly reaches out with his hand to Chang Wu and says that Chang Wu did a good job extracting information. Chang Wu, not as fast as Appa and running away from the damage, becomes difficult. Chang Wu realizes he can't dodge the fist. Chang Wu's red and worried face is streaming streams of sweat as he waits for the punch. Cholwong, without thinking or regretting, makes a crushing blow to Chang Wu. The force of Cholwong's blow is so strong that many rocks fly in different directions, and from the outside, It looks like a real explosion. Suddenly, while Chol Wung was striking Chong Wu, a bracelet appears on Chol Wung's arm. The training bracelet, gaining light as fast as possible and destroying Chol Wung's arm while he was still just noticing something on his arm. Completely, all the way to his shoulder, the bracelet destroys Chol Wung's arm. Chol Wung doesn't scream in pain, but only shockingly considers its disappearance, wondering what it was. At that moment, Appa stops in front of Chol Wung. Behind Appa's back, a weapon is attached, which is intensely manifesting purple energy streams. Appa turns to Chol Wung, asking what good is such power to Chol Wung. Appa, smirking evasively, looks Chol Wung in the eye, showing his confidence and readiness for battle. Stepping on Chol Wung's severed arm, Seha Appa says you should have fed on better metals. Appa's gun looking powerful. Chol Wung doesn't give a hoot and tells Appa that finally you can see the real Appa who isn't running away and hiding in the bushes. At this point, Chol Wung mentally wonders how it was possible to break such a powerful and huge arm. Appa replies that it's good to see him again. He says that this time, he brought a friend with him. Appa asks if Chol Wung needs to be introduced to someone who can blow his head off in a matter of seconds. The weapon capable of destroying Chol Wung is called the Pile Bunker. At this time, Li Ming swiftly flies past the trails and trees, looking for something. Li Ming says that it was definitely here. Li Ming is not happy because he thinks that Appa is always giving stupid tasks. Finally, after flying for a while, Li Ming notices Shi Wu sitting on the ground. Li Ming is happy that she found Shi Wu. Shi Wu sits in his basic pose, almost crying in fear. Shi Wu sits outside his workshop. Li Ming transforms into a human and rushes over to Shi Wu. Li Ming is worried and asks if Shi Wu is okay. Shi Wu's dream, there's no way he could have expected Li Ming to come here, so he looks on in surprise. Shi Wu looks at Li Ming and calls out to hide with him. Shi Wu says that Appa said this is the safest place to be. Li Ming looks around and agrees with the words, but immediately asks how then Shi Wu is going to fight this monster. At the same time, Ji Han confidently enters the fight with Chol Wung. Shi Han jumps so high that he is able to land on Chol Wung's back. Chol Wung, meanwhile, tries to find Appa, who just soon ago was on the ground right in front of him. Appa lands and immediately jumps away from Chol Wung's arm, because with his one arm, Chol Wung tries not to hesitate and push Appa away from him. Appa continues to jump from place to place to make Chol Wung a little tired. Chol Wung commits to the spot where Appa was staying and fails again, as Appa's speed far exceeds Chol Wung's. Chol Wung gets angry and realizes that one punch is enough to crush Appa. As Chol Wung once again loses sight of Appa, Appa lands on Chol Wung's back again. Chol Wung feels Appa's weight and wonders how Appa manages to move so fast. Appa sees that Chol Wung fails to land a punch and begins to smirk at him. Appa turns to Chol Wung, informing him that he seems to have dumbed down even more since their last encounter. Appa once again succeeds in stalling by jumping around Chol Wung. Chol Wung calls Appa names, all sorts of words. At the sight of Appa stopping in front of him, Chol Wung once again gathers his hand into a fist and reaches towards Appa. Appa stands, in anticipation, noticing that Chol Wung has actually started moving much slower. Appa, once again, easily recoils from Chol Wung's impending punch. Analyzing Chol Wung, Appa guesses that due to the loss of his arm, Chol Wung has become less stable. Appa is unhappy that he was unable to overpower Chol Wung on a single punch. Chol Wung realizes that every punch is wasted. Chol Wung is a little tired and begins to dialogue. Chol Wung says that Appa came to fight himself and now he's cowardly. Chol Wung doesn't understand what Appa is trying to accomplish. Appa realizes that everything is fine and going under control, but there is one nuisance, that after firing one shot, you have to wait to reload for a while. Appa looks at the gun and realizes that there is still a minute to wait. Appa turns to Chol Wung and asks if he understands what that means. He explains that Chol Wung has about a minute to live. Appa smiles and continues, informing him that Chol Wung can move as best he can while he has time. Chol Wung replies to Appa that he is a guard. Chol Wung is sure that there is no way that a powerful guardian like him could be ruined on his third mission. Chol Wung makes another dash, but Appa dodges. Chol Wung doesn't have time to follow up on all of Appa's actions and starts yelling that a little bug like Appa wouldn't dare do anything. Appa says it's been a minute and approaches Chol Wung's head. Chol Wung, genuinely scared, Appa plugs in the gun, which slowly lights up purple in color. Chol Wung pitifully asks Appa to wait and stop. Chol Wung begins to swear that he will never harm people again. Appa begins to laugh, happy to see such a huge monster that no one has been able to defeat, begging for mercy. Appa brings Pile Bunker closer and closer and tells Cholwung that it won't work that way. Finally, Appa does the damage with the Pile Bunker. The purple energy destroys Cholwung. The metal-fueled monster crumbles into small metal shavings. It turned out that Oppa had appeared in such a timely manner that Chang Wu had not had time to take damage from Cholwung's hand and was still alive. Chang Wu was hiding somewhere, and in a moment began to feel Cholwung's presence disappear. The display burst with notifications. Reward and achievement for the Guardian. Now Appa can deal 30% additional damage to the Guardian. Appa considers the information and realizes that he needs to get stronger soon. Chang Wu approaches Appa. Limping and holding his side, Chang Wu undergoes the pain of a little Cholwung damage. Chang Wu asks Appa if he realized correctly that Cholwung is gone. Appa didn't expect to see Chang Wu and turns back questioningly. Appa looks at the metal shavings that were left of Cholwung and replies to Chang Wu that it did indeed work out to blow Cholwung's head apart. Appa informs him that from such a weapon, not even a starfish is able to stay alive. Chang Wu comes closer and tells Appa that it turns out that even a monster like Cholwung can be sent to the other world by the player's hand. A lot of watchers fly in to see what Appa is doing. Chang Wu asks where Appa was able to get such a weapon. Appa takes the Pile Bunker in his hands and replies to Chang Wu that there are too many witnesses and he'll tell them sometime later. Appa says it's too noisy in here. A few players look out from behind the bushes, trying to see if that monster is alive. The guys can't believe that the monster is gone, and they will be free. At that moment, unexpectedly for Appa, Chang Wu bows to Appa and sincerely thanks him for freeing the men from the Guardian. Chang Wu says he can only thank, there's really nothing else to say. Appa is a little embarrassed. The multitude of rescued people look around at what's left after Cholwunga. Appa replies to Chang Wu that you shouldn't just straight up, you shouldn't bow. Here, someone wonders if, isn't that the intermediate boss? Li Ming looks out from behind the bushes too, and Shi Wu is standing nearby, happy that it's over. Li Ming sighs heavily and says out loud that there is still one more boss left. The people nearby are shocked by Li Ming's words. Turning around, each person looks at Li Ming, startled, imagining what Li Ming's words could mean. People wonder what Li Ming is talking about. Li Ming didn't expect anyone to hear those words. Li Ming, excitedly, raises her hands and calms people down, informing them that she wasn't talking about what people thought and starts, nervously apologizing. Appa instantly runs up and covers his mouth with the palm of his hand, trying to prevent these people from asking unnecessary questions and worrying. Li Ming looks up to make sure Appa has appeared nearby. Appa looks at the people and says that the details will be told later, but for now there's something to report. Appa realizes that finally it's Karis's time. Karis looks far more sinister than all the others, as he is an unrealistically powerful monster who does nothing but break the system and collapse orders. On display at the Greek General, a picture appears as Appa uses the Pile Bunker and destroys Cholwunga. The Greek General writes a question in chat to see what kind of player can overpower a powerful guardian like Cholwung on the third mission. Anonymous97 also logged into the chat room. Responding to the General, Anonymous writes that it's been a while and asks why the General isn't on another channel. The General interjects to ask what happened to Cholwung. Deities turns to Clown, informing him that since this player is walking around with Clown's avatar, then Clown knows something too. Clown replies that even if she did, she wouldn't say anything. The Greek General says that such a guardian should not be on this level. The Clown watches as Appa deftly deals with Cholwung. The Clown laughs and comments on Appa's behavior, realizing that he's funny and right on style. Li Min asks what he's going to do with the remaining crow, and clarifies if really nothing was given this time. Appa says that of course they did. Li Ming immediately asks what Appa got for being the strongest Cholwung guardian. Appa holds out his palm with something that looks like a stone on it. Appa explains to Li Ming that it's called a grimoire. Li Ming interjects the name and reports that it looks like an ordinary stone. It's an A-rank skill. The skill gives you the ability to eat metal and turn that metal into a part of your body. In addition, it is possible to use the starfish skill. Li Ming is surprised that this is an A-rank reward. Li Ming shares the speculation that if one eats Orihulk with the Grimmer, one can also eat Orihulk. Then one's body can be made partially Orihulk. Appa confirms the speculation, clarifying that one must use the skill. Li Ming crosses her arms on her chest and says that she will never see such a thing in her life. Li Ming asks if it's true that Grimork only falls out if you destroy a guardian. Appa says it doesn't have to be. It's just luck. Appa is surprised that it fell out himself. Li Ming starts to get nasty and resentful. Turning away from Appa, Li Min asks if it was necessary to brag about such things to others. Appa reminds her that Li Min herself asked. After a moment of thought, Appa calls out to Li Ming, who turns around and Appa throws the grimoire right into Li Ming's hands. Li Ming manages to catch the grimoire, asking if it's okay to throw such precious objects. Appa tells Li Ming to keep it. Li Ming is shocked by such a gift. Out of joyful excitement, Li Min asks why Appa decides to give the grimoire away. Appa smiles as he looks at Li Min and replies that he feels she would need it more. Li Min is amazed at Appa's generosity. Appa asks that since Li Min can change her appearance, suddenly it's possible to make a weapon out of her hand and turn it into metal. Li Ming is surprised by Appa's speculation and asks if that's possible too. Appa says that actually, Li Ming should find out for herself. Li Ming is worried even just holding grimoire in her hands. Li Ming asks if the grimoire will disappear after the first use or not, and clarifies if Appa is sure he can give away such a valuable item. Appa smiles and mentally realizes that the thing isn't really valuable, just rare, and marvels at the fact that Li Min only cautious at times like this. Appa says it's a reward for helping Li Ming unlock the skill's potential. Li Ming is surprised and says not to let Appa retract his words later and takes Li Ming only because Appa gives it back himself. Li Min puts the emphasis on having a conscience too. Appa says he won't say anything. Finally, Li Ming decides to activate the skill. Li Ming holds grimoire in the palms of his hands and begins to squeeze. Grimoire begins to light up with a red color. Multiple red streams of energy accelerate around Li Ming. A display notification informs that Li Ming is receiving the skill SSS-rank A. Li Ming couldn't expect such streams to appear and looks around with delight on her face. Appa looks at the overjoyed Li Ming. Appa realizes that if Li Ming wasn't an avatar, then the skill could be shared. But after thinking for a while, Appa realizes that if she couldn't reincarnate, she wouldn't have lasted so long. Appa analyzes Li Min's behavior throughout the conversation. Appa realizes that there must be a lot of potential in Li Min. At this time, the park is being cleared of monsters. Ordinary people try to run away far away, informing each other to run that way. While people try to stay away from the players, Chang Wu promptly splits the monster's body in two. The surrounding people nervously watch as Chan Wu confidently deals with every monster that is seen in the park. A lot of people try to run as fast as they can so that the monsters will not be able to reach ordinary people, but will be caught by the players to be taken apart. At this time, Appa returned to the operators. Covering the collars with orichalcum, Appa releases one by one. The orichalcum coating is so strong that the collars explode from the inside without hurting a person's neck. Another park worker, standing in front of Appa, is very nervous. Sweat is dripping from his body, and the guy asks Appa if it's really safe. Appa realizes that everything is going smoothly, and the clever manipulations are helping to free people. The cameraman waited for Appa to rub the collar with the orichalcum. Fearing that an explosion is about to occur, the operator says goodbye to his life, just in case. Closing his eyes and sweating, the guy waits for a favorable outcome. When the collar was removed, the cameraman was so happy that tears came out of his eyes. The cameraman thanks Appa, and Appa in turn informs him that it wasn't hard. Appa sees that more people have come and calls for the next one. Li Min approaches Appa and comments on the disgruntled face. Appa says he said to watch the crow and asks what Li Min is doing here. Li Min says she forgot something important. Appa once again is amazed at Li Min and asks what she could have forgotten. Li Min reminds Appa about the seals and asks, if you run away, what happens to the assignments? Li Ming reminds Appa that there are 4 stamps each. You don't want to leave them for nothing. Appa smiles at Li Min and treats her with patience and understanding. Appa reminds her that Li Min is not the only one who got the stamps. Li Min confirms Appa's words, but still insists on her own. Li Ming sits down next to her and explains that if all the operators are let go, there will be no one to make the seals. Li Min doesn't understand and waits for a logical answer from Appa on how to accomplish the last task. Appa is stumped. Without thinking long, Appa decides to go to the operator who was working outside the haunted house. The cameraman is incredibly scared. Sweat starts running down his face. The cameraman is so afraid of staying in the collar that he is worried about hearing something bad. Appa says there's no need to be so scared and asks if there is a seal. The operator replies that he has the seal with him. Appa asks for a seal right away. Li Ming, incredibly curious to see what will happen. Li Ming holds out his hand and the operator places the last seal that must be obtained to successfully complete the task. Li Ming to the last can't imagine that something will work out by placing just like that. At this moment, Li Ming hears a notification in the display. Raising her head to look at the screen, Li Ming expects to see her first personal reward. Li Ming couldn't have imagined that the system could be tricked. Oppa continues to release the operators and Li Ming drops to the ground and bows to the display. Oppa says it worked and turns around to see Li Min's emotions, but is shocked at the sight of the action. Li Min is so happy that tears begin to flow from her eyes. Li Min realizes that if one could get the seals so easily, there was no need to suffer and go through the rides. Oppa reminds him that he's the only one who suffered. Oppa asks Li Ming to look carefully at the display, noting that there is no reward for this challenge. So it was so easy that there's no reward for it. Oppa looks back at a crying Li Ming who is screaming that it's not fair and begins to analyze such a nuance. It turns out that you only need to get the seal, and with the tasks of other players too, everything is resolved. The tasks of all but Oppa. Oppa begins to guess about something, realizing that there is something wrong. At this time, Karis sits on the throne and shouts out Cholwunga. Karis states that there is no one in sight today. Karis starts to get bored, not seeing any humans or Cholwunga. At this point, Rat peeks out from behind the fence and is very worried, causing sweat to run down his entire face. The rat tries to explain. Karis gets angry and demands that the rat not stutter and vividly tell everything he knows. The rat scoots closer, explaining that he is trying to find out everything. Karis gets even angrier for the rat to report all the information about what happened to Cholwung. The rat hesitantly and fearfully says that information has been received that Cholwung is dead. Karis realizes that this could have happened and fantasizes that with Cholwung's size, he must have managed to maul a lot of people, probably wiped out half the park. Karis, seriously wondering how many people Cholwung has taken to the other world. Rat starts to sweat a lot more, realizing that Karis still doesn't understand what really happened. Rat has to repeat again about how Cholwung is no longer in this world. Karis becomes nervous, and at first does not want to accept the news at all. Karis asks what kind of nonsense the rat is talking about. Then he decides to ask if it is true. The rat lowers his head, confirming the words of Cholwung's death. Karis asks who did it. Rat says that no one knows. Karis, furious, rises from his chair and with rage in his voice, asks what they were doing all this time while they were torturing Cholwung. Rat is nervous, but tries to explain that they were resisting the players who suddenly attacked. Karis can't believe it, clarifying if indeed the players dared to challenge me. Karis continues to call the players names, wanting to ruin all of humanity. The rat was about to leave as Karis addressed the rat with a demand. Karis sat down in his chair and with his head more or less cooled down, began to think through his next move. Karis said to gather all the monsters and send them to Safari. Rat is very afraid of Karis, but realizes that there is nothing left but to notify the boss in absolutely every detail. Rat says that here too there is a problem. Karis asks if the rat wants to say that he is afraid of the one who dealt with Cholwung, so he can't do it. The rat clarifies that this is not the case. Several monsters have already gone to Safari, but according to them, it's all empty. Karis becomes unhinged himself, not believing that someone brave enough to break the whole entertainment system has appeared. Karis once again asks if the Safari is empty. Karis flies up above the throne and furiously wonders which player dared to stand up against Karis himself. Around Karis, a huge cloud of purple energy is formed. Oppa looks up and notices the sign that only Karis can leave behind. Oppa is silent for a bit, and then comments affirmatively that something very serious has begun. Sung Chan-woo is supervising to get people through as quickly as possible. One of the girls yells for the crowd to hurry up. The people have calmed down after learning that Cholwung is no longer alive and are walking leisurely, not realizing the horror that is flying to find them. Chan-woo is close to the people and senses that there are very many wounded. Chan-woo is sure that trouble can't be avoided by walking so slowly and realizes that he needs to hurry. Appa approaches Chan-woo silently and wipes his hair, but Chan-woo uses his spiritual eye and senses Sehan's presence. Chang-woo greets Sehan kindly, commenting that everything resolves so easily it's even scary. Chang-woo asks if it's really worth going outside, and it'll all be over. Appa realizes what will happen next and hints that everything will be fine as long as people aren't in any danger. Chan-woo understands what Sehan is getting at, but decides to clarify if he's understood correctly that it's about a raven named Karis. Appa confirms Chan-woo's assumptions and warns him that Karis must be here soon. While Appa and Chan-woo are chatting about Karis, Karas doesn't keep them waiting long. Appa turns back, with a frightened face and a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Chang-woo, too, felt Karas's strongest aura and couldn't believe that Karas had already arrived. At this moment, the amusement park was already filled with a purple cloud, leaving not a single bit of clean air. Black discharges of energy accelerated through the area, reinforcing the overall picture of what was happening. Appa tells Chang-woo that Karas is approaching. Developing in the clouds, Karas instantly lands over the place where the people were. With a frightening gaze, the Raven looks at the defenseless people, wanting to amuse himself and find the G player who defeated Karas. The people in front of whom Karas appeared stood in a stupor. On the faces identified the strongest fear and the realization that this opponent is many times stronger than Cholvunga. Sweat appeared on people's faces, which rapidly began to flow downwards. Li Ming and Shiwu also stopped in a stupor. Shiwu almost fell to the ground as he opened his mouth in surprise and realized that he was about to be unrealistically terrified. Chang-woo and Appa also stood still. Chang-woo ducks his head. Appa looks at Karas as well, and for the first time in the entire second round is actually afraid of the monster. Appa sees that the Raven looks intimidating. Still, a constellation is a constellation. In the same instant, Karas lands with incredible speed and power, right in front of Appa. Appa's coat wriggles in the wind because Karas's power is so strong that the strongest flow of wind comes from the landing. Karas uses the most terrifying image of a Raven man. Looking at Appa, Karas says that it turned out to be a commendable scene. Karas never thought that Appa would be able to force the action. Appa takes a look at Karas and realizes that, as Karas is supposed to be, not an easy opponent. Appa, it's been a long time since he's been this worried, especially realizing that their abilities are far from equal. Appa recalled that with Orga, also had to be a little afraid, but that was only because of the limitations of the second stage. Appa knew roughly what techniques Orga would use, so it wasn't as hard to destroy. Appa realizes that even in the battle with Cholwung, Appa was a little worried about the sudden transformation, but there was no fear. But this time, Appa was really nervous. But it wasn't fear either, just worry for all those people he would have to fight for. In his past life, Appa had, without remorse, abandoned people to save himself. Karas appeared before the people and the players in all his glory. Appa shouts to the people around him that he will apprehend Karas and everyone else, should run away as soon as possible. Chang-woo also decides to head towards Karas, not wanting to run away like a weakling. Li Ming and Shiwu stand and watch what's happening. The fear on their faces doesn't recede, both for themselves and for Appa and Chan-woo. Li Min and Appa try to figure out what to do and how to help. Li Min decides that they need to take out the panicked people, who instead of running away, decide to stand and stare at the monster. Li Ming yells at the top of his voice for people to come to their senses and hurry to get out of here, and tries to explain that there is no time to gawk. Karas raises his hand and addresses everyone. Karas says that people are acting like they think Karas is going to stand there and silently watch everything that happens here. Karas immediately goes to battle with Appa. At this point, Appa enters the fray, trying to instantly slip away and confront Karas. Using decisive battle time, Appa tries to dodge Karas's heavy damage. Karas stops and is surprised that Appa actually managed to dodge all the blows. Appa sees Karas, momentarily demolishing everything around him. Appa turns to Karas to, "Hey!" Karas looks at Appa and asks if, indeed, Appa is addressing him. Appa asks if there is anyone else to address. Appa holds his weapon in his hands and pulls forward, showing his confidence and lack of fear. Karas doesn't move and smirks at what in the world you don't see. Karas for real couldn't imagine that some human would dare to address in such a tone. Appa smiles and asks if Karas doesn't deserve such disrespectful treatment. Appa says Karas should look at himself. He came here to catch people. Karas decides to deal with Appa as soon as possible, and informs him that a pathetic cockroach like Appa talks too much. Appa is happy to have gotten Karas with words. Now all that's left is to stall for time. Half the people haven't even left the park area yet. Appa realizes that he has to win at least half an hour. Appa stands waiting for Karas. Appa doesn't know if he'll make it, but Appa has to make it. After all, everything Appa has done so far has only been for this moment. Appa uses the shadow running skill, and in a split second, protects himself from the powerful damage of Karas, who, destroying himself, collapses the stone wall, wanting to wipe Appa in the powder. The Code of Darkness allows you to move in shadows within a 10-meter radius. You have to be cold-blooded. In terms of agility, strength, or otherwise, Karas is superior to Appa. However, Appa has equipment that will allow him to attack the enemy precisely on target. Realizing that it was impossible to catch Appa, Karas gets angry, realizing that Appa has that nasty skill. Karas takes off over the road, seeing Appa moving in shadow. Appa returns to his true form and is pleased to see Karas fly off a great distance, allowing Appa to successfully accomplish what he planned. Appa runs after Karas using an equipment skill. The gloves of darkness allow him to throw or shoot objects at a chosen location with a precise drop. Appa swings and sends a sharp dagger wanting to hit Karas. Karas realizes that Appa is keeping up and wants to keep up with Karas' speed. Karas grabs the weapon and gets very angry, not realizing how Appa dared to catch up. Karas has squeezed the stick so hard with rage at Appa that it just breaks from such pressure. Karas decides to continue the battle and uses another skill. Everything that appeared in front of Karas was instantly illuminated with a fiery light. Karas creates a huge whirlwind, which he uses to defeat Appa, because everyone can escape from such an effect. Appa is surprised by Karas' abilities. Watching Karas parry through the air and create something windy, Appa guesses what it is. Karas collapses where Appa was standing, a multitude of stone debris rapidly flying in different directions. Appa backs away from the avalanche of rocks, a huge whirlwind, completely hiding Karas' body. Appa tries to see Karas, taking cover from the rocky debris. Large blocks of the ruined road rise so high that they fly over Appa. Appa peers into the spot where Karas fell and sees nothing but rocks, a huge piece of rubble, cracked from the impact. But there is silence all around. At the same moment, Karas, with a slight movement of his hand, throws the debris straight towards Appa. Appa crouches down to avoid the blow. Karas makes a sweeping wing flap, wanting to at least hit Appa while he's still close by. Appa dodges the wing at the last second, but Karas managed to hit Appa's cheek, from where swiftly blood spurted out. Appa makes a sound of pain and surprise, moving his head away. Appa realizes that it is very dangerous to be near Karas, and in a split second jumps back a few meters. Karas stands in place and resents that fighting Appa is not as easy as fighting other players. Karas didn't want to fight at full strength, but his rage at Appa becomes so great that he has to use his signature move. Appa has hurt Karas like no one ever has, so dealing with Appa will have to be done at all costs. Appa continues to stand in the same spot. Appa crouches down a bit and tries to catch his breath while Karas stands idly by. Exhaling heavily, Appa looks at Karas with a snide smile, realizing what Karas is all about. Sweat drips down Appa's face. Karas is getting more and more furious, and looking at Appa, decides to do something. Karas tells Appa that he is now teaching a priceless lesson that you can't get anywhere else. At that very moment, Karas raises his hand in the air. Using his skills, a bright beam of light begins to emerge from Karas' hand. Many small crystals flying in different directions. Karas is an incredibly strong opponent. Appa scrutinizes Karas' actions and can't believe his eyes. Appa's mouth opens and his pupils become very narrow. Appa assumes Karas' intentions to use that very skill. Appa wonders how this is possible. Appa is surprised and realizes that such actions, beyond expectation. Some change happens to Karas. His wings turn white. Karas demands that Appa look closely to see the true deity constellation. Karas has become completely white and has increased in size. Karas floats in the air and explains to Appa that this is the power of the constellations. Appa stands in a stupor and watches Karas reincarnate into something unreal. A few minutes pass before the reincarnation. Karas opens his wings to the maximum. Karas lowers himself to the ground, feeling his superiority over Appa. Karas says that Appa will soon taste the true power of the constellation. At this point, Karas starts pelting the ground with something unearthly, that the ground shatters from contact. And Appa doesn't even notice, in the white-hot streams of energy. Appa could not have expected such a meteor shower, and he has no choice but to stand still and shield his head from the onslaught. The rocks that hit Appa's arms, legs, and back pierce his skin with their pressure. Appa lifts his head up and looks at Karas, with a great desire to straighten up as soon as possible. Sweat drips down his face. Appa keeps his hand on his head, hoping the rocks don't hit it. Appa's clothing takes on a red glow. Karas continues the meteor shower and decides that he has plunged Appa into a state of vulnerability, which means it is time to do the final damage. Karas swiftly flaps his wings, aiming to swiftly catch up to Appa with his powerful body and wings. Appa looks at Karas, and at this time his eyes begin to emit red streams of energy. Appa activates his most powerful skill, with the goal of catching Karas off guard and defeating him, once and for all. Karas attacks but falls short. From Karas plugging in constellation energy, unable to counter Appa's skill, Appa jumps aside. Red electric discharges continue to erupt from his eyes and begin to cover Appa's entire body. Karas flies off and looks at Appa from a distance. Karas can't believe that Constellation's speed was slower than Appa's speed. Karas doesn't understand what is happening and wonders why Appa started moving so much faster. Appa uses the star skill, which sends him to the other side of the world as well as regeneration. When wounds are received and health is consumed, physical abilities are increased by 30%. Regeneration allows wounds to heal by 50%. Appa is pleased that Karas' efforts are becoming futile compared to Appa's skills. Appa realizes that with the star sending to the other world and regeneration, it would definitely not be difficult to last. Appa looks around and notices that almost all the people are out. Appa believes that there's not much time left to last. Karas doesn't realize what Appa is doing and decides to make up for the transformation to the max. Karas turns bright white, floating in the air, asks Appa if he thinks he can just walk out of the park and it's all over. It costs Karas nothing to ruin all of humanity, as long as no one can kick him out of here. Karas warns that right now, the level rules don't apply. Appa realizes that skills are limited but doesn't understand why Karas can play against the rules. Appa doesn't understand how Karas can use the passing skill. Karas screams that he will ruin Appa and starts glowing incredibly bright. An electric charge comes out from Karas, and Appa is surprised at how fast Karas is, becoming fast. Appa realizes that dodging just by dodging won't work and decides to use shadow running. Appa tries to evade the electricity that Karas is rapidly spreading in different directions. Appa instantly jumps the fence, deciding that first he needs to hide. Karas surveys the area and addresses Appa with praise that, after all this time, Appa is still breathing. Karas has grown to an incredible size, and dealing with Appa is no problem. Karas once again flies high into the sky. He tells Appa that he has realized that Appa is not a simple guy. Appa stops on a surface, trying to get some rest. Karas lands on the ground and takes slow steps towards Appa. Karas says that Appa is overly unusual. Karas explains that at first Appa freaked out, but still Appa deserves praise. Appa stands across the room and listens to Karas's musings. Karas says that Appa should take it as an honor that he can hear such words from Karas himself. Appa replies that in truth, Karas himself is worth nothing at all. Karas says that it doesn't matter. What matters is that Appa can't handle it. At this point, Karas appears nearby and grabs Appa by the neck. Karas says it's worth realizing that Appa, from the beginning, was nothing more than a decoy to buy time. Karas says it's time to end the fight because we need to finish off those already outside the park. Appa tries to resist Karas's arm and pretends to be scared of Karas, asking if Karas is telling the truth. Karas confirms his words and asks Appa to quietly go to the other side of the world. Karas says that he will show mercy and will not kill Appa in a painful way. Appa thanks Karas for this and says that he has one last thing to say too. Appa continues to endure the neck squeeze but starts smiling at Karas. Appa asks that from now on, when Karas thinks he's won, he shouldn't be so careless. While Appa listened to Karas's moralizing, a notification on the display announced that all the humans have made it out of the park, and now Appa acquires a set of first-round gear, which allows you to gain any skill earned in the first round. Appa plugs in proof of transcendence. Karas realizes what this means and starts to get excited, covered in sweat. Proof of transcendence gives the ability when fighting a constellation monster for 30 minutes, all stats increase by 100%. When attacking such a monster, one can deal ultimate damage. Appa reaches forward with his sword to stab Karas through and finally finish him off completely. Appa doesn't feel Karas' arm loosen and looks down at his weapon. Appa begins to worry and doesn't realize how Karas managed to avoid getting hit. Karas instantly goes up top, and Appa's gun stays in Karas's torso. Appa crouches down after applying pressure to his neck for a long time and just tries to catch his breath. Karas pulls the glowing weapon out of his side and asks Appa where he came from so mixed up. Karas asks how you cannot be an avatar but use such power. Appa looks at Karas and pulls out from the display a new weapon. The fight starts to get tense and Appa decides to be more careful and precise. Karas looks at Appa and comments that he never thought he would have to endure all this because of some little man. Along with Karas, many feathers appear, which have become as sharp as swords and are heading towards Appa at an incredible speed. Karas is angry and wants Appa to die as a small bug is like to do. Appa tries to dodge every sharp feather Karas At the same moment, Appa swings his weapon and decides to throw it at Karas, hoping to do some damage to the raven's body. Karas hovers in the clouds and gathers a hurricane with his wings, which creates a protective shell for Karas. Appa sees that Karas is creating a defense but throws his spear in his direction anyway. Karas sees the weapon jabbed into the strongest wind stream. Karas says that Appa is a dumbass for thinking he can be hit with a spear of any kind. Appa confirms Karas' words. Mentally, Appa realizes that he's not using the skill of hitting a target for nothing. At this moment, the spear slowly but surely pierces the hurricane and approaches Karas faster and faster. A black stream of energy accompanies the spear. Karas has no time to notice what is happening through the hurricane. A moment later, the spear flies towards Karas, so close that Karas feels pain and leans back a little. The spear flies through the wing, and Karas is shocked by such power, screaming that there is no way that the powerful abilities of Constellation were not able to counter the skills of Appa's boy. Appa watches as Karas falls to the ground, hoping the damage was crushing. Appa stands waiting as the wind currents develop and Karas himself becomes visible. Appa threw the spear, putting there the skill proof of transcendence and hitting the target, but even with that, failed to pierce Karas's heart. Appa is tired and realizes that Karas has had enough. Karas rises to his feet and shakes off his wings. Sweat begins to trickle down his neck. Karas is angry at Appa and yet afraid of unpredictability. Appa looks up and is startled by what is flying right at him. After looking around a bit, Appa realizes that there is a shield flying at him. A huge golden shield lands right on top of Appa. Appa tries to hold on to the shield with all his might. In addition to the shield, the feathers continue to fly at an incredible speed. Appa turns red from the exertion. The shield is so heavy that Appa can barely hold it up. Appa realizes that in order to keep the shield from crushing him, he must try to move and pull the shield aside. Appa gets to his feet. A multitude of feathers strike the shield. Appa holds the shield with one hand and tries to walk straight through while holding the spear with the other hand as well. Karas uses the power that comes from his hands and turns to Appa, claiming that he is an ordinary player. Karas doesn't understand how this is possible. Finally, Appa manages to toss aside the shield. Blushing from the exertion, Appa spends a lot of effort to free himself. Appa throws his spear at Karas, and the latter begins to yelp incredibly loudly in pain. Appa stands firmly on his feet and asks how a Constellation monster can yell like that over an attack from a normal player. Karas is covered in sweat, not understanding how to fight a player like Appa. Karas is silent because he can't show his superiority anymore, as he sees that Appa is stronger. Appa picks up an orichalcum-covered weapon. Breathing heavily, Appa heads towards Karas, asking now got a taste of how dangerous Appa is. Karas gets to his feet and starts sending multiple streams right at Appa. Karas yells that this can't really happen, and is just a bug in the game. Appa smirks, and continues to walk towards Karas, holding a sharp weapon in his hand. Everything Karas tries to hurt Appa with cannot touch Appa either. Karas is afraid of Appa's approach. Asking where Appa came from, Karas gathers his wings to his chest and sends out many sharp feathers that are accompanied by white fire. Appa tries to dodge the feathers but can't completely defend himself from them. Karas cannot get to his feet because the spear is still inside his leg. Karas hopes that finally Appa will not be able to resist the damage and will just fall down lifeless. Appa pulls out the pile bunker and stops noticing the sharp feathers that are flying right at him. Karas decides to hit Appa with his fist. Karas is so tired, he can't take it anymore when it's over. Karas says it's time for Appa to go to the other side of the world. Karas doesn't have time to do the damage because Appa uses shadow running and instantly runs away from where the wings were flying. Karas continues to sit and stare straight ahead. Appa, at this time, is already approaching Karas, flowing across the ground like a true shadow. Appa approaches as fast as possible and transforms into his true image. Appa is holding a pile bunker in his hand. Karas doesn't have time to realize what's happening because Appa is moving as fast as possible. Appa leans in to do the final damage with the pile bunker. Karas realizes he needs to secure himself and creates a huge wall of feathers. Appa had no idea this was possible, but he's going to do the damage anyway. The pile bunker's tip makes contact with the wall, and there is a colossal explosion that spreads several dozen meters. Appa lands on the ground. A broken pile bunker lies nearby. But Appa is not upset by this because Appa's plan is thought out to every detail. Karas is left without a wall and laughs at Appa. Karas says Appa has become unarmed, even though he showed off so much. Karas says that now, Appa himself becomes a true laughingstock who made plans but couldn't overpower Constellation. Appa shows his tenacity and makes the jump in order to continue his plan. Karis shouts that Appa is a big fool who is deeply mistaken in thinking he can win with his bare hands. Appa intentionally flew at Karis to catch him. Karis pulled Appa to the ground and stacked his face with his palm. Appa was in incredible pain. Karis looks at Appa, predicting his victory. Karis laughs slyly and states that in the end Appa will lose, but for a bug Appa has been floundering for too long. Appa replies that Karis for a raven is too stupid. Appa continues to endure the pain of pressure from Karis's hand. Appa reminds Karis that he warned him not so long ago not to let his guard down when he's sure of victory. Karis began to tense up. The overall picture of what was happening was ridiculous. Appa had gotten into Karis's hands on his own, without depicting an ounce of fear or pain, in front of the constellation. Karis began to feel something. Appa pulled out the spear that didn't pierce Karis's stomach when he was hiding behind the hurricane, and stabbed hard, right into his heart. Karis begins to scream, realizing that that spear was launched for just such a purpose. Karis transforms into his true form and falls on Appa with his lifeless body. Appa is incredibly tired and tries to get out of the carcass with an angry face. In another dimension, Akartos sits and watches what is happening in his screen. Akartos is incredibly shocked by Appa's actions and comments that one could go crazy, from the kind of mind Appa has. Akartos reviews the information about Appa. Akartos mentally addresses Karis, explaining that he can't report the bug upstairs. Akartos is angry at Karis's raven, because he should have played it quietly, but for some reason it was necessary to attack a player. Akartos remembers how Karis used to gain Karis's trust. Akartos realized that the raven was not to be trusted. Akartos thought it was funny, got 50,000 points and closed his eyes. Karis was weak, but belonged in the constellations. It seemed that everything would work out. Akartos doesn't understand where the problem with balancing the players came from. After all, the transfer skill shouldn't have been constellations, which Akartos had set up so that it was impossible to use the full power. Akartos begins to speculate that it has to do with the system. Akartos realizes that Raven's still an unknown constellation. Most likely not many people know about it. Akartos decides not to report upstairs. Akartos cannot understand how a mere human managed to destroy the Raven. Akartos decides to keep a close eye on Appa from now on. Akartos thinks that this player is just a piece of bug that doesn't play by the rules of the game. Appa, comfortably seated in one of the abandoned cafes, and considers the new information about the update and the appearance of the fourth task. The fourth assignment is the Great Raid. Appa is excited that the world will be open and needs to blend into the new society. Li Ming familiarizes himself with the world map after receiving a similar assignment and game update. Not understanding what it's all about, Li Ming asks Appa what a guild is. Appa says it's some kind of boss raid that will appear in 15 days. Li Ming asks why so much time is given before the raid starts. Appa replies that there are some people who haven't finished the third mission yet. Li Ming looks at the map thoughtfully. At this time, the Song brothers come to Appa to ask how he's feeling. Appa didn't understand why they were asking about feeling better, but then he remembers and says that it's already gone. Shi Wu is glad and says he's already done with the outfit repairs. Chan Wu sees Appa get to his feet to inspect the Code of Darkness and is surprised that Appa can already stand up. After all, the wound must have been serious. Appa says it's okay since took advantage of a skill. Appa realizes that the wound was deep and the regeneration skill went from F rank to E rank. Appa says he's going to Daejeon and asks what Li Min will do. Li Min panics, asking about the raid and why even travel so far away. Appa replies that there are things to do that can't be put off. Li Min holds his head and grumbles that there's no way he can understand Appa, and he should just take it all for granted. Appa asks if Li Min will go with him or not. Li Min says he won't go. The clown flies over Appa and Li Min, but looks truly only at Appa. So much interest is shown in Appa that he doesn't even hide, and it's like he's going to explode soon from such curiosity. Appa notices that the watcher is so close, and tells Li Ming that the clown is now openly watching. Li Min looks at the observer unhappily and tells Appa that he's saying something stupid. Appa remembers that Karis used a vision-blocking technique, which covers everything around him with darkness and blocks visibility. Otherwise, the observers would have seen the spear that pierced Karis's heart. Appa sees the observer piercing Li Ming with his urgent gaze. Appa says that it seems like Li Ming's god wants Li Ming to go with him. Li Min denies it, reporting that she doesn't want to go to Daejeon. Appa turns to Li Min, reporting that instead he wants to offer something to Li Min. Appa this offer wants to inform both Shi Wu and Chang Wu. Li Min is surprised and interested, asking what kind of proposal the proposal is about. Standing across from her, Appa asks for an opinion about joining the guild that Appa intends to create in the future. All three of them stand in bewilderment and shock. Li Min, without hesitation, replies that he doesn't like that kind of thing at all. Jiang Wu is pleased to hear such a suggestion. Jiang Wu even starts to worry and sweat from the surprise, but he replies that he doesn't even know what he can do for Seihan. Shi Wu is actually very happy about the offer and is ready to accept. But when he hears Chang Wu's answer, Shi Wu wonders what's wrong, because anyone would want to be in the same guild as Seihan. Appa says don't stress and say what you think, like Shi Wu did. Appa says that Chan Wu will be very helpful. Appa's plan is that Song Shi Wu will become a better master, and Sung Chan Wu is a strong enough player to be on par with the avatars of the gods. On top of that, Chang Wu has a rare skill called Spiritual Eye. There's a lot of potential in it. Li Min decides to change his mind and says he doesn't care where to be since, with Appa, it'll do. Chang Wu says that if Li Min agrees, then she and her brother too. Appa adopts Li Min's phrase and replies that later, dibs on the other. Li Min is cheerful and decides to ask when Appa is going to go to Daejeon. Appa is surprised by such a question and replies that he's leaving right now. At this time, several robbers appeared in one of the high-speed trains that goes to Daejeon Station. The guys got up from their seats, holding guns in their hand. They began to shout that this train now belonged to the Eastern Moon Guild. The people who were on that train started to panic and scream in fear in front of the armed players. The people are nervous and don't know where to go. Their faces are covered with drops of sweat from the extreme excitement. At this time, Jisoo had just entered the train. Surprised to see how all the people present were rushing towards the exit, she didn't realize what was happening in the carriage. Walking a little further, Jisoo saw the robbers. Jisoo's face changed and became very angry, realizing that it was time to provide the Eastern Moon Guild with some kind of life lesson. As it turned out, Appa was also on the train where Jisoo was. Appa hears that some commotion has started in the back of the train car and assumes that a monster has appeared. But Appa knows that most of them are players and so are in a position to figure it out for themselves. Appa analyzes the reward. The hunter's instinct allows him to determine the approximate location of the object with the help of objects and monster tracks. Appa considers the bounty is not great, as they used to be white gold levels, but now are regular. Appa considers the bounty he received for Karis. Raven's Eye skill creates a black raven that can be sent out to scout. It's kind of like an observer, the Black Curtain skill, which allows you to disappear into the darkness. Most of all, Appa is interested in the fact that Appa got divinity from the Raven constellation. Appa is surprised that for destroying a constellation, one is immediately given divinity. Although it is a lower-level divinity, Appa stretches his limbs and yawns, thinking that such rewards are also beneficial. Appa thinks that if things work out, one could see in Daejeon, the watcher of that witch. The witch who wished for the doom of all mankind, despite her love for humans, and at the same time wanted to keep them alive. Appa covers his eyes with his palms and cannot believe the witch's contradictory state. Appa realizes that it is ridiculous to say that the witch was the most good-natured to people of all. Appa realizes that it's time to go to sleep, and when he wakes up, he'll already be in Daejeon. While on the train, the guild leader of the Eastern Moon Guild tries to escape from Jisoo, who breaks up their gang with a light swipe of her mace. The guild leader remembers that Jisoo is the player who is already a legend. When Jisoo is angry, all of his clothes, shoes, and even his body turn black in color. Many people know that when a red aura appears, it means that everyone around him will go to the other side of the world as quickly as possible. The leader cannot believe that such a story will be true. After all, none of the ordinary players can achieve such skills in the early stages of the game. Jisoo can easily kill every member of the Eastern Moon Guild. No one is able to resist or escape. Jisoo wishes to protect defenseless people and therefore does not show the slightest bit of sympathy for such players. Jisoo easily catches up to the ringleader and pushes forward. The guild leader falls and hits his head against the wall. Energy streams continue to emanate from Jisoo's eyes. The ringleader's face is covered in sweat as his fear of Jisoo is incredibly strong. The ringleader notices the lifeless body of a guild member. This makes the ringleader feel incredibly sick and nauseous. The leader is silent because he realizes that he will be killed as well. Jisoo uses his powers to deal with the Brazen Guild. As Jisoo slowly catches up with the guild leader, he begs for mercy and assures him that he will live quietly. The ringleader tries to convince Jisoo that it's not worth killing. Jisoo turns to the guild leader, calling him uncle, and asks if he wants his words to be believed. The leader assures him that it's the truth, that he will reform and help people, and that he will volunteer. From Jisoo's eyes, electric streams continue to erupt. Jisoo leans closer and mocks the ringleader. Jisoo says that the ringleader is very funny and naive if he thinks he can be given a second chance after such an incident. While Jisoo is dealing with the guild leader, Sehan has already gotten off the train and notices the frightened people rapidly running away from that train. Seha Oppa stopped, not realizing what had happened and what could have scared people so much. At that moment, Jisoo was coming down the stairs. Jisoo saw Appa and with a smile on her face, went to meet Appa. Seha Appa turns around upon hearing Jisoo's greeting and asks when she had time to arrive. Jisoo resents the question because they were on the same train, and if it wasn't for the team's window where they can check their location, they would have missed each other. Jisoo asks why they had to come to Daejeon. Appa is surprised to see Jisoo checking the window. Jisoo explains that they had to look up Appa's location because they didn't originally agree on where and when they would meet. Appa agrees and clarifies that she looked at the location without stopping and during the separation. Jisoo confirms. Appa doesn't understand why there is such interest, but clarifies if Jisoo knows that the Roman Tower had to be visited as well. Jisoo says she saw that location too when she checked Appa's exact location. Appa is surprised and even angered that Jisoo didn't come to help. Apparently, the two of them would have had an easier time dealing with the crow. Jisoo is a little embarrassed by Appa's reaction and explains that she wanted to come to Appa's aid right away. But a third task appeared on the way. It wasn't a difficult task, but it was a painful one. Jisoo explains that that's the only reason she was late. Appa says that if that's really how it was, it can't be helped. Appa reveals that he came to Daejeon to catch the boss of the Daejeon raid. Jisoo replies that that's exactly what she thought. Appa is surprised at Jisoo's calmness and decides to clarify why Jisoo isn't just as outraged as Lee Min, mentioning that there are more bosses in Seoul. Jisoo says that Appa always acts weird, and so, since he said here, it must be so. Jisoo says. Even the joking explanation about going to the bakery didn't surprise him at all. Appa worries, not realizing if Jisoo is thinking bad or good of him. Jisoo smiles and asks where they're going to go now. Appa says to go to Dunsan. At this time, in Seoul's Sillim neighborhood, Lee Min is walking through narrow alleys looking for something. Above Lee Min, there are many observers flying around. Lee Min looks at the sheet and grumbles at Appa because he didn't tell him exactly where in Sillim to look. Lee Ming recalls that Appa handed over the sheet, explaining that it would mark several features that could be used while searching. Lee Ming doesn't understand how, in a foreigner's neighborhood, one would find a father and daughter with blonde hair. Lee Ming looks around and realizes that judging from the surroundings, the monster had massacred the place and no one had survived. Indeed, there was a lot of destruction all around and not a single soul. Lee Ming jumps over the rubble and looks at Appa's drawing where the characteristics of the father and daughter are written. The father American, large build, laughs a lot. Mestizo girl, 13 years old. Lee Ming is dissatisfied because she thought the task would be easy. At this moment, right in front of Lee Ming's face, a huge paw of a wolf appears and tries to do damage to her head. Lee Ming manages to pay attention to the unforeseen danger and stops in time. Lee Ming gathers his powerful strength in his fist and realizes that he must fight the lycanthrope as quickly as possible, because if he doesn't deal with it at once, he will suffer the agony of rebirth. While Lee Ming swung at the monster, someone came to the rescue. Before the wolf could react to the unexpected danger, a huge piece of concrete collided with the monster's torso. Lee Ming stopped and stared in surprise at what was happening. The wolf instantly rolled to the side and was pinned by the concrete slab. Lee Ming looked back in the direction where the throw was created from and noticed a blonde-haired man standing on the edge of the roof, watching the scene below. The man notices that Lee Ming has turned around in the right direction. The man starts waving his palm and addresses Lee Ming, calling her a schoolgirl. The man urges Lee Ming to get up, as staying downstairs is very life-threatening. Lee Ming excitedly looks at the man and notices that he is a foreigner. Judging from Appa's drawing, Lee Ming assumes that the father and daughter have found themselves and called him to come to her, which means that the task Appa gave her has been successfully completed. Lee Ming is embarrassed and rubbing the back of her head, thanks the man for his help. The man laughs a little, informing her that we need to help each other. The man smiles and asks Li Ming's opinion about the new technique. The man holds his hands on his waist and explains that such a technique is called rock falling. At the same moment, a daughter's voice is heard from outside, saying that she is ashamed of her father's behavior. She says that she was right when she assured him that it wasn't worth saving. The father turns toward the daughter, informing her that she should not reason like that. After all, if there was no need for rescue, it is not worth jeopardizing a little schoolgirl. The daughter asks her father to look at the observer, which means Li Ming's strength. Li Ming smiles, enjoying the fact that these are indeed the right people to find. Li Ming notices that the man is laughing all the time, and the daughter is indeed about 13 years old. Li Ming says it's fate and decides to find out their names. The man is very positive and tries to joke around a lot. Clarifying whether it's true or not, Li Ming wants to know their names. The man starts laughing again. The man introduces himself as Luke Taylor, and the daughter picks up and calls herself Lin. Li Ming enthusiastically opens her mouth, happy that her assumptions were true. Li Ming asks Luke if it's okay to go with them. Li Ming reasons that Luke is definitely a player, otherwise he wouldn't be able to throw such a large piece of concrete at the monster. Looking at Lin, Li Ming can't even guess if she has any abilities. At this time, Lin is giving Luke a lecture, explaining that it doesn't make sense to help someone who is stronger. Luke Taylor once again laughs and agrees with Lin. Li Ming opens the display, realizing that since Seha Appa advised him to join Luke, there must be something in them. At this moment, Luke Taylor claps himself on his chest and, with a smile on his face, chats with Lin. At this time, the military began clearing out the monsters. Inspecting the area, the armed soldiers can't find a single monster. Jisoo comments on what's happening, suggesting that the society is slowly coming to order. Appa also looks around and realizes that the game has become an open-world game, which means that there can't be just any tasks. At this point, Appa and Jisoo are approached by a military officer who asks if they are real players. Appa crosses his arms on his chest and confirms the military officer's assumption, not realizing why the military officer is asking such questions. The soldier is a little worried, which makes sweat start running down his face. The soldier says that they have been given orders to check the identity of the players, so Appa and Jisoo need to say their names and registration numbers. Appa mentally resents that trying to control players in this world is very stupid. Appa turns to Jisoo and asks if he can jump to the building. At first, Jisoo doesn't understand what he's talking about, but then she confirms it to Appa. While Jisoo is warming up for the jump, the military man is in a stupor, realizing that it will not be possible to hold the players. The military man twists his head and hands around, explaining that he can't just let go without finding out the registration number. Without a moment's hesitation, Jisoo made a small leap and jumped to the neighboring building without difficulty. Appa just as easily and effortlessly went flying, pushing off from one building to the next. The soldier realizes that there is nothing left to do but to look after the players and admire the abilities. The tall building was traversed by Appa and Jisoo in a matter of seconds. Appa stood at the edge of the tall building and took a bird's-eye view of the city. Behind Appa stands Jisoo, waiting for further action. Jisoo comes closer and impatiently asks Appa why he had to climb so high. Jisoo assumes that Appa wants to track down the boss raid. Appa confirms Jisoo's assumptions and clarifies that he will do so, not with his eyes. At this point, Appa closes his eyes and activates his Raven Eye ability. Behind Appa, a multitude of ravens appear, and one by one emerge from the purple portal. Jisoo didn't expect to see such a thing, and just stares at the ravens in surprise. The crows take to the air with the purpose of looking around the city. Jisoo asks Appa when the skill appeared, explaining that Appa has become different again. Appa replies that the skill appeared not too long ago, so one must still learn and study. Appa opens the display, and with a smile on her face, asks Jisoo for permission to check her stats. Jisoo, without hesitation, allows her to do so. Appa is surprised that Jisoo doesn't even refuse. Appa is shocked at how Jisoo has managed to grow so fast. She mastered the technique of hitting vital organs and raised her regeneration to C rank. Also, Hyolchun Saragan already has 3 stars, and Appa doesn't understand how Jisoo manages to improve so quickly. Appa assumes that an evil aura has already taken hold of Jisoo, or the harbingers of it must be showing. Appa wants to understand what, in fact, happened to Jisoo. Jisoo looks at a pensive Appa with a questioning expression on his face. Jisoo whips Appa on the neck for going deep in thought and not enlightening Jisoo about it. Appa comes to his senses and rubs the spot from the blow, excitedly asking what Jisoo is up to. Jisoo asks Appa what happened since he's so thoughtful. Appa says the crows sent a signal and it's time to hit the road. Judging by the size of the crushes, it's not an easy monster. Appa says these are the tracks of the raid boss. Jisoo asks how Appa knows everything. Appa replies that it doesn't matter. Jisoo looks at the display and sees that there is still a lot of time on the timer, but the raid boss has already appeared. Appa explains that you can't blindly trust the timer. Appa assures Jisoo that most timers are traps. Jisoo notices wing and claw marks. Jisoo assumes that there was a fight between the winged monster and the beast here. Appa refutes the assumption, explaining that these are marks from one monster. Jisoo says that these marks aren't from bird claws. At that moment, Appa and Jisoo hear some sounds behind them. Jisoo instantly turns around and notices something, opening her mouth in surprise. Jisoo and Appa manage to jump up. A huge paw instantly strikes where Jisoo and Appa were standing. The size and strength of the monster is so great that the ground splits into many debris and rises up. Jisoo and Appa land nearby, and Jisoo agrees with Appa that it is indeed the same monster. The debris continues to fly in different directions. Appa looks away angrily. It's hard to believe, but when Appa sees with his own eyes, he has to accept that such a monster really exists. A black tiger with huge white wings. It is one of the 4 evil creatures in Chinese mythology, the Gungi. Eyes rimmed, illuminated with a bright yellow color, Gungi is swiftly heading towards Jihan. Appa cautiously looks at Gungi, as it was unexpected that the one would jump out in the open. Appa was worried that it would be hard to find, but Gungi, the handsome man, came out to meet him himself. If the huge tiger could hide, the cave was close by. The screen alerts. The task is the peak of destruction. This is a disaster that cannot be fought alone. To pass the mission, you must join forces to win and survive. Jisoo opens the display and says that a 4th mission has appeared. Jisoo asks if it's accurate. The 2 of them should destroy this monster. Appa doesn't think it's a shared assignment since they quickly found it, and the assignment only appeared to them first. Jisoo says that he can smell a strong odor somewhere nearby, which wakes up Hyolchon Suragan's skill. At the same moment, Gungi stands up on his hind legs to do the strongest damage to Appa and Jisoo. Appa examines Gungi and notices that he already has a white horn in his chest. All over Gungi's torso, there are visible scars. Appa is excited because, remembering his past life, he assumes that this Gungi has already met him. Gungi instantly lands on his front paws to do damage to Appa. Seihan's agility and speed gives him the opportunity to dodge Gungi's damage. Appa jumps back and continues to stare down his opponent. Seihan lands on his feet and sees Gungi running away, flapping his wings to fly somewhere. Jisoo stands still, not understanding why Gungi decided to retreat when the battle had just begun. Jisoo turns his head towards Appa and confusedly says that the tiger is gone. Appa gets to his feet, sweat dripping from his face as Gungi is so strong that he has to use his skills to the best of his ability. Appa looks after, with the certainty that it is the wound on his chest, precisely from the horn. Appa realizes that the information from the past has been distorted. While Appa was analyzing what happened with his past, Appa notices that huge slabs of concrete begin to fall, closing the passage to the side where the cave is. Appa promptly runs there in time to make a run for it. "Jisoo!" shouts Appa's name. After running through the fence, Appa stops near Jisoo and looks around the area. All around, stone walls with windows have appeared, and plants are growing everywhere, twisting and winding their sturdy trunks and leaves around every corner. Appa is still excited about what is happening, because he doubts that it will be the same here as in his previous life. Appa looked around and began to assume that this was not Gunga's lair. Appa stopped in front of the lifeless body of Kiran. Kiran is a sacred unicorn. Appa realizes his mistake as this is not Gunga's lair, but Kiran's nest. Jisoo examines the unicorn and tells Appa that she has seen something similar in Chinese mythology before. Jisoo asks if it could be the Kiran, since mythology says it has white fur. Appa says it is Kiran, especially since there is no horn. Appa recalls seeing a horn in Gunga's chest and clarifies to Jisoo that it was Kiran's horn. Appa continues to look at Kiran and realizes that inside the horn, there is a huge power hidden. Kiran has weakened and fallen in battle, but that fact remains unchanged. Appa rubs the back of his head and looks disappointedly at the lifeless body. It turns out that Seihan wanted to find Gunga's tracks as soon as possible so he could go out to Kirin and take for himself that horn. Appa mutters aloud that this is the ultimate failure. Jisoo asks why Appa feels that way and assumes it's because of the horn. Appa confirms what Jisoo says. Without the horn, Appa can't get to where the right thing is. Appa hopes that Gungi won't have time to absorb the powerful force of the horn. Jisoo moves on and says that it's best to look around inside here, just in case. Jisoo suggests that if it's a dungeon, there might be a reward. Appa says that by the looks of it, the level isn't high, and it's unlikely that something like the horn will fall out. Jisoo takes a seat and says there's something here. Appa stands with his arms crossed over his chest and asks what Jisoo found, if it's mithril. But Appa realizes that after orichalcum, it's the strongest metal. Jisoo calls out to Appa to show her something. Jisoo picks up a huge egg and turns toward Appa. Examining the glowing find, Jisoo alerts Appa to look at it. Appa again interjects what Jisoo found there, not believing that he heard correctly about it being an egg. Appa is so shocked by what he saw that he hangs his head forward and opens his mouth. Appa asks where Jisoo was able to find the egg. Jisoo says there was something pulsing in that side, under the carcass. Jisoo explains that she started digging, and there was that egg. Appa runs up to Jisoo and sincerely thanks her for the find. There's no way Jisoo could have expected such a reaction and says it's the first time she's ever seen Appa so grateful. Appa says that this egg, or rather the fruit, is very useful. The female Kirin for a long time has nurtured this fetus, and soon a new Kirin will hatch from there. If it's a male, it will be Ki, and if it's a female, it's Rin. So the common name is Kirin. It is a sacred animal that must be awakened. The display shows the necessary attributes to raise it: a nutritional drink to keep the sacred animal healthy, a top-level bottle. Jisoo reviews the information and realizes that all of this is necessary to resurrect the egg. Appa receives a notification that the player's blood needs to be injected into the catalyst. It affects the abilities and stats of the beast. The time for the infusion is 48 hours. Appa is surprised at such a task and says it's a shame to put his blood in there. Appa looks at Jisoo and begins to ponder over the fact that Jisoo's blood would be more suitable for such a task. Since Jisoo has the skill of a star sending to the other world. After thinking for a while, Appa decides that such blood is not suitable after all. Appa looks at the display and stops at the information about Lee Min. Appa decides that Min-ah is suitable for this task, since it would be difficult to find another suitable player in the meantime. And in terms of stats and skills, Lee Min-ah is superior to many. While Appa was pondering, a message came on his phone from Lee Min, informing him that the necessary people had been found. Lee Min and Appa meet, and Lee Min starts questioning Appa about what the egg means and why Luke and Lin were needed. Seihan says he can't talk about everything yet. Lee Min scrutinizes Appa's face, letting her know that she's very curious to know the details. Appa reassures Lee Min, explaining that she'll find out soon enough herself. Appa looks back at Luke and Lin, telling Lee Min that it wouldn't hurt to stay close to them. Luke, Taylor, and Lin are standing nearby, discussing something. Li Ming shows a sign of agreement with the task and replies that it's not hard to stay close to Taylor. Li Min reminds Appa to keep their system in mind. Appa agrees, remembering that it's worth it, just to give a good reward. Appa thought he could do quite well on his own when he started the second round, with all the knowledge he had gained. But when he met the heavily modified Minotaur and Karas, Appa realized that system intervention had to be considered. Appa looks towards Luke and Lin, musing on the fact that it takes a she to get through the game, with system interference taken into account. Appa looks at Lin Taylor. This is a player with the strongest skills that even the deities fear. This is the apex of humanity. Lin Taylor looks at the egg with surprise and says that it looks very mesmerizing. Turning to Appa, Lin calls Appa uncle and asks if this egg now is it really supposed to hatch. Appa confirms the words, but is about to clarify some nuance. Appa asks Lin, does it really look that old? Lin is embarrassed and denies Appa's words, informing her that it's not that at all. Min-ah intervenes and reminds him that there's a 10-year difference between him and Lin, so he can't just call Lin by his first name. Min-ah says that if it's a matter of course, she should also address her uncle since there's a 4-year difference between them. Behind Min-ah, Jisoo stands completely absorbed in her star energy and intervenes in the conversation, asking what the conversation is about. Mina smirks at Jisoo's appearance because she thinks Jisoo, even when she's just standing there, is so ugly. Mina asks if Appa will go to Daejeon. Appa replies that even if he goes back now, he won't be able to catch the raid boss. Mina agrees, reminding him that it's not time for the boss to show up yet. Jisoo says that they've already seen the raid boss. Mina is shocked by Jisoo's words and decides to clarify what she said again. Mina turns towards Jisoo and asks how the boss raid came about. After thinking for a bit, Mina rephrases her question, clarifying what Appa was doing in the first place. Appa, Jisoo, and Mina sit down on the ground and begin to speculate about the raid boss. Mina is surprised at the description of the boss and says that she thought the raid boss was about the size of a guard. Appa replies that if judged by combat strength, the Guardian is stronger. The difference is that the raid boss has higher defense and more health, so it is not easy to deal with. Limitations and actions much less. If the boss is left untouched, it will cause so much trouble that no guard will even stand next to it. Min-ah smirks at the story and turns to the main question. Is it true that the boss should be sent to the grave as soon as possible? Appa replies that it's very early, as the other players aren't ready. Appa knows that the raid boss has changed. Appa tries to remember his past life and wonders if Gungi was wounded by Kirin's horn. Appa assumes that there were some changes in Daejeon while Appa was traveling there, but even that one can't be sure. Appa recalls how Gungi wanted to do the damage. In his past life, Appa wasn't in this city, but Gungi's attack was so sudden, as if it was planned in advance. Appa ponders over the fact that there were many traces in Daejeon, as if they were trying to trap. Oh, and Gungi's battle with Kirin, it had ended too quickly. Although, it wasn't even 3 days after the raid bosses were announced. A lot of inaccuracies. Appa continues his reasoning. Perhaps the inaccuracies that happened was the interference of the system that is trying to keep Appa down. But Seha Appa realizes that there may be another reason. At this time, the Game Master has been watching Appa through his display. Akartos decides that Appa is indeed an unusual player. Akartos could not have imagined that Appa would be able to dodge Gunga so easily. Akartos continues to follow Appa's actions and notices that Jisoo and Appa have obtained something from the dungeon. Examining the egg, Akartos wonders if it is Kirin's fruit. Akartos tries to anticipate what will happen next and relaxes a bit, reassuring himself that the egg will not hatch. Akartos assumes that there is no way to make such an egg hatch. Akartos turns his attention to Gungi and doesn't understand why he's so weak. Gungi's side has only been hit by a horn and Gungi is already moaning in pain. Akartos made Gungi absorb Kirin's horn. Akartos guesses that he needs to make sure Appa doesn't notice anything. Akartos decides to slightly increase his wound healing and adaptation skill. Akartos realizes that if he tries hard enough, Gunga could make an incredible monster. 2 weeks later, Appa and Jisoo walked along the street and stopped right in front of a crowd of people. Some paid attention to Appa, while others stood back and discussed something with their acquaintances. Appa looks into the distance to see someone he knows. Appa notices someone and draws Jisoo's attention to look at their acquaintance too. Jisoo doesn't comment in any way, but just stares. Turns out among the crowd, Appa notices Park Dongguan. Appa addresses Park Dongguan by name, and the latter turns to the side. Park Dongguan looks different. The style of clothing has changed as much as possible. When Park Dongguan noticed Appa, he tried his best to hide his face from Appa as soon as possible. Remembering the contract that he had to sign the last time they met, Park Dong became agitated and began to be covered in sweat. Park Dong doesn't understand how Appa ended up here. Not long before, Appa and Jisoo passed by the military. Jisoo asks what the military and police lost here. Appa says they want to show that last time because of the surprise attack, they fought in an incomplete force. Jisoo clarifies if he understands correctly that guns don't work on monsters. Appa says that it doesn't work at all, but it does have a small effect. Although for a raid boss, it's not even a pain. Jisoo says that you could have just trusted the players. Appa replies that, in that case, the players would have more and more power, and the military and police probably don't want to lose the power they've struggled to gain in the open world. Jisoo looks around and tells Appa that none of this inspires confidence at all. Appa says to go to the other players now. Appa looks around the crowd again and realizes that there are a lot more players here than in his previous life. People are scoping out who will go with them on the boss raid, and some are looking for a healer who will get points if he joins the team. An unfamiliar guy runs up to Appa and asks if it's okay to join his team. Appa turns away and grudgingly replies that it's not part of the plan. Jisoo looks at the people with interest. Finally, a strange guy yells at Appa about his assumptions that he was just showing off for a girl. The guy reminds him that it won't take long to go to the other side. Appa again replies to the guy that he doesn't need his command. The guy grudgingly turns away and looks at his friend, informing him that he will take his mind when it's too late. The other guy replies that he just wants to show off, because you can tell he's trying to be on the same team as Jisoo, because she's cool. Jisoo pulls out her mace and starts getting so angry that a lot of electric currents wriggle violently around. Jisoo tells Appa that there are people like that everywhere and suggests to Appa to straighten them out. Appa gets worried and says it's worth it to leave. Appa doesn't have time to speculate about those guys before he notices something and wonders aloud what it is. Appa approaches Park Dong-gwan and asks what happened to Yoon Hyun since Park Dong is here. Appa reminds Park Dong-gwan of their pact. Park Dong is covered in sweat from excitement and explains that Yoon Hyun left for Jeonju, saying he's worried about his family. Appa asks why Park Dong came here, and Park Dong replies that he was ordered to. Appa inspects the equipment and realizes that Dong-gwan tried hard in the third mission. Appa realizes that he acquired a new skill too, but not transmission skill. Transmission skill can't be learned in the normal way. Avatars can only do it with the help of their deity, because they have such a devastating effect. But the problem is that deities don't just give you a skill. Appa opens the display and analyzes Park Dong-gwan's appearance. Appa assumes that the instruction to go to Daejeon was most likely from Yoon Hyun Kyung. Appa thinks expansively and realizes that Righteous Life too could have given such an instruction. Appa logs into the deity's chat room and reads the reports that no one can figure out what Appa is and what Appa will pull this time. Clown reports that Appa has given Min-ah an interesting assignment. Appa assumes that Clown is referring to Kieran's egg. Appa realizes that Clown has a temper that he will never tell anyone personal. Appa realizes there's nothing to worry about, and the deity that controls Lena can also keep secrets. Appa closes the display and turns to Park Dong-gwan. Appa asks if it's true that Dong-gwan has been studying the skill inducement. Without waiting for an answer, Appa asks if Dong-gwan can use it right now. Park Dong-gwan starts smiling at Appa and places his open palms against his chest, trying to assure Appa that he hasn't studied such a skill. Appa pulls out a crystal that interacts with the training bracelet at a distance and asks Dong-gwan if he knows what will happen because of lying. Dong-gwan remembers what kind of test he was subjected to last time and says that he studied that skill. Appa looks at Dong-gwan with an angry face and says that's how he should have answered right away. Appa informs that Park Dong-gwan should right now. At that moment, Appa calls for a raven, who promptly heads off on the route Appa has given him. Park Dong notices that the asphalt is beginning to move and crumble into small debris. Appa walks over and grabs Dong-gwan by the sleeve, demanding to quickly use this skill, right now. Park Dong waves and asks why the skill is needed here in the first place. Appa says that without using Dong-gwan's skill, everyone here will go to the next world. The people around them have no idea what might happen in the near future. Raven relays the information to Appa, showing the huge destruction all along the asphalt of the long street. Appa assumes that a raid boss is sitting in ambush to attack the players. Opening the display, Appa worries and denies his own assumption, for if the boss is going to fight, there was no reason to go around. Appa looks at the timer and assumes that there is still plenty of time left before the appearance, which means there shouldn't be an attack. Appa remembers Gunga's huge face and draws a final conclusion. Appa thinks it's simple. Gungi just wants a refreshment before the battle. At this point, Appa starts yelling towards the people, warning that everyone should run for cover. Appa explains that there's a raid boss approaching here. Park Dong-gwan stands behind Appa and doesn't react to Appa's words in any way. People turn around towards Appa and start laughing at him. The guy says that before the boss shows up, it's 10 more minutes. Someone pokes fun, suggesting that Appa doesn't know how to tell time. Another guy replies that talking about cover is ridiculous. Appa looks at the people and informs them that if they continue to stand like this, they will instantly be sent to the other world. Appa repeats his directive, run away from here as fast as you can. The people are convinced that Appa is wrong and continue nonchalantly to wait for the timer to expire. Appa looks at the people and realizes that this was expected and words will not help. Appa turns back around and demands Park Dong-gwan to use the skill as soon as possible. Dongguan denies Appa's demand, explaining that the skill isn't easy to use on command. Appa clarifies, really, is there some kind of activation condition? Park Dongguan explains that it is necessary to some extent to understand the object's way of thinking. If, without warning, you start manipulating people, it will no longer be inducement, but hypnosis. Appa agrees with Dongguan's explanation and turns to Jisoo to pull out a weapon. Jisoo momentarily complies, to which Appa says he'll give a sign when it's time to act. It will have to hit the ground in front of the fire hydrant. Appa tells Dongguan to use the skill when the raid boss pops up and people start to panic. Appa asks if Dongguan can get the people out of here. Dongguan replies that he can if the boss shows up, otherwise people won't panic. Appa pulls out the pile bunker and tells Dongguan that he shouldn't worry because it won't be long before the real turmoil starts. Dongguan asks many questions about the turmoil and such powerful weapons, to which Appa replies that there is a workable way. Appa gets information from a raven. It turns out that there are only 5 seconds left before the boss shows up. Appa is ready for another battle and is sure that everything should go smoothly. Finally, some changes begin to occur, and the ground begins to shake. The people panic and decide to run away from the place as soon as possible. Appa keeps counting down, not much left. Some of the people look at the screen and assure themselves that it's not time to raid the boss yet. No one realizes what's going on and doesn't believe Appa, hoping the timer isn't lying. Appa's pupil maximally narrowed. Appa finishes the countdown and stands waiting for the raid boss to appear right now. At that moment, right in front of Appa, a huge raid boss rapidly emerges from the ground, aiming to crush everything in its path. Appa was expecting to appear at this point and stands in a stance, with the goal of acting on it. Appa tells himself that action is necessary right now. Appa raises the pile bunker and prepares to fire. Appa yells to Jisoo to hit the ground near the fire hydrant right now. As the huge paw swiftly looms over Appa, Appa has loaded the gun and fires right on target. Appa does the damage and jumps back. Appa lands on his knees and watches as the monster's paw smokes and retracts back to the rest of his torso. At this time, Jisoo is swiftly heading toward the raid boss, swinging her mace. Jisoo delivers a tremendous blow and the raid boss falls to the ground, screaming violently in pain. Appa looks at what's happening and thinks about the strange situation happening. A winged monster comes out of the dungeon. The raid boss lies immobilized. Appa and Jisoo stand near the boss and hear the questions of the frightened people. The people are pandering nearby, asking why the boss came out early. Someone doesn't even believe it's the raid boss, but notices that it looks unusual. The commander of the military brigade shouts at the top of his voice that it's time to open fire and go on the attack. On the commander's face, drops of sweat run down, from sheer excitement and the realization that the monsters are unpredictable and could come out at any moment. The soldiers hear the order and open fire on the monster. Fire projectiles come out of the weapons, which don't do much damage to the monster. The commander points his finger in the direction of the monster and warns the soldiers to keep firing. The commander hopes that firing disarms the monsters, more than players with abilities. Multiple soldiers continue to sizzle the monster, and a colossal explosion occurs. The commander is worried and eager for victory. Smiling nervously, the commander thinks that after such an attack, the monster should be a sieve. There is no way the commander could have expected that military action would not bring the monster to its death. He stands still and can't believe his eyes, while the other soldiers, sweating, try to escape from the scene of the battle as soon as possible. Raid boss rises to the military, emitting loud, terrifying screams and growls. The monster's wings and sharp fangs burn bright red. The tiger lowers its head down to look at its opponents. Some parts of the muzzle have changed color to bright red. Appa stands near the raid boss and is covered in sweat from excitement. Appa examines the muzzle and notices that some changes are taking place. Appa assumes that the boss is about to evolve into an adult, thus creating a global problem. The adult Gungi is the same as the Guardian. Gungi has an increased scope of action, and dealing with him will not be easy. The raid boss heads towards the humans, and in the meantime, the mane is getting thicker. Appa looks at the raid boss's changes, analyzing. Judging by the fact that the raid boss is getting full power from its horns, it can't be without a game master. Appa realizes that the monster is incredibly powerful, and dealing with it will be incredibly hard. Appa realizes that a Kartos is ruthless and can make so many changes that the game will indeed be impassable for Appa. A Kartos considers Appa a bug from which the quests will intensify each time to make Appa disappear from the game. Once Gunga's evolution has occurred, a fierce battle begins. Gungi raises his paw upwards to replicate a frightening impact on the ground. Gungi's eyes began to light up with yellow beams of light, and his fangs grew several times their size. Gungi, of incredible size. From the impact of the paw, the ground began to collapse into large debris and fly in different directions. People, in panic, try to run away from the monster, shouting words of warning for those who have not yet realized what is happening. The commander is not going to give up, and so he continues firing. Commanding the soldiers, the commander tells no one to stop firing and to fire at the monster with everything they have. The soldiers also panic but realize they have no right to run away. Gungi so huge that firing on the military is tantamount to a mosquito bite for a human. The Gungi roars at the top of its voice, showing its power. Feeling the gunfire, Gungi turns his head towards the military. Gungi exhales air and opens his jaws, aiming to neutralize anyone who wishes to do harm. The commander realizes what Gungi is about to do and tries to cover himself with his hands. Clenching his teeth and closing his eyes, the commander simply screams, hoping not to be touched, but also waiting to be killed. Park Dong-guan turns around and asks Appa if he really needs to use the skill right now. Appa agrees, and Park Dong-guan, worried, but begins to act. Gunga's tail can be seen nearby, waving furiously in different directions. Dong-guan enters in prodding and begins to interpret the speech to the military. Dong-guan explains that those present should retreat as soon as possible. Dong-guan insinuates that the players will sort themselves out, but everyone else needs to get to shelter. One of the military men wants to start a discussion, but Dong-guan interrupts and begins to clarify that no one can see that modern weapons are not helping to disarm the monster. Oppa looks at the players and realizes that all the players just so have received their fourth assignment. The players stand in anticipation that they will now have to proceed to battle with a serious raid boss like Gungi. Dong-guan tries to change the minds of the military, but they are unwilling to give in to fear and stop the battle. Dong-guan is very worried, covered with drops of sweat, because the effect of the skill ends. The soldiers are gradually coming to their senses. The players have gathered courage and decided that it's time to deal with the monster once and for all. Some of the players are glad that the raid boss is so big that to do damage will not be difficult. The people are determined to deal with everyone with abilities to the maximum. The player offers to make the raid boss a true mess, and one of the main gives his consent, but meets in front of him a huge paw. Gungi decides to trample anyone who decides to come out to battle. Appa sees that the player doesn't understand what's going on and decides to help him. Appa stands nearby and decides to do a leg kick so that the cliff drops lower and the player can't fall down. The collapse happens as quickly as possible, and Appa's help the frightened player. The player comes to his senses and sees Appa. The player thanks Appa for his help, explaining that he did not see or just did not notice. Appa says to fight properly. This monster has more than just a big body. Appa heads over to Gungi and decides that Pile Bunker is too slow for a raid boss fight. Appa takes out Pile Bunker and thinks about trying the spear, hoping it will be enough. Gungi evolves into an adult. The fangs and wings have gotten much larger and more powerful. Gungi stares at the humans with a purpose to destroy each one. In the main area, huge barbs have appeared. Several players realize that it's hard to get close because of the spiky fur. Attacking from afar is also impossible, as the fur is too thick and even magical arrows can't penetrate it. The players don't realize whether they should fight or just run away. Oppa ponders over the fact that right now is the opportunity to confront Gunga without losing, but no one knows when Gungi will fully transform into an adult monster, so there's no time to think about it. They need to act as soon as possible. Gungi continues his transformation and is about to do something about it. Gungi is rapidly gaining speed. As soon as Gungi picks up speed, he immediately flaps his wings with the intention of flying over the city. Gungi gathers his wings in front of him, which causes the strongest wind currents to flutter around him. The people stand in a stupor. No one expected Gungi to be able to fly. The wind currents cover the entire space, scattering huge rock fragments in different directions. Players don't understand how to catch the boss, who flies high above the ground. Several players guess that Gunga's power will not allow for the slightest damage to be done. One of the players says it's time to run away. Appa watches as the Gungi rises higher and higher into the sky and ponders the fact that if the Gungi decides to crash to the ground, not only the players, but half the city will be finished. Appa realizes that there is no use in running away. This city will be swept away by the might. Appa opens the display because he realizes that he cannot allow such global destruction. Appa decides that before Gungi comes down, he must deal with him, once and for all. Appa takes out his spear and takes aim. Appa thinks that compared to Kara's, Gungi is just an immobile target. Appa takes aim, swings, and aims the spear straight at Gungi. Gungi floats in the air and doesn't move. The spear hits right into Gungi's wing. Gungi begins to scream violently in pain. Most monsters don't have a mind, so in some, it's very easy to hit. Appa takes another spear and swings it again. Appa takes aim, but realizes it's too early to throw. Gungi lifts his head up and continues to scream. The spear remains in the wing, but Gungi continues to float in the air because Appa throws another spear. Gungi continues to float in the air. The players look at Appa and wonder if really Appa intended to throw the spear and hit right at Gungi from that distance. The girl wonders what kind of skills Appa has, since fighting at such a distance is even possible. Appa turns around and yells to the players who were standing nearby to pull the chain on themselves. Appa explains that Gungi needs to be pinned to the ground. Jisoo instantly takes hold of the chain and helps Appa by pulling down, hoping that the strength should be enough to drop a monster as big as Gungi. Gungi's wings begin to smoke. The spears are hooked firmly into the wings and allow the players to pull the powerful raid boss straight to the ground. Finally, the players see that even the girl is helping with this dangerous endeavor, which means they should try it too. One of the players comments on what is happening by saying that he doesn't know what Appa is up to, but they are only required to pull this chain to lower the monster to the ground. The people join Appa and begin to put their best foot forward to get the monster down. The players hope that at this point, their help will end and further, Appa will manage on his own. Gungi doesn't understand how to resist the players because the spears are held so tightly that Gungi is pulled downward and there's no chance to stay in the air. Finally, Gungi falls to the ground. From this impact, there is a tremendous explosion. One of the players yells at the top of his voice for Appa to finally deal with the raid boss. Gungi falls to the ground. One of the players gets scared so badly that he jumps back. The other player stands still, lowering his gun to the ground to let the yellow-colored energy stream rush towards the raid boss. The raid boss continues to lie on the ground and make sounds and growls. Purple-colored energy streams appear around Gunga. Appa holds up a pile bunker with the intent to do damage. Appa examines Gungi and assumes he is transforming into an adult. Appa realizes that if left like this, Gungi will be completely transformed and will be unrealistically hard to destroy. Appa decides not to hesitate and jumps on Gungi, who is already on his paws. Appa is going to crush the slow Gungi using the pile bunker. Appa takes a shot right in Gungi's eye, hoping it will make the fight easier to follow. Gungi didn't feel pile bunker's blow at all. Gungi continues to charge towards the players. Gungi rises up on his hind legs and lets out a loud roar. Appa stands in bewilderment, marveling that Gungi has proven to be so survivable. Appa is worried, and sweat begins to run down his face. Appa doesn't understand why Gungi didn't feel the blow from the pile bunker, because it felt like the damage went all the way to his skull. Jisoo saw everything, so she decides to try and crush Gungi. Jisoo draws her sword. Many energy streams begin to erupt from Jisoo's heart. Jisoo heads towards Gungi and assumes that this kind of battle suits her abilities rather than Appa's techniques. Appa couldn't expect Jisoo to decide to use her skills. Appa stands puzzled as he watches Jisoo, who is about to stab the sword into her heart to cause the maximum effect from the star sending to the other world. The deeper the sword goes into her heart, the more the amplification rate increases. Appa assumes that Jisoo is using the regeneration skill to recover immediately. Appa and Jisoo realize that only this move remains to crush the powerful monster. Jisoo takes a leap and hovers directly above Gungi's head to do damage using maximum star power. Gungi lifts his head up and notices Jisoo heading in his direction. Jisoo lands a glancing blow to the side of Gungi's head. Gungi stands motionless because there's no way he could dodge the jump. Jisoo activated the star skill and swings her fist, hoping to destroy Gungi as soon as possible. Jisoo's eyes and hands light up with electric waves. Gungi screams in unceasing pain. Jisoo's power is so powerful that Gungi takes damage all over his head, giving maximum crushing. Appa sees what's happening to Gungi and yells to the players that it's time for them to get as far away from here as possible. The players are frightened and so they run away from the scene of the battle without reservation. The players realize that they can't handle the raid boss. Appa worries that due to the interference of the game master, the raid boss may be unpredictable. Appa worries not only for himself, but also for Jisoo, who is using her abilities to the max. Appa watches as Gungi screams in pain. Appa doesn't understand what will happen next, so he stands still and doesn't use his strength. Jisoo is much stronger because the star that sends him to the other world allows him to deal with strong monsters. Finally, the monster can't withstand the damage Jisoo does and falls to the ground, hitting its head on the concrete road. The road collapses from Gunga's weight and debris flies in different directions. Jisoo takes the impact and jumps back to see what happens to Gungi. Gungi falls down with no strength, but Jisoo decides to do the final damage. Jisoo instantly jumps on Gungi's head and swings her mace. The mace is covered in star energy, making the hilt glow red in color. Gungi opens his eyes, identifying his power, but smoke comes out of his eyes after the crushing damage from Jisoo's mace. Jisoo sees that Gungi is alive, and so he jumps to deliver another strike. Gungi slowly raises his head while Jisoo is already driving the mace at his forehead. Gungi opens his mouth to catch Jisoo, but Jisoo is already bending her legs at the knees, as if she expected such actions, then Gungi. Appa probably didn't expect such actions from Jisoo, and so, at the sight of Gungi opening his mouth, Appa starts shouting Jisoo's name. Gungi closes his mouth, thinking that Jisoo is already finished. Appa crosses his arms, and as he continues his shouting, calmly comments that Gungi is about to be in a lot of pain. Appa feels smoke coming from the boss. Mentally, Appa comments on Gunga's actions that he shouldn't have put anything in his mouth. Appa stands next to Gungi and waits for Jisoo to rip him from the inside out. Jisoo pierces Gungi from the inside out. Gungi lifts his head up and makes noises from the piercing pain. Jisoo continues to deal damage, to the point where Gungi falls down as a lifeless carcass. Gungi falls backwards, smoke coming out of his eyes, and Jisoo is still inside. People stopped and started looking at Gungi, not realizing what was going on. Many didn't see Jisoo get inside, and so they assumed that Gungi is exhausted. Finally, Gungi made contact with the ground and continued to lie there without making a sound. The jaws were ajar. A crowd of people gathered and began to look at Gungi. Some thought that the raid boss had been neutralized, while others say that they need to find a daredevil to come closer and verify Gungi's lifelessness. Finally, one girl decides to get closer. The girl is shocked by Gungi's size and says that up close, Gungi looks more intimidating. Gungi went to the other side of the world without ever harming any of the people who were there. While the girl was looking at Gungi, suddenly sparks came from its mouth and an eruption of red liquid. The girl is shocked at what she sees, covering her mouth. She continues to look at what is happening. At that moment, Jisoo comes out of the mouth. Shaking off the slime, Jisoo looks at Gunga's lifeless body with satisfaction. People come closer and wonder how Jisoo was able to destroy the huge monster and where it came from, since all the players were powerless. Jisoo sees Appa and waves her hand, letting her know that it worked. Appa waves to a happy Jisoo, while he himself is covered in sweat from excitement and worry. Jisoo heads over to Appa and says that, after all, even a raid boss will go to the other side of the world if you blow his brains out. Appa replies that you shouldn't smile when you say things like that, or it gets uncomfortable. At this time, a heated discussion between Jisoo and Appa has started in the chat room. Righteous Life reports that the raid boss is weird and asks who noticed it, along with him. Righteous Life says that Gunga has too high experience stats. Anonymous 27 replies that Gunga has a guardian level, and if he had been dealt with a little later, he would have blown everything in his path. Tea with Lemon intervenes in the conversation, talking about his reasoning that the Game Master could have interfered in this task. Tea and Lemon explains that without the Game Master, Gungi could not have become so strong. Talks begin that no one can know for sure, but it's possible that the Game Master is interfering because of the guy in black who took out Karas. The deities realize that Appa is showing himself to be a better player and dealing with strong bosses like Karas. Appa entered the chat room as Anonymous 48. Appa asked the deities about everyone making suggestions. Tea with Lemon doesn't understand what he is talking about and decides to ask again what Anonymous 48 means. The deities sit around the table and listen intently to Anonymous 48. Appa asks who the Game Master takes them all to be. Appa means really, what if the Master doesn't like something and takes on other avatars? Greek Captain agrees with the reasoning. Tea with Lemon actively joins the discussion, arguing that such behavior by the Game Master should be stopped immediately. Tea with Lemon tells Appa to stop throwing around words and simply communicate his proposal to combat such inequities. Righteous Life reports that Akartos is not doing well at all, and that's why the server is considered the most unpopular. Anonymous 35 emotionally supports Righteous Life. in that a Kartos indeed does not know how to work. Anonymous 35 says that you definitely can't get away with something like this. Appa, in the guise of Anonymous 48, stands nearby and rejoices at having delivered a message to the deities about the need to deal with a Kartos. After that, the game master, Akartos, was unable to log on to the Korean server for quite some time. After a while, Appa and Jisoo sat down by a small rock and began to look at the information in the display. The players and common people relaxed and walked around in different directions, chatting amongst themselves. Appa is considering the bounty. Gunga's pelt is a rare type of adult fur, very tough and durable. Appa is shocked that Gungi has had time to change into an adult. Jisoo turns to Appa and says it went into the inventory. Jisoo has absorbed Gungi's hide, also appearing as the dark jade of the unhappy star, a condensed crystal of Kirin and fallen Gungi's powers, contains extraordinary power. Appa says that the weapon made from the hide will be top class, but there are no proper materials right now. Jisoo takes the dark jade and offers to give it to Appa, since, just so, she dealt with Gungi at the very end. Appa refuses, informing her to let Jisoo find some good item later and can use it. Appa explains that the more you help other players, the more hungry mouths appear. Appa says he's had enough of the gold level as well. Jisoo happily informs him that he has a gold level too. Appa replies that he has a silver level for now. Dongguan comes closer and laughs, asking how he earned it, since all he did was run away. Dongguan says that without his help to escape danger, no one would have been able to fight Gungi. Dongguan is unconcerned and a little upset. Jisoo tells Appa that she should have intervened for nothing, which is why she got the silver level. Appa says that's not the point because it would have been a lot of work to deal with the raid boss. Appa gets up off the rock and starts to say that since they've already dealt with the rewards, Dongguan tenses up because he realizes that Appa might give him a new task. Appa asks Dongguan, since the assignment is done, what will he do next? Dongguan replies that there are still some things to do. Appa clarifies if that's true and says there's nothing to be done then. Appa looks at Dongguan and decides to leave him alone to slowly grow up being around Yoonhyun. Appa reminds Dongguan not to pull anything again if he wants to live a long life. Dongguan replies that he knows everything. Pak Dongguan relaxedly walks away before Appa changes his mind about him. Appa turns to Jisoo and says it's time for them to leave for Seoul. Jisoo is surprised that it's already time to go and clarifies why it's so early. Appa asks if there's anything to do. Jisoo twists her head and lowers her eyes, saying there's nothing to do yet, though if Mom can get in touch. Appa asks if there's any idea where Mom might be. Jisoo says he doesn't know because they talked once, and Mom didn't say anything. Appa thinks about the fact that in this world, no one knows when they will go to the other world. If Mom found out that her daughter was alive but didn't try to meet, and didn't even let her know where she was, there must be reasons. The stronger Jisoo became, the more Appa wondered. What would have changed if Appa hadn't left her behind when the goblins appeared in the past? In the past, Jisoo didn't even have time to develop her abilities, but now she was shining. In this life, Jisoo became Appa's guide. In the past, she went to the other world, but in this life, she is alive, proving that fate can be changed. Appa looks at Jisoo and continues to speculate about Jisoo and the possibilities of this game. Appa and Jisoo head towards the city, walking across the plain from where the battle with Gungi was. But behind them, there was an observer who didn't look like the others. The watcher was surrounded by a stream of fire, edged in red, and around it, a golden pattern. The watcher is discreetly following Appa and Jisoo. On one of the streets, something terrible was happening. Several young boys are leading children on a rope. The rope is tied around each child's neck. The guy leading them demands to go as fast as possible. He urges obedience as long as the conversation is on a good note. The kids continue to follow the guy and cry very loudly. The guy turns back around and demands silence, or else whoever makes any noise will go to the other side of the world. The other guy turns back to the children and asks if the catch was big today. The bald guy replies that he managed to find a place where ordinary people were hiding. There's an elementary school that way, and that's where the kids were hiding. The other guy asks where to take the children, to which he hears the answer about an order from above. The guy replies that there are demons sitting on top of them. They don't want the blood or souls of the children. The guy in the cap says that just thinking about it makes him scared. While the guys were chatting, someone behind them shouted that they should get down to business, not talk for nothing. The guys turn around and notice the leader Shin Chan Woon. There's no way the guys could have expected Shin Chang-un to come here. The guys ask what Jong-un came here about. Chan-woon is angry and demands silence. Jong-un explains that there's a rat among these guys and he's come to get it. The guys are shocked by this statement and ask what he means. One of the guys asks who could have sneaked in here. Jang-un replies that he wants to find out himself. Jang-un puts on his gloves while everyone goes quiet, not realizing what's about to happen. The guy interjects, wondering if they'll have to go to extreme measures then. Jong-un repeats that he doesn't know who the rat is, so he'll have to send everyone to the other side. He asks if he made the right decision. The guys are worried and their faces are covered in sweat. No one wants to confess and put their lives in danger. They are all afraid. The boys decide to run away. The kids pile up, scared of Jong-un. Jong-un watches everyone run away and comments that this behavior makes him very angry. Chan-un puts on his gloves to manually deal with everyone. Quickly catching up to one of the guys, Chan-un, with a smile on his face, grabs his head. The guy is so terrified that his pupils are maximally constricted. When Jong-un, with ease, has disposed of each of the supposed traitors, crouched down on a rock. Smoking again, Chan-un questioned the lifeless bodies. Is it really for the guys, black sky, some kind of joke? At this time in Seoul's Sillim neighborhood, Lin and Lee Min are heading somewhere. The devastated streets are full of trashed structures. Lin holds a bag in her hand and cheerfully tells Lee Min that she couldn't have earned so many points without her help. Li Ming is satisfied with the praise and also holds a bag with something colorful in it. Li Ming says she's very cool because she has a gold level. Li Min remembers the stone that Appa gave her. Li Ming realizes that without the ability of that stone, nothing would have been possible. Lin lowers his head and tells Li Ming how he feels. Lin says that he was so scared that something bad would happen to Li Ming or Dad. Li Ming keeps walking and replies to Lin that it's okay because both she and Uncle Luke are very strong. At this time, an unfamiliar guy swings a weapon to perform a blow to Li Ming's head. Lin warns that there's danger behind him. Li Ming manages to lean to the side. Li Ming is frightened because she could not have expected such a silent attack from behind. The guy, puzzled, hits the ground with a sledgehammer and is very panicked that he couldn't send Li Ming into a blackout. Li Ming doesn't stand idly by and transforms into a praying mantis. While the guy is thinking about what Li Ming is doing, Li Ming has already swung, and with all her might, she makes a strike with her claw. The guy's sledgehammer breaks into two pieces. The guy stands disarmed and doesn't know how to defend himself. Li Ming is very angry. Gathering her hand into a fist, Li Ming instantly swings to disarm her opponent. The guy gets hit in the face, causing him to clench his lips and close his eyes. Li Ming's punch is so strong that the guy is thrown back. The other guy who was standing by sees Li Ming knocking out his friend with one punch. The guy realizes that they are not on the usual girls and decides to flee from the scene of the battle as soon as possible, leaving his friend to deal with Li Min. After returning with a crowd of helpers, the guy slowly approaches Li Ming, expecting the other guys to be able to overpower the two girls. At this moment, the shirtless guy's eyes began to change. The pupil was completely covered by a black sheath. Confident guy, the guy addresses Li Ming, asking her what she thinks she is. The guy calls Li Ming a little girl, hoping he's stronger than her. Li Min looks at the altered eyes and assumes it's a monster, in the form of a human. Li Min realizes that the guy doesn't take her seriously, in the measure of her small age. Li Ming's hand once again becomes the mantis paw. The guy in the shirt is shocked by Li Min's changes and comments that this cheeky girl is an avatar, which could cause unnecessary trouble. Li Min confirms the guy's words and explains that she's using a mantis special scythe coated in mithril. Both of Li Ming's hands instantly transformed into huge predatory mantis paws. Without a second thought, Li Ming attacked and instantly chopped down every weapon of the shirtless guy's assistants. When it came to the main one, Li Ming also split his weapon into two. The guy's eyes once again became human. Sweat ran down his face. The guy tells Li Ming that she's just a minnow. The guy starts to panic and yells to his assistant to take care of the other girl. Li Min hears the directive and turns back around. At first, Li Ming doesn't understand what the guy means, and then remembers that Lin is with her and needs to be protected. Lin stands still while the three guys run towards her, swinging their weapons at her. The guys are pissed off because they realize that they need to complete the boss's task. Li Ming runs as hard as she can and realizes that she is far away. Lin continues to stand still, as if waiting for his opponents to come closer. Li Ming is incredibly worried about Lin because he thinks he doesn't have the skills. When the guys were close enough, Lin couldn't do anything but instantly dodge multiple punches from several opponents. Li Ming notices what's going on and realizes that this is a great chance to protect Lin. Li Ming runs up and unreservedly deals with one of the opponents. The others don't have time to realize that Li Ming is going to deal with everyone. The guys realize that Li Ming is capable of dealing with all the opponents, and so they decide to run away as soon as possible. Li Ming walks over to the leaf that fell out of the bag and sighs sadly. Lin stands nearby and checks to see if anything has fallen out of the bag. Li Ming runs up to Lin and asks if she's okay. Lin tries to reassure Li Ming by telling her that she is fine. Li Ming stops in front of Lin and asks how the dodge worked out. Li Ming explains that while she was running, she saw one guy close enough to grab. Li Ming is surprised at the speed that Lin is using. Lin thinks about it for a bit and replies to Li Ming that she herself didn't realize how it happened. Lin explains that she just repeated Li Ming's techniques. Li Ming doesn't understand what Lin means and asks what techniques she is talking about. At this point, Li Ming realizes that it doesn't matter what happened or how it happened, because the important thing is that Lin didn't get caught. Examining the hand, Li Ming assumes that there is something suspicious here. Li Ming looks at what the guy has, black blood. Li Ming decides that he needs to ask Appa. Appa asks Li Min if really they were attacked by strange types. Appa doesn't understand what Li Min means. Li Min is very emotional. Li Min again explains that she cut off her arm and black blood spurted out from there. Appa wonders about why the guys attacked. Was it really Min-Ah and Lin, who were hunting Min-Ah and Lin specifically? Appa starts thinking about the black blood, and it becomes clear that it was the Devil's Servants, or the Black Gang. But Appa knows that they, while they don't have enough power, they must be lower than grass, quieter than water. Appa ponders and assumes what this is all about. Appa thinks it's all about the fact that there is no Kim Ju-won. If things are going the same way as in his past life, the Black Gang in Seoul shouldn't show up because of Kim Ju-won. But if Kim Ju-won doesn't show up, then the gang's influence has become much stronger. After a bit of thinking, Appa realizes that after the battle with Kim Ju-won, the gangs have benefited, and that's why Seoul was trashed. Luke Taylor asks if Appa knows who these people are. Appa confirms, and Li Min rejoices, feeling proud that he knows Appa, who knows everything, always about everyone. Lin asks who these people are and what they wanted. Appa turns around and sees a tense Luke. Appa realizes that he hasn't seen that look on Luke's face in a long time, who's always positive. Appa thinks Luke is understandable because there was a real threat to his daughter's life. Appa looks at Luke with a serious face and shares his assumptions. Appa thinks that it is very likely they are those who are connected to the devil. Luke Taylor didn't expect to talk about the devil because it's an incredibly serious being that is unlikely to be dealt with. Lin and Li Ming were also stunned by Appa's words. No one can answer anything or even guess what to do now. Appa lowers his head and says that the problem is that it is unknown where these gangs are headed. Appa thinks back to his past life and realizes that he didn't interfere there. They were dealt with by completely different people. Jisoo, as usual, showed up unnoticed. Jisoo tells Appa that she assumes where the gangs are headed. Jisoo reminds Appa that there was a third mission. It wasn't difficult, just a lot of enemies. Appa confirms what Jisoo said. When Jisoo was going through the third mission, there was a man with black blood. Jisoo was surprised, but thought it was just his skill. Jisoo says that if Appa is right, then there is no doubt that they were the ones who made a contract with the devil. Appa replies to go there first and asks Jisoo where the place is. Appa is surprised because the devil-related groups weren't there before, since Jisoo defeated them all last time. Maybe there are still some groups left. Seoul, Gangseonggu, Hwagok-dong. Appa arrives at the place Jisoo told him about the last time they met. At that moment, Appa looks up and with interest looks at something. Appa saw in front of him many stores that were not there before. It is very strange that under such life circumstances, people continue to chase after money. Appa heads towards the man and continues to look at the buildings and stores. Appa thinks that it is still dangerous to do so because monsters are too many. But Appa realizes that ordinary people have nowhere to go. Appa turns to a man with a box. The man smiles and says that judging by his clothes, Appa is a player. The man asks what's wrong but warns that the items for sale aren't ready yet. Appa replies that he just wanted to ask something. The unfamiliar man with the box answers kindly, asking what exactly the player wants to know. Appa asks if there happen to be any cases of kidnapping nearby. Passers-by, hearing such a question, began to lower their eyes and worry. Obviously, they know what they are talking about. The man continues to go about his business and answers Appa not to ask strange questions. The man says he doesn't know anything, and himself begins to stammer when such an unpleasant topic is revealed. Appa asks if the man is telling the truth. Appa crosses his arms over his chest and is almost certain that he has come to the right place. Appa realizes that there are very few clues to the exact location of the gang. After some thought, Appa decides that he should try again. Appa turns again to the man with the box. The man turns away and starts swearing that Appa is pestering, informing him that he certainly has nothing to tell. Appa pulls out his phone too, something to show him. Appa opens a photo of Jisoo and shows the man, asking if he's ever met a girl like that. The man is covered in sweat and asks him to remove the photo, snorting as if it's something scary and disgusting. Appa is pleased with this reaction and grabs the lead, asking the man what this girl has done. Appa explains that the girl is an acquaintance of his and looks at the guy with a serious face, making it clear that he has a chance to do harm if the man decides to withhold information. The man replies that he understands and again asks to remove the photo. The man is very worried and says that there are a lot of unnecessary eyes on the street. The man suggests going inside his store and discussing everything quietly. Appa is happy that everything is going smoothly and puts his phone away in his pocket. The man mumbles that this girl is very violent. The man doesn't dwell on Jisoo, but immediately tells him that when it comes to those guys, they've been hanging around the street lately. The man recalls that such gangs are called guilds. The man remembers when Jisoo was here and says that guilds have been here, not since the beginning. The man says that the girl in the picture killed all the guilds, so there are no guilds in this neighborhood now. The man says that every time he sees Jisoo's face, it's creepy. Appa imagines what Jisoo did here. Maybe Jisoo broke up all the organizations here, and the black gang took advantage of that and took over this neighborhood. The man lowers his head and continues his story. These guilds started stealing children, and everyone who lives here was silenced under threat of reprisal. Appa continues to nibble on what he has been treated to and says he understands what the story is about. Appa thinks back to his past life and comes to the conclusion of what guilds do. Appa realizes that if the guilds are stealing children, then the main target is the Mask of Sorrow. As it turns out, in this world, it's not just gods that play games. There are other beings called demons. Deities choose no more than 2 avatars because they need to be controlled. The deities focus on their avatars and provide great support, but at the same time, interfere and give instructions. This is not the case with demons. One such demon can sign a contract with a lot of people and share its power. In addition, with his power, he can give them and servants. Demons can belong to, even entire guilds. Demons, unlike the gods, do not look at the possibilities, abilities, and character of man. Demons look at only one thing, the thirst for power and weakness to temptation. All that has for demons at least some importance, whether a person will follow them. The rest does not matter. For demons, this game is not entertainment, but reality. The kind of reality that led to the destruction of humanity. Appa knows that the Mask of Sorrow is the sealed skin of a demon. The wearer of the mask is a rather powerful demon, level 27, named Nibiros. Karis is nowhere near Nibiros. Nibiros absorbs human grief and life force, with the help of which becomes stronger. The life force is turned into points and transferred to Nibiros. Thus, the mask's power becomes greater and greater. Nibiros can manifest power equal to the constellations. Appa is about to leave and thanks the man for the story. Appa says he has to go and wishes the man a good trade. The man tries to move away from the memory of Jisoo's gruesome actions and stammering goodbye to Appa. Appa is glad to have one detail cleared up. The group in black are demon servants. It turns out they're connected to Nibiros. Now Appa knows how to proceed. Appa believes that the group in black must be dealt with now. Appa uses the raven to find the white buildings the man was talking about. But around here, almost all the buildings are white, and most of the people with dark hair and wearing dark clothes. Appa examines each passerby and doesn't realize who is who. Appa realizes that the hardest task now is to find the right people. With so many similar people, it will be difficult to search. Finally, Appa has found one guild and has successfully dealt with it. Moving on, Appa decides that it's time to find the leader and send him to the other side of the world so that the children will be left alone. While Appa was making a plan and looking around the nearby streets, someone asks who he is and what he is doing here. Appa turns around and looks at the brash guy who dares to ask such questions. One guy asks where Appa came from and what is he doing here. Without waiting for an answer, he clarifies if he came from the Eastern Moon. Appa pretends as if he doesn't know what he's talking about and asks what Eastern Moon means. Appa realizes that he's surrounded by a guild of robbers, though they must be hiding. Appa pulls out his blade and says they don't need to know who he is. Appa smiles and says confidently that they're all going to die here anyway. One of the guild members doesn't like Appa's behavior, so he decides to get his weapon and go to battle. The guild member is angry and doesn't understand where such a bold guy came from in their neighborhood. At the same moment, Appa pulls out a raven's eye and releases a multitude of ravens from a purple portal that opens right under Appa's feet. The entire guild is startled at what is happening, because no one could have expected what kind of abilities Appa has. Ravens begin to swoop down on each opponent and stab them in the eyes with their beaks. Guild members try to hide their eyes with their hands and clothing, wondering where these crows even came from. While some were hiding from the crows with the other opponents, Appa went to deal with them on his own. Appa uses 2 blades and instantly disarms several opponents who don't have time to realize what's going on. One contestant decides to attack from behind and swings a huge weapon. Appa hears the sounds and realizes what's going on, so instantly uses shadow running and evades the enemy. The guild member's weapon flies past Appa. The participant is very angry and frightened, causing sweat to trickle down his face from all directions. The participant starts stuttering and calls Appa a real monster. No one knows how to confront Appa, but everyone tries to do everything in their power to hurt Appa. Appa continues to use his shadow running skill and instantly eludes the other opponents. The guy who chased Appa across the roof shows the others where Appa went. Appa wonders where the kids are. Why are only the contestants here? Appa begins to speculate about the alleged actions of the guild members. Appa realizes that the kidnapped children could have just been hidden, and most likely in some basement. Appa decides that the first thing to do is to get rid of the rabble, and then he can think about it. Appa creates a portal right in the center of the building and jumps out, swinging his blade. Appa realizes that everyone who is here serves Nibiros. That means everyone involved. No better specific traitors and emotionless enemies. Once Appa has dealt with each of the guild members, went to the nearest basement. Appa was not mistaken, and in this basement, the kidnapped children were hidden. Most of the children were sitting with their faces covered, and a girl was calling for her mother without stopping. The oldest of the children realizes what's going on outside the basement and asks Appa, angrily and a little scared, if it's their turn to go to that place. The girl starts crying even harder, hoping that everything will turn out okay. Appa stands puzzled and asks what place they are talking about. Appa figures out what the matter is, realizing that the children have mistaken him for the people who kept them here. The boy tries to hug the girl, who is most likely his sister, tightly. Worried even more, the boy replies that this is what those uncles said, that they would be made players. Appa is shocked that the guild would use such nonsense to lure children after them. Appa explains to the boy that it is impossible to become a player by choice. Even more so, it is impossible for an ordinary person to make someone a player. The boy continues to worry and stammers a bit, replying to Appa that there is no such thing. The boy explains that guys just like them came here and became players. The boy is sure that's how it should be, but the fact is, they're very scared to be without their parents. Appa reflects on the words said. Appa replies that those boys were probably already like this from the beginning. Appa reiterates that with human strength, it's impossible to become a player. The boy is worried and calls Appa a liar, explaining that he and his friends promised to make every child a new player. The boy says that if this is not going to happen, then it is time to let him out of here, because he really wants to go out and see his parents. Appa is puzzled by the child's emotions and agrees with the boy. Opening the gate, Appa explains to the children that this is what he was going to do. The children look at the open gate and stand in a stupor, as they could not expect to be let out so easily. Appa tells the children to go home and not to trust the words of strange uncles anymore. Appa is shocked at the changes in the world that even children wish to become players. Appa is pleased that the children are free and decides to look around inside the building. Appa goes back inside and wonders if he has searched the 7th floor. Appa thinks for a while and remembers that the guild leader was there. Appa decides to go to him and end this child robbery once and for all. At this time, Jong-un is sitting on the floor. In front of him is a cage with a baby sitting in it, crying non-stop, begging to be let out and sent home. Jong-un is tired of hearing this crying and begins to reflect. Jong-un comments on what is happening by saying that this crying is very noisy. Jong-un wonders why the boss would want these children. At that moment, an aide enters the room and says that a serious problem has come up. The aide runs into the room and tries to catch his breath from the long run to the boss. Jang-un reminds him that he asked him not to loom in front of his eyes. The aide stutters and tries to explain that he came to relay important information. The assistant is covered in sweat and talks so emotionally that drool comes out of his mouth. The assistant informs him that the branch in Wagok district has been completely destroyed. Jang-un, there's no way he could have expected this to happen. Jang-un tenses up, realizing that there are new enemies, and asks the assistant who these people are that dared to destroy all the guilds in the area. The assistant replies that it's not people, but man. The aide tells him that the footage shows a man in black clothing starting a showdown at one of the guild locations. But at one point, some crows appeared and covered the cameras, so the quality of the footage is very poor, making it impossible to see the enemy. Jang-un watches the video footage and assumes that since the man is dressed in black clothes, perhaps it's a servant of another demon. Chang-woon realizes that there are a lot of people after their gang, but to have some crows come up like this is strange. Where did they come from in the first place? Jang-un continues to sit on the chair and raises his head toward the assistant. Jang-un thinks for a bit and starts asking where the older brother is. The assistant replies that big brother is sitting on the 5th floor. Jang-un's older brother was the boss of the group in black, was Kang Jong-un. Jung-woon hears footsteps and asks if it's really Jang-woon. Jung-woon sees Jang-woon and immediately tells him that some fearless man destroyed the Hwagok guys. Jung-un stands in front of Jung-un's desk and replies that he heard such news. Jung-un is very angry, realizing that they need to deal with whoever is meddling in their affairs immediately. Jung-un raises his head and smiles at Jang-woon, informing him that Jang-woon will have to deal with this situation before their whole business goes down the drain. Jung-un moves closer and holds his palms firmly, Jang-woon's shoulders. Jung-un agrees, replying that this is what he expected and will do whatever it takes. Jang-woon is about to leave and Jang-woon stares after him. Jung-woon says lastly that they can't let a stranger take them in their business so lightly. Jung-woon says that he trusts Jang-woon, but that guy looks strong and needs to be careful. Jang-woon replies that Jang-woon might as well not worry. Jang-woon leaves to search, realizing that there were at least 50 people in the Hwagok area. Jang-un, hard to admit that one man alone was able to handle that many people. Jang-un recalls the videotape in which Appa was visible. Jang-un thinks that the guy in black is not an easy guy, and that's for sure. Jang-woon also realizes that according to Nibiros, of those who made the contract, there was no one stronger than Jang-woon himself until now. Jang-woon smugly believes that he won't have much trouble dealing with Appa. Chan-woon mentally threatens Appa to wait for him and prepare to go to the other world. Apparently, Appa realizes that a strong adversary, the leader of the group in black, is on his quest. Appa pulls out a document and looks up the location. He needs the headquarters in Incheon. Appa is satisfied that the exact location is in the documents, so there is no need to agonize. But Appa realizes that it's not that smooth. Appa looks up and sees countless observers keeping an eye on him. Appa realizes that there are a lot of extra eyes watching him, which is a bit of an inconvenience, since he wants to deal with the monsters without having to talk in the deity chat room. Appa sees that even the clown is watching every action carefully. Appa rolls his eyes and grudgingly comments on what's going on, that watchers should watch their avatars like Lee Min-ah. Appa starts waving his arms around, trying to hint that he shouldn't be watched. Appa realizes that he should try his best to avoid being discovered. Appa wonders what is the point of attacking if the enemy will see the watchers. Appa tenses up and wonders who would be so brazen as to continue tracking. Appa tenses up because it's clear that it's a witch watcher. Appa hopes that this can't be the case, since in a previous life, the witch already has an avatar. Appa stands on the edge of the roof, and a raven perches on his shoulder. Appa tries to put thoughts of the witch aside. Appa realizes that right now, the most important thing is to decide how to deal with the boss of the groups of men in black. Appa looks down and begins to worry about the fact that in this neighborhood, there are so many groups that base is no comparison at all. Appa realizes that the battle will be difficult, and even he will not be easy. At that moment, Appa hears some sounds and turns back. Appa doesn't realize what the sounds are until he notices the observer Lee Min. The observer asks if there is no way at all. Appa doesn't understand how this is possible, is it? Can observers talk now too? Appa ponders and decides that first, he needs to get the children out of the basement. Appa realizes the obvious. Based on his past life, Appa knows that the children are being used to awaken the mask of sorrow. At this point, a guy comes into the basement and yells that everyone is fed up and the kids should move, as the situation is not good. Appa hides behind a fence and listens to the conversation between two guild guys who are dragging out the lifeless body of a child. One of the guys wonders why the kids are being sent to the other side of the world so quickly. They should have lasted a few more days. The other guy replies that he doesn't know the answer to that question. Also, the branch in Huagok has been trashed. Now we have to look for new puppies. They leave the child there, as they don't know what to do with him, as Captain Shin Chang-woon usually handled it. Appa wonders if Shin Jong-un was in this gang in his previous life. Appa can't stand to deal with these two, but realizes that he might hear something else useful from the conversation. Appa can't stand it and comes out to the guys. One guy asks who he is, since the face is completely unfamiliar. The other guy asks if indeed a newcomer has shown up in their gang. The guy doesn't wait for Appa's answer, and immediately instructs him not to stand there like a log and to help. At this point, Appa instantly topples both guys, sending each to the other side. Appa walks past the lifeless bodies towards the child. No one knows why babies don't survive a few days in these basements. Appa bends down and lifts the girl's head. Her eyes are closed and she is not breathing. Appa scrutinizes and begins to speculate on the strange phenomenon. The mask of grief is an artifact that feeds on sadness. Those who have had this sadness sucked out of them until the moment they leave this world, walk around in sadness, and then go to the other world. Such people, even on a lifeless face, are far from being at peace. The mask of sorrow has less power than Appa thought. From the records that Appa has seen in the Huagok area, in 2 weeks, they have sucked out the lives of so many children that the mask must have gained strength. At that moment, Appa notices something not far from the child's head. After a certain amount of time, a gas is released from the bead and poisons whatever is nearby. Appa looks closely at the yellow bead and realizes that this is the object. Appa picks up the object and wonders who is using it. Appa has a few options, either a demon servant or a contract worker. We're going to save the children. Appa continues to think about it and nothing is clear yet. Appa is trying to figure out what the person who threw this object here was trying to accomplish. Appa looks around because he realizes that he has to get the children outside first. At this time, Jung-woon yells at his ward asking why they haven't found the person who destroyed the neighborhood. They tell him that Jung-woon is looking for him, but there's no sign of him. Jung-un slams his fist on the table and wonders where he just came from. Jung-un covers his eyes with his hand and quietly says that he'll have to ask Mr. Nibiros to wait a little longer. The ward confirms Jung-un's words, reminding him that it will take time to gather the new children. Jung-woon says that the man in black clothes who controls the crows. It's entirely possible that it's a servant of another demon. The ward replies that no servant, or more accurately, contracted servant, can defeat the guild leader. Jung-un confirms the ward's words. The mentee decides to ask Jung-woon if it's true that everything will be all right. Jung-woon asks what it's about. The mentee asks if he's too strong, in case there's something else on his mind. Jung-woon demands that there's no such stupid questions. After all, it may look like it, but Jang-woon treats Jung-woon like a big brother and will never betray him. The mentee replies that everything will be fine if that's how it really is. Jung-woon says that either way, it's not the most important thing right now. The mentee worries and says that it's worth thinking about the topic anyway. Jung-woon agrees and says it's time to go back to that crow player. The underling doesn't understand what happened to the boss and asks what happened since he stammered. Jung-un stands like a stumbling block and stares at something with bewilderment and shock. Jung-woon asks his mentee if he sees the same thing. The mentee comes closer and asks if there's a huge cloud of crows in the sky right in front of their window. At that moment, the cloud of crows flies through the window, shattering it into small shards. The crows surround Jung-woon and his ward, who try their best to get away from the sharp paws and run away. Jung-un wonders where so many crows are coming from. The ward turns to Jung-woon, informing him that there is something attached to the crow's legs. Jung-woon also tries to take cover and asks the mentee what he saw on their paws. Jung-woon and his mentee don't understand what it is at first, but then they take a closer look and notice the explosives. At that very moment, there was a colossal explosion in the entire building where the main gang serving Nebirosu was located. At that moment, Jong-un receives a notification that the headquarters has been attacked. Jong-un tenses up and is about to come to his older brother Jong-un's aid. Jang-woon gets on his motorcycle and heads to the headquarters, but just in case, he asks if it's true. The demon who broke the news starts to get angry, really. Would he lie about such a topic? Jong-un is very tense and thinks that with scum like his assistants, there are always some kind of problems going on. Jang-woon wonders what became of Jung-woon and where is the mask now? Is there really no one left alive? Jang-un is told that after the building exploded, the mask was under the rubble. It seemed like the guy running the crows would pick it up when he took the kids out, but it's still there. Jang-un asks if the goal was really just to save the kids. No one knows. The demon says that if the enemy has divine power or is related to demons, surely he must know that the mask can't be destroyed. Jang-un recognizes that the raven's mark has changed. Chan-woon clarifies what it is, constellation or not. The demon says that the crow constellation no longer exists, and the one who dealt with it has appropriated the power for himself. But to be more specific, the raven's place can't be taken. It's just empty. Jang-woon asks if there's any information. Demon replies that everyone knows about him. He's one of the most famous players. Demon says that since he's a demon, he can't get into the gods' community, but he sometimes gets rumors. Jang-woon realizes everything that's going on and asks Demon to guide him. The demon asks where he should be led. Chan-woon says to head straight to that player controlling the crows. Demon says that Appa is still at headquarters, probably checking for survivors. Jang-woon gets even angrier and asks if there are any partners. Demon says there are and asks why he's asking about them. Chan-woon says that Appa isn't the type to show his face. Even in battle, Appa doesn't fight face to face. Chan-woon says that they need to force Appa to fight, so they can't hide anywhere. Jang-un demands Demon to bring him to where Appa's partners are. Jang-un thinks that's where his base is. Demon says he doesn't care about the details, but if Jang-woon loses, it's entirely possible that Demon will just lose interest. Jang-woon tenses up at this message and asks if he might lose interest just because he can't stand up to Appa. Demon confirms Chan-woon's assumption and says that he doesn't want to recommend a fight that Chan-woon will lose. Demon says there's still one way for interest to remain. Demon says that the mask isn't fully ready yet, but if Chan-woon wears that mask, it's likely that he can beat Appa. After a bit of silence, Demon says he can definitely beat Appa. Demon knows that Jang-un won't like that, but he's in no position to choose right now. Chan-woon agrees and asks to lead him. Jang-woon plans to do to Appa what he did to the other servants. The demon is pleased with this attitude. Demon hands the mask to Jang-un and tells him to keep it as soon as possible. The demon introduces himself as Demon Nibiros and assures that he will lead Chan-woon to victory. At that moment, a huge shadow appears over Chan-woon in the form of a monster with sharp fangs. Chan-woon is swiftly heading towards Appa's partners, while the power and strength of the mask penetrates Chan-woon's body. Chan-woon is covered in sweat because, for the first time, he feels such power inside him. Jang-woon is excited and happy that he's reaching a new level, hoping that with this mask he'll be much stronger than Appa, who can control crows. Lee Min, Lin, and Luke are found in Seoul, at the main location where the whole team gathers. Lee Min and Luke see some unknown guy walk in on them. Lee Min asks who it is and why he came here. Jang-un looks gloomy. No face visible, Jang-un stands still with his hands shoved in his pocket, silent and considering everyone who is Appa's partner. A few minutes before, Lee Min walks over to the window and wipes his face with a towel. Li Ming looks out into the distance and says that it's pouring like a bucket of rain. In this weather, there's not much to go around. Lin walks over to Li Ming and offers her some warm tea. Li Ming thanks Lin for his concern and asks where Jisoo has gone. Lin doesn't know, but says that Jisoo just hasn't shown up yet. Li Ming assumes that Jisoo is standing guard in this weather. At this point, Luke sighs heavily, reporting that he's not comfortable with using skills. Li Min says it's incredibly easy and they should just move their arms and legs. Luke sits tense and mooching. Luke says it's hard and not really coming out. Li Min pats his chest and assures Luke that it's all good. Li Min promises that next time he'll tell him more about it. At this point, the dishes in the room start cracking into small pieces. No one realizes what's going on and start looking around. Lin is excited. Li Ming is scared for Lin and starts asking if she's really scared of the lightning and if she's hurt. Lin begins to stutter, informing her that something fishy is going on here. Lin looks into the distance and reports that something is coming towards them. Lin is worried because he senses that something bad is about to happen. Li Ming asks what Lin feels. Lin replies that he doesn't know what it is, but that it's something very scary. At that moment, Jong Woon walks into the room. Li Min stands next to him and doesn't realize who it is. Chang Woon looks around the room and everyone in here without answering Li Min's question of who he is or why he came. Li Min examines the stranger and assumes it's some acquaintance of Se-han's. Li Min decides to ask the stranger and wants to ask a question. At that moment, out of the blue, Jang Un, with incredible speed, makes a swing of his arm to disarm Li Min. Li Ming stands in a stupor and realizes that it's the underdog. Jang Un swings his arm so fast that no one would be able to dodge. But Li Ming manages to dodge by bending at the knees. Chang Woon notices that Li Ming is fast enough and will have to put in a little more effort for this fight. Li Min is worried and looks at Chang Woon, not realizing at all who he is. Chang Woon is in no mood to communicate and immediately lands another punch. This time, Li Ming couldn't dodge and took the blow with her fist, flying backwards. Li Ming cried out in pain. Li Ming falls to the floor and clings to the spot of the blow, puzzled that the stranger's punch is so strong that even Mithril couldn't save her. Li Min opens an eye to watch Chang Woon's next move. Chang Woon heads towards Li Min's direction. Chang Woon explains to Li Min that if she acts quietly, she will in return go to the other world, quickly without too much agony. Li Ming is not one to give up, and so rises to his feet to defend himself against Chang Woon. Li Ming rises to his feet and instantly utilizes the transformation skill, changing his hands to the paws of a praying mantis. Li Ming sends Chang Woon away and shows, with her whole appearance, that she's not ready to give up. Li Ming instantly rushes at Chang Woon, swinging his predatory mantis paws. Chang Woon continues to stand still, showing his confidence in front of Li Min. Chang Woon only needs a split second to raise his arm and do damage to Li Ming's attacker. Chang Woon looks at Li Ming, realizing that she is very weak and won't be able to do any damage. Li Ming tries to defend herself by folding her paws in front of her. Chang Woon's damage was not critical, but painful. Chang Woon looks at Li Min and swings again to finally disable Li Min. As Jang Woon began to swing, something strong held his arm back. Chang Woon's expression changed, not expecting anyone to stand up for little Li Ming. Jang Woon's hand was held back by Luke Taylor, saying that Jang Woon is a fist-waving kind of guy. Chan Woon says that it's a shame because it seems Luke was far from being the weakest opponent before the game started. Chan Woon momentarily pulls back the hand gathered into a fist. Chan Woon looks at Luke spitefully. Sarcastically, Chan Un apologizes for not having time to chat, and Luke should, as soon as possible, go to the other side of the world. Luke smiles back at Chan Woon and says that he can't let Chan Woon's plans come true. Luke Taylor says that he has a daughter for whom he should neutralize every enemy that gets in his way. Jang Woon and Luke Taylor are confident and decide to destroy each other's plans. No one is going to give up without a fight. Neither hero knows what his opponent is capable of. Jang Un is swiftly heading towards Luke, who has gotten into a stance to defend himself. At this time in Incheon, at the base of the group in black, Appa stands and holds an explosive. Appa is sure that the effect will be 100 points. Appa has a splitting headache from having to summon over 100 feathered subordinates. Appa thinks that the guys in black can be dealt with in the same way. Appa realizes that the mask has already been taken away, but it doesn't matter, because Appa himself can't destroy the mask completely. Appa turns around and sees the observer Li Ming, who's looking at Appa closely and intently. Appa doesn't understand what this means and stares at the observer. The watcher is relaying information from the clown, reporting that Avatar Li Ming is in great danger. Appa reads it and doesn't understand what could have happened, but knows that he needs to go to help to his partner Li Min. Jang Un looks down and tells Luke that with a little more experience, Luke could have been a serious problem. Jang Un disarms Li Min and Luke Taylor, and they lie motionless. Lin runs up to his father and screams his name, and on his face, tears of sorrow and pain appear for his father. Jang Un remembers the past, where there was already a similar situation, where a child sat over the lifeless body of his parent and wept sorrowfully at the top of his voice. Chan Woon looks at Lin and realizes that he's really tired of hearing the child's cries. Demon is overjoyed and informs Chan Woon that there's something interesting here. Chan Woon asks Demon what interesting thing he sensed here. Demon says that Lin should be kept alive. Jang Un smiles, but is perplexed as to why Demon would make that decision. Lin continues to sit over the body and cry over the loss of her father. Demon says that in Lin there is a tremendous power hidden, high and pure magic that will surely come in handy later on. Jang Un agrees with Demon's decision and asks what to do about the others. It turns out that Luke Taylor and Li Ming just passed out from Chang Woon's heavy damage. Demon says what to do with Luke and Li Min. Whatever. Chan Woon walks over to Lin, who has her head down and is holding her fist to her mouth as she continues to cry and grieve for her loss. Chan Un calls Lin baby and indicates to follow him. Lin doesn't understand what Jang Un wants and asks what he means. Jang Un looks at Lin and replies that if Lin doesn't want Luke and Li Min to leave this world, then Lin should follow him. Lin gets to his feet and asks Jang Woon if it's true that he should follow him so that Luke and Li Min can be saved. Jang Woon confirms Lin's words. Lin agrees to go with Jang Woon. Chan Woon pushes Lin, holding his palm against the back of her head. Lin is afraid of the unknown, but realizes that there is no other option, and contradicting an opponent as strong as Chan Woon is not an option. Chang Woon takes Lin and, holding her with one hand, walks away from this headquarters. Lin is silent and does not oppose Chang Woon's actions in any way. As Chan Woon was heading towards the door, abruptly sensed some action behind him. Chang Woon stops, wondering who could be behind him. An axe flies past Jang Woon's head. Chan Woon realizes it's an axe, but is perplexed by who came to the showdown. Someone standing behind him says that it's unexpected that Chan Un would be able to dodge such a sharp and unexpected attack from behind. Jang Un turns back to see what's going on. Upon seeing Chang Woon is surprised to see a man standing there. Jisoo looks at Jang Woon with an angry face, gathering his hands into fists. Chan Woon asks Jisoo if he's in on it with Appa's partners who can control crows. Jisoo has no intention of having a conversation with Chan Woon and instantly pounces from above to do damage. Chan Woon couldn't have expected such speed and is surprised to realize that the showdown with his partners isn't over yet. Jang Un raises his fist to shield his face from Jisoo's tenacious hands. Jang Woon sees that Jisoo is actually faster. After a bit of thought, Chang Woon realizes that Jisoo is only pouncing, and she's not capable of much more than that. Jisoo's speed is so fast that the hand that was about to do the damage flies over Jang Woon's fist. Jang Woon tenses up from the speed and decides to lean back to avoid taking the damage. Chan Un manages to step back and Jisoo swipes his arm in vain. Jisoo takes a piss of anger that is identified on his face. Jisoo is perplexed as to why Chan Un is so fast, after all. Like everyone else, he should have gone for the knockout by now. Yang Un jumps back a few meters but continues to hold Lin under his armpit. Jisoo realizes that Jang Un is stronger than the others and will have to put in more effort than usual. Jisoo stands still and considers Chan Woon. After thinking for a bit, Jisoo says that Jang Woon has a very strange gait. Jang Woon is surprised by Jisoo's words and asks what it's about. Jang Woon says that he thinks Jisoo is weird. Jisoo says she was sure she made the punch, but Jang Woon moves so nimbly, like a snake. Jang Un replies that it's the experience of being a boxer that's taking its toll. Jisoo smiles as she looks at Jang Woon and says that since he's a boxer, then it makes sense. Jisoo gathers his hands into a fist and gets into a stance for defense. Red energy streams begin to appear around Jisoo, only appearing when Jisoo gathers his star-sending star skill power. Jang Un looks at Jisoo with a spiteful look. Chan Woon's face becomes very serious. Jang Un comments on Jisoo's actions, calling Jisoo an annoying girl. Jisoo realizes that there's no time to delay and promptly heads towards Jang Woon's opponent, gathering her hand into a fist. Jisoo is serious because she realizes that she has to save Sehan's partners. Jisoo uses her speed to get in. Jang Un once again manages to get away from Jisoo's punch. Jang Woon realizes that Jisoo is not an ordinary person, but he doesn't know what powers he has yet. Jang Woon is sure that he is the strongest player who has signed a contract with Demon. Jisoo becomes angry at Jang Woon and instantly relentlessly makes a lot of jerks to damage Jang Woon. Chan Woon continues to dodge and analyzes Jisoo's fighting technique. Chan Woon realizes that Jisoo is only aiming for the head and attacks without thinking. Chan Woon thinks that there's nothing complicated here, but the speed skill is highly annoying. Jisoo once again makes a dash and Jang Un leans lower and makes a strike as well. Jisoo couldn't expect such actions and takes a fist punch to her face. Jisoo notices the fist a split second later, much to Jisoo's surprise and anger. Jisoo flies through the wall and hits an iron container. Jang Un rubs the spot Jisoo was about to hit. Jang Woon realizes that he dodged it, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Jang Woon recalls the last spurt and realizes that Jisoo almost managed to repel the attack with her other hand. Chang Woon exhales heavily that this situation was really dangerous for him. Chun-un gets on his motorcycle and decides to make his feet before this problem swells into an elephant. But at that moment, he hears some sounds behind him. Jang-un tenses up because he realizes that Jisoo is strong and can continue the fight right now. Jang-woon turns back around and says that one could go crazy at the sight of Jisoo. At this time, Jisoo's eyes have started to burn scarlet. Jisoo picks up a concrete slab to throw at Chan-woon. Chan-woon is not going to engage in a fight and picks up speed on his motorcycle, wanting to get away from Jisoo as soon as possible. Jang-un looks back and is perplexed as to what's going on. Jang-un tries to assure himself that it's not a dream after all. It's unclear what the speed must be to catch up at 80 kilometers per hour. Jisoo uses the star skill and swiftly heads towards Jang-woon. Jisoo achieves his goals and has no intention of leaving Chan-woon alone. Jisoo is acting like a real monster who doesn't think about what's going on and just attacks. Jang-woon is worried because he realizes that Jisoo is very close and is not going to fall behind. Jang-woon's heart begins to burn scarlet and beats much more frequently. Jang-woon speeds up because he doesn't want to get into a fight with such a strong opponent. When Jisoo almost touches the motorcycle, the mask becomes incarnated in Jang-woon. The power of the mask allows it to accelerate, illuminating behind him with a fiery color. Jisoo falls to the ground from contact with the flow of energy. Jang-un turns back and sees that Jisoo has fallen behind. Chan-woon realizes that Nibiros is helping and thanks him for his help. Nibiros says he may not thank because he couldn't let the main course spoil. Jang-un and Lin go to the Incheon Wharf. Nibiros informs them that the Raven should be here soon, facing the unknown. Demon rejoices, reporting that it was really hard to watch the boring fight. Nibiros says he can finally enjoy a real battle. Jang-un remembers his partners. Jang-woon realizes that the strong foreigner is at one with him. Remembering Li Min's skills, Jang-un wonders if Appa has such a partner too. And also, Lin is the girl that Demon Nibiros himself is interested in. Chan-woon smokes with the realization that the composition of such a team has some good reason. Then, Jang-woon remembers Jisoo and once again is amazed at what kind of team has come together. Jang-woon realizes that if Appa is surrounded by such people, then Appa himself is not an easy guy. If Appa's level is as high as Jisoo's, he can't expect success. The demon hears Jang-woon's thoughts and replies that that's the reason for using the mask. Nibiros says that Chan-woon can't do it without the mask, and neither can the rest of the rabble. Nibiros says that you shouldn't think it's an easy help. Nibiros doesn't want to lose what he found so hard. If Jang-un loses, Nibiros promises to break the contract. Chan-un says he knows, but that will be something to think about after the first fight. Nibiros says it's time to get ready because Appa is already here. Appa heads over to Chan-un with his hands balled into a fist. Crows fly over Appa, and Appa himself identifies the confidence in his powers and the upcoming battle. Chan-un becomes angry and changes in his facial expressions. Examining Appa spitefully, Chan-un turns to Appa. Chan-woon asks if indeed this is Raven. Appa is surprised to be called Raven, but confirms Chan-woon's assumption. Appa examines Jang-un and is surprised that he remembers that face. Appa is sure that somewhere he's seen Jang-un before. Appa recalls a past time in which Chan-un was in a fight. Appa assumes it was mixed martial arts. Appa ponders some more and realizes that Chan-un is definitely a fighter and decides how to proceed, realizing what the fighting technique will be. Appa notices Lin and considers, assuming Lin is breathing. Appa asks Chan-un why the kidnapping was worth it. Chan-woon continues to sit beside Lin. Chan-woon replies that he assumed beforehand that it was the only way to call for a fight. Chan-woon says he didn't miss a beat and Appa is here now. Appa looks at Jang-un with a smirk and asks if it's true that Jang-un challenged because of the gang in black. Chan-woon rises to his feet and begins to feel Appa's power. Chan-woon confirms what Appa said and asks why Appa is after gangs of people in black. Appa tells him that there was a case and the partners were attacked by demon servants. Jang-un is surprised and asks if they were definitely attacked. Appa confirms it, saying that he decided it would be best to take out everyone connected to Nibiros. Appa asks what kind of person Jang-un is, if he's the one avenging the boss. Chan-un gets into a wrestler's pose, streams of black energy appearing from his hands. Jang-un says that there's a debt left, which, as of yet, has not been closed. Appa looks at Jang-un and notices that his hands have become different. Appa realizes that's how body enhancement works, but wonders if Chan-un is going to fight with his bare hands. Appa gets into a stance as well and smiles as he looks at Chan-un. Appa realizes that it's been a while since he's fought unarmed. Appa warns Chan-woon not to regret volunteering to fight unarmed. Jang-woon's hands become black in color, identifying the great power passed down from Nibiros. Nibiros does not stand still, but performs a counterpunch with his hand. Appa dodges and notices that Nibiros is actually getting slower. Appa swings his weapon and lands another strike. Nibiros doesn't have time to dodge and takes the damage. Jang-un steadfastly endures the blow and swings his hand filled with demon energy without hesitation. Appa tries to dodge to avoid taking the damage. Chan-woon agile and fast enough that Appa tenses up during this fight. Appa decides to punch Chan-un, bringing his hands together in a fist. Chan-un realizes that he is too close and needs to take defensive action. Chan-un throws a block which Appa uses to land a nice low kick. Chan-un successfully blocks and doesn't take the damage. Jang-un is worried because he realizes that the battle with Appa is really dangerous. Jang-un tells Nibiros that Appa is too strong. Nibiros reminds him that he warned him about that, and it's foolish to think that an opponent like Appa can be handled without a mask. Nibiros says that if Jang-woon resists, he'll have to use force. Jang-un worries that he won't be able to control his body on his own when he wears the mask. Jang-un reminds him that the difference between a contract with God and a contract with a demon is that, unlike gods, they can coerce. Appa sees Jang-un standing still and doing nothing. To Appa, this is surprising, but it's not worth missing the moment, but should do the next damage. Appa swipes his hand and a multitude of black feathers fly out towards Chan-woon. Chan-woon, still undecided, put on the mask as the power of Nibiros forces the mask out and put on against his will. Jang-woon's hand is shaking because of the fight between the contracted man and the demon. Jang-un resists, but he realizes that he can't go against the demon's wishes. The veins on Jang-woon's neck and arms stand out as Jang-woon uses his strength to resist Nibiros. The mask makes contact with his face and Chan-un laughs with excitement. Nibiros realizes that Chan-un is afraid, but informs him that it's for a good cause. Nibiros calls Jang-un a weakling, saying that if Jang-un were stronger, he wouldn't have to resort to such measures. When the mask of sadness completely merges with Jang-un's face, a bright glow occurs, indicating that the mask has been activated successfully. Chan-woon becomes much stronger and hopes that he can now definitely handle the strongest Appa, who has dealt with even the Crow constellation. Appa realizes what's going on and becomes angry. Nibiros' actions on Chan-woon are seriously starting to stress him out and get on his nerves. Appa walks over to Lin, who immediately rests her face on his chest, feeling protective. Appa realizes that from memories from a past life, it was assumed that Jang-un put on the mask, and perhaps the experience points become equal to Appa's experience points. Chan-un feels that he is no longer in control of his body. Jang-un tries to remove the mask, then nothing succeeds. The mask is so much embedded in his face that there is smoke on top of the mask. Nibiros begins to control Jang-un's body and reproduces a smile on his face. Nibiros is pleased and says it's very funny, controlling Chan-woon directly. Nibiros tenses up at having to coax and even threaten Chan-woon to follow all the instructions. Appa slowly heads towards Chan-woon, realizing that now the battle will be on equal footing and will have to use the full range of his abilities to the maximum. Nibiros addresses Appa, calling him Raven, and says that first he should introduce himself as to who Appa's dealing with. Behind Chan-woon, a black shadow appears, with 3 brightly colored rhombuses. Chan-woon folds his hands in a lock and Nibiros calls his name. Nibiros emphasizes that he stands 27th in the rank of Nibiros. Appa pulls out a weapon from the display and tells Nibiros to attack as soon as possible. Appa says it's not good Chan-woon to stand in the rain for so long. Appa is confident and so allows himself to anger Nibiros. Nibiros indeed starts to get angry. Nibiros can't believe that a worthless player like Appa could beat Karas. Nibiros is serious, realizing that he has no right to make a mistake and lose to Appa. Nibiros controls Chan-woon's body and uses his skills to inflict the strongest damage to Appa, who is so strong that he is able to stand up to a truly powerful demon. Appa sees what Chan-woon is doing, so he manages to put up a weapon defense so that the powerful arm covered in dark energy can't hit Appa. Nibiros decides to deal damage with his second hand while Appa defends from above. Appa, who is so fast that he manages to counter and defend himself from Chan-woon's second hand, Nibiros, in Chan-woon's body, could not anticipate Appa's next move and block, so he takes the blow to the neck. Appa's sword cracks and breaks from Chan-woon's neck. Appa was sure that Chan-woon's body was still soft and the sword would go through. Appa expects this kind of action and so instantly takes a kick to the stomach. Chan-un flies backwards. Nibiros doesn't hesitate and swings his arm to hit Appa in the face. Nibiros is in pain, sweat running down his entire body. Nibiros smiles so as not to appear weak. Nibiros stands still and holds on to the spot where the damage from Appa occurred. Appa swings again and thinks this fight is similar to a simple punching bag. Nibiros can't dodge, but tries to soften the blow as much as he can by moving back and reaching out to where the damage is coming from. Nibiros is silent as he begins to feel his weakness in front of Appa. From Appa's last damage, something happens to Nibiros. Appa ponders that even if he can't cut Nibiros in half because of the magical effects, Nibiros must be feeling pain since he's controlling Chan-woon. Appa turns back and looks at Nibiros, who is still alive. Appa doesn't understand how Nibiros in such a situation can still laugh. It seems to Appa that the 27th rank is not his whole self. Nibiros gets angry and tells Appa that he sees that Appa has some pretty good skills. Nibiros laughs, reporting that Appa is very cocky. Nibiros is confident in his abilities and tells Appa that he should not forget that he is some pathetic person. At this moment, Chan-woon's body falls lifelessly to the ground. Nibiros starts to panic and wonders what's going on and why Chan-un isn't moving. Appa examines Jang-un and assumes that he has severely trimmed Jang-un's body, that it's lying there with no strength. Chan-un regains consciousness and says that he came to his senses from the hard blows. Nibiros calls Chan-woon a fool, from whom nothing more could be expected. Nibiros says it's all useless, because as long as Jang-un is masked, Nibiros is in control. Chan-woon makes a leap and falls face first to the ground. Chan-woon didn't like the fact that his body is being controlled by the demon, and so tries to get rid of his confinement. Appa is shocked at what is happening, but begins to realize that Chan-un is going to regain his consciousness. Appa wonders if, in fact, Jang-un is trying to resist Nibiros' manipulations by his own strength. Appa considers Jang-un an unusual player. Chan-un continues to do damage to his face without explaining anything to Demon. Nibiros asks if Jang-un seriously thinks that the mask can be gotten rid of so easily. Nibiros says that from such actions the mask won't crack and it's all pointless. Jang-un lifts himself up, blood showing from underneath the mask and starting to run down his neck and onto his shirt. Chan-un doesn't comment on his actions in any way, and Nibiros doesn't understand what to do with Chan-un. Appa looks at what's going on and realizes that only someone who is at least the same level as him, or the demon himself, can destroy the demon artifact. Appa realizes that still, it can be done by the one who made the contract, and it seems that Jang-woon managed to. Nibiros asks what Jang-un is doing, informing him that such actions result in the contract being broken. Chan-woon says it doesn't matter. Besides, Nibiros himself wanted to get rid of it if there was a loss to Appa. Chan-woon says since that's the case, then he'll dump Nibiros first. Nibiros doesn't know what to say, and while made incomprehensible noises, Chan-un managed to tear the mask off his face. Chan-un felt free and satisfied that the torment was over. The mask began to disintegrate and split into multiple streams of energy. Half of the mask remained on his face. Chan-un became more serious than he was before. Turning to Appa, Chan-un says that he realizes that he made Appa wait too long. Appa replies that there's nothing wrong with that. Now, since Chan-woon doesn't have a pact with Demon, Appa asks if Chan-woon still wants to keep fighting. Chan-woon clarifies that he wasn't fighting because of Demon. Appa hesitates, assuming that Jang-un wants revenge. Appa doesn't remember what that gang boss in black looked like anymore, but he raised his 6 as well. Appa doesn't know that Jang-un is the younger brother of the boss, Jang-un. Jang-un breathes heavily and lowers his head. Jang-un reflects on the fact that his contract is broken, but his experience points have remained the same. Jang-un analyzes his strength, realizing that the only thing he can do is one single attack. Appa realizes that there's no way to avoid the battle and tells Chan-woon that it's time to fight a decisive battle. Appa swiftly makes a dash and approaches Jang-un at incredible speed. Chan-woon stands still and looks at Appa with a surprised look. Chan-un realizes that now he is seeing movements that he didn't see before. Chan-un decides that now, in this state, he can prevent himself from being destroyed by Appa. Chan-un feels his power that was left from the mask and decides to give it his best. Appa doesn't know how strong Chan-un has become and hopes that his opponent has remained just as weak. Chan-un rejects the damage Appa is doing and throws him backwards. Chan-un becomes angry because he's confident of his victory and is happy with the experience points that will win the fight. Oppa gets worried because he notices that Chan-un has sped up. Oppa wonders if the experience points from the mask are still there and realizes that this is very bad and dangerous. Chan-un is not going to hesitate and makes a dash with his fist to perform a punch to Oppa's face. Oppa grits his teeth, realizing that he needs to act as fast as possible to avoid getting hit and falling in the fight. At this moment, Chan-un stops and his entire face is covered in drops of sweat. Jang-un rolls his eyes and opens his mouth. Chan-un is silent and doesn't move. Oppa dodges the blow and makes a dash with his weapon, but at that moment, notices the red energy next to him. Oppa doesn't realize what happened. Jang-un falls to his knees because he starts to lose consciousness. Oppa doesn't understand what happened to Jang-un because the blow didn't go through his body. Oppa draws his weapon back and watches as Jang-un's body falls to the ground. Oppa realizes that Chan-un is finished and turns to the lifeless body, informing him that he was just unlucky. Oppa throws Chan-un's body so high that it flies all the way to the clouds and begins plummeting downward. The body falls into the water. Oppa looks at the spot where the body fell. There is nothing else, just a few bubbles bursting, one last burst. Oppa stands behind the devastation and says, taking back what he said, Jang-un, no luck at all. Hours later, as morning comes and the sun begins to brightly illuminate Jang-un's face, Jang-un wakes up. Jang-un remembers what happened in the last minutes of his life and so wonders what is happening and why feels alive. A girl with an umbrella stands in front of Jang-un and rejoices. The remnant from Nibiros, awake. Chan-un lifts up and leans on his arms, looking at the girl who is dressed all in white. The girl starts to smile and says that it seems that Jang-un is curious to know how he was able to survive. The girl explains that she saved Jang-un's lifeless body because she thought it was so funny. Jang-un is puzzled. After analyzing her words, Jang-un realizes that the girl is not human at all. Jang-un decides to ask her who she is and what she wants. The girl raises her chin and calls Jang-un a pathetic remnant who has a lot of questions. The girl says she is one of the 7 demons who rule the devil world. The demon's eyes turn a fiery color and her name is Azazel. Jang-un is shocked and clear because she has an idea of what kind of demon Azazel is. Azazel explains that she is the demon of Lenny, a building in the Gangnam district, Seoul. There is a negotiation going on at a table. One of the masters asks if there is a proposal to unite. The other replies that they themselves have been told that the bear has begun to rot from the head because of the East Moon. Master Kang Tai-seong is the manager of the Rising Guild, Western District. Dae-sung replies that no one is concerned with Bear's case. Dae-seong says that because of the proposal to unite, it makes me think that there's a hidden agenda somewhere. Master Park Sung-hyuk, Genesis Guild, Southern District. Gathering his hands in a lock, Sun-hyuk replies to Dae-seong that he can't deny such a suggestion either. Another master, Park Sung-hyuk, Maine, Genesis Guild, Northern District, starts yawning and asks what kind of arguments are going on here. The master says that if the bickering continues, he'll just leave, because he's the one who called for it. Dae-sung comments on the behavior of the Northern District Guildmaster, realizing that she can't be sent to the next world. Master Park Sung asks everyone to calm down and continue with the important topic. Park Sung says that he didn't call here just to unite. Park Sung says there are questions about the main assignment. Dae-sung gets tense and clarifies what's wrong with the main assignment. The master of the main guild, too, has become involved in the conversation to hear important information that can help in the game. Park Sung explains that the guild update took a bit of time, and most importantly, the quest never started. Park Sung emphasizes that there are some signs. Dae-sung clarifies what signs we're talking about. Park Sung clarifies if everyone has heard of dungeons. Park Sung raises a finger, indicating an important assumption. Park Sung explains that the next task is likely to focus on the competition between the guilds for the dungeons. Master Dae-seong listens carefully to Park Sung-hyun's assumption and realizes that it sounds like a good reasoning, which gives him the opportunity to further prepare for the next task. Main Guild Master Park Sung, too, listens carefully to the information and ponders what should be done in such a situation. Sung-hyun smiles and explains that he doesn't suggest uniting, but at least not fighting. The masters hold each other's wrist, realizing that it's a good opportunity to complete the task successfully. Sung-hyun clarifies that it will turn out to be a peaceful solution to the problem. After the 4th task, there was an opportunity to form a guild. The acquired guild building, it became possible to set up as a safe zone. Appa thought that this would happen much later. After all, the god's attention was already on the guys. Appa decided to go to another guild, but after meeting with Zhang Wung, he changed his mind. Appa needs a safe zone so no invader or watcher can get in. Jisoo is surprised that Appa has such a task, and Li Min didn't know that points could buy such a thing. Appa looks at the building and realizes he wanted to purchase it a little later. Appa decides that he needs to think positively. In the guild building, one can feel a little freer, as there is no watchful eye of observers. Appa decides that one room will be the storage room, the other for Shi Wu. Appa is glad that there are enough floors too. Appa tells the rest of the guild that he'll give details inside. Jisoo lowers his head and silently follows Appa, asking no questions and completely entering his thoughts. Appa notices Jisoo's condition and becomes worried. Appa turns to Jisoo and says that lately, Jisoo has been sad. Jisoo doesn't proceed with the meal, but gathers her fingers together and says that everything is fine. It's just unpleasant that she couldn't protect. Li Min looks at Jisoo. Appa says it's in the past, and Jisoo reports that she realized she was missing a lot. Jisoo brings up Changwon's technique. Jisoo clarifies that what's missing is not just increasing experience points and applying skills, but in general, you need to learn a specific technique. Appa gets up from the table and looks at a frustrated Jisoo. Appa realizes that Jisoo, even now, is extremely strong. Appa doesn't realize how much Jisoo wants to become stronger. Appa understands, but he remembers his fight with Zhang Wun. Appa didn't pursue Zhang Wun because there was an explosion. As Appa was about to do the damage, Chan Wun's entire body began to light up with purple energy. Appa analyzed that moment and realized that there was something that prevented the final attack on Chan Wun. Appa realized that so specifically, only demons could interfere. Especially considering that this force was able to deflect the blow, it could very well be the 7 demons. Appa realizes that the interference of demons greatly hinders and annoys. Li Ming spreads out on the table and starts asking when the next task will start. After all, there are no announcements or news. Li Ming asks if it's really necessary to look for it again. Appa thinks that they won't have to look for anything and shares his guess with Li Ming. Li Min asks again how long to wait, to which Appa starts smiling and asks to wait a little longer. Appa says that when everyone is gathered, he will tell everything. When all of Appa's partners are seated at the table, the topic of capture is opened. Each player listens carefully to Appa's explanations, because apparently Appa has information that can make the mission easier. Chanwoo's dream says that recently there are suddenly a lot of dungeons, but for the occupation, it's... Appa doesn't let him finish, but he's already confirmed Chanwoo's assumption. Appa says what Chanwoo wanted to say. The number of dungeons doesn't mean the occupation. Appa puts his finger up, emphasizing the important information. Appa says it's the seal of the dungeons. Appa's partners get up from the table and look questioningly at Appa, not understanding what dungeon seal means. Appa says that those groups with marked people in them will be able to enter the dungeons. Right now, you can set limits for a month. Appa clarifies that before there were no restrictions when entering. Changwoo smiles and says that it would be beneficial to take over as many dungeons as possible. Appa confirms Chanwoo's logical statement. Appa smiles as well and says that a steady supply of resources, point acquisition, player growth, is kind of a chance to step into the lead for Seoul. Chanwoo raises his hand and tells Appa that the real competition will start. Appa clarifies that the major guilds have already started preparations and says that everyone may have heard that in Seoul, several guilds have already appeared. Li Min raises his hand to clarify something. Li Min asks if it's true that those who aren't guild members can't participate in the main quests. Appa says that's the reason Appa gathered everyone in this place. Appa comes to the main idea and says that he wanted everyone to join the guild he is creating. Shi Wu smiles and says that he definitely agrees since he has said that before. Chang Wu is pleased with Shi Wu's words and says that he agrees as well. Chan Wu informs him that he owes Appa a lot, so he agrees to everything. Li Min crosses her arms over her chest and says that it doesn't make any difference where to be, and the other guild, she's just too lazy to look. Li Min winks and smiles at Appa, showing that she's just kidding about the other guild. Jisoo smiles too and agrees to join the guild. Luke says he doesn't think he and Lin will be much use to him. Lin agrees with his father's words, clarifying that he got beat up pretty badly last time. Luke turns to Lin because he is embarrassed by the words. Luke says that Lin is exaggerating. Appa says it doesn't matter because both Luke and Lin are especially eager to be in the guild. Luke Taylor doesn't understand the interest in the Taylor family and asks if it's really about them. Appa confirms his words. Lynn Taylor has the best abilities of all the players alive at the moment. Luke, on the other hand, is very compatible with the gods as an avatar, so not inferior to the other players. Appa recalls that in a past life, Luke Taylor was even among the strongest for a while. Luke trusts Appa and agrees to join the guild. Luke calls Appa a true hero, to which Appa is perplexed as to what heroism is involved. Luke says that Appa is a hero, that he's trying to be one too. Luke says he lost the battle, so he's not worthy of the title like Appa. Appa thinks that there are no people in the world who are as much a part of the title as Appa is. Li Min thinks about it and decides to discuss a very important point with Appa. Li Min asks what the guild will be called. After a bit of silence, Li Ming says that if there is no name yet, she would like to propose a name. Appa looks at Li Ming, informing her that it's already been decided. Li Min is shocked that Appa came up with the name himself. Li Min emotionally asks what name Appa came up with, emphasizing that she hopes the name isn't some weird one. Appa says that the guild will be called the God's Destroyer. Appa clarifies that this is the one who sends the gods to the other world. Shi Wu and Zhang Wu are very happy with the name, while everyone else is shocked by the name. Jisoo didn't change her facial expression in any way, and Luke Taylor even opened his mouth in astonishment. Appa looks at the guild members, imagining how their future tasks will be accomplished using each ability of each guild member. Appa leads the guild members to his personal dungeon. Shiwu is shocked by what he sees and asks Appa how he managed to get such a cool place. Shiwu doesn't see anything but assumes there's something there. Shiwu and Chanwu go inside. Shiwu smells the pleasant aromas of the newness of the items. This would be the workshop for Shiwu to be able to create powerful and unique weapons for the entire team of the God's Destroyer Guild. On the second floor was the training room. Jisoo seriously intends to improve in a certain technique and thus diligently perform certain actions. It turned out that Appa was training with Jisoo to speed up the improvement process. When Jisoo catches up with Appa's location, Appa promptly jumps upwards to protect herself from Jisoo's damage. As Appa hovers is in the jump, Jisoo analyzes Jisoo's actions. Appa is a little flustered and realizes that Jisoo's anger is not lacking. Appa realizes that Jisoo is still restraining himself, but he can already feel how much power is lurking inside Jisoo. Jisoo actively uses his skill, causing his eyes to light up scarlet. Jisoo swiftly heads towards Jisoo, who swiftly jumped away. Jisoo jumps up and performs a leg dash that flies over Appa's head, barely hitting his hair. Appa continues to analyze Jisoo's actions and is pleased that Jisoo is able to control the star-sending star skill. Appa is imbued with reflection that he doesn't notice he finds himself pressed against the wall. Appa sees a flying fist in front of him and starts to worry because this outcome was not part of the plan. Li Ming lights up the energy streams and strikes the wall next to Appa's face. Appa stands in a stupor. After a little silence, Appa says that's enough for today, as they have done a good job. Appa moves away from Jisoo's hand, which easily broke the wall. Appa is even sweating from realizing Jisoo's strength. Seha Appa smiles at Jisoo and says he's doing pretty good. Jisoo is sweating from practicing so vigorously. Jisoo rubs her fist after the punch and tells Appa that she didn't even hit once. Jisoo asks where Appa learned to fight like that, because before the game started, Appa was just playing games. Appa wipes his shirt and tells Jisoo that she's seen herself fighting monsters. So what's so surprising? Jisoo says seeing and fighting in real life are different things. Jisoo starts performing some techniques and tells Appa that she understands roughly how Appa moves. Appa is surprised by this analysis and realizes that this is where Jisoo's talent lies. At this moment, out of the blue, Li Min runs into the training room holding an ice cream in her mouth. Li Min is very emotional as usual and asks if Se-han is here. Li Min smells the odors and instantly covers her nose, reporting that the whole gym stinks of sweat. Li Min's ice cream promptly flies off to the side. Appa looks at Li Ming and decides he needs to put up a fight with Jisoo later too. Appa rejoices that another heroine with superpowers has arrived. Appa turns to Li Min and asks what happened, recalling Li Min's words that there's no way she's coming here. Li Min picks up the ice cream and looks at Appa unhappily, informing her that there are now some noises coming from the incubator. Appa clarifies. Indeed, Kieran's movements can be heard. Li Min confirms Appa's words, reporting that the sounds of fanfare have suddenly become audible. Appa is pleased with what is happening and looks at Li Min with a smirk on his face. Mentally, Appa realizes that this is a great sign. Appa is happy that the fruit of Kirin has finally ripened. Appa examines the bowl that acts as an incubator and asks Li Ming if it's true the Kirin hasn't come out yet. Li Ming uses her skills and tries to open the incubator, answering Appa that Kirin is inside, just coming out sounds. At that moment, the walls of the room began to light up with a blue light, and steam appeared throughout the room. Appa and Li Min look at the incubator, waiting to see baby Kirin. Appa sees Kirin come out and hears a notification from the display. The display tells them that Kirin's maturation was successful, and Appa gets the achievement, He Who Tamed the Sacred Animal. Appa says that Kirin's first child is finally coming out. Then, Li Ming and Appa see the child in front of them and stand in confusion because they never expected to see such a picture. Appa asks if it is definitely Kirin's child. Outwardly, the Kirin child is no different from a human baby. The baby looks at Appa and Li Min with its childish, silly eyes. On the forehead of Kirin's baby, a black horn is visible, which has tremendous power. Li Ming instantly wraps baby Kirin in a diaper and asks who it is, so cute. Appa stands nearby and ponders the effectiveness of the catalyst that the horse suddenly became human. Appa opens the information to find out how this happened. The child of Kirin is a creature that combines human blood with extraordinary abilities and the power of the sacred animal Kirin. After a month, looks like a teenager. A little later, a child of Kirin will look like an adult. The character is kind, but can become corrupted. Appa shares the information with Li Min, and Li Min says the baby is very cute. Appa asks if it's a female or a male. Li Min screams, asking how can you talk about a baby like that? Li Min opens the diaper and says he'll check it out now, then squeals delightedly, informing him that it's a girl, and Appa, you can't look. Appa mentally realizes that for that matter, the child belongs to him, but this is too much. Appa tells Li Ming to name it and informs her that let it be White. Appa doesn't have time to finish, but Li Ming informs her that the girl's name will be Snow White. Appa looks at the child and asks why that's the name she should be given. Li Min explains that the baby is white, hence Snow White. Snow White happily argues as she looks at Li Min and Appa. Li Min promptly heads upstairs to show Snow White to the rest of the guild. Appa replies that Li Min can do what he wants. Appa realizes that at this point, the child of Kirin is best entrusted to Li Min. Appa says that there is an important point in this quest. Depending on the dungeon, there will be different points as well. The task is called Dungeon Race. You need to capture dungeons by teaming up with your comrades. The time limit is 1 month. Jisoo argues with Appa about the importance of clearing as many dungeons as possible. Jisoo thinks that Appa's guild has too few people, which may prevent the competition from winning. Appa says that it will be difficult to just take over. Jisoo asks if there's another way. Appa says to attack dungeons that give a lot of points. Li Min asks how to find out, because even the guys in the top 3 guilds who originally did it don't know. Appa asks how Li Ming knows whether the guilds know or not. Li Ming explains that he was bored and wanted to do some peeking. Li Ming says that probably only the Genesis Guild has analyzed how dungeons can appear. Appa is pleased with Li Ming and the fact that dungeons have a clear principle of appearance. Appa says that there is a map showing the dungeons that have appeared in Seoul recently. Li Min asks how Appa knows about such a thing. Appa checks with a raven. Luke Taylor looks at the map and says that looking at the map alone, it's unclear. Appa confirms what Luke says and says to look at more constellations. Appa says that there is Lyra and there is the Magpie, but for them, only 1 to 3 points. Li Ming is shocked by these statements and remembers the constellation Karas, which was incredibly strong. Li Ming asks Appa what the constellations have to do with dungeons. Appa says that there is a clue sign that the quests will be related to the constellations. Appa says that the goal is to capture dungeons, for which they give high scores. They are categorized into groups, depending on the constellations. A dungeon that is in a location with a bright star from the 12 signs of the zodiac is about 10 points. Appa puts the emphasis on the most important thing in all of this is Li Min. Li Min stands in a stupor, asking what she has to do with it. Li Min can't even begin to guess how connected to this whole assignment. Appa looks at Li Ming with a smile and says she'll explain a little later. For now, it's time to discuss the following. Li Min again is not happy because Appa, as usual, leaves all the explanations for later. Appa says he and Jang Woo will go together. Jang Woo didn't expect this plan either and lurks to see what the big deal is. Appa doesn't forget about Jisoo. Jisoo tenses up because she doesn't know what the instruction will be to her. Appa explains that Jisoo can't just fight with the players, and clarifies that it's a competition, not a fight to send opponents to the other side. Jisoo is a little downcast and without giving up hope decides to ask if the bad guys can be destroyed. Oppa rubs the back of his head and replies that in terms of bad guys, Jisoo should decide for herself. Appa says that she should try to be a good girl anyway. Jisoo should realize that too much attention to the guild will only add to the problems. Jisoo is embarrassed but satisfied with Appa's answer. She agrees to enforce the ban. Appa hopes that Jisoo will be able to figure it out on her own because she is not a stupid child. At that moment, a message arrives. Appa sees that the message is from the Dream Witch. Appa tenses up because he remembers that he was the witch's avatar in the first round in a past life. At this time, the deities are gathering in the chat room. His Majesty the King writes that he has been looking forward to this competition and is ready for battle. Deity says the battle is calling. King of the Hammer replies, asking to see everyone's stupid username. His Majesty the King says it's not the King of the Hammer to speak of such a thing. Righteous Life enters the chat room and asks who has now taken over Seoul. Scandinavian Beauty replies that she is the one who took over Seoul. His Majesty the King starts laughing, informing that no one should worry, because just a little bit more and his avatar will destroy absolutely everyone. Code of Law clarifies, really. That's the concept of the mission. Appa enters the chat room under the name Anonymous 48. Anonymous 48 says he has information about dungeons that give high scores. Scandinavian Beauty asks if this is really the god from the prophecy. The deities fell silent to listen carefully to the information. After a bit of silence, Scandinavian Beauty asks who is the avatar of Anonymous 48. Scandinavian Beauty wants to let in her guild. Anonymous 48 laughs and replies that it is not necessary. Anonymous 48 opens the map and says to look here. First, we should look at the Gangnam district. There are 2 places with a high score here. Scandinavian Pretty Woman doesn't hesitate and immediately scores a spot for her guild. Code of Law asks if there's a good place out west. There seems to be a lucrative dungeon there. His Majestic King, he interjects, asking why the interruption was half-hearted. Code of Law replies that there's a reason for everything. Anonymous 48 asks to take his time and wait a bit until he explains everything, and then you can pick your spots. Anonymous 48 decides to throw information about dungeons with payment of 3 to 5 points, and between these dungeons, a few at 10 points to gain the deity's trust. Anonymous 48 looks at the Code of Law and assumes that he has figured out because Code of Law is only interested in the time and place of the appearance of the dungeon of the 12 constellations. Appa realizes that leader Genesis 2 is already aware of this. Appa has finalized the information and moves on to the next phase of his devious plan, to conquer the most expensive dungeons for his guild. Appa decides to read a message from the witch, who, Appa had an avatar in a past life. Appa opens the message from the Dream Witch. Gods can send messages to players up to 10 times a month. Appa finds it strange that an ordinary player like himself can receive a message from a deity. After all, even in his previous life, Appa never received a message, even though he was the avatar. Appa opens the chat room and the first message pops up asking who she herself is. Appa looks at the message and doesn't understand what it could mean. Appa opens the next messages in which the witch writes asking why Appa doesn't want to answer and informs him that she likes Appa a lot. Appa marvels that the witch is so pushy that she doesn't even bother with message limits. The witch writes that she wants to applaud Appa for reaching that level with simple human strength and offers to be her avatar. Appa is excited but begins to relax about the fact that the witch has no information about the first round. The witch informs her that she can make Appa the winner of this game. Appa realizes that he can't finish the game as he did last time, even though, come to think of it, it wasn't the witch's fault. Appa apologizes and refuses the witch. The witch replies that she respects Appa's opinion, so Appa can go to her whenever she wants if she needs help. The witch emphasizes that always she will only watch Appa. Appa is not feeling well. Appa lies down on the blood and exhales heavily. Rubbing his forehead, Appa tries to calm down, realizing that Witch doesn't know that they were connected in the distant past. Appa realizes that now the dream is gone altogether as well. At this time, Li Ming doesn't feel good. Li Ming closes his eyes and recalls Appa's words about Li Ming being the main link in this assignment. This kind of responsibility makes Li Ming feel uncomfortable at all. Li Ming sees Appa's face in front of him. Appa informs him that first, Li Ming will have to sit in ambush near the gate, and then Li Ming decides not to think about Appa's plan. Li Ming sits on the roof of a tall building and looks down. Li Min grumbles. Supposedly Appa only knows how to make Li Min plow. Right in front of the building where Li Ming is sitting, a portal opens up with purple energy streams. The guy in the suit warns everyone to be careful, because now, in this place, will open the entrance to the dungeon. Li Ming is surprised that many people have come to this place. Li Ming believes that this place will indeed be a 10-point dungeon. Li Ming continues to grumble at Appa for sending her alone to such an important dungeon. Finally, Li Ming decides to embark on the task and transforms into Bumblebee, who promptly heads towards the dungeon. Around the dungeon, there are more and more people. The guy in the suit demands that everyone get in formation. Turning to the back row, the guy demands to hold back the guilds that will come from behind, while the front row should swiftly enter the dungeon. Li Ming takes a seat on the guy's back. A lot of people continue to stand at the gate to the dungeon and amicably shout words of encouragement to go there for the goddess. Li Ming looks around and decides that there's one weirdo here too. Li Ming realizes that he needs to figure it out quickly and run away from here. The costume guild takes turns jumping into the dungeon and notices that it's different from the others. One of the guys demands not to relax because no one knows what kind of monster will appear here. The commander addresses the guild, informing them that everyone is doing well and everyone should take their position. Li Ming flies away from the commander and swiftly flies away. Li Ming flies in one direction for a very long time. The corridor of the dungeon is not very big and nothing but stone walls. There is nothing here. It seems to Li Ming that this is the way to the end. Li Ming quietly transforms into his basic form and goes down somewhere. Li Ming pulls out some explosives that can be detonated remotely. The explosives have no effect on monsters or players. Li Ming never thought she would have to use it. Li Ming holds the explosives in her hands, and with the help of the display, she lays a pipe just as Jihan indicated. The explosives should be attached to the laid pipe. Li Ming quickly does all the work and is happy that everything is ready. At that moment, there is an explosion. Li Ming picks up the bomb to block the entrance and widen the exit. Li Ming is surprised that Appa inexplicably got such a bomb from where, but it's pretty cool. Li Ming walks further down and realizes that if it goes down like that, the entire dungeon is cleared out. Li Ming is happy that today was very lucky, and the whole plan went well and without too much trouble. At this time, outside some building, the brown suit guys are inspecting the dungeon. The captain of the guild says that the neighborhood should be monitored, and if anyone appears, they should be sent to the other world at once. The assistant captain says that if someone is from a strong guild, there will be trouble. The captain says it doesn't matter, because only the small folk come here. The captain says that no one knew that a dungeon would appear in such a backwater. If it continues like this, the captain's level will definitely increase. The captain thinks that since he's so lucky, he should look for another place to explore. At this moment, Jisoo comes to the dungeon and pretends to be surprised to see the guild here. Jisoo holds her hand to her chin and says that they said that this dungeon would have no one. The captain asks who she is and how she got here. One of the underlings is very nervous and shrinks back, realizing that the captain will be angry, but dares to report that he was the one who let them in. The guy says that it was very pathetic to massacre such an innocent girl. The captain is not angry, but says that luck is on their side, so some girl has no danger. The captain says to deal with the girl themselves without disturbing the captain. At this point, several guys attack Jisoo from the back. Jisoo is so strong that she performs hand strikes and grabs the guy's hands. The guys are covered in sweat and their bodies start shaking and wonder why they can't move. The guy turns to the captain, informing him that something strange is happening because he can't move. Jisoo continues to hold the guy's hands and notices a moon tattoo on one of their hands. Jisoo remembers the words about the Eastern moon. Jisoo starts counting the members of the guild. Some look at Jisoo without any emotion, asking what she is doing. Jisoo counts 33 guild members. The captain turns around at his ward's call and sees a picture of a fragile girl, Jisoo, holding huge muscular guys who can't even move. On the captain's face, bewilderment. The captain stares at Jisoo and is as nervous as possible. Covered in sweat, the captain wonders what's the matter. Jisoo uses his skills, causing eyes to light up red. Jisoo smiles and decides that it will be enough. At this time, the two masters are sitting in front of the screens, looking at the guild rankings. Master says that she figured they would be in second place. Park Sung confirms Master's words and says that it would be better to give up the lead to the Rising Guild. Park Sung says to hold the position. Next week, create a sharp drop in points. This one is needed so that no one can interfere, even if they try. Park Sung realizes that the Rising Guild and Manhwa aren't aware of the constellations. The master asks what Park Sung thinks of the God Slayers Guild, who shared second place with them. Park Sung replies that he asked God to give a revelation, but he doesn't seem to be aware of it either. Park Sung assumes that the God Slayers Guild, they prefer to operate in the shadows. Mentally, Park Sung reminds himself that the God Slayers Guild are checking out all the dungeons that give high scores. But the common thing with their guild is that the God's Destroyers are also aware of the connection between the scores and the location of the dungeons. Appa opens the screen and thinks that everything was easy and simple. Just as Appa expected, most of the guilds have targeted dungeons with low scores. Appa calculates the work done. The 2 difficult dungeons had already been cleared by Li Ming using her transformation skills. Jisoo had dealt with a dungeon with a score of 5. Appa counted and was pleased that their guild already had 25 points. At this time, Kieran's child is aglow and stretches its arms up, demanding to be picked up. Appa picks up Kieran's child and says it's okay. The child snuggles into Appa's chest and falls silent. Appa continues to look at the information on the display. Appa looks and sees that Luke and Chang-woo, too, have not appeared to have any problems with the instructions. At that moment, Lin turns to Appa, calling him uncle, and says he wants to hold Snow White in his arms, too. Appa turns around and replies to Lin that Snow White would be a little heavy. Lin clarifies, really? Snow White is that heavy? Appa looks at Lin and smiles, realizing that he can't get used to being called uncle. Lin turns to Appa again and asks if she can learn to fight like Jisoo can. Appa is surprised at such a question. Lin lowers her head and shyly pokes her finger at her finger, telling Appa that she feels she is the only one who can't help anyone. Lin considers herself useless. Appa leans over and looks Lin in the eye, informing her that it's not okay to get into fights yet. Lin asks if it's because Lin is small. Appa replies that it's not that at all. Appa explains that you have to know yourself first. Lin interjects and Appa reiterates that there is a need to know yourself. Lin is silent for a while and replies that she doesn't even know. Appa analyzes Lin and realizes that, from the beginning, Lin was not the type to train or temper her skills. At that moment, Snow White releases huge bubbles, all the colors of the rainbow. Appa knows that Lin is only getting stronger by watching the player's actions. Appa has long ago analyzed Lin and decided that an important mission is for Lin to realize that trying is secondary. Snow White continues to release bubbles. Lin drew conclusions for herself and abruptly opened her mouth because she noticed how the mood suddenly brightened. Appa doesn't understand how it has cleared up. Maybe it's some kind of magic. Appa is worried as she looks at Snow White, who is releasing lots of colorful bubbles everywhere. Appa begins to speculate that Snow White, too, is not quite ordinary. Appa looks at Snow White and marvels at the fact that she is able to manifest magic as early as the 2nd day after her birth. The moment Snow White sneezes, a beam of light comes out of her horn, straight through the wall and far out into the street. Appa stands in a stupor, and very close to his face comes smoke from the piercing of the beam, a thick wall. Appa is silent, trying to come to his senses. Appa lets go of Snow White, who promptly crawls away. Lin stands nearby and addresses Appa like an uncle, asking if he's scared. Appa replies that he wasn't scared, he just didn't expect Snow White to shoot a beam of light from her horn. Appa looks at Snow White and remembers a past life in which, even an adult Kieran didn't do that. Snow White continues to blow bubbles and babble something. Appa and Chanwoo stop on the street. Appa says that now, surely the Genesis Guild will try to contact their guild now. Appa realizes that most of the players are actively discussing the guild members. Chanwoo is surprised and decides to ask again if indeed the Genesis Guild will try to reach out first. Appa says that the Genesis probably think that only they know about constellations and the distribution of dungeon points. And since Appa's guild only cleans up dungeons that give high scores, naturally Genesis gets interested. Appa has no intention of meeting Genesis yet. Chang-woo decides to clarify whether or not Appa's guild is really a good fit. Chan-woo clarifies that perhaps there are better players out there. Appa replies that definitely Jang-woo is suitable and may not even worry about it. Appa thinks that if there is anyone who is better than Chan-woo, he is already an avatar. Appa thinks that Jisoo has gotten stronger too, which means another person can be accepted. Appa says to hurry up, or else the idleness will make Li Min grumble. Chan-woo decides to clarify one more point. Chang-woo says that he thinks it's strange that Appa doesn't clear the dungeon for 10 points. Chan-woo realizes that Appa only takes dungeons that only pay 5 points each. Appa says that other dungeons are monitored by the Genesis Guild. Appa emphasizes that there is nothing wrong with low scores. In fact, there isn't really a big difference in monster scores at all. Although the items do differ in quality, Appa notices that while they were engrossed in talking, they have already reached. Appa looks at the entrance to the dungeon and tells Chan-woo that he should now lay down his weapons and just follow Appa. Chan-woo couldn't expect such instructions and questions Appa about what that means. Appa had prepared ahead of time by combining Gunga's skin with Darkness's fingers, and the resulting outfit is A-rank. Appa decides that now would be a good time to test the outfit. Appa smiles and tells Chan-woo that he's about to take a bus ride. Chan-woo stands there puzzled and doesn't even know what to say to Appa. Chan-woo is worried because he can't even guess what Appa means. A huge ranking screen opens up in front of the ordinary people. A woman looks at the guild rankings and is surprised to see that the Manhwa guild is in 5th, last place. Other people wonder what happened to the rankings. The woman sees that Genesis is in 2nd place and Eastern Moon is in 4th place and looks to see who is in 1st place. The Rising Guild is the most surprised because it has slipped from 1st place to 3rd place. In 1st place is the God's Destroyer Guild. People are wondering what guild has become the 1st place guild so quickly. Some people started to assume that some cheaters were winning because the quest had just started and they were already winning. The guild masters had already looked at the rankings and decided to reflect on what was happening. No one likes what happened. Guildmaster Genesis, the head guildmaster, looks at the floor and clarifies, "Are those who are mopping up the dungeons really the guys from the Godslayer Guild?" Park Sung says that they probably are. There's nothing to say about the other guilds yet, but their dungeons are definitely being cleaned by the Godslayers. The headmaster is angry and threatens to let them show their faces. Park Sung clarifies that they're not showing up. Appa sends a raven to listen in on the Rising Guild's conversations. Park Sung says that there's speculation about the dungeons that the Gooners cleaned out, but there are no witnesses. Appa is shocked that there is information about them, and it seems as if the guild is watching. Master Dae-sung of the Rising Guild replies that their business isn't good at all. Dae-sung tells them that a certain type is hanging around their neighborhood, but there's no way to verify who he is. Dae-sung is referring to Luke Taylor, who is successfully carrying out all of Appa's instructions. Apparently, Luke is watching the action that's going on in the western neighborhood. Park Sung replies that it's definitely the actions of the goobers. Park Sung decides that they should be careful because no one knows the intentions of the Guild of the Destroyers, and it's likely that information is being gathered about each guild. Dae-sung bangs his fist on the table and asks what the Genesis Guild is, since they've managed to rise so quickly. Dae-sung clarifies that he remembers their 20-point difference. Park Sung replies that it was just plain luck. Allegedly, all the dungeons that were cleared were high-point dungeons by luck. Park Sung changes the subject and says that now we should be thinking about the God's Destroyers and ways to stop them. Park Sung says that if things continue at this pace, the authority of the 3 strongest guilds could plummet. Dae-sung doesn't believe that and asks what the hell this is all about. Park Sung raises 2 thumbs up, clarifying that there are 2 weeks left to complete the task. And now, the best chance to catch the brazen guild of God's Destroyers. Dae-sung is interested and asks what assumptions there are. Park Sung says the first thing to do is to stop cleaning up the dungeons and find out what the Godslayers Guild is all about. Park Sung says it's time to stop thinking only about points and let the guild members wait for further instructions. The master says that they guarded the entrance to the dungeon, but the destroyers still cleaned it out. Park Sung agrees, but however, no one had paid attention to the lowball dungeons before. And judging from the scores, it seems that the destroyers have been hunting them down a lot. Dae-sung replies that there's no other way now, and it's better to figure it out now if there's a desire to accomplish something. The master replies that there may not be another chance to find out who they are. Dae-seong decides that Park Sung's suggestion is the most appropriate. Dae-seong replies that the Rising Guild will temporarily stop the dungeon cleanup. The master lowers his head and supports Park Sung's decision, saying that he'd really like to see the faces of cheeky players like the Godslayers. Park Sung says he's also making a pledge not to clean up the dungeons while the Godslayer Guild searches for them. Park Sung is confident that he will definitely uncover the Godslayer Guild. At this time, Appa is sitting on the rooftop getting information from the crows. Appa knows that the border security has increased. Appa wonders if it's more important for the guild masters to find Appa than to clean up the dungeon. Near the dungeons, there are a lot of guild members who are relentlessly monitoring the arrival of unfamiliar players. Guildmasters believe that this should help to reveal the faces of the members of the guild, destroyers of the gods. Around some dungeons are real knights in armor, who are armed with spears and swords, eager to face the obvious opponents. Since they are trying so hard, Appa decides to go to meet them. Most of the warriors are in the dungeons, and this is to Appa's advantage. Appa stops in front of a tall building looking up. Appa wonders where the head of the guild sits. Appa opens the door and wants at least one guild leader to be caught. Appa goes inside and sees one of the guild masters. Appa puts on his hood and uses shadow running to get closer. The master stops because he begins to feel someone's presence behind him. Master instantly turns around at the most opportune moment to defend and attack. Appa reacts in time and blocks with his hands to prevent the sword from reaching his head. Appa jumps back to avoid being hit by the damage. The guildmaster asks who this is and demands to reveal his face. The master has his sword in his hand and is ready to engage in a fight at any moment. Appa knows it's Hong Ga-yoon, the deputy head of the Genesis Guild. Ga-yoon is known for her unprecedented abilities and lack of flexibility in her character. Appa hides his face behind his hair and clothes. Ga-yoon doesn't let Appa say a word and explains that there's no need to ask a thief hiding like a rat who he is. Ga-yoon says the thief should go to the other world. Appa rolls his eyes and says he should listen first. Appa doesn't understand what kind of terrible temper this deputy Ga-yoon has. Ga-yoon decides to keep fighting and completely ignores Appa's suggestion. Appa has no intention of fighting, but has to defend himself against a furious Ga-yoon. Ga-yoon swings her sword and makes a dash towards Appa. Appa dodges the blow. At this moment, in front of Appa's face, too close, the tip of the sword is seen. Appa tenses up a bit and stares at the sword, realizing that Ga-yoon is not being ceremonious at all. Ga-yoon again makes a dash with the weapon to plunge Appa, but it's useless. Appa dodges again. Ga-yoon once again points at Appa and says that it's not as easy as it seemed. Appa continues to hide his face and again tells Ga-yoon to listen if addressed. Appa asks to stop and just talk. Appa opens his mouth in surprise, bewildered that Ga-yoon had such a weapon stashed away too. Ga-yoon doesn't intend to make contact, but Appa makes the sword fly off to the side. Ga-yoon pulls out the Urumi sword and stands to attack. Ga-yoon swings and the sharp, powerful, and long weapon flies close to Appa's face. Appa dodges at the last moment by throwing his torso back. Urumi's sword flies past without hitting Appa. Ga-yoon is surprised by Appa's speed and grows tense. Ga-yoon doesn't know how to break Appa, but she doesn't intend to stop and talk either. Appa throws his sword and chops Urumi into two pieces. Ga-yoon is left without a second sword. Appa hopes this will encourage them to talk without weapons. Ga-yoon pulls out a dagger and points it towards Appa, hoping that it will finally throw Appa off balance. Appa is already tired of defending himself and is surprised that Ga-yoon's weapons don't run out. Appa didn't expect that Ga-yoon had prepared a dagger, in case he would be left without swords. Appa wonders how many swords Ga-yoon is carrying. Finally, Ga-yoon remains disarmed. Deputy Ga-yoon sits down on the ground and lowers his head, accepting his defeat. Ga-yoon tells Appa to ruin her. Appa is annoyed and asks Ga-yoon not to force to speak twice. Appa explains that he is a member of the Godslayer Guild and has come to talk to Guild Head Genesis. Ga-yoon sits puzzled and asks if it's really true. Appa confirms and is happy to finally get to discuss some nuances. Ga-yoon says that this fundamentally changes things. Park Sung turns to Ga-yoon and asks who's behind the back. Park Sung asks if it's a member of the Godslayer Guild. Ga-yoon confirms this, saying that he said so himself. Appa is surprised that Ga-yoon agreed to be escorted to the head of the guild so easily. To Appa, it was unexpected. Park Sung asks why he should believe it. Appa only needed to say one word, constellation, to prove his truthfulness of being a member of the Guild of Destroyers. Appa doesn't show his face. Only his eyes are visible because of his hair. Park Sung realizes what Appa means and becomes tense. His eyes narrow and his eyebrows are raised. Obviously, Park Sung couldn't imagine that the Destroyer of Gods would come to the meeting on his own. Park Sung says that even in the Genesis Guild, not everyone knows about the relationship with the constellations. Park Sung calms down and says that under the circumstances, a very different conversation will go on. Park Sung invites Appa to sit down for a dialogue. Park Sung turns to Ga-yoon, letting her know that she did a good job. Park Sung says that Ga-yoon can be free to go on vacation. Ga-yoon is so serious that she decides to contradict Park Sung, informing him that she will stay here. Park Sung realizes that Ga Yoon is worried about Guildmaster's safety and calms down, informing her that she can be free. Ga Yoon agrees and asks to be called if, suddenly, something happens. Oppa starts the conversation and says that Park Sung is having a hard time. Park Sung realizes what this is about and explains that Ga Yoon is the deputy head of the guild, though she actually lacks the guesswork. Park Sung gets to the main point and asks Oppa what he's here for. Oppa replies that Park Sung called him here. Oppa looks at Park Sung, analyzing his behavior and communication. To Oppa's words, Park Sung replies that he won't deny it. Park Sung clarifies. Really, it is known about the constellation. Oppa confirms his words. Park Sung decides to clarify if a member of the Destroyers Guild has come to ask for the dungeons to be loosened. Oppa denies such an assumption. Oppa says that Park Sung can continue to control the entrances to the dungeons. Oppa asks not to tell the other guilds that there was such a meeting. Otherwise, the competitors can do something stupid. Park Sung was sure that Oppa came for the reason of controlling the dungeons, so Oppa's answer comes as a shock. Park Sung clarifies why he should continue to control the dungeons. Oppa opens the display and explains that there are 2 places. Oppa decides to tell him about the 16 dungeons in the vicinity, which should never be entered. Park Sung worries and asks if something bad could happen. Oppa doesn't rule out the possibility that something could indeed happen. Park Sung looks at the display and sees the Scorpion constellations. Everyone realizes that the Scorpio constellation fragment is known for being violent. Oppa explains to Park Sung that unknown players have hidden a bomb there. There are bombs in 8 of the 12 zodiac signs. The main problem is that no one knows where the bombs are. Park Sung is genuinely scared. Then, this situation makes it globally difficult to succeed in the sweep. Oppa says he can't give any details, but there's a monster sleeping in the Scorpion dungeon that could turn Seoul into a sea of blood. Park Sung asks if Oppa is suggesting that he believes these unfounded arguments. Park Sung asks directly how a member of the Godslayers Guild could have such information. Oppa replies that it can be considered a skill. Park Sung believes Oppa, but assesses the situation appropriately and asks for proof of such statements. Oppa opens the display to show the proof. Oppa says he will give some data to make Park Sung finally believe. Oppa realizes that he must gain Park Sung's trust by any means necessary. Oppa has to prevent this from happening. Oppa remembers the first round, after which more than 10 years have passed. Oppa remembers that everything he had to endure back then could be considered a real hell. Oppa doesn't know where it all started, but because of the guild clearing the dungeon, a monster awoke. After the awakening, the true hell began. Perhaps it was the publisher's discovery to amuse the gods. The Scorpion that had absorbed the player's magic powers had gotten out. This was the beginning of the tragedy. 2 others emerged from the Antares Scorpion constellation fragment. It took a week to defeat a third of Seoul. Oppa recalls that all the guilds suffered powerful damage. Oppa doesn't want that to happen again, and so must do everything to prevent it. Oppa knows that out of the 18 dungeons, only 2 can have the Scorpion constellation. Park Sung looks at the data on the display and replies to Oppa that there was a conversation with a scout, which is how the information came to light that there was, indeed, a mithril at that location. Park Sung thinks about the fact that he wanted to know how Oppa was able to find out so much information. Park Sung wants to know what level their Godslayer guild is at. Oppa crosses his arms on his chest and just waits for Park Sung's decision. At the words about mithril, Oppa replies that it was logical. Park Sung thanks Oppa for the information. Park Sung realizes that it's not just some metal, it's a whole mithril. Park Sung reasons that since Oppa is happy to give the mine to the opponents, there must be something more valuable that Oppa, a member of the Godslayers Guild, already owns. Oppa also looks at Park Sung and sees a facial expression that is hard to understand. Oppa realizes that they already have 2 mithril deposits and white steel. Oppa knows that 1 more vein is such a small thing. Park Sung replies that he won't ask how Oppa got that information, but since there is indeed a monster in the dungeon, the first priority now is to destroy it. Oppa says that we should observe the dungeon. Park Sung asks if it would be better to talk to the other dungeons. Oppa finishes his tea and asks if Park Sung thinks that the other dungeons will believe and obey a member of the Godslayers Guild. Park Sung thinks about it and agrees with Oppa's logical explanation. Park Sung asks if there's really a calculation that the Genesee Guild will actually keep an eye on the dungeons. Oppa looks on with a smirk, answering that there is. But if Park Sung decides to back out, there's another plan for that too. Oppa knows that guarding the hunting ground in online games is a common thing. Park Sung is amazed that Appa talks like he knows a lot of ways to stand up to the Genesis Guild. Park Sung smirks, explaining that it seems a little presumptuous. Park Sung realizes that Appa is pretty capable, so he believes it. Park Sung explains that even if a player like Appa can't stop the monster, it won't be easy for the others. And if there's any help needed, Appa can contact any time because now, one should be thankful for Mithril. Appa says that since the conversation is over, it's time to go. Park Sung gets up and wants to offer something, but all he sees in front of him are dark streams of energy. Park Sung wonders what's going on, so he keeps Appa in his sights, but he still manages to disappear. Park Sung decides that if Appa suddenly attacks, he will be killed. Appa knows that even though the scorpion is dangerous, it's still a long way from the Guardian's level. Appa decides that he needs to prepare properly, and then he will be able to stop the scorpion. Appa smiles and realizes that everything will work out if he is really well prepared. Appa takes out a special gas mask made of mithril and 8 kinds of materials. It allows you to breathe fresh air no matter how poisonous the gas is. Shiwu joins Appa and asks for his opinion, emphasizing that he did everything as required. Shiwu asks if it's quite enough, that much. Finally, Shiwu is doing his favorite craft and therefore looks happy. Shiwu decides that he should make 5 to start with. Appa thanks Shiwu and replies that if he needs anything, he'll buy them all at once. Shiwu smiles and explains that he just likes inventing these things, especially since Appa already donated the workshop. Appa says okay then. Appa realizes that the better the workshop, the more profitable it is, but he decides that the gift will have to be prepared separately. Shiwu remembers the outfit he made last time. Appa says that it's fine because it's the best outfit available now. Shiwu smiles, saying that he shouldn't exaggerate, but it's nice to hear that. Appa knows he didn't have to exaggerate either. Appa looks at his clothes and is pleased to see that all of his clothes are already A-ranked, and Gunga's wings also a great thing. Appa calculates and realizes that all that's left is to cover the rest of the outfit with mithril. Shiwu shares that white steel weapons don't need to be coated with mithril because white steel is strong enough on its own. Appa replies that it's all about the quality of mithril. Shiwu doesn't understand what this means and asks Appa to explain in more detail. Appa knows that Shiwu is probably knowledgeable about metals and will immediately understand what is meant. Appa realizes that this time, he won't have to use a volatile material like Orihulk. After a little while, Shiwu understood everything. Rising to his feet, Shiwu very excitedly asks if, really, Appa is going to go alone. Appa replies that he really wants to go alone, but unfortunately, he can't. Appa clarifies that alone, there is not enough time. Appa knows that the system once again can suddenly intervene. Finally, Appa gathers all the members of the guild, informing them that it's time to hit the road. Li Ming once again is not pleased. Li Ming clarifies with Appa, do they really have to go into every dungeon and search there? Li Ming thinks that they are making life difficult for themselves. Appa says that there is no need for such actions, and a little later will explain everything. Appa turns back around and addresses Mr. Luke, asking him to keep watching the other players. Luke Taylor smiles at Appa, informing him that he will do his best. Appa hands Luke a bracelet, which should definitely come in handy. Appa tells him what he got as a reward for the sweep. Luke puts the bracelet on, asking if he can test its effects. Appa says that it probably won't, because it belongs to Appa. Luke thanks Appa. Finally, Appa activates the Raven control ability and begins the search. The Raven flies into the road. Raven flies into one of the dungeons and finds the star power, happy that it didn't take long to search. Appa tells Li Ming what he found. Li Ming clarifies the exact location, and Appa says it's not far from here at all. Appa does a calculation and realizes it's the 5th and 12th dungeon. Appa looks at the map on the display and realizes that one of the dungeons is in a gate state, so he can't check it yet. Appa sees that the last dungeon is the one where the constellation star shines brightest. Chang Wu replies to Appa that since the dungeon didn't form, we should start with those two. Appa starts calculating and explains that in their condition, it will take at least 2 days, and the last dungeon will have to be dealt with separately. Chang Wu approves of Appa's instruction. Appa, Li Min, and Chang Wu stand nearby the dungeon. Appa decides that the first thing to do is to sweep the dungeon that is directly below them. Appa sees that there are about 10 guards. Li Ming decides to clarify that he can reincarnate and go inside, and how the others will do it. Appa asks how what, after all, you just have to mop up. Li Min asks how what, just to mop up. Appa doesn't understand what Li Min is so angry about and wonders at the words. Li Min is sweating with indignation because the look on Appa's face makes it seem like all the guards should be sent to the next world. Jisoo intervenes in the conversation and offers her candidacy. Appa reminds Jisoo that her job is to touch only the bad guys. Jisoo says that's been the case up until now, but now, it's urgent. Appa says Jisoo's eyes are turning pink. Appa raises his finger up, emphasizing that this is indeed an emergency, but still, it's not worth ruining so many lives for nothing. Appa says that even if there is a reason, you should still think 100 times. Appa analyzes Jisoo and realizes that he is in a dangerous state right now. It seems that up until now, Jisoo has been suppressing the power of the star sending to the other world. But one thing is clear, Jisoo is no longer the same as she was in the beginning. Jisoo casts her eyes downward. Appa squats down and picks up a large rock in his hands. Appa addresses the guild members, informing them that this matter should be left to Appa. Apparently, Appa has successfully dealt with the guards. Li Ming opens his mouth in amazement at the way Appa handles such tasks. Li Ming resents Appa a lot but continues to marvel at the intelligence. Li Ming hopes that people are just stunned and mentally calls Appa very strong. Appa encourages the guild members to go to the dungeon. Jisoo looks around and shares that the dungeon is no different. Appa refutes Jisoo's assumptions, saying that it only looks that way. Appa asks Jongwoo to get gas masks. Changwoo is amazed that at the beginning of the dungeon, you should already be wearing nose protection. Appa explains that no one knows what might happen inside the dungeon. Changwoo puts on a gas mask and says that he can guess the complexity of the monster by having to wear gas masks at all. Appa confirms Changwoo's assumptions, saying that it is indeed an unusual monster. Appa, like all the other members of the Godslayers Guild, puts on a gas mask and stares angrily ahead because his past life reminds him of the kind of monsters he has to face. At this time, in front of the gate to the 18th dungeon, crowded players. The players see that the dungeon has not yet been formed. Luke Taylor responsibly fulfills Appa's assignment and watches the dungeon relentlessly. Luke Taylor sees a message from the goddess, informing him that there is some strange feeling and the entire guild should be careful of the 18th dungeon. Luke realizes that based on the rumors, they have about 2 days left. The players begin to discuss that this gate looks very strange. The players are very worried, which makes them break out in sweat. One of the players thinks there is something moving at the entrance. Luke Taylor also notices some movement. After a bit of examination, Luke realizes that the speed of formation of the dungeon significantly increased. Luke remembers that Appa warned that there might be interference from the game publisher. 2 players in armor stand across the room and watch as a huge funnel begins to spin at a violent speed. Luke Taylor decides that now would be a good time to report to Appa about such actions. Luke opens the display, puzzled, looking at the gate that appeared in the message. The players think that this gate looks different from the others, which means that the sweep will be for all 10 points. The other players agree with that assumption. Master Daeseong was shown the dungeon. Daeseong is puzzled and decides to ask if it's really the same dungeon. Daeseong says he's never seen such a shape. The gate looks like a brightly colored poisonous mushroom. Daeseong and his servants come closer. Daeseong strikes the gate because he wants to check out the dungeon himself. One of the servants asks if this is a violation of the agreement with the other guilds, since the cleanup is on the table. Daeseong is serious and replies that one dungeon won't do him any harm. The Genesis Guild has their eyes on another dungeon. Daeseong is sure that even though it hasn't been sealed, they've definitely entered it, so they won't say anything. Daeseong personifies that if this mushroom turns out to be poisonous, they should just spit it out, and that's it. Daesung calls for half of the servants to head inside, while the rest stay at the gate and guard. At this time, there is a goblin attack in the dungeon where the Gods Destroyers Guild was located. The goblin tries to attack Changwoo, who already senses the goblin's approach and makes a dash to the side. Changwoo pulls out his sword and goes to attack the goblins, who are growing in number. With a light swing of his sword, Changwoo sends 3 of the goblins to the other side. Appa, Li Min, and Jisoo stand in the middle of the corridor and look around. Apparently, Changwoo's mission is to stand in defense of the rest of the guild members, so that they do their business quickly and without too much fighting. There are more and more goblins, and each one tries to attack Changwoo. Changwoo is a serious player, so dealing with the goblins is not much of a problem. Finally, when Changwoo realizes that there are no goblins left, he puts his sword away and continues to follow Appa. Appa, as well, engages in a fight with the goblins, and very quickly deals with anyone who heads in the direction of the guild members. Li Ming looks on in amazement and asks when Appa became so strong. Appa says he was just a little help. Li Ming emotionally asks for her to do the same and asks how could anyone even do that. Appa replies that Li Min can't. Li Min says that's too much because he thinks everyone has the right to do the same as Appa. After a short thought, Appa tells Li Min that instead, there's something else. Li Ming, already upset, puts her hands on her chest and takes offense at Appa, but curiosity takes over, and Li Ming is so happy that she immediately asks what Appa has. In fact, Appa is going to put on a fight between Li Ming and Jisoo because Appa believes that the best teacher for a talented player is another talented player. If Li Ming practices often, there will be noticeable results. Appa replies to Li Ming that he will tell Li Ming about everything when they get back to headquarters. Finally, Appa notices something and assumes it is the star aura. Appa tells the guild members that they have arrived at the right place. Chang Wu senses that this dungeon is quite spacious. Appa says that this is exactly what they were looking for. In front of the guild members, there is a view of a huge ruby that floats in the air and brightly illuminates everything nearby. At this moment, Zihan pulls out the legendary pile bunker and prepares for further action. Appa asks all the guild members to step back and check the tightness of their gas mask. Appa starts drilling the ruby from where a bright flash appears. Jisoo covers her eyes with her hand so she can't see the light. Seha Appa continues drilling until a hole forms there. Large shards of ruby fly in different directions. Li Min asks if that's it. Jisoo opens his eyes and looks at what is happening. Appa stops drilling and looks at the gap that was formed by his actions. Appa replies to the restless Li Min that of course that's not all, and everyone should watch out because the monster is about to come out. Finally, from the drilling site, the crack went all the way down the ruby. The crevice became much larger, and from it appeared a huge eye that glowed with fire and looked at those who disturbed it. Scorpius, with blistering speed, shattered his ruby cell and looked towards the guild. No one but Appa could have expected the scorpion to be so large. With its size, it frightens everyone who sees it. Appa looks at the scorpion and realizes that it is the very reason why, in a past life, the people of Seoul were swept away. Appa is serious, wanting to deal with the monster as soon as possible so that there will be no more problems in the future. The scorpion's venom is the most powerful weapon that can't be avoided with a gas mask. Appa recalls that in a past life, he saw most of the people of Seoul go to the other world just because of the poison the scorpion sprays. Li Min looks at the powerful scorpion and asks Appa if he is sure he can destroy such a huge monster. Appa confirms his intentions, clarifying that if you don't count the poison gas. Appa clarifies that the scorpion's level is not lower than that of a guardian. Appa reminds the guild members to keep in mind that after this monster, there will be another one to catch. Jisoo swiftly heads towards the scorpion, swinging his powerful mace. Poison is sprayed throughout the dungeon, aiming to poison the guild members. Shi Wu has created powerful gas masks that successfully protect the players. Chang Wu pulls out his sword and heads towards Scorpion. The guild members are going to surround the monster and deal with it as soon as possible. Appa is about to start hunting, but at that moment, a message arrives. Appa assumes that it is written by the goddess. At this time, Daesung's servant asks to see the mid-level crystal. The servant reminds him that up until now, only low-level crystals have been obtained, but the monsters here have dropped a medium-level crystal. Daesung puts his hands on his sides and angrily explains that there are no special ore veins to be seen, but even such crystals are already a profit. The servants collect the crystals. The servant informs them that if they can make equipment out of them, their guild will definitely become stronger than the other guilds. Daesung is glad they entered this dungeon. Daesung reminds them that sealing is not allowed, but there was no agreement about farming. Daesung thinks he's not doing anything illegal, and therefore no one has the right to cross such a decision. The servant points to the side and tells Daesung that the search is almost over. The servant informs him that the other wards have discovered a huge hole. Daesung is happy about this and offers to collect everything and no leftovers. Luke Taylor in his armor observes the Rising Guild and realizes that the guild's actions are creating new problems for the Godslayers Guild. Luke realizes that if they go down to the end, they will be in danger. Luke realizes that if this were a normal situation, the goddess would have ordered their rescue. Luke takes off his helmet and thinks about what to do in this situation, because he wants to save the guild. Luke stares at the floor and worries about making the right decision. Luke receives a notice from the goddess, who demands that he leave the dungeon immediately because it is getting very dangerous. It seems to Luke that the goddess is writing this in haste. Luke wonders what will happen if he goes after the guild. Luke knows that the leader of the Rising Guild must have become much stronger, so it's unclear whether such an action would do any good. Luke decides to go after the leader because he can't leave the common people in the lurch. The goddess explains that these are not ordinary people but strong players, so if they can't handle the monster, Luke can't do anything about it. Luke is serious and believes that being in the military is a military position, and if there are players, they are first and foremost citizens who need to be protected. Luke recalls that he became happy when Goddess made him an avatar. The goddess said that Luke is someone who has the heart of a hero and will not yield, even to mythical heroes. Luke got down on his knee and obediently succumbed to the goddess's charms. The goddess smiles at Luke and tells him she wants to work together. Luke agrees, because the goddess's spell is so strong that there is no other way. Luke asks the goddess if he turns around and runs away. Will all of the goddess's words be worth anything? The goddess of justice, Astra, is pleased with her avatar and her stubbornness to save people. Besides calling Luke Taylor awesome, the goddess hesitates to confront Luke's decision. Finally, when Dae-sung reaches the depths of the dungeon, a ruby appears in front of his eyes. Dae-sung opens his mouth in surprise. Dae-seong realizes that it is the dungeon seal stone, which is becoming very precious in its rarity. Dae-sung walks closer and touches the ruby. Dae-sung admires the ruby, informing the servants that such radiance gives a high-level realization. The second servant lowers his head and replies nothing to the rising guild leader. At this moment, Luke arrives at the guild and starts shouting loudly for everyone here to leave as soon as possible. Luke explains that inside the monster is a powerful poison. If no one hurries, the whole crowd will lie in a mass grave. At the same time, Dae-seong receives a notice telling him to run away immediately. Dae-seong is puzzled, wondering why the notice has come only now, and asks Luke who he is. While Dae-sung was trying to figure out what was going on and why, an unknown player is trying to save them. Scorpius sensed the presence of people. The ruby rapidly cracks and the tail of the Scorpion constellation becomes visible. Dae-sung realizes that all he has to do now is run away from the monster, not questioning who Luke Taylor is. Shards of ruby flying in different directions as the monster comes out. At that moment, a huge scorpion crawls out of the ruby and begins to speak. Scorpio says he had no idea the cracks would appear so soon, and starts thanking the humans who touched the ruby. This is the scorpion Antares. The reason why Antares has an interest in the game on Earth is because of the death of Raven Karis, and the fact that this constellation has been taken over by a human. In this situation, Seha Oppa became the possessor of Karis abilities. When Antares was asked for some scorpions to play with, he expressed his desire to participate personally. However, the difficulty level had to be adjusted since Antares is the 12th constellation and has above-average strength. Antares receives a notification that there are 2 days left to play. Antares thinks about it and decides that lowering the score at all is not to his liking. But on the whole, for Antares, it's not such a big problem. Accordingly, the guild tries to escape from the dungeon as soon as possible. Antares believes that running away is not the worst solution. Antares gives a head start and releases poison gas to, quite a bit, have some fun. Antares sees Luke and knows that he is the diva's avatar. Antares wonders if the diva avatar knew about the appearance beforehand, but in fact the diva avatar doesn't look any different. Luke looks at Scorpius and is amazed at the size. Scorpius looks around at the players as well with the realization that the game has begun. Antares sees that there can't be a player strong enough to ruin Constellation, which means that there is some other way that the one who ruined Karis knows about. One of the servants tries to escape, but the stress of the situation makes it almost impossible to do so. Antares notices this servant and tells these cockroaches to run away as soon as possible. Antares is not going to be nice to anyone and crushes the servant with his paw. Dae-sung raises his head and looks at Scorpius, amazed at the size. Dae-seong notices the scorpion crushing the servants, with the words that if you just touch them, they'll be torn apart. Antares thinks it's becoming uninteresting to play like this. Dae-sung and Luke Taylor fall to the ground, struck by Scorpio. They both hit their arms and Scorpion looks at them and sees that Luke is feeling much better and realizes that an avatar is an avatar. Luke gets up and looks at the Scorpion with consternation in his eyes. Luke realizes that the situation is heating up and action needs to be taken, but exactly how is still unknown. Daesung tries to get up and feels a sharp pain in his arm. Daeseong doesn't understand what kind of powerful monster they've got, if they've already broken his arm from a single blow. Daeseong sympathizes with the rising guild members' greed. Luke Taylor gets up and heads towards the Scorpion, to delay, for the maximum amount of time. Luke yells to Daesung to get the entire guild to retreat as soon as possible. Luke feels obligated to save as many people as possible. Luke says that if Daeseong blocked Scorpius's blow in that position, it's unlikely that his arm is still intact. Daesung replies that it doesn't matter, because the monster is now relaxed, allowing it to do the damage. Luke continues to hold the Scorpion of Antares and asks Daesung to run away, because there won't be a second chance. Luke realizes that he is sacrificing his life for his competitors, but he can't do otherwise. Daesung becomes annoyed with Luke's worries, wanting to show his power and asking who he thinks he is. However, Daesung actually realizes that he is unable to defeat such a monster. Daeseong tries to make the right decision. Finally, Daeseong gives up because he decides that it's more important to save himself than to fight such a powerful monster. Daesung says he's leaving the monster to an unknown assistant. Luke tenses and silently stares after leader Daesung. Scorpius Antares sees that Luke is the only one left and is amazed at Luke's selflessness. Antares doesn't understand how he can sacrifice himself in such a situation, because anyone who escapes will be in Antares' path, who will soon get out. Antares stops the claw near Luke and says that it is not his way to show mercy twice. Luke stands in front of Antares' claw and remains silent, trying to understand what will happen next and how to act. Finally, Antares decides to deal with the brave Luke and shows his strength to finally crush Luke. Luke raises his arms and tries to hold on to the claw. His entire body and head, momentarily, turns red from the exertion and the realization that the end has come. As he says goodbye, Luke Taylor mentally apologizes to his daughter Lynn. Luke is confident that Appa's team will be able to take care of themselves. At that moment, Antares makes an effort to crush Luke. Luke remembers his daughter's face. In the memory, Lynn smiles at her father, flashing her childish smile and yellow hair. Luke was not going to part with his daughter, but in a situation like this, there is no other way. Luke is so strong that he tries his best to resist Scorpius. Luke's mouth is open from where blood is pouring out because his body is under extreme stress. Luke makes noises, using his last strength to save himself. Luke is on one knee and struggling. At that moment, the voice of the goddess of justice is heard, asking Luke to be her representative. Luke is dumbfounded by this offer. Opening his mouth, Luke tries to accept the goddess' words, amazed that such a thing could even be possible. Antares also hears the voice of the goddess and clarifies if it is about representation. Antares becomes worried, asking how it is that the goddess is going to make an alliance like no other, not even in the time of myths. The goddess of justice touches Luke's face, who closes his eyes and relaxes, showing his agreement to the proposal. Antares starts screaming that the goddess is crazy. The goddess continues to approach Luke Taylor, and Antares screams at the top of his voice. The name of the goddess is Astra. Luke opens his eyes and imagines himself as a representative of the goddess of justice. Sweat runs down his entire body. Luke worries, realizing that right now, this is the only way to stay alive. At that moment, Appa appears, having come to Luke's rescue. Appa replies to Astra that he apologizes, but such a generous offer will have to be put on hold for later. Luke continues to hold up the claw. The bracelet Appa gave him glows brightly. The Scorpion Antares, shocked by the sudden appearance of another player. Antares turns to Appa, asking who he is and where he came from. After a bit of silence, Antares decides to ask another question. At the sight of Appa, at ease, raising his claw, Antares says that the other thing is important now. Antares wonders if, really, there is a player with that kind of power. Appa smiles and replies that he was just passing by. Finally, Luke is able to let go of the claw and come to his senses. Appa turns to Astra, informing her that Luke Taylor is actually the most suitable representative. But it's worth realizing that it won't work. Astra doesn't understand why Appa would dare say such a thing. Astra asks Appa how he knows that it won't work to make Luke the representative of the goddess. Appa replies that he has a skill that lets him know such things. Luke lifts the hand on which the bracelet hangs and looks at Appa with surprise. Appa tells the goddess that she chose Luke as her representative to save lives. But since the situation is unfolding in a new way, it's worth it to be patient with the representation. Appa continues to stare at Scorpius and a watcher is nearby. Appa holds Antares' claw as if an ordinary rock. Appa turns back around and looks at the bracelet Luke is wearing on his arm. Appa is glad he gave the bracelet to Luke and realizes that, after all, the DLC equipment was useful. The bracelet is needed to instantly move the host to the bracelet. Luke Taylor becomes worried and decides to ask Appa if he doesn't have enough abilities to become a representative of the goddess. Appa explains that it's not that, it's just that it would be hard for a human to endure such a thing. Appa realizes that in fact the opposite is true. The problem is that Luke Taylor is too good for that. Appa realizes that if Astra uses all of her strength, Luke's body won't be able to take the strain and will just burst. Appa knows he can't watch this. Luke Taylor smiles and says that since Appa says so, it must be true, really. Luke Taylor tells Appa that he is alive because of him. Luke was sure that he was going to the other side of the world at this very second. Appa smiles and tells Luke that he can get some rest, and Appa will take care of the rest. Antares won't remove his claw and finally interferes with the players' conversation, asking how they dare to talk here, in the presence of the Scorpion constellation itself. Appa knows what the intent of Scorpius's attack is. Appa tells Antares he knows the reason he came to this game. Appa says that Antares just wants to see what kind of player overpowered Karas and appropriated his ability. Appa pulls back the claw and looks at Antares' reaction. Antares is shocked by Appa's statement and asks how on earth he could know about it. Appa says it's typical Antares style. Appa makes it clear that Antares will know about everything when Appa starts doing damage. A scramble ensues. Antares is not going to say anything back to Appa, but only gets annoyed and therefore makes a claw strike from which Appa easily and casually recoils. Appa is confident in his abilities. Appa knows that Karas, who is an ordinary constellation, could not fully display his power. Antares is a top-level constellation for sure, and Antares' nerf is much bigger. As Appa makes a stab at Scorpius, Goddess calls out to Luke to pay attention. Scorpius tenses up a bit, but isn't going to give any sign, so asks Appa how long this whole showdown is going to go on. Antares warns him not to underestimate his abilities. Appa pulls out his gun and replies that he never underestimated Antares. Mentally, Appa realizes that he hit Antares hard enough, but the shell is very hard. Appa realizes that the shell cannot be penetrated, which means it is worth aiming only at the joints. After Appa's damage, Antares is bleeding from a joint. Antares realizes that it's not going to work and releases the poison. Antares tells Appa not to play games with him as it will end badly for everyone, and Appa including. Appa covers his nose and mouth with his hand and starts calling out for Han Jisoo. Appa says that Jisoo should be hit right in the head and right now. Jisoo hears Appa's instruction and promptly pounces from above. Jisoo holds a mace and uses enough power to deal damage to Constellation, the top level. Jisoo swings and delivers a strike. Antares gets hit and undergoes extreme pain, falling straight to the ground. Appa watches carefully and realizes that at this point Antares is open, which means it's time to make another dash. Appa is about to do damage to his eyes and mentally tells Antares that he won't see anything else. Finally, Appa makes a dash and aims straight for the eyes, but something happens. From Jisoo's blow, Antares swiftly steps back. Turning to Appa, Antares asks if he was aiming straight for the eyes. Antares realizes that Appa is strong, but confidently continues the fight, believing himself to be stronger. Luke Taylor isn't going to stand by, and so he yells to Appa that he's coming to help as well. Luke picks up a huge rock with the intention of sending it straight at Scorpio. Scorpion couldn't expect three powerful players to come together, with the goal of sending him to the other side. Involuntarily taking the damage from Luke, Antares begins to scream in pain. The stone was so large that it lands completely on Antares' head. During the fight, Jisoo uses the star ability sending to the other world. Jisoo looks at Antares to see how badly Antares felt Luke's punch. Appa tenses up and hopes that Antares is getting weaker. Scorpio is feeling the brunt of the blow, realizing that the situation is escalating and becoming more dangerous. Antares analyzes the players and begins to understand how it was possible to defeat Karas. Antares looks at Appa, realizing that he is the strongest and most agile. Antares looks at Appa, wondering what skills he has, assuming the equipment looks ordinary. Antares releases a huge amount of poison, making it hard to even see. Appa puts on a gas mask and wonders why Antares is spraying poison when he knows it's useless against the members of the Godslayers Guild. Antares purposely used a deceptive maneuver to promptly dig a hole and escape from the player's sight. Appa says to be careful because Antares can attack by suddenly popping out of the ground. Appa tenses up because he realizes they're too late, not having time to deal with a constellation as powerful as Scorpius Antares. Finally, the scorpion jumps out of the pit and swings its sharp tail to hit at least one of the players. Each player, so strong, manages to bounce back from the tail. Appa looks at Antares and analyzes the behavior. As Appa thinks of a way to destroy him, a brilliant idea comes to mind. Appa asks Jisoo if he can stall for time. At first, Jisoo doesn't understand what he's talking about and asks Appa what exactly should be done. Appa tells him that Antares can determine their location by the vibration of their bodies. Appa says that Jisoo should try to tease Antares. Jisoo is pleased that Appa has come up with a new way to destroy the monster and agrees to this instruction. Now Appa turns to Mr. Luke. Luke leans his hands on his knees and asks Appa what's wrong. In fact, Luke is very tired. His body is covered in sweat. His breathing is rapid. But Luke knows that the military doesn't give up, and so he is willing to do anything. Appa asks Luke if he can request a conversation with the goddess. Luke is puzzled and doesn't understand why Appa would want to do that. In fact, Appa decides to ask the goddess for the power of the 7th zodiac sign. Luke is shocked by Appa's question. Luke can't imagine what such an action will lead to, but trusting Appa gives him the confidence to believe that this is what needs to be done for the good of not only their guild, but all the people of Seoul. The goddess of justice receives the notice. Puzzled, the goddess rereads the message because it was unexpected to receive such a request from Sehan. Appa knows that the 7th sign of the zodiac is Libra, and that's why he says to summon Libra. Libra is the Latin name for the constellation Libra and the corresponding sign. The goddess has not yet answered Sehan because she realizes that the call is a dangerous action in relation to the players. Obviously, the goddess does not want to cause unnecessary trouble, but it would be difficult to ignore such a request. Finally, Appa gets a response. Goddess says she realizes that Appa won't reveal how she knows such personal details about zodiac signs. But does Appa really want Luke to use Libra? If that's the case, the goddess can't give her consent. Appa explains that the goddess' job is simply to summon the Libra, even if Duke can't control them. Goddess once again goes into her thoughts, with the realization that just summoning Libra is not a complicated and contradictory game rule. Meanwhile, Han Ji-soo continues to fight and defend against the Scorpion constellation. Appa sees what Han Ji-soo is doing and calls out to him. Ji-soo is covered in sweat because the opponent of the highest level constellation is not that easy at all with the capabilities of Ji-soo's abilities. Ji-soo hears Appa's voice and looks away, asking what's wrong. Appa and Ji-soo find themselves so close that Appa asks Ji-soo to bear a certain discomfort for a while. Ji-soo has no choice but to agree with Appa. Appa presses Ji-soo as close as possible to defend against the attack. Appa raises a huge shield and covers Orihulk. Appa turns back around and looks at Luke Taylor, signaling that it's time to act. Next to Luke is the Justice Goddess Watcher, who has given Appa consent to Libra's summoning. Luke Taylor realizes that this is the target and begins to summon Libra. But something goes wrong. Luke is so anxious that he's afraid to say out loud the necessary words for the summoning. Luke tenses up so much that his entire face is covered in sweat and his veins stick out more than ever. Luke asks himself what's wrong, why he can't even say the name out loud. Luke feels his breath catching. Luke scolds himself, instructing himself that he will have to be patient for a while. The tense situation and the minimal amount of time to think takes a toll on Luke's condition. Finally, Luke Taylor pulls himself together and holds out an open palm towards the sky. Luke screams a summons and closes one eye because a bright light illuminates the entire dungeon. The summoning of Libra, the goddess of Libra. Deputy Ga Yoon notices a strange change in the sky and asks the master to take a look. Master Park Sung raises his head and informs him that these actions are taking place in the territory that the Rising Guild is responsible for. Park Sung starts to get worried and wonders what's going on there. Park Sung-hyuk remembers Appa's warning and begins to realize that this is the reason why. Appa said not to go into the dungeon. Scorpius Antares asks if Libra has indeed been summoned. Antares says that there is no one here with divine skills. Antares asks why summon if no one can even hold the scales. Appa stands still and looks at Antares with confidence. Apparently, Appa is the only one who realizes what is about to happen and therefore is not even going to answer Antares. Jisoo continues to be protected by Appa. After Antares' question, Jisoo, thoughtful and even worried, put her head down. Luke Taylor used a lot of effort to overcome his fear. Luke's entire face is covered in sweat. Luke does not comment on what is happening in any way, but just stares at the beam, which is coming out of the sky and straight into the dungeon. There's some action going on that is starting to worry Antares. Antares begins to guess the meaning of Libra's summoning and wonders if really this is all real. Finally, Libra lands, right on top of Antares. Jisoo and Appa continue to sit behind the huge shield covered with Orihulk and wait for it to end. Seha decides to look out from behind the shield because he senses that it's quiet. Appa realizes that it is Libra, gone since there is no user. Appa looks at Mr. Luke and realizes that he has passed out from the impact. Appa thinks that Luke Taylor gave his best effort and handled his role perfectly. Appa pulls out his weapon and realizes that now is the time to finish Antares off. Antares looks like there was no battle. At that moment, Appa throws multiple spears at Antares, covering every part of his carapace and paws with the sharp ends. Antares endures the pain and calls Appa the most insane player. While Antares feels a dozen spears on him, Appa swiftly advances, jumping on the scorpion's back. Behind Appa, a skeleton appears, which is another of Appa's abilities. Appa's eyes turn bright purple, which makes Antares realize it's getting very dangerous. Antares realizes how powerful an opponent he is and doesn't understand how he can be dealt with by a player on his 5th mission. Appa becomes something else. The ability that Appa has gives such power that even the highest level constellation begins to realize its end. Antares becomes covered in the energy that Appa gives off. Antares screams that this cannot happen. Antares is unable to resist Appa's abilities. After a while, Antares explodes, leaving behind a stream of fire. Appa doesn't look like himself. Appa looks very angry as he continues to watch the explosion. Appa thought so. The destruction of the 12th sign of the zodiac is a huge problem that Karis can't compare to. Appa realizes that the publisher had to have a hand in it. Appa laments that it won't get a powerful merit because of the publisher's interference. Appa realizes that the publisher's interference, the system couldn't just leave it alone. Opening the display, Appa gets skill choice A and rejoices. Appa continues to stand where Libra fell. Appa thinks that if he could handle Antares without the publisher's interference, he would be able to get at least divinity or a skill. Appa notices something very bright next to him and wonders what is going on. Appa realizes that it is some kind of strong magic because the beam of light emanates a powerful energy. Appa looks at it and stops in a stupor from shock. Appa sees Esther in front of him. This is astral metal, similar in power to mithril, but it has a stronger resistance to magic, and in terms of magic conductivity, it's the best metal. Esther retains the advantages of other metals, and at the same time has the unique power of Esther. Appa knows that this is not just a rare metal and wonders if it will be enough for his initial capital. On top of that, Appa realizes that there is still one problem. Looking at Luke and Jisoo, who are unconscious from the crushing effects of the Libra, Appa wonders how to get those two out of here. Appa decides to take off. A debate begins among the players about who won this contest. Some only want to talk about Seihan and his ability to fly, while others remind them that everyone who made a contract with the devil was destroyed. Finally, a ranking display appears in the sky among the guilds. Players and commoners stand in anticipation to see who, in fact, could be considered the strongest guild. At this time, Demon Lenny is lying on the couch with his limbs spread out in different directions, commenting that it is boring to lie on the bed all day long. Chanwoon gets into a stance and swings his arm, replying to Demon that he can challenge her to a fight. Demon asks why they should fight. It's very strange and pointless. Changwoon has half of his mask on his face, turning to Demon. Changwoon asks if it would be easier to go back to the devil world. Changwoon jokes that if Demon Lenny continues to loiter, the demons will start whispering behind his back. Demon Lenny replies that he doesn't feel like it. Demon asks who would even dare to say anything about her. Demon Lenny says she's just too lazy. Demon Lenny says Jangwoon is some kind of despicable worm. Chanwoon says he doesn't understand how it was possible, with such laziness, to rank 3rd in the devil world. Demon Lenny clarifies that she's lazy because she's strong and has been so strong since she was a child. Demon Lenny clarifies that she never practiced or did uninteresting things because that is the characteristic of the strongest. Demon Lenny recalls that there is one person, that girl with golden hair, who was seen last time. Demon Lenny wonders if she wants to become a demon, will have to give up her seat. Jangwoon asks why Demon Lenny still is by his side. Changwoon clarifies that he's just a low-level player who's obsessed with getting stronger and the various competitions that Demon Lenny dislikes so much. Demon Lenny reminds him that Jang-un is just funny, and the endeavors and techniques are like the antipode. and the empty waving of his legs, in order to fill the missing talent with his diligence, is like a teddy bear from a toy box. Azazel rolls her eyes and says she's really tired of being watched. It's more interesting to watch everything live. Azazel asks how you can only look at your toy and not play with it. Azazel asks if Jang Woon wants to get stronger to get back at that crow. Azazel means Appa. Chan Woon replies that he lost the battle and has no desire for revenge. In such a situation, one has to do what is possible, and that's it. Azazel thinks about it and affirmatively says that Chan Woon has no purpose. Chan Woon doesn't understand what Demon Lenny is driving at. Azazel thought that Chan Woon is just having doubts, but in fact the reason is different. Azazel says she wants to go to the store. Jang-un asks what he needs to buy. Azazel takes the umbrella, informing him that he doesn't need to buy anything, but just wants to go out for a little while. Jang-un realizes that Azazel, once again, is up to something. Azazel looks at the warehouse and says that this is the right place. Jang-un reminds him that this place is not at all to Demon Lenny's taste. Azazel replies that Jang-un is a worm who talks too much. Azazel makes herself comfortable on the iron beams. Chan Woon asks what she's going to do, and Demon replies that she came to meditate. Chan Woon doesn't understand what's going on in this demon's head. Jang-un stands in front of Demon, realizing that this is just an industrial zone, which has no way of encouraging new thoughts to appear in Azazel's head. At that moment, Chan Woon hears some sounds not far away from him. Turning back around, Jang-un tenses up because he doesn't know who could have come. A little girl quickly runs around the corner without anyone noticing. Jang Woon notices the child and wonders where the little girl came from in such a place. Demon Lenny looks at Jang Woon with a sly expression. Azazel realizes that someone like Chan Woon, who even used an object to free children, won't be able to calmly watch what's about to happen. Azazel asks why Jang-un is standing still, because without help, the girl could go to the other side of the world. Jang-un asks if demons save children nowadays. Azazel replies with a question, where is it written that this is forbidden? Jang-un continues to stare at the demon and begins to grumble unhappily that Azazel never gives normal answers. Jang-un realizes that in the future, nothing has happened anymore. But as of late, things have gotten so vague that Jang-un can't even predict what's going to happen next. Someone who shouldn't have been there in the first place has intervened. There are two guys running after the girl. One of them tells the other that there's a dead end and that they shouldn't stop because they're about to grab the girl. The girl turns back, hoping that the chase is over. The girl is very frightened and tears are streaming from her face. The child tries to run as hard as she can to avoid falling into the hands of horrible people. At this moment, the girl does not notice a man standing in front of her. The girl crashes into Jang Woon and notices that he is also wearing black clothes, which means he is a demon. After looking at Chan Woon for a bit, the girl realizes that it's not a demon, but a contract worker. The girl wonders how it was possible to run into a contract worker while running away from these servants of the devil. While the girl asks for help, the devil's servants arrive on the scene and begin to wonder who it is. Some say that Jang-un is also under contract with the devil, and someone asks if he's new. Jang-un doesn't understand why the devil's servants have changed their black clothes to blue. One of the servants asks Jang Woon who he is, and if he's really after that girl too. The servant asks if he thinks they'll give her away so easily. Jang-un is not ceremonious, and made the servant such damage that he flies away a few meters. The girl continues to stand by Jang-un's side, hoping that this is the true and only salvation. Chan Woon stands and demands silence, wishing that every servant of the devil just quietly go to the other world. Finally, when all the servants in blue have been defeated by Chan Woon, safety for the girl has arrived. The girl looks at the lifeless bodies, amazed at how Jang-un with ease dealt with each one. Finally, Jang-un turns to the girl with a request to listen. The girl is happy to be alive but is wary of her unknown savior. The girl responds to Jang-un's words. Jang-un turns around and looks at the girl with his kind and bright eyes. Jang-un asks why they were chasing, not just one but a gang of them. The girl turns her head in different directions and looks at the floor. About to say something, the girl remains silent. Jang-un doesn't wait for an answer, replying that if she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to tell him and can go home. The girl couldn't expect Jang-un to send her home so abruptly. Jang-un repeats his words, informing her that it's okay not to say anything. Jang-un says that he's dealt with all the stalkers and can take it from there on her own. Jang-un is about to leave and adjusts his jacket. Jang-un reflects on the fact that he asked too much, but if they want to grab the girl again, there's nothing he can do about it. Jang-un turns around and looks at the girl, thinking that she's acting very strange. Jang-un is sure that the girl won't run after the motorcycle. Jang-un heads towards Demon Lenny, and the girl goes with him. Azazel sees Chan-un commenting on showing up back so quickly. Demon Lenny comes down and approaches the girl as close as possible, asking for her name. The girl is startled by the demon into a stupor. Azazel once again asks his question. The girl tries to control her emotions and replies that her name is Minsua. Minsua looks at Azazel and wonders who she is. Is she really just a player? Jang-un intervenes and asks her not to scare the girl. Azazel peeks out and looks at Chan-woon with a smile, informing him that she didn't scare her. Azazel says that if Jang-un is going to take Jang-un with him, then Azazel will have to go separately, because the three of them won't be able to fit on the motorcycle. Jang-un walks over to the motorcycle and replies that he was planning to leave Minsua here. Azazel is surprised by this decision, so she clarifies that Minsu is not just an ordinary child. Jang-woon replies that it doesn't matter. As Jang-woon is about to leave, Minsua waves her hands and asks to wait. Minsua ponders like an adult, realizing that Jang-woon has actually changed his fate, as everything was going to be over for Minsua. Chang-woon turns around and looks questioningly at Minsua, asking what's wrong. Chang-woon could assume that Minsua would want to go with him, but he didn't know what action he would take, really. Minsua, embarrassed, asks Chang-woon if he should come along. Chang-woon asks why he should take her along, since she's just an ordinary girl with no powers, so there's no benefit to playing the game together. Finally, Minsu realizes that there's only one way to convince her savior, Jang-woon, to take her along. After a bit of silence, Minsua informs him, in a whisper, that he can see the future. This outcome of events truly entices Chang-woon. Jang-woon looks at Minsua with a questioning expression on his face, and decides to clarify if it's true that he can see the future. Minsua explains that she is actually an avatar of Skulda. Skulda, the goddess who controls the future. Minsua pauses and decides to give out the crowning phrase to put all doubts away from Jang-woon. Minsua informs him that he knows how the game will end. These words finally convince Chang-woon of the benefit of saving Minsua. Chang-woon pauses in thought, his pupil shrinking. Minsua continues to clarify that he knows what will happen in a second and what will happen in a week and a year. Jang-woon, as if nothing had happened, asks what good it will do. Minsua couldn't have expected such an indifferent reaction. Minsua stands there puzzled and asks Jang-woon what she means. Chang-woon interjects, "Is this really the reason to bring along?" Minsua realizes that she needs to get Jang-woon to take with her by any means necessary. Minsua starts babbling something. Minsua is at a loss. Her whole body is trembling, and rivulets of tears are rapidly flowing out of her eyes. Minsua explains that if Chang-woon is left here, her brother will go to the other world. Minsua doesn't know what else to say, and repeats his words a second time. Minsua recalls what happened just a little while ago. Mingsu explains that she should have gone to the other world, and then her brother would have taken revenge, escaped from his imprisonment, and stayed alive. But the opposite happened, and now Mingsu's brother is dead. Jang-un stands there pondering the day's events. Without answering anything, Chan-woon just stares at Minsua. Chang-woon puts his head down and holds his hand. Analyzing what's going on, Chan-un guesses that Demon Lenny knew the outcome, and that's why she brought her here. Jang-un turns to Azazel, who realizes that there will now be a questioning. Jang-un doesn't question, neither Azazel nor Minsua. Instead, Jang-woon asks if Azazel will be able to return home on her own. Azazel replies that of course Jang-woon can go without her, but Azazel wants to go for a walk. Chan-woon climbs onto the motorcycle and directs Minsua to get on it. Minsua is surprised by this demand and looks at Chan-woon, bewildered. Jang-woon explains that first of all, he has to go back and then we can talk about it. When Jang-un brings Minsua back to his house, they have a detailed conversation. Minsua tells him that the people who kidnapped her and her brother are the guild that competes with the Eastern Moon. Chan-woon clarifies the name of the guild. Minsua sits across from Chang-woon and holds a mug in her hand. A little worried, Minsua twists the mug in different directions. Minsua says that that guild calls itself Mountain Spring. Chang-woon remembers such a guild because Mountain Spring broke away from the Black Brotherhood Guild. Jang-woon realizes that this is what follows such brigandage and lawlessness. Jang-woon asks if this guild is also stealing children. Minsua refutes Jang-woon's assumption, saying that's not the case at all. Minsua clarifies that the guild wanted to use her abilities for their own gain. With the Seeing the Future skill, the Mountain Spring Guild was going to benefit from the guild's events. Of course, Minsua didn't want to help why her brother had been taken hostage, so Minsua gave a minimum of information. At this moment, unexpectedly for Minsua, Demon Lenny appears and asks a question about how accurately one can foresee the future. Out of fright, Minsua's mug flies out of her hands and the girl tries to catch it back. Chang Woon is not surprised by this appearance. Minsua's eyes light up with a sky-blue light. Minsua replies that at first, she can see what will happen in 3 seconds. These are considered simple scenes. Minsua clarifies that there is no recharge, almost, and can be used whenever it feels like it. Azazel says it's more than the skills of a normal avatar. Azazel clarifies, maybe it's his own skills added to that. Considering Minsua, Azazel considers that physically she looks like a normal girl without skills. Azazel is amazed at the synergy since Skuld cherishes her so much. Jang Woon asks if it's all the ability and information that Minsua is after him for. Minsua reminds him that there is knowledge of how the game will end. Minsua realizes that such information would be of interest to anyone. Chang Woon clarifies if that's really the case. Azazel ponders the fact that it can't be. Azazel knows that not even gods are allowed to know the future. Although if it's a human, perhaps Mingsua was able to bypass the system. Mingsua clarifies that she can simply see the end. Mingsua already knows what the end will be of this world. Azazel starts to get curious about the details and asks what the end will be now. After all, most of the time, these games end badly, which could mean that here too, things will be bad. Minsua lowers her eyes and refutes Demon Lenny's assumption. Azazel clarifies, meaning there will be a happy ending. Minsua says it's neither. Minsua knows that the ending has changed before, but Minsua doesn't know the reason for it. Minsua reports that she knew about the ending even before the game started. Minsua knew that there would only be one survivor, but the ending changed right before the game started, and then Minsua saw the ending that would be this time. In the real ending, there will be a king that all demons and gods obey. It's the Demon King of Madness. The Demon King is Jihan, who has reached such a level that he has subjugated everyone who existed in this world. In the present tense, Appa is still not much different from a human. Appa wakes up and realizes that he wanted to stop at the 2nd or 3rd location of this mission. Appa opens the display and sees that the Godslayers Guild is in 1st place. Appa is surprised, not realizing how it happened to be in 1st place. It's not clear if the other guilds were scared or inferior, but no one got any points. Appa realizes that it's better to be without points than to give the dungeon to East Moon. Appa notices that Snow White is looking at Appa with admiration. Appa asks why she's looking that way, and Snow White replies that she's just thinking of a name. Appa removes the display and asks Snow White what exactly she has in mind. Snow White replies that she thinks Appa should be called Papa. Appa is covered in sweat, eyes glowing white and teeth clenched. Appa replies that you can't call him that because there is no mommy. Snow White replies that there is no mommy, but if you think about it, Lin is a perfect fit. Appa understands what the relationship between mom and dad must be, and after this statement, Appa covers her face with her hand and asks, what is this nonsense? Snow White does not understand what is wrong. Appa replies that the best option is to just call her by her first name. Appa clarifies that it would be more convenient, absolutely, for everyone. Snow White is surprised by this simplicity and can't say anything against it, so she just agrees with Appa. Appa remembers what Li Min said about Snow White as a cold creature that is so cute that she wants to be hugged and carried around all the time. Snow White is not very happy with this attention, but realizes that there is nothing she can do about it. Appa thinks that Snow White is rather unusual, perhaps because of Rin's blood. However, she has already manifested 5 magic attack techniques and even a regeneration skill. With this development, Snow White will grow up to become as great as Kirin. At the end, Appa clarifies if it's true that Snow White wanted to say something, so she waited here. Snow White confirms Appa's words and starts a conversation on an important topic. It turns out that Jang Woon asked her to tell him that the dungeon Appa was looking for has appeared. Appa looks up and tries to realize which dungeon they're talking about. Appa remembers that Jang Un was reporting important business, so he left. Chan Woon has been going into dungeons often and has gained good experience. Appa uses the Raven skill and quickly finds the dream dungeon that Chang Woon reported. Appa's eyes are illuminated with a bright light, so that there is a chance to see the Dungeon of Dreams. Appa is pleased with the find and tells Snow White to head there. Snow White is surprised by Appa's invitation and decides to find out if it is true that she should go there too. Appa gets up from the couch and tells her that it is necessary to use Kirin's powers. Snow White gets up from the couch and asks Appa if it's really about powers. Snow White couldn't expect at such a young age to be useful to the guild. Appa clarifies that with Kieran's power, a door can be opened. The Dungeon of Dreams is called the Instant because it is separated from the others. To enter, an item with sacred power is required. The reward is a Laplace hourglass that can show a person's future for 30 minutes. Jisoo wants to go with Appa. Appa replies that no one can go in with him. Jisoo clarifies that he just wants to take a look at the Instant Dungeon, at least from the outside. Jisoo smiles and clarifies that while Seihan is inside, someone should look after Snow White. Appa agrees with Jisoo's conclusion and clarifies that the problem is the door to the dungeon. Appa asks Snow White if she can open the door or not. Snow White examines the door and does not think about whether it is possible or not. At that moment, Snow White creates a bubble and it goes to the horn, from which it is infused with energy power. Appa and Jisoo watch carefully as the bubble heads for the dungeon door and successfully opens it. Appa approaches Snow White and pats her on the head, calling her a good girl. Appa, Jisoo, and Snow White watch carefully as the dungeon gate opens and creates a purple portal for Appa to enter. Jisoo shyly approaches Appa and asks if it is necessary to wait here. Appa replies that there is no need to wait, so they can go back. Jisoo agrees with Appa, saying that's exactly what they'll do. Appa reaches out and begins to reach inside the dungeon. The conditions for mopping up the Dungeon of Dreams depends on who has entered it. Basically, it has to do with the person one wants to see, more than anyone else. Appa, for the first time, is in such a dungeon. Appa tries to figure out what's going on. Appa assumes that memories from a past life have begun. Appa sits down and pokes his forehead with his hand, trying to figure out when he was in this building. Finally, a memory of Appa standing inside a virtual egg and holding out his hand to get out of the shell comes to Appa's mind. Appa stands up and heads somewhere. Looking around the area, Appa realizes that the thing he regrets the most is that very assignment. Appa notices the purple capsules and reaches out with his hand to collect. At this time, right behind Appa's back, a strange man appears who watches Appa's actions intently, but says nothing. Appa feels someone's breath behind him and swiftly turns back. Appa is tense because he doesn't know who he might meet here. Appa gathers his hand into a fist to overpower the presumed enemy. Strange pods are directed at the stranger, who instantly is very far away from OPW. The stranger takes a seat on the edge of an abandoned building and replies to Appa sarcastically about how his actions are very scary and frighten him. Appa considers the stranger and asks what he's doing here at a time like this. Appa realizes that it's Min Soo Ho, whom he recognized from a previous life. Min Soo Ho smiles and answers Appa with the assurance that he came here to send Appa to the other world. Appa looks at Min Soo Ho with a scornful smile and replies that such intentions were expected. Appa realizes that what's happening coincides with memories from the past. Appa realizes that everything is planned, just perfectly. Min Soo Ho rubs his head and says that he should have agreed to the terms. Min Soo Ho realizes that Appa's logic is that it's better to save the players than the ordinary people. Min Soo Ho clarifies that there are too many ordinary people. Min Soo Ho states that Appa was going to attack anyway, planning to hide and do it stealthily. Min Soo Ho knows what he's talking about, but he asks Appa if he's thinking right. Appa keeps quiet because he realizes that Min Soo Ho is going to press Appa with his knowledge of Appa's plans. Appa assumes that it's as if the dream dungeon is trying to make him laugh. Appa brings up the assignment that Min Soo Ho is talking about. That assignment is one of the ones Appa regrets the most. The conditions were contentedly simple. 1,000 good players and 100,000 ordinary people. One must be chosen and rescued. Each team could not leave the area that the master was watching. The other players had to choose one side, and after choosing one, they had to finish off the opposing team. Really, it's a terrible task. That time, Appa chose 1,000 players because the game needs players more than ordinary people. So Appa had to fight Min Soo Ho as well. Appa looks at Min Soo Ho, remembering what happened before. Min Soo Ho thought that Appa swiftly would launch an attack, but it didn't happen. Min Soo Ho asks Appa what's wrong. Is Appa not going to fight? Min Soo Ho smirks and warns that if Appa goes back, he will get an exception to the rules and not send Appa to the other world. Min Soo Ho emphasizes that he doesn't have a destroy all enemies attitude like Appa has. Seha replies with indifference on his face that he feels relieved after Min Soo Ho's words. Appa warns that now he'll just back off, but that doesn't mean he's abandoning the task. Min Soo Ho claps himself on his chest and replies that such details are not important. Min-Soo-ho warns Appa that no matter what Appa's team does, Min-Soo-ho's team will still win. Appa thinks that Min-Soo-ho is so confident because his team was the strongest at that time in the past. Appa pivots back and moves his arms, showing that he's retreating right now. Min-Soo-ho tenses up because he can't believe that Appa can retreat. Min-Soo-ho replies that such actions are not in line with Appa's character at all. Appa replies that he has a lot on his mind at this point, which makes it impossible to waste time fighting. Appa promptly runs away and begins to reflect on his body from the last round and remembers that at that point was already 30 years old. Appa decides that this moment will not be the same as in his previous life. At this point, Appa should have already dealt with Min-Soo-ho, but now he doesn't. Appa continues to head onward and thinks about what Min-Soo-ho's guild will think. Appa becomes uncomfortable with the realization that no one will be able to understand why Appa so easily retreated. Next, Appa is reminded of Lynn Taylor. Lynn looks more mature and experienced as a player. Appa recalls unpleasant moments associated with Lynn. In a past life, Appa made choices he regretted. Appa stands on the outskirts of an abandoned building and stares into the distance. Appa remembers his past, which makes him feel uncomfortable. Back then, on this spot, Appa had to send Lynn Taylor to the other world. Walking down the street, Appa thinks about how things happened and what needs to be done now. At that moment, Appa hears a question about how everything went. Appa notices Shi-woo. Shi-woo asks once again, clarifying what was in that dungeon. Shi-woo is genuinely worried about Appa and hopes everything is going according to plan. Shi-woo asks if he was able to do the task correctly. Appa replies that it didn't work out because too many things got in the way. Appa clarifies that he had to leave the Dungeon of Dreams first. Appa looks at Shi-woo, thinking that he has started to look like a stranger. Shi-woo became a little upset. Lowering his head, Shi-woo did not comment on Appa's reply in any way, realizing that Appa would be able to deal with the task, not now, then later. Behind Shi-woo's back, many people appeared and began to question. Someone suggested that Appa thought that the other players didn't seem like they were going to attack. Someone started asking for details, and also, they started reminding him about the short deadline. Appa becomes annoyed and worried. Closing one eye, Appa replies that he himself doesn't know much. Appa tells Shi-woo that there is something he needs to think about now. Appa asks Shi-woo to prepare a suitable outfit. Appa sits on the couch and continues to analyze what's going on. The nightmares are really horrible. Appa doesn't understand where the stupid dungeon came from. Appa opens the screen, realizing that, as expected, Appa's growth rate is much slower compared to Appa currently. In the past, Appa had meager stats. Appa is shocked by this data, because he realizes that he has much more skills now. Appa sees the mission to clean up the Dungeon of Dreams and wonders if the mission will have to be done all over again. Appa can't figure out what needs to be done. Is it really enough, like in his previous life, to take out the enemy? Appa wants to believe that this time it will be easier to do it. Still, Appa feels that something is wrong here, and there must be another way. At this moment, Appa hears a question from outside. What is it possible to think so hard about? Appa begins to realize that, at this very moment, the witch is beginning her reincarnation. Appa asks the witch what is the matter, why she has come here. The witch replies that Appa even today is unfriendly, but still supportive. The witch emphasizes that people should be saved and that this will be the right thing to do. Appa knows that this is a lie that will destroy the world. Besides the fact that such an outcome will destroy the whole world, it will also destroy the moment which cannot be changed. Appa realizes that scolding the witch is not worth it after all, genuinely cares about humanity. Appa replies to the witch that this is not the right thing to do. Appa decides to ask one question, and before doing so, calls the goddess Yidra. The witch in no way could have expected that Appa would decide to call her that, so she starts asking what Appa called her. Appa does not understand such a reaction and repeats the words that there is one question. The witch puts emphasis on the name and then asks Appa to name Yidra again. The witch stands and looks at Appa thoughtfully. Appa asks if the witch is pleased to hear her name. The witch doesn't answer anything but just hums. The Witch of Dreams is Yidra. This is an external god that appears in the Cthulhu mythos, and also the only deity that has shown interest in humans. It is a deity from another world who wanted to participate in the game from another universe. However, there was no being who could say anything against Yidra. Whatever Yidra did, she had the power to forgive everything. Perhaps for that reason, even the system itself left her alone. Appa doesn't know why Yidra chose to make her avatar, but she was supportive in every way possible, wanting humanity to stay alive. It is Appa's deity who left after the destruction of the world. Ydra believes that today Appa is very strange. Ydra clarifies what exactly Appa wants to know. Appa continues to sit on the couch but feels better now that he is ready to look for answers to his problem. Appa replies that it concerns the Dungeon of Dreams. Ydra echoes Appa's words, saying that she couldn't have expected such a question. Appa explains that it just came to mind, so he decided to ask the question. Ydra thinks that is the reason why he called by name. Appa lowers his head and replies that that is not the reason. The witch explains that people do not change their attitudes so quickly. Ydra says that any being with a personality behaves that way. This includes humans and gods who look like humans. Ydra warns if one can sense this is inevitable. Ydra says Appa isn't the kind of person who depends on his memories to talk about them. Nor has he visited the Dungeon of Dreams yet. Ydra thinks that this situation has nothing to do with the Dungeon of Dreams. Ydra sits down next to her, and Appa asks if Ydra doesn't care at all that she's not real. Ydra, without a moment's hesitation, immediately answers that it is, on the contrary, a pleasure, and then hesitates. Ydra begins to realize that Appa has never been called by name before, and this becomes pleasant, although Ydra feels some awkwardness, but is not going to find out the details of all this. Appa doesn't comment on Ydra's speech in any way, and asks her to tell him about the Dungeon of Dreams, which is quite disturbing. Ydra is surprised to hear that Appa is being bothered by some kind of dungeon. Appa explains that it is too perfect. Appa explains that he can't remember the faces of all the players he met, however, this person definitely existed in the world. Appa wants to know if he was accidentally created by the dungeon, or if he was actually involved in that event. Ydra lifts the material and proudly claims that Appa is the true avatar. Ydra says that human memories are very imperfect. Only with the help of memories alone, it is impossible to create the world. Based on memories, one searches for that period of time and then copies the world. For a system, that's entirely possible. And then the past and the future take shape. The people who exist here begin to behave and think like those characters. But they're not real. They are just copies that the dungeon created. Ydra points to himself and clarifies that also he is a copy. Appa agrees with Ydra, reporting that he is beginning to understand. Ydra is surprised by this and asks what exactly. Appa clarifies that he assumes how the task can be accomplished. To mop up the Dungeon of Dreams, one will have to, once again, go through this quest. Appa realizes that he could do it the same way he did in his previous life, but if he wants to get a proper reward, he can't use the answer he already knows. Appa knows that the result the Dream Dungeon wants is not a repeat of the past. It needs to be completed perfectly, the way it failed to be completed the first time. Appa realizes that if he had saved Lin, things would have been different. Appa can't stop thinking about what would have happened if Lin had stayed alive. What would have been the turn of events then? Appa goes to the workshop and tells Shiwu that he wants to find Min-Ah. Shiwu clarifies if Appa is hoping Min-Ah will help in the battle. Shiwu is busy roasting. Shiwu decides to ask if Li Min will do it. He reminds her that Li Min always does things his own way. Appa confirms Shiwu's words, saying that Li Min is indeed like that, and says that to be more specific, Appa needs an item that only Li Min-Ah can do. Only Li Min-Ah can do. Shiwu is surprised and doesn't understand how Li Min can make items. Appa clarifies that an elixir is needed. Shiwu says that if it's about alchemy, he's not able to figure it out. Shiwu says it's likely that none of the players know Li Min-Ah's location because she's elusive. Appa stands nearby and confirms Shiwu's words. Shiwu takes the necessary items and leaves, explaining that he has a job to finish. Appa realizes that if even Shiwu, who is the best equipment maker and knows all the top players, doesn't know where Li Ming is, then what about the others? Appa opens the display and notices that he can't enter the chat room. Appa decides that there is nothing left to do but turn to Ydra with such a question. Appa asks Ydra where Li Min-Ah is right now. Ydra massages Appa's face and says that now has become quite like a child. Ydra reminds him that Appa usually does nothing but ignore Ydra. Appa replies that it's a vision, so he can afford to be a little more brash. Seha Appa looks up and tells Ydra that she could have just sent a note instead of showing up like that. Appa explains that he's heard that appearing in character is also worth points. Ydra smiles and says that's better. Ydra recalls Appa saying that since it's a vision, then what's the point of saving points? Appa returns to his question and asks where Li Min-Ah is. Ydra answers immediately, informing him that Li Min is now in Chonan. Appa decides that one should head there right away. At this time, Li Min is sitting on the edge of a table, looking up at the sky, which is clearly visible through the broken roof. Oppa stands in front of the school and checks with Yidra's observer to see if this is where they have arrived. Appa goes inside the high school and sees many lifeless bodies. Appa comments that this atmosphere is perfect for a horror movie. Appa notices that a high school student is wearing the same uniform as Min Ah. Appa realizes that Li Min isn't wearing it for comfort. While Appa is walking along, something sharp comes from above. Appa manages to fend off the attack and looks off into the distance to see who is about to enter the fray, assuming that there can't be anyone else here besides Li Ming. Li Ming jumps off and tells Appa that she never thought Appa would get caught. Appa replies that he couldn't have thought that Li Ming would decide to attack so suddenly. Li Ming heads over to Appa, informing him that the current world has completely descended into chaos. Li Ming thinks it's better to attack first than to be stabbed in the back by someone and asks if Appa agrees. Appa is amazed at Li Min's behavior and change of image. Appa smiles and says that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Li Min again shows her sweet, emotional girl side when she remembers that she remembers Appa. Li Min says that about 2 years ago she saw those rags. Li Min waves her arms and asks if, in fact, Appa is actually here to pick her up. Appa replies that you could say that. Li Min asks how Appa, in general, knew about the location. Appa points to the observer, who promptly succumbed upwards for Li Ming to see. Li Ming is surprised that there are still avatars that talk to the gods. Appa replies that he thought that Li Min Ah too is made up of favorites. Li Min smiles and says that there were times like that, although it just recently ended about a year ago. Appa recalls that the last time he saw Li Min then, there didn't seem to be a watcher. This game, after all, is nothing more than the amusement of the gods who then abandon their avatars. Li Ming turns around and starts to walk away, letting Appa know that since he came here, he probably has something to say. Li Ming calls Appa after him, explaining that this is not the right place to talk. Li Min goes into one of the offices and examines with pleasantries. Appa is shocked to see where Li Min lives. Amidst the destruction, there's a bed with a dirty sheet and broken lamps on the ceiling. In the distance, on a table, lies a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Appa notices that on one of the tables, there are pictures. Appa is about to ask what kind of people they are, but Li Min explains that they are photos of people who have gone to the other world. There are flowers lying next to them as a reminder of them. Li Ming picks up one of the photo frames and looks at the photo with a smile on his face. Li Min says that she couldn't get pictures of all her classmates. Appa looks at the photo and shares the assumption that Li Min's class was very friendly. Li Min refutes such an assumption, reporting that it wasn't exactly like that. Li Min clarifies that, in fact, there were very few friends. Li Min says that the world began to change, so she had to change herself. Li Min reveals that she was always a quiet and silent child. Appa remembers what Li Min is like in the real world and replies that it's hard to imagine her being quiet. Li Ming turns around and tells Appa that when she was going through her first assignment, she realized she couldn't go on like this. Li Min decides that by any means necessary, she must survive. Li Min shares a secret that she can pretend pretty well. Li Min remembers the day the game started. Li Min with her 2 girlfriends decided to skip school and go to Seoul. Suddenly, the world just turned upside down. Appa asks if he understood correctly that Li Min is not from Seoul at all. Li Min confirms and says that she went to Seoul to take a walk, but she is from that small town. Li Min clarifies that a friend of hers who was going to the capital helped her. Then, they split up. Li Min looked for a long time in Seoul. At first, there was no money, so they had to rob banks, but everything was useless. The school uniform was the only thing that united with her friends. So, Li Min could not wear other clothes. Appa is fascinated by Li Min's story and decides to ask if she found any friends. Li Min replies that she has. Li Min keeps looking at the photo and replies that it was too late. Li Min says that the girlfriends were holding on for a long time when she found them. Appa doesn't know what she's talking about and asks what does it mean that they held on for a long time. Li Ming explains that there was an assumption that the girlfriends made a contract with the demons, but the demons just used them. And then, sent to the other world, Li Ming sits down on a chair and explains that he thinks everything is futile. So, Li Min just honors the dead as best he can. Li Min says that his parents were sent to the other world on the first day, so there was nowhere to go but back to school. Appa listens carefully to Li Ming and realizes that demons ruined lives. So there was a dark brotherhood. Appa starts to get worried and covered in sweat. His pupils constrict, and Appa starts to remember that he sent everyone who was in the dark brotherhood to the other world. Appa waves, his entire body and hair covered in sweat. Appa clarifies. Maybe the girlfriends belonged to the dark brotherhood. Li Min clarifies if it was not the brotherhood that Nibiros ran. Li Min clarifies that the friends were quite elsewhere. Appa slaps his palm on his forehead and realizes that now it is better to beware of those who contracted with the demons and, slowly, eliminate all of them. Appa realizes that he needs to warn Jisoo. Li Min asks if he realizes that Appa's meticulous questioning is just boredom. Li Min asks why Appa came. What is the need here? Appa replies that he was going to ask for help with an assignment. But after listening to the story, Appa assumes that Li Min won't be able to. Appa clarifies that he was going to ask to make an elixir. Li Ming rubs the back of his head and clarifies about the assignment. Then she remembers that the assignment involves a choice. Li Ming says that she first wanted to choose 10,000 people, but then she mistakenly chose 1,000 players. Appa smirks and wonders about whether in fact such a selection was made by mistake. Appa thinks that Li Ming is very lucky. Li Ming stretches her limbs and says that in fact it was very boring and so wouldn't mind creating elixirs. Li Ming asks how many bottles of elixir will be needed. Appa replies that one will suffice and explains that there's more. Li Ming doesn't realize there might be more, and clarifies that he doesn't know how to make anything more complicated than elixir. Appa puts his hands in his pockets and says he knows that. Appa clarifies that the second request would be much easier than making an elixir. Appa holds out his hand and shows something. Appa says to make it exactly the same so that it can be used by higher-ranked players. Li Ming scrutinizes what Appa is showing. At this time, Min Soo Ho is saying that Appa's actions are very strange. Min Soo Ho doesn't understand why Appa retreated last time, and that now has disappeared altogether. Min Soo Ho assumes that Appa is just up to something. At this time, guild member Agatram turns to Min Soo Ho and asks what's on his mind. The guild member reminds him that there's a meeting going on, and to think about the rest should later. The meeting opens up with the topic that there is about a week left before the assignment. Young Sung Hwan, the Agathram guild leader, thinks it's time to call it a day. Kang Jun-sik reminds him that Sung Hwan can figure it out on his own and clarifies if that's not true. Jung-sik says that they should just use the skill and it will work itself out. Sang Hwan replies that you shouldn't underestimate your enemies. Sang Hwan realizes that their guild is strong, but among the opponents there are also capable players. If the Agathram guild starts attacking in a hurry, they'll get caught in the crosshairs. Jung-sik says that Sang Hwan is serious, but this is just a Genesis guild that recently lost its baby teeth. Sang Hwan says there's a sacred maiden, Shin Yu-hua. Jun-sik says Yu-hua is useless and she left 10,000 people behind. Jun-sik says that in the Genesis guild there's still a guy in black. Sang Hwan asks who he's talking about. Jun-sik brings up Appa and describes him as a player who makes a bad impression. Jun-sik reports that he's the weirdest guy who used different kinds of guns. Sang Hwan brings up Seha Appa, confirming that he is in fact very annoying. Sang Hwan says that Appa can be considered the strongest player from the Genesis guild. Jun-sik looks at someone and addresses, naming the youngest. Jun-sik asks if, doesn't everyone want to send Appa to the other world? It turns out that Jun-sik is looking at Lin Taylor. Lin looks angry and doesn't say anything because she's thinking about what Appa is like. Sang Hwan gets tense and demands that Jung-sik stop this pointless conversation. While the members of the Agathram Guild are discussing pressing issues, a servant bursts in and apologizes for interrupting the important meeting. The servant informs them that their guild is in serious trouble. The servant reports that outside the quarantine zone, a huge number of players have been discovered. Jun-sik is delighted by this news and replies that now, it's clear why it's been so quiet. Jun-sik shares that the players were simply preparing for battle. Jun-sik informs that he will go and check it out for himself. But the guild member wearing the suit says that he'll go himself, and Jun-sik should stay here. He informs him that if Jun-sik goes, it could contribute to damage to the Agathram Guild. He says he'll figure it out quickly and come back. Appa arrives at Li Min's house and notices that everything is ready. Appa is surprised that Li Ming was able to create all the attributes needed in 2 days. Li Min shrugs and replies to Appa that there was simply nothing to do but Appa's request. Appa realizes that Li Min from the future is of a completely different level. If Li Min is so easy to agree to everything, he should have asked for help directly. Appa remembers something else. Appa looks up at the sky and remembers that today is the day when their guilds will be dealt a devastating blow. Appa realizes that he immediately joined the guild after recovering from the battle with Min Suho. Appa remembers that they won, although most of the enemies had to be sent to the other world, using a stealth attack. Appa opens the display to see how much time is left. Appa decides that it's time to stop by Song Shiwoo's place and move out right away. Appa remembers that player from member Agathram, whose name is Kim Dae-hoon. Appa knows that in this battle, Dae-hoon will fight. Appa realizes that right now is the perfect chance to defeat Dae-hoon while acting alone. Kim Dae-hoon comes out to the players and starts asking what they are going to do. The players are worried at the size and costume of Dae-hoon, realizing that they should have sent him to the afterlife right away once they failed the plan with the surprise attack. Kim Dae-hoon is illuminated by a bright light and continues to stand in front of his opponents, who are trying to think of a plan of action, even though they had originally come out ready to fight. Kim Dae-hoon turns to the head of the opponents and warns that he's giving 10 minutes for a decision to be made. Kim Dae-hoon says that this is the last warning before the fight begins. Behind Kim Dae-hoon, two assistants stand and laugh at the enemies. One of the servants turns to the boss. Are they really going to retreat? The boss asks what kind of nonsense he's talking about, really. Proposes to fight Kim Dae-hoon. The servant yells that the boss has no pride at all for running away when they are being laughed at so brazenly. The guy in the blindfold realizes that Dae-hoon is definitely stronger than their team. He thinks about the fact that Dae-hoon warns 3 times and doesn't attack unconditionally. The guy assumes that there's a reason why Dae-hoon can't fight. The guy in the blindfold thinks it's about time to attack. Dae-hoon stands still and waits for the enemy to voice their decision. The guy in the blindfold pulls out a weapon and swings it, signaling that he won't retreat. The guy warns Dae-hoon that today will be the end of the entire Agathram guild. Dae-hoon sighs heavily and says that since it's their choice, there's nothing they can do about it. Dae-hoon's aide draws his blade and is about to attack, but Tae-hoon closes the doorway with his hand, saying he can handle it on his own. The assistant asks if he can do it, because the opponent is a high-ranked player. Dae-hoon uses his skills, causing the pupils in his eyes to disappear and a bright light to appear. Dae-hoon asks who's yapping. Dae-hoon stands still, and the guy in the blindfold swings around and makes a leap to do damage from above. The guy is angry and asks if Dae-hoon decided to attack alone. Guy flies up so high that after him, the debris of the road flies up. The guy activates his skill called Aura X. The guy performs a punch, causing a bright light and a stream of energy to appear. Dae-hoon continues to stand still. The guy is worried and doesn't understand why Dae-hoon doesn't even try to block the punch. After thinking for a bit, the guy assumes that this could be due to the attack being too fast. The guy lands on the ground and doesn't see that Dae-hoon, even slightly, was affected by the damage. Dae-hoon is amazed at what the bandaged opponent is using. Dae-hoon wonders if really he knows Balder. The guy tries to remember who it's about. After thinking for a bit, the guy remembers that in Scandinavian mythology, Balder was the second son of Odin and was the god of light. In fact, it was a god of the highest order. This god was universally loved. Nothing in the world was capable of harm. Dae-hoon makes a dash and sends the bandage-wearing guy into a knockout by punching him in the stomach with his fist. Dae-hoon uses his skills and throws the guy far behind him. From that flight, the guy lands into the wall of the house, which starts to collapse. The debris flies in different directions. The guy undergoes the impact and just screams in pain. The guy was sure that Dae-hoon isn't the same, and so victory won't be on Dae-hoon's side. Dae-hoon says that everything about Balder is about him. The metal hand is illuminated in yellow, which makes one realize how much damage the opponent is taking. The other player saw the battle and stopped in a stupor. In the eyes of the players, one can see the intense terror. One girl is amazed that Dae-hoon took down a high-ranked player with one blow, while another girl replies that it can't be. The players decide to run away before Dae-hoon gets to them. Dae-hoon hears quick footsteps and turns in their direction, asking who said it was okay to leave. Dae-hoon reminds them that he warned them 3 times before he started the battle. Dae-hoon argues that the players have themselves to blame because they didn't want to retreat. Dae-hoon uses his power to make the movement time as fast as possible. Dae-hoon decides to deal with each opponent that has come to fight the Agathram Guild. The players turn around and see Dae-hoon swiftly advancing towards them. The players are covered in sweat from fear and the realization that they will soon be sent to the other world at the hands of Dae-hoon. Dae-hoon approaches and draws his weapon, swinging it at the opponents to overpower them. One player tries to run away, and the other girl stops and hides her face, realizing that there is no point in running. At that moment, Dae-hoon sees Appa in front of him. He says that everyone is talking about the guy in black. Dae-hoon says it was very interesting to see Appa in person. Dae-hoon says he recognized Seon right away. Appa doesn't answer anything, but promptly enters the battle. The players' swords touch each other and each player's strength plays against their opponent. Dae-hoon says that he has heard repeatedly that the strongest Seha Appa is not among those who fight face-to-face. Appa continues to fight back and replies that Dae-hoon is correct in pointing out such an important feature of the fighting technique. Appa turns his attention to the two players who were trying to escape and tells Dae-hoon that it seemed like Dae-hoon was going to finish off those two. Seha Appa fighting Dae-hoon in such a way that he doesn't even make an effort to resist the sword. Dae-hoon doesn't pay attention to the words and continues to watch Appa holding the sword. Dae-hoon is tense because he knows that in Agathram, there is no one stronger than Appa, and Appa was able to block the blow. Dae-hoon wants to analyze what exactly is opposing strength. Appa continues to block Dae-hoon's pressure and asks if he knows what the worst habit in RPG games is. Dae-hoon doesn't understand what Appa is getting at. In fact, there are times when you don't even use things that aren't particularly valuable. You save them up, and then it's a shame to spend them, and it turns out that it wasn't worth it at all. Dae-hoon gets annoyed, asking what kind of nonsense Appa is talking about. Appa realizes that he's been too careful in the past. Appa keeps talking and simplifies the explanation, to the point where Dae-hoon must realize that it's definitely not possible to defeat Sehan. At this point, Dae-hoon receives a notice telling him that he needs to do the legwork as soon as possible. While Dae-hoon is trying to understand what Appa is doing, Appa is already stabbing Dae-hoon's suit with such force that a stream of blood comes out. Dae-hoon doesn't realize what's wrong. After all, a skill has been activated. Appa takes the damage and flies backwards. Dae-hoon faints, realizing that Appa used poison. Finally, Dae-hoon falls to his knees. Dae-hoon realizes that he lost this battle. Drops of sweat dripping down his face and blood pouring from his chest. Dae-hoon says that Appa is the most ruthless player. Appa holds up a very sharp dagger and says that there's only one stroke left and Dae-hoon will fall as a lifeless body. Appa thinks this is a good start to the mission. Back at the house, Park Sung asks how Appa managed to deal with Dae-hoon. All the players thought Dae-hoon was so strong that he shouldn't be messed with, but Appa dealt with him so easily. Appa looks at the paraphernalia and smirks, asking if the rumors spread so quickly. Appa doesn't wait for an answer and says that's how it happened. Park Sung asks how it happened like that. Park Sung is shocked at what Sehan is doing. Park Sung reminds him that Dae-hoon isn't one of those people who can be accidentally destroyed just because that's how it happened. Park Sung knows that Dae-hoon in Agathram is the second strongest in terms of ability. Appa continues to look at the display and with a smile on his face agrees with Park Sung's words, who is puzzled. Appa realizes that if his name is known to everyone, it will be easier to interfere with things. Park Sung says he knew Appa was strong, but he didn't realize he was that strong. Appa recalls that he used the name Misteltein in his past life, which served as a severe loss on the part of their guild. Appa clarifies to Park Sung that he is a stronger hero than he may seem from the outside. Appa puts emphasis on the fact that he can actually stand up to all the leaders of Agathram now. Park Sung is surprised by this statement and decides to find out if it's possible. Park Sung asks if Appa can really stand up to Agathram alone and hopes it's not a lie. Appa smiles at Park Sung, saying that he has no interest in idle talk. Appa asks if it's okay to make a suggestion about that. Park Sung doesn't understand what Seha is all about and curiously gives him the opportunity to make his suggestions. Park Sung says he'd love to hear what Appa has to say. Appa says to give him 3 days and the whole assignment will be done. Appa looks at Park Sung like a true professional, confident in his abilities. At this time, Xin Yu Hua, the sacred maiden, stands in front of Appa and reiterates that she is very surprised at what is happening. Xin Yu Hua comments, "It wasn't enough to deal with Dae-hoon, but he also brought the body." Xin Yu Hua asks what Appa is thinking about doing such a thing. Appa puts his hands in his pocket and smiles, reminding him that Yu Hua is the best healer. Yu Hua sits down on the couch and thanks for the compliment. Putting her hand under her chin, Yu Hua asks why it was necessary to bring Dae-hoon's body right here. Appa replies that there's no particular reason, just asking if Dae-hoon can be saved. Holy Maiden Xin Yu Hua asks if Appa is right, not understanding how anyone could think that a lifeless body could be saved. Appa continues to smile and replies that he thought that the sacred maiden, Xin Yu Hua, would be able to do such a thing. Xin Yu Hua gets down to business and demands that Appa stop calling her Holy Maiden because it only makes her angry. Appa looks at Xin Yu Hua and asks if it's true that there's no way to save Dae-hoon. Appa asks what the problem is. Yu Hua explains that the player's skill becomes 0 when the body is lifeless. Appa asks if Yu Hua is sure. Yu Hua says that she certainly is. Yu Hua asks how Appa was able to heal the wounds, since the cut marks are barely visible. Appa replies that he used an elixir to smear on Dae-hoon right before the battle. Xin Yu Hua replies that it's understandable how it happened then. A little while later, Appa's words reach Yu Hua, and she starts to reiterate what Appa did. Appa repeats his words, and Yu Hua asks why Dae-hoon died since the elixir was used. Appa replies that he doesn't know himself. Xin Yu Hua, not feeling well, gets body heat because she realizes that Appa is trying to test her. Appa refutes such assumptions. Yu Hua demands an end to the lies, asking if really Appa thinks she's catching on again. Yu Hua says that if the elixir worked, Dae-hoon should have survived. But he died after he was smeared. From the effect of the elixir, there should have been a recovery of strength, but it didn't happen, and that's very strange. Appa's words about it being strange. Xin Yu Hua comes closer and asks what is Appa talking about, and why does he pretend he doesn't know anything, even though he knows everything himself. Yu Hua comes closer and extends his finger to Appa's lips, letting him know that he already knows Appa is up to something. Xin Yu Hua asks if really Appa wants to hang this corpse on her, which isn't even a corpse. Appa replies that there's no one else to trust but her. Yu Hua responds that Appa is very stock in trade and hopes that she won't bring any more of these things. Appa replies that there will be more, but there is an intention to deal with all of them at once, so won't disturb anymore. Xin Yu Hua says that's good. Yu Hua gets to his work and waves at Appa. Yu Hua asks that next time, Appa should at least give Appa a heads up before coming so he can prepare in advance. Appa approves of Yu Hua's request, saying that next time he'll bring a gift. Yu Hua ties up the rope and starts rolling the cart with Dae-hoon. Yu Hua replies that she just shouldn't be tossing such a job. Appa looks after and remembers that when this task is over, Xin Yu Hua will go to the other world in the next task. This moment was the nightmare of the dungeon. But as soon as Appa completes the task and leaves the dungeon, everything will end. Appa remembers the past and realizes that he couldn't even say goodbye. After the battle with Minsu-ho, Yu Hua nursed and treated his wounds. Then Appa recovered and they couldn't meet anymore. Appa wants to give a gift in time. At this time, Jungshik asks if Appa is really that strong. Sang-hwan says that Appa knew about Dae-hoon's weakness beforehand. It's highly likely that Appa used Milstein, which can nullify the god skill. Sang-hwan says that Appa carefully prepared himself to fight a player of any rank. Jun-sik is amazed at Appa's intelligence and turns to Lin, calling her Junior. Jun-sik asks, really, not even surprised by this. Lin continues to sit without changing her posture and confirms what Jun-sik said. Lin says that nothing is surprising since Appa dared to deal with his father. Jun-sik agrees with Lin, realizing that Seha Appa is known for this act. The Great Collapse of Seoul, the hero who defeated one of the 12 constellations, the Golden Taurus of Aldebaran, is Luke Taylor. Luke was dealt with by Appa for becoming insane. At one time, everyone was talking about it, but then Seha Appa disappeared and the talk gradually died down. Lin recalls that after that, the goddess made a contract with her, but never said another word. Lin assumes that the reason for this is because of her father's absence from this world. But it seems to Lin that the goddess continues to watch. Lin becomes angry and frowns her eyebrows. Lin states that she will definitely send Appa to the other world. Jun-sik replies that Lin is capable and can do it at any time. But there is one thing. Jun-sik changes his face and says he can't wait any longer. Jun-sik decides that he will deal with Appa on his own. The other members of the guild look at Jun-sik as if he's a strange man who's going to go to his own death. Sang-hwan slaps the table and says they were too careless. Sang-hwan recalls that everyone thought that none of the players would be able to fight the Agathram Guild. As a result, they had to suffer heavy losses for that reason. Sang-hwan was referring to a loss in the form of Dae-hoon, who was considered a very important and strong member of the guild. With Dae-hoon, there were God's abilities that didn't give anyone the opportunity to crush him, not counting Sehan. Sang-hwan becomes angry and decides to act. Sang-hwan says that we can't relax anymore. Sang Juan instructs, warning everyone not to go alone. In 2 days, once everything is ready, he has to pay for everything. Min Soo Ho is also at this meeting and listens attentively to Sang Juan, who decides not to give up, but to strengthen the defense and make a strong attack on Appa, who thinks too much of himself. On the display at the Agathram Guild, Appa's picture is displayed. Many players have a grudge against him for his cunning and agility. Appa's boldness in dealing with players makes everyone angry. Lin looks at the display, wishing Appa would go to the other world. Every member of Agathram believes that Appa should get what he deserves, answering for every single thing he has done. Late in the evening, while the guard was standing guard, someone sneaks up from behind and gags him so no one can hear the screams. Jun-sik is shocked and doesn't realize what's going on or who caught him. Appa hides behind the fence and looks around for trouble. The guard has already passed out and Appa continues to cover his face with the palm of his hand, his face. Appa walks on and is glad that the civilian territory is over. The goddess asks Appa what the next steps will be. Appa replies that the next thing to do is to fight and nothing else. Goddess looks at the map and asks if Appa thinks he can do it alone. The goddess comments to Appa that she couldn't have guessed that Appa was, in fact, so reckless. Appa replies that he hasn't acted that way before. The goddess clarifies what served to change the decision. Appa replies that he doesn't even know what the reason was, but it was probably just because he didn't know he could do so much more than he thought he could. Appa looks at the observer and emphasizes the most important thing. Appa says that the most important mistake was not taking into account that there is a goddess. Goddess is pleased to hear such words. Appa recalls that before, he refused to use the power of the gods in any way. Appa thought it was tightening the noose around his own neck. The goddess clarifies whether it turned out differently or not. Appa replies that it is tightening the noose with a nuance. Appa clarifies that it is better to let the noose tighten because it is not that important if there is no death. Appa emphasizes that we should not forget that this is a fantasy world. Appa addresses the goddess by name and asks if she can edit video. At this time, Sang Juan and Min Soo Ho are standing on the tower. Sang Juan looks into the distance, leaning on the fence, and asks Min Soo Ho if he has checked the quantity. Min Soo Ho replies that he has no idea of the number, but says that judging by the fact that the opponents are acting in secret, there can't be many. Sang Juan realizes that he's been watching the whole city, but they've never caught sight of them. Sang Juan assumes that they are already outside the city or have a skill that allows them to cover their tracks. Lin Su-rin comes closer and says that this is already getting pretty pissed off. Su-ro suggests just attacking them. Min Soo-ho didn't expect Lee Su-rin to show up so quietly. Min Soo-ho says that they don't know what those who have already been attacked by the Agathram Guild will do. Ling Su-ro is the leader of Agathram. Su-ro replies that if the opponents are trying to stay out of sight, then they are a minority. Su-ro asks what those who are few can do, and emphasizes on striking first. Min Soo-ho says there is no accurate information, which means Su-ro should be patient. Su-ro asks Min Soo-ho what happened because he usually behaves differently. Su-ro takes the weakness and asks if Su-ho just chickened out. Su-ho says he feels a bad feeling. Su-ro asks what kind of nonsense Su-ho is talking about. What kind of premonition could he be talking about? Su-ho explains that it's the second day, and if they leave it like this, they could be trapped. Su-ro says that she is only nervous because Su-ho is not doing anything. Without waiting for an answer, Lin Su-ro says that since no one is doing anything, she can handle it on her own. Su-ro heads off and reflects on her team. Su-ro says that they are cowardly because they can't even deal with small fish. At this moment, Su-ro senses something and stops to look around. When she looks back, Lin Su-ro doesn't notice anything and wonders what's going on. Su-ro is sure that she felt something, but after not noticing anything, she assumes that it was just something she imagined. Seeing the black streams of energy, Su-ro realizes that she was not mistaken and something is definitely happening around the corner. Su-ro walks around the corner and looks into the distance. Something bright red can be seen in the distance. Su-ro wonders what it is and decides to get closer. Su-ro notices that it is a bomb and begins to smirk at the loser who uses the bomb against the magic expert. Su-ro creates an energy portal to make the bomb, an ordinary iron. Su-ro activates Dispel. But the bomb bottle is not deactivated, but instead heats up to explode. Su-ro doesn't understand why her ability couldn't deactivate and realizes that this was a real trap that she had thoughtlessly fallen into. A tremendous explosion occurred. Several guild members notice the smoke and wonder what happened there. They report that in a nook something exploded, which is where so much smoke is coming from. At this point, one of the guild members, Agathram, gets sick. The guy sits down and holds his mouth, his whole body covered in sweat. The other guy stands there terrified, asking what's going on, if he's okay. At that moment, the guy falls over with a lifeless body. The surviving guild member realizes that it's all about the smoke and decides to warn the others not to inhale the strange smoke that is spreading throughout the area at a rapid rate. Su-ro realizes that she managed to escape the bomb, but not inhaling the smoke didn't work. Su-ro is glad that she did not lose consciousness. Su-ro tries to understand the strange effect of the poison. Everything nearby is rapidly becoming covered in black smoke vapor. In this strange smoke, the outline of Appa's face becomes visible. Appa tells Lin Su-ro that it was expected that Lin Su-ro would find the bomb first. Su-ro assumes who she's talking to and continues to cover her nose from the smoke. Su-ro confirms that she found the bomb first, but puts emphasis on staying intact. With a smirk, Su-ro asks how that could have happened. Appa says that ordinary people got hurt instead of her. Su-ro doesn't understand how that's possible, and Appa replies that because of Su-ro's actions, the smoke spread throughout the city. The bomb was more powerful than expected, and twice as big as expected. Su-ro clenches his teeth and gets angry with such force that his pupils instantly constrict. Su-ro looks at Appa with rage and asks what kind of demon is sitting inside him. Appa is not about to debate and pulls out his sword, apologizing. Appa warns Su-ro that her end has come. Appa informs her that Morian is a rather annoying creature. Su-ro becomes worried and asks how Seha knows the name of the deity she has a contract with. Su-ro is not about to give in to fear. Realizing that Appa is unusual, Su-ro decides to deal with him with one punch. As blood begins to pour out of Su-ro's mouth, Appa begins to smile, pretending to be surprised. Appa says he hasn't seen such skills in a long time. Appa moves closer to Su-ro and says that she didn't even notice the greeting. Appa reports that the bomb did a great job of playing the role for him. Finally, Lin Su-ro falls down a lifeless body. Appa looks at her and realizes that usually the supporters are dealt with first, but right now, some mood, not so much. Appa looks up and decides to speed up to dispose of the others as soon as possible before they themselves show up here. When Min Su-ho and Kang Ju-sik turn around at the guild members' shouts, their looks change to frightened. They realize that Lin Su-ro had gone that way, who might have fallen into the trap of their most hated opponent. Appa takes a seat and doesn't understand why he still hasn't shown up here. Appa starts to tense up because the plan of action has been thoroughly thought out, so nothing can go wrong. Finally, Appa hears someone calling his name furiously. Appa turns back, realizing that the one he was waiting for has appeared. Seha, it turns out, was waiting for Min Su-ho, who had arrived through a portal, taking Ju-sik with him. Su-ho gets angry and says that he has finally found his greatest enemy. Min Su-ho looks at Appa and realizes that he made a mistake that hurt so many guild members. Min Su-ho thinks he was foolish to think that he was one of the players fighting for the sake of the people. Su-ho realizes that it should have been done sooner, put an end to it. A lot of ordinary people die because of the smog that Appa created. Apparently, the smoke is spreading stronger, making even the players endangered. Sang Hwan sees the members of the Agathram Guild falling, one by one. Su-ho realizes that to everything, even Su-ro has gone to the other world. Su-ho feels that it is necessary to deal with Appa right now. Su-ho informs Ju-sik that you can't leave Appa just like that. Ju-sik creates energy currents in his hands and agrees with Su-ho's words. Behind Min Su-ho, the deity, Maha, appears. They are determined to deal with Appa using their best efforts. Kang Ju-sik is the avatar of the deity, Agni, who also intends to help in such a serious fight with Seha Appa himself. Appa looks up and sees the deities of his enemies. Appa comments on what is happening by saying that storm and fire is a terrible combination. At that moment, Su-ho pulls out a weapon from the display and swiftly heads towards Appa. Appa turns around and sees what Su-ho is doing. Appa doesn't feel any tension or fear, but only notices that Su-ho is quite fast. Min Su-ho decides that he has to deal with Appa no matter what. Continuing to loom over Sehan, Su-ho doesn't think about anything. Appa realizes that now is the time to change his location. Su-ho notices this and makes a violent dash, which is accompanied by green wave streams. Su-ho swings his weapon and makes a strike at Appa. Appa realizes that he needs to use the shadow running skill to avoid taking damage from such an embittered Su-ho. Su-ho looks in the direction where Appa is heading and comments that it's not interesting since Appa is using his cunning tricks. Appa swiftly uses his skill and relentlessly changes locations to confuse Su-ho. Min-soo-ho gets tired of turning his head and says that Appa is very annoying. At that moment, Ju-sik stands on the roof of the house and collects a huge fire tornado, which he decides to direct towards Sehan. Ju-sik warns Soo-ho to dodge as fast as he can because the tornado will not hit him on purpose. Appa continues to mislead with his fastest possible movements and looks at Ju-suk like he's crazy. Appa has so much experience under his belt, it's simply impossible to scare him. Ju-suk is about to send a tornado at Appa and lastly decides to tell him it's time to go to the other world. Appa thinks he can't let Ju-sik use his skills. Appa instantly creates a blue shell that absorbs the fire flow that Ju-sik creates. Ju-sik is startled at the sight of Appa so close and with such capabilities. On Ju-sik's face, drops of sweat appear. Looking at Appa, Ju-sik wonders what else it is. The huge tornado created by Ju-sik, swiftly, is swallowed up by the blue ball that Appa created. Ju-sik gets upset and scared, realizing that now the real trouble begins. Appa says that even though this one was created with a skill, it's only fire after all. And it's only worth blocking the supply of oxygen and magical powers as the tornado, easily extinguished. Ju-sik is not going to give up and creates fire streams around him. Looking at Appa, Ju-sik asks why he's not coming closer. Ju-sik is confident that he is the strongest player and will not let Appa destroy their guild. At that moment, Ju-sik lowers his hand to the ground, causing a stream of fire to fly upwards in a whole beam. It turns out this was necessary to produce an explosion that is bound to capture Appa. Appa understands what Jisoo's intentions are, so, swiftly, jumps back a few dozen meters away. Min-soo-ho and Ju-sik realize that all their efforts are futile in front of Sehan. They stand and look in the direction where Appa was, thinking about what to do next. Ju-sik had used so much strength to do the damage that he had to sweat. Sweat starts running down his face. Ju-sik calls Appa a real rat who always escapes and remains unharmed. Appa looks at the tired members of the Agathram Guild and says with a smirk on his face that now, Soo-ho, there's nowhere to run to. Appa looks to the side and assumes that Sang-hwan is to the right. Appa doesn't realize whether Sang-hwan trusted these two or if he's just busy doing something else. Appa realizes that one thing is clear. This is an ideal situation. Appa says they look exhausted. Ju-sik can't catch his breath and his hand is burning with fire. Ju-sik pretends that everything is fine and claims that Appa is talking nonsense. Ju-sik clarifies that they're just a little tired because Appa is running back and forth. Appa nods his head and starts laughing. Appa replies that he understands and won't run away from them anymore. Ju-sik instantly cheers up and asks if Appa means that he's ready to take the hit and just go to the next world. Soo-ho is not kidding, realizing what Appa is. Soo-ho can't believe a word of it. Appa replies that actually, there's no need to run away anymore. Appa puts his hand on the ground, from which the wind gathers in a circle. Something strong and frightening begins that neither Ju-sik nor Min-soo-ho could have expected. Ju-sik watches Appa and asks what kind of pranks are starting to happen here. Soo-ho realizes that there's something wrong here, because Appa can't leave things alone and fight on his hands or weapons. He's bound to use additional skills. Soo-ho realizes that Seha never interferes unless he sees a benefit there. That is to say, Appa only fights when he's sure of his victory. Soo-ho realizes that in the last encounter, Seha was definitely not ready for a fight. This is Appa's personal way. Soo-ho continues to analyze Appa. Appa was hiding and then, single-handedly, stormed into their place. Plus, Appa is acting so careless in a fight with two Agathram leaders. Obviously, Appa is stronger than it may seem, and underestimating is definitely not worth it. It finally comes to Soo-ho's attention that Appa has created the trap they are falling into. Running up to Ju-sik, Soo-ho yells that they need to hurry. Ju-sik doesn't understand what he's talking about. Soo-ho repeats that they need to leave as soon as possible. Appa replies that it's too late. Appa creates a huge, powerful energy pouch right where Ju-sik and Min-soo-ho are standing. A crystal flies out of the pouch and heads to the side. Ju-sik and Min-soo-ho realize that something terrible is about to happen and they can't escape. No matter how hard they try, they can't get ahead of Appa's thinking and create a minimal leap against Appa. While in the energy atmosphere, Ju-sik and Soo-ho fall to the ground against their will. Ju-sik looks at Appa with rage in his eyes and asks if Appa can use magic. Appa replies that to be precise, magic is not used. Appa explains that he's using a magic tool that he set up beforehand to catch Ju-sik and Min-soo-ho. Ju-sik tries to keep his cool and warns Appa that if he thinks it will help him catch, Ju-sik assures him that a player like Appa could never do that. At this point, Appa makes the ground go soft and bodies start to go down. No one can understand what's happening, and Appa explains that it's a swamp with a special paralytic poison. Appa stands across the room and smiles. Appa says just in case not to think that Appa is being mean because the fight happens when two people attack one another. Suho's head is halfway into the swamp. Suho mentally calls Appa all sorts of bad words and realizes that this is the reason why Appa dealt with Lin Suro, who was a true mage in the first place. Suho realizes that with Suro's help, it would have been possible to deal with Appa. Suho thinks that he should have thought of all the possible outcomes beforehand, but it seemed like a simple hobby. Appa pulls out a sword from the display. Someone notices Appa and heads towards him. Appa hides behind a fence and realizes that dealing with everyone, individually, is energy-consuming. Appa wanted to do that at first, but in the end, something didn't work out. It turned out that it didn't work out because young Sanghuan had already guessed Appa's plans. Sanghuan is as angry as possible and tries to reach Appa as soon as possible. Appa starts thinking about whether or not he can deal with Sanghuan and the other guild members at the same time. Appa realizes that there is one last way to put his plan into action. Appa hears footsteps and turns to the side, unable to make out who is approaching. Appa swings and makes a dash with his sword to finally destroy his supposed enemy. Appa sees that the supposed enemy manages to repel the attack. On Appa's face there are drops of sweat and excitement, because there was no preparation for such an unexpected attack. Appa doesn't realize what kind of player can move so fast. Li Min-ah moves farther away and asks Appa what he is doing. Li Min-a clarifies if Appa has decided to get revenge for attacking last time at school. Appa is shocked that Li Min came to see him. Li Min smiles and doesn't wait for Appa's answer, but immediately explains that she was bored, so she decided to come to help. Li Min asks if it's true, and Appa is surprised to see her. Appa looks at Li Min and is surprised to see her. Appa asks why Li Min came here in the first place. Li Min replies that she was curious to see what Appa was up to with all the trappings she had been preparing for 2 days. Li Min walks to the edge of the building and sees a few players going off to find Appa. Li Min says that now everything is becoming clear and asks if it's true. Appa thinks she can do it all alone. Appa replies that it's a game. Li Min repeats Appa's words and tries to understand exactly what Appa means. While Appa is distracted by Appa's talk, a team of opponents has already gathered behind them, trying to sneak up as stealthily as possible and attack from behind. The opponents decide to attack Li Ming and all at once, jumping, swinging various weapons. Li Ming stands still and pretends as if she doesn't realize what's going on behind her back. With a snap of her fingers, each opponent is caught in something similar to a spider's web. Not paying attention to the opponents, Li Ming says that she is also participating in this task, so will definitely help Shihan. The opponents swiftly fly backwards, dropping their weapons. They can't get out of the confinement that Li Ming made up. Li Ming starts to get worried, explaining that she never did anything until now. Appa looks at Li Min with a smirk and replies that he actually thought Li Min wasn't really interested in such things. Apparently, Appa is pleased that Li Min is joining in because he's used to the fact that in the real world, she's also helping out with tasks. Li Ming and Appa start to be surrounded by a lot of players. Some are swinging their bows while others are standing in a stupor, afraid to engage in a fight with such strong opponents. Li Ming at this time replies to Appa that he really, for the most part, doesn't care. Li Ming sees how many opponents have come to the showdown and decides to unleash countless knives. To do this, Li Ming should have just extended his arms in different directions. Continuing his conversation with Appa, Li Ming says that there is one topic that is troubling. Li Ming brings his hands together and the knives swiftly head towards the opponents who did not have time to react to the action and receive the strongest and final damage to their bodies. Li Ming reports wondering how the task will end. Appa is shocked by Li Ming's actions and asks if he is being too harsh in dealing with the poor players. Li Ming replies to Appa that there's no need to worry because it's the same as the daggers Appa uses. Li Ming says there's something more important. Li Ming looks at Appa and asks him to try to make sure that he can't get here. Li Ming emphasizes that if he shows up here, she will run away immediately. Appa looks at Li Ming with surprise and realizes that she's too smart. Appa replies that he really hopes she can help. Appa realizes that he shouldn't stress Li Ming out, but the fact that she's going through the same task might be supportive. Appa promptly heads towards the enemy, and Li Ming is left alone with the rest of the enemies who have gone up on the roof. Li Ming is confident in her abilities and plays in such a way that she is really enjoying herself. Li Ming says that right now, everyone should sit so quietly that no one interferes. in her further actions. Meanwhile, Sang Juan continues to head over to Appa's place and contemplates his guilt. It turns out, Sang Juan wanted to save both the regular people and the players, which in the end leads to this result. Sang Juan calls this situation some kind of mass terror. Sang Juan thinks he should have stopped Appa from the beginning. Appa feels like this assignment is about to end. Sang Juan stops in front of the building where Appa is standing. It was Sang Juan that Appa was expecting. Sang Juan sees Appa and gets angry, yelling at the top of his voice his name. Sang Juan looks stronger than the other players. Sang Juan jumps with such force that he appears right above Appa. Sang Juan continues to float in the air and looks at Appa, towards whom all the players have accumulated countless amounts of anger and desire for revenge. Sang Juan thinks that there is only one chance to send Appa to the other world. At this moment, Sang Juan activates the victory skill and heads towards Appa with a stream of red-colored energy. Sang Juan creates a blade of light and is about to split Appa's body into two parts. Appa instantly moves far away from Sang Juan and tries to figure out if Sang Juan is so hot that he doesn't notice anything around him. Appa doesn't know how this skill works, but if he uses tricks and pounces on Sang Juan, he might not be able to get away with it. Appa realizes that such an outcome can't be attributed to him. Appa says that Sang Juan's mistake is relying too much on his own strength. Sang Juan denies Appa's words and explains that the mistake was showing too much mercy. Sang Juan takes advantage of the opportunity, and while he replies that he should have dealt with Appa right away, he makes a dash for Appa and immediately gets right next to him, swinging his blade of light in front of Appa's face. Appa manages to lean back so that the blade can't hit him. Appa analyzes Sang Juan's actions and realizes that he's not as strong as Min Su Ho, but he's also a dangerous opponent. Appa realizes that in a place like this, it's not at all advantageous to fight an opponent like Sang Juan. Appa decides that the first thing to do is to get as far away from this place as possible. Sang Juan misses Appa's movement and looks around with a questioning expression to find Appa. Sang Juan notices where Appa is going and moves after him. Sang Juan asks if Appa is trying to trap him. Sang Juan reminds Appa that he has no weaknesses. Appa keeps moving in a certain direction and turns back to see how fast Sang Juan is moving. Hearing Sang Juan's words, Appa smirks and replies that he doesn't know about the others. But for Sang Juan, nothing special has been prepared. Sang Juan doesn't understand why Appa is so unconcerned about a strong opponent like Sang Juan. Tensing up, Sang Juan tries to anticipate Appa's next move, but it doesn't work. Appa speeds up and instantly pulls away from Sang Juan's approaching opponent. Sang Juan is tense because he couldn't expect Appa to be able to turn on something like turbo mode in running. Sang Juan getting tense because he can't figure out Appa's intentions. Sang Juan comments that Appa can't stop, which is getting annoying. Sang Juan approaches Appa and asks if Appa thinks he can win alone. Sang Juan calls Appa a very mean and nasty person. Appa is confident and confirms Sang Juan's words. Sang Juan thinks Appa is some kind of psycho who is dangerous to deal with. Appa turns around and smiles at Sang Juan, informing him that now it's done. Appa explains that if you compare yourself to Sang Juan, there's actually a lot missing. Appa clarifies that he doesn't have the brilliant skills that Sang Juan has. Appa says that his skills can be called quite simple. Appa emphasizes that there is one thing that Appa is the best at. Sang Juan asks if meaning meanness. Sang Juan clarifies, could it be the skill of bluffing? Appa pretends to think about the words and replies that there is such a thing too, but not only that. Appa explains that the most important difference, it will be better and much faster to learn by experience, not just words. Appa should have said one word, or rather the name of his goddess, Idra. At this time, the players begin to notice some strange changes in the sky, which is rapidly becoming darker. Appa stands in place and waits for the main action of the mission to take place. Sang Juan doesn't understand what is about to happen, so the only thing left to do is to stand still and watch the world change in Appa's actions. Sang Juan is scared out of his wits. As he looks at the clouds and lightning flashing, Sang Juan asks Appa what he's up to. Sweat trickles down Sang Juan's face, and it becomes clear that Sang Juan will be on the losing end. Behind Appa, huge hands appear. Appa stands still and puts his hands in his pocket, silently watching Sang Juan's reaction, who is ready to fall through the ground. Sang Juan, again asking what is going on. What is Appa up to? The goddess shows up in all her glory and addresses Appa, calling him the player Kim Se-han. She says that Appa has summoned the dream witch, Idra. Idra looks at Appa and asks if he wants to be her representative. Appa looks at the witch and silently nods his head, agreeing to such an offer. Appa lives the change. The display notifies that Appa has become the representative of the Witch of Dreams, Idra. Appa gains the spiritism skill. It allows him to temporarily harness divine power by summoning it into his body. Appa comments that he should have written that the use of this skill can make you fall off your skates. Appa can't even tell if he feels anything or not. One wrong move, and Appa risks losing his mind. However, Appa begins to feel the power of the last player on Earth. Appa rejoices because he realizes that he can definitely do it. At this moment near Sanghuan, destruction occurs. Sanghuan stands still and looks on, trying not to be afraid and continue the battle. Appa swiftly thrusts towards Sanghuan's opponent using his skills and energy flows. Appa extends his hand towards Sanghuan to finally deal with him. Sanghuan swings his blade of light and asks if Appa thinks that after becoming the representative of the goddess, there will be any other outcome to their battle. The battle begins in earnest. Sanghuan uses his skills to do damage, and Appa becomes so strong that a powerful stream of purple energy emanates from his sword. Upon contact, something strange happens and Sanghuan's skill just disappears. Sanghuan starts to panic and sees that in addition to the first weapon, Appa pulls out another sword from the display. Sanghuan tenses up and doesn't know how to confront Appa now. Appa has no intention of backing down and makes a dash with his sword, impaling Sanghuan's body. Appa watches Sanghuan go to the other world and reminds him that he warned Sanghuan that he would have to experience everything. At that moment, behind Appa's back, Lin appears, using all her aggression and swinging her weapon to crush Appa at such an opportune moment. Lin is sure that Appa could not have expected this outcome of events and will finally be defeated. As Lin lowered herself, the target, in the form of Appa, swiftly shifted onto Sanghuan's lifeless body. Lin assumed that Appa would have time to react, so she immediately turns back to see where Appa had gone. Appa stops nearby and continues to emit multiple streams of his new energy. Appa looks at Lin and waits for his next move. Appa watches Lin heading in his direction and wonders if Lin is using Suho's technique. Appa thinks it doesn't look like an imitation. After all, he just doesn't have enough experience, but his technique is almost perfect. Appa dodges Lin's punch. Lin actually copied Suho's skill and decided to attack using the same energy. Appa continues to consider Lin's actions, realizing that he is beyond her. Without waiting, Lin activates a fire dash and aims it at Appa. Appa realizes that now Lin starts using Kangju 6 technique. From the fire talent, Appa promptly flies out and looks after Lin. Appa realizes that this is what superior talent means. Appa looks up and tries to figure out why it's not all set yet. Around Appa, many purple observers can be seen, as well as the goddess's observer. Goddess watches the battle from the display and is surprised to see that Lin intends to straighten out Appa using several of his allies' skills. Goddess tells Appa that the scene is ready. Appa stops, landing on the ground, which is covered in destruction. Appa, a little tired, sweat dripping from his face. Appa raises his head and with a smile thanks the goddess for her help. Lin is so fierce that she doesn't show a fraction of fatigue. Gathering her next move in her fist, Lin lunges at Appa, wanting to deal with him once and for all. Appa calls Lin a little girl who wants revenge for her father. Appa calls himself the representative of the goddess, the one who ruined many people's lives. Appa is sure that this scenario should please everyone. Lin collects the fire streams again and stands in a stance to attack Appa. Appa stands still and waits for action. Appa looks at Lin with confidence and decides it's time to get to the point. Tall swirls of air appear around the players, mixed with energy streams. Finally, when all of Lin's actions continue to be futile, Lin decides to speak. Lin says that Appa is too hard on himself and others. Lin thinks that at this rate, pretty soon there will be no one left alive. Appa listens intently to Lin and replies that it's funny to listen to. Appa recalls that such a phrase comes out of Lin, who couldn't do anything but just stand there and watch. Lin replies that she knows she looks funny. Lin argues that Appa should have found another way, and in fact, Appa, consumed by his pride, saw nothing around him. Appa says it's just foreshadowing and Uncle Luke will live, but will regret it very much. Lin replies that, as Luke Taylor's daughter, she has a duty to stop Appa, and her father would like that too. At this point, Lin decides to call upon the goddess of justice, Astria. Lin asks the goddess to make Lin her representative. Astria sees Lin's summoning and remembers Luke, who also summoned her during the battle with the Scorpion constellation. At this time, Deity sits in a chair and stretches her limbs, commenting that she has become very bored. Deity realizes that she hasn't played in almost a year and begins to contemplate the idea of turning into a male god and going out to seduce the goddesses. Upon looking at the display, Deity even coughs in surprise. The deity wonders if it is really two representatives of God fighting against each other. Deity sees that one is Astria's avatar and the other, shocking Deity. Looking at Appa, deity realizes that he is a representative of the alien god, the dream witch Idra, the highest-ranking deity. If you compare the level, it's like an ant fighting an elephant. The deity becomes interested to see what's happening. Deity is amazed that Astria is fighting a strong player, with such a big difference, and also with the help of that little girl Lin. Deity considers Appa and realizes that the opponent is a guy who is not an easy guy. Deity sees that this person uses the skill Spiritism and is able to stay in his mind. That's something. Deity thinks that Appa can become a god if only he can get the divine power. But Deity thinks that's not the most important thing right now, and you don't see characters like that in any game. At this moment, Deity notices a lot of players standing on the outskirts watching Seha Appa and Lin Taylor battle. Deity contemplates entering the game as well. Lee Min-ah stands in front of the others and watches the battle intently, and Appa realizes that it turns out that Lin, can be a full representative of divinity. Appa looks at Lin and realizes that if she were to take Luke's place, she would take on a completely different appearance. However, Appa realizes that there is no time to admire, because as soon as Appa is distracted, the end will come. Appa realizes that the enemy is getting stronger by the minute. Appa creates a platform with sharp swords and points them at Lin. Lin sees what is happening and begins to tense up. Apparently, Lin is confident that she can overpower Appa with a little more time. Appa continues to make attacks on Lin and gathers his hand into a fist for the swords, beginning to thrust at Lin for the long-awaited end of the battle. But Lin isn't going to give up so quickly and manages to jump aside before any swords can sink into the little body. Lin looks at Appa with more fury than he had before. Appa couldn't expect Lin to have gotten so fast and tense up a bit. There's a chance he might not have time to deal with her before Lin gets even stronger. While Appa was creating another weapon to be aimed at the agile Lin, the latter is already attacking from the back. It happens so fast that Appa doesn't have time to react. Lin leaps up and stabs Appa in the chest with her dagger of light, which she successfully copied from Jusik. Appa takes the blow and throws his head back, feeling that he is reaching the end of his game. At this moment, Lin notices that something amiss is happening. Lin stares at Appa to see what's going on. Finally, many of Appa's clones appear around Lin, which could mean Lin's defeat. Appa uses a perennial iron ore. It is a giant meteorite created by fusing the perennial iron ore littered in the nearby dungeon in an imaginary space. Lin instantly destroys the ore that Appa directed at her. Appa doesn't react to this and continues to create something using the energy coming from his hands. Appa is so angry that even Lin's attack from above doesn't surprise him. Appa swings his fist at Lin to calm little Lin down a bit. A huge lump of rocks flies into Lin's body. Lin, who definitely could not have expected such a thing, takes the blow. Clenching her teeth, Lin feels the lump pulling back. Lin once again uses a skill that makes her eyes glow. Lin swiftly shoves the lump away from him and heads towards Appa. Appa watches as Lin lands on the ground and heads in his direction. Appa is tired of struggling because he can't catch the small and agile Lin. Lin uses the flicker skill and heads towards Appa. Appa watches Lin's every move carefully and prepares to defend himself. When Lin makes a dash to overpower Appa, Appa promptly jumps up and is enveloped in purple energy to avoid being hit by the shimmer spell. The players are amazed at such a powerful battle and wonder what this is even happening. Lin also continues to watch and giggles, wondering if it might just be a dream. Lin angry and confident in her abilities, and Li Ming is amazed at the skills of both players and wonders if this is the god representative. There was a powerful touch between the two representatives, and everything turned into an explosion. Li Ming turns back because he noticed some footprints. Finally, it became very quiet. The watchers, Li Ming, and the rest of the players look all around them to see Appa and Lin. No one realizes where they have gone or what will happen next. Lin notices that the personal observers of the gods have become so many, the kind of number that could only be seen at the very beginning of the game. Finally, sometime after the explosion, Appa and Lin appear in the view of the players and the deities. Lin continues to deal damage, which Appa promptly jumps back from. Li Ming is pleased with the way Appa is doing battle. Li Ming remembers that she always thought Appa was very strange, but in fact, he is really an incredible person. Appa pulls out a sword from the display, assuming the introduction was enough. Lin directs an energy stream towards Appa. Appa flicks that stream away, somewhere upwards. Appa decides it's time to show Lin a real battle, not just a skit for a video clip. Lin has no idea what Sehan's plans are. Lin notices that they've been whisked off into space. Lin realizes that direct attacks don't work on Appa, and if he blocks this punch as well, he will have to back off and aim straight for his throat. Lin directs the stream straight at Appa's heart, but Appa uses the copying skill and the blow doesn't go through Appa's heart but hits Lin directly. Lin couldn't expect that Appa would be able to choose the exact same method as her. Lin is covered in sweat and starts to fall down as a lifeless body. Appa is in pain too, because it is not a pleasant thing to take a blow from yourself to your opponent. Appa makes noises, but endures the pain. Lin's eyes continue to glow, and her body falls to her knees. The fiery streams of energy gradually extinguish, giving the realization that Lin's game is over. Appa sits across from Lin. Many observers can be seen around wondering if it should end so lowly. No one realizes if Lin is still alive or not. Appa tries to catch his breath, realizing that he really misses the regeneration skill and the stars sending to the other world. Appa realizes that there are still some things left to finish. Appa hopes there is time left to use the elixir. Appa receives a notification that the task has been successfully completed. Taking a yellow balloon in his hands, Appa bursts it, and everything around him and Lin's body is illuminated with a bright purple light. Lin wakes up in the desert and wipes his eyes. Lin doesn't remember anything, which makes him wonder what happened here. At this time, sitting over Appa's body is Li Ming, who pours elixir on Appa's chest. Li Ming says that there is one item that can put a subject into a coma state. This one worked on monsters, so at the beginning of the game, some people used it. Li Ming realizes that not many people know about this item. After all, after a certain level, it simply stopped working, so it was forgotten about. With its help, you can put a person into a coma state and pass the task. Li Ming remembers that Appa came and asked for a bomb to enhance the effect of the bead, and a liquid potion derived from smoke vapor. Ordinary citizens fell into a coma after inhaling the smoke, and high-ranking players had to be cut with a blade poisoned with the potion. It was a good thing that the enemy side kept the people locked up for the sake of safety. Therefore, it was possible to put everyone into a coma state. Li Ming knows that Appa put poison in the drinking water. Plus, Li Ming joined in, so Appa dealt with the players, causing everyone on the opposing side to fall into a coma. It turns out that Li Ming was telling this to Lin, who with tears in her eyes asks if really you couldn't just ask for help. Li Ming says that in that case, the only thing that would have been solved would have been the assignment, and that would have been the end of it. Li Ming points up and asks to look up. Lin looks up and sees many observers. It turns out that in addition to the observers, a lot of players started shouting with joy that it was over. Some are clapping their hands and some are dancing. The observers fly above the players. Lin lowers her head and smiles, but from her eyes, tears continue to flow. Lin says that she was wrong because Appa has already chosen the best way possible. Appa continues to lie lifeless. Lin worries that Appa won't wake up and just gives thanks for all he has done for this world. Li Ming stands next to the watcher and smiles, asking what all worked out, somehow very sentimental. Li Ming turns around and addresses his deity, calling Clown. Then Li Ming pretends to be confused and addresses by Loki's true name. As it turns out, the deity who didn't play for a year, and was Clown, who, in truth, is just Loki. Idra watches snippets of the video and says it all seems like a comedy. No one died, and the gods are back. A game that was already faltering came to life, and everyone was waiting for the other end. Appa got the result, but it all turned out to be a dream. Idra wondered if Appa had to act so desperate. It seems that Appa is indeed the last player on Earth since he was able to achieve such results. Idra refers to Appa as the young man who is her avatar. Thanks to the spiritism skill, Idra has learned a lot about Appa. Appa is a single player who is on his second round. If that's the case, Idra won't be able to get a contract. Therefore, the door will be impossible to open. The key to the door is Lynn Taylor herself. However, it is necessary to have 2 keys. This will be revealed later, but it's fun to watch. The reward for this game is just some Laplace hours. Idra thinks it's too heartless and decides to make a gift of his own, because gods are so illogical. Appa wakes up and wipes his eyes, wondering if he's awake. Appa sees notifications with rewards. It's a Laplace clock and a new skill. Appa wonders what former representative means. Appa realizes that these were not hallucinations from the dream dungeon. Appa doesn't realize that for a large reward. Appa stops in the doorway and notices Jisoo, who asks why Appa is standing in the doorway. Was he really going to come in? Snow White peeks out too and looks at Appa with a surprised look on her face. Appa waves his hand in greeting and asks how long Jisoo and Snow White have been standing there waiting. Snow White replies that to be exact, it's been 7 hours and 22 minutes. Jisoo looks at Appa and waits to hear the details of what was there. Appa says that less time has passed than expected. Appa points with his hand to the side and suggests they go back and rest for a while. Appa realizes and comments that it must have been hard for Jisoo and Snow White to wait so long. Appa realizes that such actions could very well change the world. Jisoo and Snow White thoughtfully head after Appa, not realizing what Appa has been through. Jisoo finds Laplace's watch and hides it behind his back. Appa and Snow White continue to walk out of the location of the Dungeon of Dreams. Idra looks after Appa and hopes she likes her present. Appa, it all seems strange from the moment he got a new skill that didn't even have an exact name. Appa sits on a bench and monitors his display. Appa looks at the display and notices that the game skill is coming back up. Appa in no way could have expected it to come back. Imaginary space can create and open a temporary space in the air. Appa remembers using the skill often in his past life, along with spiritism, but usually failed to open space where living creatures or large objects were. It's not a bad skill, though, because it immediately connects with the inventory. Appa still doesn't understand why this skill appeared to him. Appa has never heard of such a skill appearing as a reward in a dungeon. Appa thinks it has something to do with Idra, and personally, it's no longer possible to ask her. Appa thought for a while and realized that Idra herself would realize that Appa was using the skill, so she would start the conversation herself. Li Ming, right there, seeing Appa doing something, asked the question if this is a new skill. Appa looks at Li Ming with great surprise. Li Ming doesn't understand why Appa is looking at her like that and asks about it. Appa replies that no, it's nothing, it's fine, and asks where Li Ming was going to go. Li Ming replies that she wants to go for a walk. Appa smiles and asks Li Ming not to mess with strange types. Appa now realizes that Li Ming is looking for new friends during his so-called walks. Li Ming waves her hand and laughs that she doesn't have to worry because Appa knows her. Li Ming says she immediately runs away as soon as it gets dangerous. Li Ming looks at Appa and says, "Today, kind of weird." Li Ming says that Appa became like this after he came back from the dream dungeon. Li Ming suggests that Appa had a rough time there. Appa closes his eyes and seriously replies that it was a bit rough, and Li Ming should not, under any circumstances, go there. Li Ming waves his hand and replies that Appa didn't get anything special there anyway. Li Ming explains that he would rather buy it than go through the Dungeon of Dreams. Appa realizes that at this rate, it would be better to deal with Manhwa first. Appa activates the Raven skill and remembers that it was related to the devil. Appa decides that the most important thing is to gather information. Jisoo enters the room and calls out to Appa, calling her by name. Hearing no response, Jisoo wonders if Appa has gone out today too. Jisoo has gotten completely bored. Jisoo seems to be afraid of Snow White and Lin. Jisoo sighs heavily and wonders what it is that many people are afraid of. Jisoo peeks through the door of the dream dungeon, thinking it looks very unusual. Snow White sees Jisoo walk in and asks if Jisoo is going to go inside. Jisoo replies that he will be back very soon. In this place, there were memories of the past, nightmares from childhood. Jisoo couldn't attack to the fullest extent but was satisfied with the dungeon. Jisoo, holding the Laplace clock, wondered if Appa would swear if he found out. When she applies the watch to herself, she wonders what kind of person she will be. Jisoo doesn't realize if he can go back to his normal life as before or not. Jisoo remembers a man who asks angrily if it's true that Jisoo was sent from the Amchan Guild. The man asks if it's true that Jisoo is the one who made a contract with the devil. Jisoo begins to ponder the man's words, and her eyes rapidly change color, signifying the activation of the star that sends her to the other world. The Amchan were quite strong in the Gangbuk area. It seems the guild leader has made a contract with the devil. Jung-un approaches Sung Soo-gyun, nicknamed the Backstage Information Network. Jung-un asks for information about the Amchan Guild. Soo-gyun asks what kind of information he's talking about. Jang-woon replies that it's nothing big, but the location of the guild will suffice. Soo-gyun hears that the Dark Brotherhood has been destroyed and wonders why someone like Shin Jang-un would need the location of the Amchan Guild. Soo-gyun doesn't understand if Jang-woon wants to go against them. Soo-gyun knows that the guild is slowly gaining strength and can't do it alone. If Jang-un just wants to know the location, fine. Soo-gyun relays the information. After that, Jang-un says that Soo-gyun can go. Jang-un asks how many points he owes, to which he hears the reply that 1,000 will be enough. Jang-un says that's really cheap. Soo-gyun opens the display to accept payment and replies that this information isn't considered important to charge a large amount. In fact, Soo-gyun realizes that if he names too high a price, he risks being left without a head. At that moment behind Jang-un, Azazel appears. Azazel comes closer and asks why Jang-un would want to know what is already known. Chanun turns around and replies to Azazel that it's necessary for word to get out that he's being sought. Azazel gathers his hands on his chest and shares his reasoning. Would the blabbermouth tell the Amchan Guild about this, really? Jang-un confirms Azazel's assumption. Yang Woon clarifies that if guild leader Ak Do-young isn't there, it won't be good. Jang-un knows that he's a well-known player, and this kind of action is bound to attract attention. Azazel comes closer and comments on the decision, saying that Jang-un is very confident. Azazel asks if Jang-un really thinks he can handle them. Jang-woon asks back, how so, Azazel herself thinks. The Iron Devil of the Amchan Guild, Park Do-young, looks exactly like that. Jang-woon realizes that Soo-geun is heading towards him, so tomorrow, it's safe to move out. Jang-woon hopes that Do-young won't disappoint. At this time, Appa opens the display and searches hard for something. After a short while, Appa finds what he needed and is happy about it. Appa remembers Lee Min showing her classmates. Appa realizes he doesn't know the name, but the faces are definitely familiar, so quickly found everyone. Appa thinks the problem is how exactly to terminate the contract with the devil. It all works out by destroying the devil's relic like Shin Chan-woon did. Appa knows that doing such a thing through mere effort is simply impossible. Even Appa, who is in the game for the second time, has only seen such a thing just once. Appa goes somewhere and keeps analyzing that the easiest way is to make the devil himself terminate the contract, which is a rather complicated action. Toward Appa comes Snow White and Lin. Appa asks why they are alone. Where is everyone else? Lin replies that the others have probably gone to get the scores, and Li Ming says she's going for a walk. Appa crosses his arms over his chest and asks about Jisoo. Lin gets worried and says that Jisoo also said she wants to go for a walk. Appa is shocked by this statement and asks if it's really about Jisoo. Appa is sure that Jisoo is not the type to bow down for no reason. At university, Jisoo was always studying, and when the world changed, she would hunt monsters or train at the gym with Appa. Finally, Lin informs her that unless she's mistaken, Lin said she was going to go to some guild. Appa starts to tense up because there's no way he was going to let that happen. Lin remembers and shares the clarification with Appa that Jisoo went to the Amchan Guild. Lin calls Appa uncle and asks if he knows one. Appa promptly goes after Jisoo because he knows that Jisoo only knows the guilds that are on the list to be destroyed. But Appa had no idea that Amchan Guild would be there. Appa is sweating because he's worried about Jisoo. Appa realizes that Jisoo has been quiet lately, causing Appa to relax. Appa assumes that Jisoo is unhappy that Appa hasn't been paying enough attention because he's been busy. Appa hopes that Jisoo won't send Min-ah's friends to the other world. Soo-geun once again answers the question if it's true that Shin Jang-woon himself is looking for Park Do-young. Soo-geun replies that he is, because he told him about it yesterday. The Iron Devil Park Do-young, the leader of the Amchan Guild, sits on the chair. Park Do-young doesn't understand why Jang-woon is looking for him and wonders if he wants to take over the guild. That can't be true, though, because Jang-un isn't the kind of person who craves power. Do-young thought about it for a while, but he thought it would be a good thing because he wanted to fight him once. If Do-young wins the battle, he will receive the title of the most powerful player who contracted with the devil. Do-young is confident that if a girl who sees the future comes with Jang-woon, Seoul will definitely be in possession. Do-young thinks he needs to get rid of Jang-woon and free the girls, and if he can't get them back, he'll just send them to the other world. Park Do-young is sure that this will be the end of it all and a second dark brotherhood will emerge. Do-young thinks about it and decides that the Amchan Guild will be the first. Jang-woon gets behind his motorcycle and asks Min-soo why he's following along. Min-soo replies that he's a little worried. Jang-un replies that he's more worried for Min-soo's life. Min-soo replies that she saw a future where there was nothing dangerous. Min-soo's problem is that her brother's future is constantly changing. Min-soo explains that since she saw it too, she can't let Jang-woon go alone now. Min-soo recalls seeing Jisoo during the star activation. Min-soo doesn't know Jisoo, and so she explains to Chan-woon that there was a being there that can change the future. When Chan-woon arrives at the site, taking Min-soo with him, he stops in front of the building. Min-soo says that this is the building that Do-yeon is in. Jang-woon looks around and thinks about how it's too quiet, which is very strange. Then, Jang-woon starts to assume that Sung Soo-geun didn't tell Park Do-young anything. Jang-woon decides that he can only find out when they go inside, and Min-soo continues to follow Jang-woon. Jang-woon goes inside and doesn't see a single person. The surroundings are quiet and deserted. Chan-woon looks around and wonders what's the matter, why no one is there. Min-soo stands not far from the entrance and looks around the room as well. After a while, Jong-un hears some sounds on the top floor. Jong-un is going to go up there and see what's going on. Jong-un is sure that Do-yeon is strong, but not strong enough to defeat the former devil contractor. Min-soo comes closer and says that his brother is in the basement. Jong-woon asks where that information came from. Min-soo clarifies that she's been there too. Jong-un says that since it's the basement, that means we should go straight there. Jong-un keeps his hands in his pockets and doesn't know what to expect there. Min-soo is worried because he's worried about his brother and wants to save him. Jong-un starts to hear someone whispering. Someone asks if it's okay to hide here. Someone replies that they don't know and suggests sitting here since there's a lot of chaos going on upstairs. Min-soo stops and points to the side, suggesting that Chan-woon should go there first. Chan-woon replies that he feels the presence of two people that way, but Min-soo's brother isn't there. Min-soo replies that he knows that, but thinks it would be best to look over there specifically. Chang-woo assumes that Min-soo has already seen something in her predictions. Chan finds Min-soo's skill to be very annoying. Jang-woo walks into the room that Min-soo is talking about and sees two children. Chan-un wonders what's wrong. Why are there kids here? Jong-un realizes that he knew this was a low-grade guild, but to use children as employees is a bit much. A girl asks what everyone else is doing, if he wasn't the reason they were demanding to go upstairs. The other one replies that maybe he destroyed everyone, and she didn't want to fight. Jong-un replies that since that's the case, there's only one way to go. The girls sit down on their knees and lower their heads, asking not to be sent to the other side. Jong-un couldn't expect such a reaction and just stays silent. Chang-woon turns to Min-soo, asking if, indeed, Min-soo knew about this as well. Min-soo confirms the speculation. Jang-woon says that it makes him angry and asks if, really, Min-soo wants to take them with her. Min-soo refutes that assumption. Chan-woon wonders why Min-soo brought him here. Chang-woon assumes that they have something, even though they're just servants of the devil. Min-soo rushes out of the room and tells Jang-woon that now is the time to save her brother, since there's no time at all. Jang-woon says there's no one here anyway. Min-soo says that's not the problem and they should hurry. Jang-woon stops at the entrance and hears some sounds. Chang-woon feels like something is about to jump out. The girls follow Jang-woon. Jang-woon asks why they're following him. The girls reply that they are here out of their own free will and thought that if they followed him, they could get out. One of the girls says her name is Hemi and the other is Ji-sung. Jang-woon replies that he didn't even ask. Jang-woon realizes that they couldn't have willingly joined a guild like Amchan. At this time, Min-soo sees her brother and rushes towards him, but Jang-woon notices this and continues walking towards her. In one of the rooms, Soo-ho is sitting. There are chains attached to his legs and arms. Soo-ho seems to be lying unconscious. Jang-un comes closer and asks if this is really her brother. Min-soo tries to open the door, confirming Jang-woon's reasoning, saying that this is her brother. At that moment, Jang-un lightly pushes the iron door open and steps inside. After touching Soo-ho's forehead, Jang-un informs him that he has a fever. Jang-un says that first, they need to get him upstairs. When Chang-woon got to the floor, he again thought it was very strange that there wasn't a soul here. Min-soo and Hemi and Ji-sung weave in behind Chan-woon, who is dragging Soo-ho's body on his back. At this moment, Min-soo realizes something. Drops of sweat appear on her face, her pupils constrict, and Min-soo starts yelling that everyone should take cover. Jong-un realizes that the children should be protected now and tells Min-soo to take on her brother Soo-ho. Min-soo instantly catches Soo-ho and heads towards the exit. Ji-sung and Hemi fall down, not realizing what it was. At this time, right from the roof, Ji-soo descends, with his legendary mace in hand. With one hand, Ji-soo holds a guy by the hair. The kids and Jang-un see that it's the leader of the Amchan Guild, Park Do-eun. They don't realize whether he is alive or the body is lifeless. At that moment, Ji-soo turns back and notices a few kids, as well as Jong-un, who couldn't be chopped up last time. Ji-soo stares and wonders, not realizing what he's doing here. Ji-soo drops Park Do-eun's lifeless body and heads towards Jang-woon, reminding him of the last unfinished battle. Jang-woon stands in a stupor because there's no way he could have expected to narrate crazy Ji-soo for the second time. Instantly, a star skill manifests inside Ji-soo, sending her to the other world. With her head lowered, Ji-soo says that she never thought she'd meet again. Jang-woon rubs his neck, but doesn't worry at the sight of Jang-woon and says he couldn't have guessed that either. Ji-soo has no intention of having a conversation and immediately heads towards Jang-woon. Jang-woon notices that this time, Ji-soo has a mace. Chan-woon stands still and realizes that he should move before Ji-soo does the damage. As Ji-soo approaches Jong-un, he instantly dodges the blow and Ji-soo flies past. Ji-soo is not going to fail like last time and swiftly thrusts at Chan-un, doing damage on Chan-un's chest. Jang-un takes the blow because he couldn't expect such a sudden attack from his supposed opponent. Chan-woon is not about to give in and immediately lands a punch on Jisoo's stomach. Jisoo didn't expect Chan-woon to do damage so swiftly either. Jang-woon looks at Jisoo and realizes that it's not about his punches, but that Jisoo isn't going to block them. At the sight of the punch on Jisoo's stomach, green energy streams instantly appear, which is the body's regeneration. Jisoo swiftly regains his senses and swings his mace to do a crushing damage on Chan-woon. Chan-woon didn't know that Jisoo had the regeneration skill. Chan-un stands up to block Jisoo's damage. Chan-un realizes that the punch to the jaw was to prevent a concussion, since the body was hardened by magic. Chan-un rejoices in his power. Chan-un gets into a stance and turns his attention to Park Do-en. Realizing that since his arms and legs are in place, he wasn't called the Iron Devil for nothing. Jisoo shakes himself off and is about to attack Jang-un with all his might. At this time, Chan-woon realizes that if Jisoo is able to make even one strike, he will be left with nothing left. With Jisoo's eyes lit up red, Jisoo swings his mace and aims at Chan-woon. From this blow, Chan-woon flies backwards several meters away, leaving a huge cloud of red smoke at the site of the battle. Chan-woon is covered in sweat and realizes that Jisoo has become much stronger. Jang-un realizes that it's clearly not just about the increase in points here. It's not just trusting his senses. Jisoo has mastered the technique perfectly and is not hesitant to use it. Jisoo doesn't give Jang-un a moment to recover and jumps in, aiming to do more damage. Chan-woon wants to dodge and starts to get angry, realizing that Jisoo is incredibly strong. Jang-un realizes that if he runs away now, the girls just won't survive. Plus, 2 of them are servants of the devil. The children stand in a stupor and watch the battle fearfully, not realizing who will win. Jang-woon stands up again, determined that there's no other choice but to fight Jisoo. Jang-woon realizes that if he doesn't deal with her with one punch, he will lose. At this time, Jisoo picked up a huge chunk of concrete with iron beams sticking out of it. Jisoo confidently walks towards Jang-woon to crush him with the concrete block. The concrete chunk, just a little bit, misses Jang-woon. Jang-woon realizes that now is the time to attack. At this moment, the concrete splinter rushes upwards. Jisoo throws the chip at Jang-woon. As the chip splits into small pieces through them, Jisoo is seen by Jang-woon. Jisoo swiftly heads towards Jang-woon, swinging his mace. Jang-woon realizes that his strength is not enough and needs to come up with a new way to defend and attack against the crazy Jisoo. Jang-woon gathers his hands into a fist and decides that now is the time to summon all the magic of the mask and fight back. Jang-woon realizes that this is the only way to stay alive. Jang-woon's fist lights up with a fiery light, identifying the powerful energy of the tear mask. Chan-woon waits for Jisoo to approach as fast as possible and executes a punch to Jisoo's face. Chang-woon is amazed that Jisoo is not even going to dodge his blows, but instead is only going on the attack. Jisoo uses the chains he's going to use to damage Jang-woon. Jang-woon is shocked by this method and wonders if this crazy Jisoo is in her right mind. From the impact, Jang-woon flies off again and hits his head on the wall. Jang-woon realizes that the situation is not good. Jang-woon thinks that if it weren't for the contractors, he would have gone to the other side a long time ago. Jang-un gets up and sees Jisoo's body, which appears lifeless. Chang-woon holds on to the wounded area as he walks toward the children. Hemi asks if Jang-un is okay and if Jisoo is alive. Jang-woon assumes that Jisoo is no longer in this world. Ji-sung watches Jisoo closely and notices that she's moving. Having no idea who Jisoo is, Ji-sung is very frightened and hopes that Jang-woon will save Jisoo as soon as possible. Jang-woon couldn't expect Jisoo to be alive after such a thing. Chang-woon turns back around and says that it can't be like that. Chang-woon wonders how, with a broken neck bone, she can live. Jisoo slowly rises to her feet. Her limbs are injured, but it doesn't stop Jisoo from moving. Jang-woon is not feeling well at all and doesn't realize what kind of creature Jisoo is since she is still alive. At this time, Jisoo puts the bone back in place and heads towards Jang-woon. This picture makes Jang-woon at most feel uncomfortable. Jisoo looks at Jang-woon and says that she thought Jang-woon would be shocked. Jisoo's eyes once again light up with red energy streams, the star sending to the other world. Chang-woon realizes there's no other way. There's no other way. There's no hidden power, no hidden trump card. At the sight of Jisoo, Jang-un is struck by such a soulless gaze, as if looking at a stone lying on the road. The kids hide in the room, hoping Jisoo won't get to them. Jang-un looks at Jisoo, who is heading in his direction, and wonders if she can really be called human. Jang-un realizes that this is the end. As Chan-un prepared for his demise, Jisoo stops, hitting Chan-un's forehead with her mace. Chan-un opens his eyes, wondering why she stopped. Jisoo smiles sweetly and claims that she won this time. Jang-woon doesn't understand what Jisoo means at all and asks what's going on, really. Jisoo asks if Jang-woon wants to play again. Jang-woon tries to remember the last time he attacked her comrades. Jang-un realizes that Jisoo, on the contrary, should have, with anger, sent to the other side of the world. Jisoo realizes this and explains that actually, Jang-un didn't touch anyone. Jisoo smiles and emphasizes that Jang-un could very well have dispatched the entire guild of God Destroyers in a matter of minutes. Jisoo explains that she actually really wanted to send Jang-woon to the other world. Seeing so many children, Jisoo changed her mind about killing Jang-woon in front of them. Jisoo says that someone else didn't want to kill Jang-woon. Jisoo opens the display to reveal a notification from Sehan. Appa says not to touch the masked man. In fact, Jang-woon feels very bad and is happy about the decision, but decides to check if Jisoo will not touch anyone. Jisoo looks at Jang-woon with a puzzled look and asks if she really looks like a mercenary. Jisoo doesn't like that opinion and asks if Jang-woon thinks he's killing everyone. Jang-un stands by the kids and asks if really this isn't all about Jisoo. Jisoo explains that she's just sensitive to evil, but right now there's no evil spirit coming from Jang-woon, so there's a reason to deal with it right now. Also, Appa wanted protection for the kids. Jang-un assumes that Seha Appa is the same raven with whom there was a fierce battle just before meeting Lenny's demon, Azazel. Now Jang-un realizes that he owes the raven for his rescue. Meanwhile, Appa is watching from afar and is glad that Jisoo didn't make a mess of things. When Jisoo was leaving the building, she felt someone's presence. Jisoo felt like her heart was going to burst out of her chest from fear. At this time, Jang-woon decides to ask Jisoo why she is following the raven because she can become stronger. Jisoo asks if it's really about Sehan. Jang-woon remembers what a raven looks like and explains that even though it's strong, Jisoo is unusually strong. Jang-woon says that it's very strange that Jisoo is obeying the raven's instructions so much. Jisoo is surprised to be having such a conversation with her supposed adversary and hears a notification come on the display. Jang-un asks if it's true. That message she checked during the fight was specifically from the raven. Jang-woon explains that he realized it was from the fact that Jisoo didn't start fighting him at that moment. Jisoo turns away and says it's a secret. Jang-woon realizes that Jisoo has been suspiciously obedient to Sehan. Jisoo thinks about it and realizes that she has been. After all, people don't abandon those who obey them, but really it's not time yet. You have to lay low and wait. Jisoo realizes that she needs to wait until she is strong enough to keep Seha Appa with her, even if he wants to escape. At this time, Appa notices the girls he actually saw in the pictures in the dream dungeon. Appa realizes that Jang-un has saved Minna's friends. At that moment, behind Appa, Azazel appears. Appa was expecting her arrival and so immediately asks a question. Appa asks if it's true that she's the demon who made the contract with Shin Chan-woon. Azazel starts smiling and says that's very surprising, because really she hasn't even introduced herself yet, and Appa already knows who she is. Appa remembers that in her previous life, 10 years ago, Azazel didn't make contracts. Appa realizes that Azazel is pretty lazy, but doesn't understand why she suddenly made a contract with Jang-woon. Appa tells Azazel that she has her own ways of getting information. Azazel agrees with Appa, saying that there are actually a lot of ways. Azazel says that you can see the future or use a skill. Azazel says that in this world, there are many things that are unexplainable and unexplainable, and that it is possible to invent new things. Azazel thought Appa would figure out who the contract was with. Appa replies that he might as well have. Azazel asks why, then, he didn't send him to the other world, to which he gets an answer in the need to save Hemi and Jo Sung. Azazel realizes what this is about and asks if it's really about the contract. Appa confirms Azazel's speculation, clarifying that the girls have a contract with a demon. Only a contract with a demon of a higher rank can override their contract. Azazel listens carefully to Appa and replies that she is fine with this state of affairs. Azazel clarifies that it has actually gotten very boring, as several servants have appeared, and a maid is also needed. Appa smiles at Azazel and says that she agreed too quickly. Azazel lowers her head and replies that Appa is very interesting, which actually makes one want to be friends. Plus, most demons like to have fun. Azazel reminds her that she is not the only one who has developed an interest in Appa's personality. Azazel says that Appa is being watched by an annoying personality. Actually, Azazel is referring to the goddess Idra's watcher. Appa raises his head and looks at the familiar watcher, assuming that Idra must be aware that there is a transfer skill of her own. Appa doesn't understand why Idra isn't saying anything and wonders if Appa should speak first. At this point, Azazel replies that it's time to go back to his contracted man, meaning Chan Woon. Afterward, Azazel wishes the Raven well and tells him that they'll see each other again. Appa watches Azazel disappear and realizes that he doesn't really want to see her again. Appa exhales heavily, realizing that everything has ended safely. It remains to bring Lee Min and her friends. Appa realizes that whatever happens now, he will be able to prepare, because he has introduced a Raven to Azazel. If they see each other again, it will be during the battle in the Devil World. The Devil World is full of different kinds of entities that are eager to meet Appa. At this time, in the Palace of Lust, the Game Master realizes what Appa is up to, which suggests further negative consequences. The Master of the game does not understand how Appa makes it, so that now, the Master himself has to be careful. The Game Master does not understand how it could have been assumed that the gods would start voicing their displeasure. The Master realizes that they have too much right as gods. Akartos comes to the right room commenting that it is a lavish palace. Akartos wonders if he's really higher than the highest-ranking deity. Akartos is greeted, calling him an interesting visitor. In the middle of the hall on a throne sits Mara Papias, the demon of lust, 6th in the Devil's World. Mara says he enjoyed the game without the presence of Akartos. Mara asks what business Akartos came here with. Akartos lowers his head and shyly informs that he came to ask for something. Mara looks at Akartos with a questioning expression on her face. Mara Papias asks what the request brought Akartos. Akartos is a little worried, causing sweat to run down his cheek. Akartos thanks for the attention and informs her that he wishes to borrow a power. More specifically, the power of someone who has a contract with Mara. At this time, Appa is considering his next bounty. Appa rejoices that he has the rights to choose his rank. Appa has obtained resistance to psychological attacks, and realizes that such a skill cannot be obtained through normal means, and it is also growing. Appa realizes that it is worth a little effort and can increase the reward to rank S. In this case, Appa will be immune to psychological attacks. Appa heads to the hall and asks Jisoo for help. At this time, Jisoo is practicing a new skill and turns around, looking at Appa. Jisoo asks how he can help, and Appa asks to sit down. Appa sits down across from Jisoo and says to just look into each other's eyes. Jisoo is a little worried because she doesn't understand what this is all about. Appa asks if Jisoo at this moment can use the star to send her to the other side. Jisoo had no idea that Appa would make such a strange and unacceptable request. Appa clarifies that Jisoo should do the same thing as when she tortured the Devil's men. Appa recalls that picture that was happening with the Iron Devil. Jisoo lowers his head and starts assuming that Appa just mastered some strange skill and nothing more than that. Appa confirms the assumption, clarifying that it's something like that. Jisoo obediently fulfills Appa's request. His eyes light up red, making Appa feel uncomfortable. Appa closes one eye and is surprised by Jisoo's skill. At this moment, the skill resistance to psychological attacks is activated. Appa becomes uncomfortable. Jisoo asks if Appa is okay. Appa wipes his eye and replies that he is fine and asks to strengthen the skill. Jisoo says that such a thing can be performed. Jisoo activates the star skill, making his eyes shine even brighter than last time. In fact, Jisoo is doing a great job of controlling an ability that usually makes people go crazy. Appa, a little flustered, realizes that the star skill itself is a psychological attack. Appa reflects on the fact that a normal player wouldn't even be able to move from that kind of exertion. Appa smirks and realizes that this way, we'll be able to practice using the new skill. Appa asks Jisoo not to stop to test the limits of what is allowed in using such a skill. After a while, Appa says that's enough for today and asks if Jisoo needs help. Appa explains that he realizes he's the only one who makes any requests, and he's never heard that Jisoo needs help either. Jisoo replies that it's okay and clarifies that Appa gave weapons early in the game that came in handy and still do to this day. Jisoo clarifies that they are now even. Appa replies that he gave the weapons because he promised, and that's it. Appa says that he will need help in training for a while. Jisoo asks how long. Appa replies that it will take about a week. Appa gets worried and tries to explain that she understands the strain on Jisoo's ability. Jisoo replies that it's fine, to which Appa reacts surprised. Jisoo says she can do it every day and there's not much to do. After thinking for a bit, Jisoo says there's a special request in return. Appa is happy that he can help Jisoo and expects to hear the subject of the request. Jisoo asks Appa if they should do it in Appa's room instead of the training room, or in Jisoo's room where no one can interrupt, and it will just be the two of them. Appa smiles and asks why it's such a big deal to Jisoo, and shares the assumption that Jisoo wants to make sure no others get hurt if they walk in when the star is activated. Jisoo pretends that Appa got it right. Appa realizes what Jisoo is capable of, and it's actually a very good decision. After all, if Jisoo hits Lynn Taylor or Snow White, she will definitely get injured. But Appa considers such a request not special at all. Jisoo lowers his head down and smirks at Appa's answer, saying that no one knows if the request is special. Jisoo clarifies that such a thing would be enough for her peace of mind. 2 months later, Appa is notified of a special quest, a server competition. Jisoo sees that the quest is being conducted by the publisher himself, so even the explanation is quite polite, and the location is in Glastonbury. Appa knows that there was someone in Glastonbury who saw the third candidate, Sir Arthur. Appa realizes that since the skill of resisting psychological attacks has been increased, it is okay to share it. At this moment, Appa realizes that the division is beginning. Li Ming gathers his hands on his chest and trembles. Li Ming says that he's very worried and asks if he can definitely enter this 100. Appa fakes a smile and says that besides Li Ming, no one is capable of doing that. Li Ming exhales and informs that she doesn't want to participate in this task. Li Min wonders if Hemi and Ji-sung are also in the 100. Appa realizes that Li Min really doesn't want to participate. But it's not surprising because Li Min hasn't seen anything good during the mission so far, and she's found her friends, so she probably doesn't want to participate. Jisoo asks Appa if she doesn't make it to the 100, should she still go to the gathering place? Appa replies that it should be decided when they see the contents of the mission. The guild members agree with Appa. At this time, Jong-woo comments that Jisoo is very calm. Jong-woo himself is very nervous before the mission begins. His younger brother, Shi-woo, is supportive and says that everything will be fine and it's okay not to worry. Shi-woo reminds him that he prepared a great outfit. Chang-woo holds the legendary sword and laughs at Shi-woo's encouragement. Appa begins to analyze everything that happened to Chan-woo and realizes that there's no need to worry about him. In addition, Appa has recently handed over a lot of points that can be used to buy a lot of goods. Appa realizes that Jisoo is so strong that she doesn't even realize it. Appa decides that he has decided on all the participants. Appa, Min-ah, Jang-woo, and Jisoo will be the 4 participants. Appa realizes that he couldn't leave the children alone, so Mr. Luke will be with them, especially since Luke said that he didn't have enough points. While Mr. Luke was watching the children, he fell asleep, and Lynn and Snow White were having fun as they could. At this point, the servers started competing. Appa says they are in the right place and things are just beginning. Appa says they will all meet a little later. The move has happened in the UK Glastonbury. Appa looks around and sees that there are quite a few players. Appa assumes that this is the main field for this assignment. At this time, Snow White turns to Appa, asking why she ended up here along with the others. Snow White is frightened because she realizes that she is not at all ready for battle, given that the strongest Kirin blood flows inside. Appa himself is puzzled about what happened and asks Snow White a question. Snow White explains that she was playing with Lynn Taylor when suddenly she found herself in this place. Appa assumes that it's kind of like a pet in the games, and that's why Snow White followed it. Appa closes her eyes and gets a little worried, realizing that it will now be necessary to protect Snow White as much as possible. While Appa was thinking about Snow White, some kind of monster appeared behind him and tries to crush Appa with some kind of energy flows. Appa turns around and sees the monster heading in their direction. At the same moment, a beam of fire flies out of Snow White's horn, creating a huge hole in the attacking monster's head. Appa stands in bewilderment because there is no way he could have expected this. Snow White's horn is smoking. Snow White realizes that she has frightened Appa and apologizes, explaining that the monster appeared very suddenly. Appa looks at the monster, which falls rapidly, lifeless body, and replies to Snow White that it is all right. Snow White assumes that Appa wants to say something and expects some words. Appa says that he wanted to say something, but abruptly changed his mind. Snow White and Appa look into the distance, where a battle with monsters is rapidly beginning. Appa says that most of the contestants have already arrived. Snow White is shocked at how such tasks actually go. Appa says that even though they have chosen few participants, they are gathered here from other servers, and it is natural that there are so many of them. At this point, there is an unexpected situation. Appa closes his eyes and activates the Raven skill, aiming to head closer to his guild members. At this time, Li Ming makes a mighty dash to overpower the huge gorilla. Appa sees Jisoo instantly deal with a large number of monsters. Appa realizes that their team is doing great. Snow White asks when Appa will join his team, to which she hears the answer that it won't happen. In fact, there is no need because the treasure hunt is being done separately. Now is the time for him to appear. At that moment, right above Appa, the sky shatters and small fragments fall down. The game master of the English server, Akanen, falls to the ground. Appa was expecting to meet him. While the players were dealing with the monsters, Akanen begins his greeting, announcing that he is the English server game master. The players turn their attention to Akanen. Akanen informs that the players have been summoned to this place for the sake of an event quest. In simple words, it's bonus time, a gift of sorts for server representatives. Akanen looks at the number of players and rejoices that it's going to be a lot of fun for all the deities. Akanen says that in the status window, you could see the essence of the game. The goal of each player will be to search for treasures that are distributed throughout the Glastonbury area. There are D-rank and higher items hidden there. Akanen warns that some items can be obtained after a battle with a monster. An important detail is that you cannot attack the Guardian. In Glastonbury, the Guardian is a dragon, and he must be avoided. Eric Sanders, who has made a contract with the god Apollo, asks what if there is a desire and opportunity to deal with the Guardian.